having traversed into the realm of the flagbearer. I find myself as Kizaka, the second son of Kizaka Shades, and the younger brother of Kizaka Kakashi. Despite possessing knowledge of the original narrative, I harbor no desire to become a ninja or to save the world. My ultimate aspiration is a life of tranquility and comfort, endowed with extraordinary talent. I am perceived by the world as a genius alongside Kakashi, yet my indolent disposition causes considerable consternation for my clan and mentors. At long last, the Signin system has arrived, albeit belatedly. While I may be somewhat lethargic, pardon me, for I am invincible. My consciousness struggles to surface from the depths of an unfathomably cold lake. In a haze of confusion, a multitude of fragmented images and sounds surge forth like a tidal wave, only to recede swiftly. The final remnants of perception consist of the jarring sound of brakes screeching, blinding white light, and a sudden jolt of pain, followed by an abyss of darkness. Now, this darkness is gradually receding, replaced by an inexplicable sensation of confinement. I feel enveloped by something soft, immobile, my vision blurred, with only a hazy glow and shifting shadows before me. A profound sense of powerlessness overwhelms me, as if this body were not my own. Where am I? I attempt to ponder, but my mind operates like rusted gears, moving exceedingly slowly. Fragments of memory begin to coalesce. I recall being an ordinary individual, freshly graduated, grappling with the struggles of life and aspirations, until an unexpected car accident occurred. Could it be that I am not dead? Am I in a hospital? Yet, this notion is swiftly dismissed. Hospitals do not resonate with such primal cacophony. My ears are filled with incomprehensible utterances, peculiar syllables that elude my understanding, interspersed with the delicate chime reminiscent of wind bells. More importantly, I feel diminutive, rendering everything in my vicinity colossal. I strive to focus my blurred vision and faintly discern two figures approaching. One possesses striking, spiky, silver hair, a stern visage, yet his eyes convey a blend of fatigue and relief that I have never experienced before. The other figure is gentler, with flowing black hair, tenderly wiping my cheek with a delicate motion, humming a dissonant tune that somehow induces relaxation. Shay, look, our child. The younger brother is much quieter now. The black-haired woman lifts her head to speak to the silver-haired man. Miraculously, I comprehend her words, as if an invisible translation mechanism has activated. Shay, brother. A chill rushes through my consciousness. I abruptly realize that I am not lying on a hospital bed, but rather cradled in the arms of a black-haired woman. Nearby, in a crib, lies another infant, slightly older, similarly swaddled, eyes closed, breathing steadily. With great effort, I turn my gaze towards the infant beside me. This child, with soft, silver hair, bears a striking resemblance to the tall man beside me. Yet this scene strikes like a silent thunderclap in my chaotic mind. A single word, along with a segment of a long-buried memory from another world, uncontrollably resurfaces. Kizaka Kakashi. Thus, this silver-haired man must be the legendary ninja, the White Fang of the Leaf, whose status surpasses even that of the Sannin. Kizaka, Shent, what am I to do now? A wave of absurdity and panic engulfs me. I am not in a hospital. I have transformed into a newborn infant. Moreover, it appears that I am the twin brother of the genius ninja, Kizaka Kakashi. Well, it seems Kakashi exhibits a bit more vitality. Kizaka Shay remarks in a deep, magnetic voice, extending a finger to gently touch the infant's cheek, prompting the child to stir slightly and emit a faint cooing sound. Then, Shay's gaze shifts to me, his eyes softening a fraction. As for Kizaka, he is remarkably tranquil. Kizaka, is this my name now? No, I am now my mind a whirlpool of confusion. Have I traversed worlds? Moreover, I have soul transcended into the ninja world, becoming a member of the Kizaka clan. The odds of such an occurrence are unfathomably astronomical. How has the act of traversing become so arbitrary, permitting such occurrences without the individual's consent? Though it seems I was indeed involved in a car accident, and my chances of survival are likely bleak, I attempt to move my fingers in response to this sudden life, but only manage a barely perceptible tremor. This infant body is exceedingly fragile, beyond the most basic sensory perceptions. It is nearly incapable of action. This overwhelming sense of impotence, compounded by the specter of death, fills me with dread. In this tumultuous world of ninjas, where danger lurks at every corner, an infant's life is as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. Kakashi's birth year was in the 37th year of the leaf, which means the Second Shinobi World War has yet to conclude, with chaos and conflict defining the tenor of this world, leaving me with no recourse for resistance. Yet, amid this profound unease, a peculiar sensation begins to surface. Around me, there seems to be an unusual energy pervading the air, as if myriad points of light are saturating the environment. When I quiet my mind to truly perceive these luminous points, they appear to respond to an unseen call, drawing closer to me, the woman cradling me, Kizaka Shet beside her, and even the slumbering Kakashi, all emanate varying intensities of energy, each with distinct qualities, while they share the essence of energy flow. It starkly contrasts with the sensation I am experiencing, especially Kizaka Shet. The energy within him is akin to a blade, yet to be unsheathed, refined, sharp, exuding a subtle pressure. In contrast, the energy within Kakashi, though faint, is extraordinarily vibrant, imbued with an innate liveliness. Is this chakra? A realization dawns upon me. As a former audience member, I am well aware of what chakra is, yet, to experience its existence firsthand is an entirely different and shocking encounter. Chakra fundamentally arises from the fusion of physical and spiritual energy, yet what I perceive is an energy that exists untethered in the natural world, fundamentally distinct from chakra. In this realm of ninjas, this energy is often referred to as natural energy, serving as the foundational energy unit for the construction of sage techniques and sage modes. Drawing upon my experiences across 2 lifetimes, I can sense my spiritual energy is potent, perhaps explaining why I can perceive this natural energy without undergoing the traditional training of the Sannin. However, when I attempt to draw this roaming natural energy into my being, it behaves like a startled spirit, recoiling the instant it makes contact with my body. Alas, it seems that, without systematic learning, my aspirations to directly command natural energy are but a pipe dream. I lament inwardly, if only I could have begun harnessing natural energy from childhood. I dare not imagine the heights of strength I would achieve by adulthood. This world is real. Ninjas and ninjutsu are real. Danger and death are equally real. What path shall I tread in the future? Shall I follow in Kakashi's footsteps, bearing the weight of a genius ninja, enduring countless battles, betrayals, and losses, culminating in a life devoid of ambition, akin to Liu Bei embracing his fate, merely contemplating the harrowing wars depicted in the original narrative, the enigmatic ocular techniques, and the cataclysmic tailed beasts sends shivers down my spine. His aspiration was nothing more than to find a tranquil place to recline, certainly not to become a hero destined to save the world. Yet, in this realm, can one truly lie idle without power? He vividly recalled the fate of Kizaki Masashi. Without strength, one cannot even protect oneself or those dear, and what is so-called leisure but a castle in the air? Confusion and anxiety surged like a tidal wave, enveloping him in a suffocating fatigue. The instinctual desires of infancy began to take precedence, as a profound drowsiness assaulted his hazy consciousness. Before he succumbed completely to slumber, a faint, almost illusory electronic sound unexpectedly resonated deep within his mind, akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, creating subtle ripples. Host's soul stability detected. World coordinates confirmed. Energy adaptation in progress. The voice abruptly ceased, as though it had never existed. Was it an illusion, or something more? Sakai had no time for deep contemplation. The limitations of his infant body had reached their peak, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. All that remained was that nascent, faint perception of chakra and the lingering, enigmatic prompt that quietly sowed a seed within him. 40 years in the leaf, spring, as the cherry blossoms bloomed once more, Kizaki Sakai celebrated his 3rd birthday. 3 years was ample time for a transmigrator's soul to acclimate to this diminutive form, to adapt to the world of Naruto. It was also sufficient for him to ascertain that the electronic voice he had heard in his crib 3 years prior was no mere figment of imagination. Yet, after that utterance, there had been no further sound. as if everything had been a mere delusion of Sakai himself. "Sakai, hurry up. Father is waiting for us," called Kizaki Kakashi, already dressed and turning back with a tone rarely heard from a 3-year-old. Sakai sluggishly crawled up from beneath the eaves. Brushing off the dust from his attire, he donned a simple deep blue children's kimono, his silver hair tousled and unruly, starkly contrasting Kakashi's meticulously styled locks. Coming, he replied, elongating his words as he followed along with his short legs. For 3 years, Sakai had lived a life indistinguishable from that of any ordinary child in the leaf, at least on the surface. He had learned the language of this world, familiarized himself with every corner of the Kizaki residence, and grown accustomed to having a genius brother and a busy father. His mother, Misaki, seemed to suffer from poor health, spending most of her time in quiet repose. Yet whenever she saw her 2 sons, she always greeted them with a warm smile. In secret, however, Sakai never ceased his attempts to sense that energy, natural energy, he was certain, was what he was perceiving during the 3 years. Every dawn and dusk, when the world was at its most serene, he would endeavor to commune with the elusive natural energy. The progress was maddeningly slow, as those energy sprites remained ever elusive, unwilling to truly integrate into his being. Nevertheless, he could feel that with each attempt, his spirit grew clearer, and his perceptions sharper. He could hear sounds from further away, see the subtler flows of energy. The Kizaki clan, apart from their father's title of Kizaki White Fang and their swordsmanship, did not possess significant advantages in senjutsu. Moreover, lacking even the orthodox methods for cultivating natural energy, it was unsurprising that he could not absorb it. Kizaki Masashi would occasionally guide Kakashi in the most fundamental physical training, each time inquiring if Sakai wished to join. Sakai would invariably shake his head and continue lying under the eaves, gazing at the clouds. Sakai lacks motivation, Masashi once remarked to Misaki, his tone devoid of reproach, tinged only with a hint of concern. Misaki merely smiled gently. Every child has their own rhythm, Masashi. Sakai is simply perceiving the world in his own way. She was not wrong, yet not entirely correct either. Sakai was not devoid of ambition. He simply did not know where to direct it. Without a chakra refining method or guidance in ninjutsu, relying solely on a vague perception of natural energy, he felt as though he possessed a treasure trove without a key. What was more critical was that he remembered the timeline of the original narrative. The Third Great Ninja War would erupt in a few years. Masashi's tragic fate, Kakashi's solitude, Obito's death, and Rin's sacrifice all loomed above him like the sword of Damocles. He needed power, the ability to alter his destiny, but more than that, he needed direction. Merely honing the strength of the ninja system through his clan's legacy would be far from sufficient. Ultimately, the world of Naruto was fundamentally one that placed immense value on bloodline strength, with the inherited powers from Kaguya Sutsuki forming a broad avenue. As for ordinary individuals, they could only aspire to reach the limits exemplified by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was currently in the prime of his life, or perhaps, like Might Guy, who poured all his strength into a dance during the climactic battle against Uchiha Madara, leaving behind a fleeting brilliance. Of course, presently, Guy was merely a child like Sakai, yet he had already begun to follow in his father's footsteps. That leaf ninja, known as Might Guy, clumsily imitating Might Guy's taijutsu training. Unbeknownst to him, that father, filled with fervor, would one day expend all his energy to protect his son, culminating in the final act of his taijutsu, the 8th gate. Today we will practice the basic stance for shuriken throwing, Masashi announced in the courtyard. Addressing Kakashi, he held 3 unsharpened practice shurikens in hand. Kakashi instantly straightened his back, his gaze focused. Sakai, on the other hand, sat not far away beneath the cherry blossom tree, leaning against the trunk as if daydreaming. In reality, his concentration was fully directed at Masashi. Every movement of the White Fang embodied utmost efficiency, from the standing posture to the angle of the arms, from the rhythm of breath to the sequence of muscle exertion. It was a mastery of lethal technique refined to an instinctual level. Sakai silently committed all of this to memory. He did not know when these observations would be useful, but acquiring more knowledge could never be a folly. Sakai, aren't you going to give it a try? Masashi inquired once more. No, I don't want to. I'm too tired. Sakai yawned, shifting into a more comfortable position. Kakashi shot him a glance, remaining silent, though a flicker of incomprehension danced in his eyes. To Kakashi, becoming stronger was a matter of course, a responsibility as a child of the Kazaki clan, especially with his father, Masashi, being the clan leader. Sakai understood Kakashi's perspective, but he harbored different concerns. Revealing his strength too early in this world rife with conspiracy and war could prove detrimental. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Moreover, he was waiting for that system that had echoed 3 years prior. All right, we'll conclude the morning session here. Masashi clapped his hands, glancing at the beads of sweat on Kakashi's forehead. This afternoon, we will review chakra refining. Sakai, are you really not, father? Sakai suddenly interjected, interrupting him. Today is my and Kakashi's birthday. Masashi paused, then offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I've been so busy with missions that I almost forgot. This afternoon, we'll go buy a cake, and Misaki will prepare your favorite stew for dinner. And taiyaki, Sakai added. All right, taiyaki. After lunch, Masashi departed to carry out a short-term mission, promising to return before evening. Misaki busied herself in the kitchen, preparing the ingredients for dinner, while Kakashi retreated to his room to continue his practice of chakra refinement. Sakai sat alone in the courtyard. It was his 3rd birthday. If the system truly existed, and if it required a catalyst for awakening, then today would be the most opportune moment. In numerous tales, the golden finger often activates on the protagonist's birthday or some other significant day. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his essence, and inwardly called out, System. No response. Signin system. Silence. Universal Signin system. Multiverse Signin system. Golden finger. External aid. Old man. Still, nothing came forth. Sakai sighed, opening his eyes, a look of bewilderment evident within them. Could it be that he was merely overthinking? Was that voice from 3 years ago merely a mirage of his crossing? He gazed at the cherry blossom petals drifting down from above, suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. 3 years since his crossing. Aside from a heightened sensitivity to the world around him and a vague awareness of natural energy, he had gained nothing. Meanwhile, the timeline of this world relentlessly advanced. The conclusion of the Second World War was not an end, but rather a transformation of conflicts into minor skirmishes, destined to one day erupt into what would evolve into the Third Great Ninja War. As recalled in his memories, perhaps it was time to alter his strategy. Since he could not await the system, he might as well begin training alongside Shibu from tomorrow, with the mindset of an adult and the knowledge stored in his memory. Even without a golden finger, he could at least be somewhat stronger than an average person. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Those flickering points of natural energy that had long drifted within his perception suddenly began to stir. They no longer floated aimlessly. Instead, as if summoned by some unseen force, they surged towards him with fervor. No, they were not merely coming, they were being drawn to him, centering around Sakai. The natural energy in the courtyard coalesced into a miniature vortex. The cherry blossom tree swayed without a breeze, its petals caught in the air, swirling as they descended. Sakai felt a warmth enveloping his body as something that had long lain dormant began to awaken. Energy adaptation complete. System activation conditions met. That voice, 3 years ago, it resonated with clarity, an emotionless electronic tone echoing directly in his mind. Universal Signin system officially activated. Binding host, Kizaka Sakai. World coordinates. Naruto. Time node. 40 years, postleaf, system, initialization, loading, core, modules. A series of chimes rang out like celestial music. Sakai suppressed his excitement, maintaining a meditative posture to avoid drawing attention from Kakashi or Misaki inside the house. Initialization complete. Welcome to the Universal Signin system. This system is designed to provide the host with resources for growth across the multiverse, assisting the host in reaching the pinnacle of power in the world. Generating host panel.
A semi-transparent blue light screen unfolded before Kazaka, visible only to him. Host, Kazaka. Age, 3 years, leaf 40 years. Sign-in status, available for sign-in, not signed in today. It was a remarkably simple panel, devoid of any attributes or power points. Yet, the 3 words available for sign-in set Kazaka's heart racing. System function explanation. 1 daily sign-in. Can sign in once daily to receive random rewards, ranging from common to rare quality. 2 monthly sign-in. Sign in on the first day of each month, Reward quality is enhanced. 3 annual sign-in. Sign in on one's birthday each year. Reward quality is significantly enhanced. For special sign-in, may trigger during important holidays or special events, rewards are special. 5 reward range encompasses countless worlds, including but not limited to the host's current world and the multiversal civilizations recorded in the system database. Detected that today is the host's birthday, triggering annual sign-in. The first annual sign-in will grant a special new player reward, a golden legendary level designated prize. Would you like to proceed with the annual sign-in immediately? Kazaka took a deep breath and affirmed in his heart. Yes, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a golden legendary level reward, Thunder Fruit, no side effects version. The item has been issued to the system space. Would you like to fuse it immediately? Thunder Fruit, from the world of One Piece, a natural type devil fruit that grants control over lightning power. Kazaka certainly understood what this meant. In the world of Naruto, lightning attribute ninjutsu was already powerful, and the abilities of Thunder Fruit were nearly equivalent to becoming an embodiment of lightning. Elementalization, discharge, lightning, electromagnetic manipulation, and when developed to the extreme, he could even control the weather and move at the speed of light. More importantly, the system noted that this was the no side effects version, meaning he would not fear seawater, devoid of the typical devil fruit drawbacks. Fuse. Kazaka did not hesitate. A warm current suddenly appeared within him, spreading from the location of his heart. Unlike the barely perceptible warmth he felt during his fusion 3 years ago, this time the sensation was clear and intense. He could distinctly feel his cells undergoing changes, a certain blue energy, flickering with electric power, merging deep into every cell. Even the blood coursing through his veins seemed to carry a faint electric arc simultaneously. Foundational information regarding his abilities surged into his mind. Thunder Fruit, no side effects version elementalization, discharge, lightning, thunder, electric therapy, thunder metallurgy, electromagnetic perception, myriad thunders, thunder welcome, sanction, 30 million volts thunder beast, 30 million volts, 60 million volts, 200 million volts thunder. Fusion complete. Detected that the host's body is in its juvenile stage. Some abilities require adaptation to the body's strength before use. It is advised to prioritize enhancing physical fitness and chakra intensity. Would you like to view the updated panel? Yes. The light screen refreshed. Host, Kazaka. Age, 3 years. Physique, Thunder Fruit user. Sign-in status, signed in today, annual sign-in. Electromagnetic perception expanded his innate sensing range from nearly 0 to 10 meters. Kazaka attempted to activate this ability, and in an instant the world transformed. He saw the steady flow of chakra within Kakashi, detected the weak life energy of Misaki in the kitchen, noticed the faint electrical signals from the ants underground in the courtyard, and even glimpsed the blurred outlines of pedestrians on the distant street. This sensation was exhilarating. He sat beneath a cherry blossom tree, closed his eyes, and felt the newly awakened lightning power within him. Unlike in the world of One Piece, where he had to gradually develop physical strength and fruit abilities, his fruit abilities came with the potential that Enel had developed from the very beginning. Although some abilities were limited by his physical strength, this was already a qualitative leap. As long as he continued to enhance his physical strength, he would naturally be able to use them freely one day. Most importantly, he finally had a direction. The abilities of Thunder Fruit needed to be developed. His affinity for natural energy required further enhancement, and chakra refinement could not be neglected. With a 3-pronged approach, combined with memories from his past life and understanding of the original work, Kazaka, what are you doing? Kakashi's voice came from behind. Kazaka immediately concealed all energy fluctuations and resumed his lazy demeanor. Looking at the flowers, he replied without turning. Kakashi sat down beside him, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly said, Father said that next year, he might send me and you to the ninja school. The Leaf Ninja School typically admitted students at the age of 6, but for geniuses like Kakashi, entering at 4 was not unusual. In Kakashi's cohort, nearly all future ninja from Genin to Hokage were represented, making it a golden generation. Might Guy, Yuhi Kurinai, Shizune, Sarutobi Asuma, Uchiha Obito, Mitarashi Anko, Moonlight Kakashi, and many others were all notable ninjas. Even future characters like Lee and Yamanaka Ino were part of this batch of students. Kazaka responded. Aren't you going? Kakashi asked. I don't know. It depends on my mood. Kazaka yawned, adding, maybe I'm more suited to being an ordinary villager, soaking up the sun every day. Kakashi frowned, seemingly wanting to say something but ultimately refraining. The two brothers sat side by side, watching the cherry blossoms fall in the courtyard. One was focused, contemplating future training plans, while the other appeared lazy but had already charted a unique path to becoming stronger in his heart. In the evening, Kizaka Shumo returned right on time, carrying a cake and taiyaki. The aroma of Misaki's stew wafted from the kitchen, permeating the entire residence. Birthday candles were lit, 3 small flames flickering in the dusk. Make a wish, Kizaka. Kakashi, Misaki said gently. Kakashi closed his eyes, genuinely making a wish. Kizaka also closed his eyes, but what he thought of was not a wish, but determination. From this day forth, everything would be different. He had a system, time, foresight of the future, and now he possessed the powerful starting point of Thunder Fruit. Kizaka, the seemingly unambitious second son of the Kizaka family, ignited his path as a ninja the moment he blew out the birthday candles. Outside the window, the lights of the leaf gradually lit up, and the scene of peace remained unchanged. Yet Kizaka knew that this peace would not last long. And before that, he must become strong enough to protect this, to alter those tragedies. And then, perhaps he could truly live a leisurely and secure life as he envisioned. Happy birthday, Kizaka, Shumo patted his head. Thank you, father. Kizaka displayed a smile befitting a 3-year-old. Yet beneath that smile lay a resolve as tumultuous as thunder, known only to him. In the year 41 of the leaf summer, in the courtyard of the Kizaka residence, the cicadas chirped incessantly. 4-year-old Kizaka lay in the shade of an old locust tree, his eyes half closed, appearing to be dozing. Only he knew that he was attempting something so delicate it was almost maddening, creating a perfect water sphere in the palm of his hand using chakra. This was not a high-level ninjutsu, merely the most basic chakra control training. When Kizaka's father, Shumo, began teaching Kakashi this technique last month, Kizaka happened to be sleeping nearby. Shumo did not deliberately avoid him, perhaps believing that his 4-year-old second son would not comprehend it even if he heard. However, Kizaka not only understood but also quietly snuck to the well in the backyard to try it the very next morning while everyone was still asleep. On his first attempt, the water sphere collapsed in less than 3 seconds in his palm. On the second attempt, it lasted for 5 seconds. For the third time, 10 seconds. And now, merely half a month after he began his practice, he was already capable of making the water sphere rotate in the palm of his hand, manipulating it into various shapes, spherical, elliptical, and even managing to sculpt a small, vague outline of a creature. The control of chakra hinges on precision and stability. Sakumo's teachings resonated in Kakashi's mind. Akin to a surgeon's scalpel, an imperceptible deviation could lead to 1,000 miscalculations. Kakashi opened his eyes, gazing at the perfect water sphere suspended in his palm, slowly rotating. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a prismatic halo upon the sphere. Too easy. Or rather, it was too easy for him. The soul of an adult brought not only memories but also an innate advantage in perception and control. Coupled with the sensory ability granted by the Thunder Fruit, he could perceive every subtle flow of chakra coursing within him, sensing the faintest fluctuations of energy output. This advantage manifested vividly during chakra control training. Yet, Kakashi did not feel excitement. Instead, a sense of unease settled within him. What consequences would arise if such a talent were to be exposed? He glanced toward the other side of the courtyard, where Kakashi was diligently practicing shuriken throwing, sweat glistening on his brow. A 4-year-old child. Yet he could consistently hit the target center from 5 meters away. Though precision still eluded him, the focus and persistence he exhibited moved anyone who witnessed it. Sakumo stood beside Kakashi, his expression serious as he corrected his form. Lower your wrist a bit more. Keep your arms slightly bent for some elasticity. Yes, father. Kakashi wiped the sweat from his forehead and picked up the shuriken again. There was a determination in his eyes that transcended his age, a yearning to attain recognition, a desire to grow stronger, a wish not to disappoint the expectations placed upon him. Kakashi clearly perceived that this urgency stemmed from pressure, a heavy burden. As the son of White Fang, this identity brought not only glory but also an unimaginable weight of scrutiny and anticipation. Every move Kakashi made was scrutinized under a magnifying glass. Each advancement was taken for granted, while every misstep was met with widespread discussion. Have you heard that Kakashi has already managed to refine his chakra? He truly is the son of White Fang. And what about the other one? It seems that Sakaya has shown little progress. One Kakashi is already enough. Not everyone possesses such talent. Even if they are twins, disparities are to be expected. Such discussions, Sakaya had overheard more than once while accompanying Misaki to buy groceries. People were always eager to rave about geniuses, yet few cared to consider the burdens that geniuses bore. Just last month, on the day Kakashi successfully refined his chakra, Sakumo had rarely smiled, patting Kakashi on the shoulder and saying, "Well done, Your father was a month behind at your age. That night, Sakaya saw Kakashi sitting alone in the courtyard, practicing the gathering and dispersal of chakra under the moonlight repeatedly. His small figure stood straight, as if resisting the weight of the entire world. I must become stronger, Kakashi murmured softly to himself, but Sakaya's sensory perception captured it. He could not bring shame to the flag. He could not disappoint his father. He was the eldest son of the flag, bearing the future of the clan. In that moment, Sakaya made a decision. He gently clenched his fist, allowing the water sphere to silently dissipate, transforming into droplets that fell upon the grass without leaving a trace. Sakaya, come here for a moment. Sakumo's voice suddenly rang out. Sakaya sluggishly climbed to his feet, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes, and trotted over with his short legs. What is it, father? Sakumo crouched down to meet Sakaya's gaze. You are already 4 years old. It is time to begin learning the fundamentals of chakra. Kakashi was merely born a little earlier, yet he already possesses a decent amount of chakra. Today, I wish to see how your talent measures up. Here we go. A warning bell rang in Sakaya's mind, but his face remained a lazy expression. Chakra? What is that? It is a form of energy, the foundation for ninjutsu used by ninjas.
Sakumo patiently explained. Come.
Extend your hand. Sakaya extended his small hand, and Sakumo grasped his wrist, gently infusing him with chakra. Feel this energy flowing within you, remember the sensation. Then try to extract it from your cells just like this. Sakumo's guidance was meticulous and professional, as expected from one of the Leaf's top shinobi. Yet, within Sakaya's perception, the trajectory of the chakra flowed as clearly as lines drawn on paper. He could even see from which cells the chakra was extracted and the path it took through the meridians. It was so clear that if he wished, he could perfectly replicate this process right now. But he could not. Sakaya closed his eyes, deliberately quickening his breath, putting on a facade of effort but struggling to grasp the concept. The chakra within him was intentionally suppressed, releasing only a faint trace, and he controlled it with extreme roughness, allowing it to flounder chaotically through the meridians instead of flowing orderly. He frowned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was the result of stimulating his sweat glands with chakra. Father, it's so difficult. I can't feel anything. Sakumo did not express disappointment. Instead, he smiled gently. It's normal for the first time. There is no need to rush. Kakashi also took several days to find his footing. He released his grip and stood up. Let us call it a day for now. Sakaya, if you wish to learn, you can always come to me. Sakaya lowered his head, kicking a small stone at his feet. Once Sakumo turned back to continue guiding Kakashi, Sakaya quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. That performance had exhausted him. Maintaining the water sphere's rotation for half an hour had been tiring. He had to make chakra seem uncontrollable while controlling it just right, without revealing any flaws. Father, Sakaya began, unable to hold back after Kakashi threw a shuriken. Everyone has their own suitable pace. Sakumo interrupted him, though his gaze drifted toward the resting Sakaya under the shade of the trees. After all, Sakaya just needed more time. But did he truly need more time? That night, after everyone had gone to sleep, Sakaya quietly rose and slipped into the backyard. The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the tranquil courtyard. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward, chakra refinement method. Advanced version. New knowledge flooded into his mind. The refined teachings from Sakumo encompassed early guidance on chakra's property changes, along with some tips to enhance extraction efficiency. Sakaya did not immediately begin practicing. Instead, he first expanded his sensory perception. Within a 10-meter range, he grasped all electromagnetic signals. The steady rhythm of breathing from his father's room. His mother's slight cough, her health seemed rather poor. Kakashi's room exhibited a regular flow of chakra. That child was subconsciously refining chakra even in his sleep. Once he confirmed that no one was watching, Sakaya began to refine chakra according to the advanced methods provided by the system. The efficiency increased at least threefold. If previously he had refined chakra as if using a sieve to scoop water, now it felt like using a pump to draw water. Chakra surged through the meridians, pure and stable. Moreover, he sensed that his chakra seemed to carry a certain quality, subtle electrical attributes, a gift from the thunder fruit. After an hour, Sakaya ceased refining. He extended his hand, palm facing upward. Chakra gradually emerged, coalescing in his palm. This time, instead of creating a water sphere, he attempted more intricate operations, using chakra to draw patterns in the air. Initially simple lines, then geometric shapes, and finally complex designs. Under the moonlight, faint blue threads of chakra intertwined in the air, forming a bird in flight vividly lifelike. The bird circled 3 times before dissipating. Sakaya took a deep breath. Such precision and control, one would be hard-pressed to find even a 4-year-old child, let alone most of the lower-ranked ninjas capable of it. Yet he achieved it effortlessly. Is this talent? No, it is not merely talent. It is the mental control of an adult, the microscopic mastery brought forth by wave perception, the advanced techniques bestowed by the system, a culmination of various factors. However, this talent must remain concealed for now, at least it cannot be fully revealed. The next morning, at the dining table, Kakashi, the Hokage summoned me this afternoon. You will accompany me, Sakumo stated while savoring his miso soup. Kakashi immediately sat up straight. Yes, father. Why? Misaki asked with a hint of concern, considering Kakashi was only 4 years old. The third Hokage wishes to observe the growth of White Fang's son. Sakumo replied calmly, though Sakaya detected a trace of helplessness in his tone, for the village had always shown considerable interest in Kakashi. Kakashi lowered his head, silently eating his rice. Sakaya noticed the slight tightening of his fingers. I want to go too, Sakaya suddenly declared. A moment of silence fell over the dining table. Sakumo and Misaki turned to him, and Kakashi raised his head, surprised. Sakaya was usually disinterested in such matters. Why the sudden interest? Sakumo inquired. I want to see what the Hokage looks like, Sakaya replied, tilting his head and displaying a childlike curiosity. I've heard he is quite formidable. Sakumo pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well, you two brothers may go together. In the afternoon at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared significantly younger than Sakaya remembered, with shallower wrinkles and eyes sharp as an eagle's. He wore the Hokage robe, a pipe clenched between his teeth, surveying the 2 silver-haired children standing beside Sakumo. So this is Kakashi and Sakaya? They've grown so much, he remarked, his voice gentle, yet the authority of his long tenure in power lingered subtly. Yes, Hokage, Sakumo replied respectfully. Kakashi, I hear you have already learned to refine your chakra? Hiruzen directed his gaze toward Kakashi. Yes, Hokage, Kakashi replied, straightening his small spine, striving to appear composed. Show me. Kakashi extended his hand, a ball of chakra coalescing in his palm. Although the quantity was modest, it was remarkably stable, an outstanding feat for a 4-year-old. Hiruzen nodded, a gleam of approval in his eyes, as expected of White Fang's son. And what about Sakaya? All eyes turned to Sakaya. Sakaya slowly extended his hand, feigning great effort. The chakra ball in his palm formed more sluggishly than Kakashi's and was noticeably unstable, fluctuating in strength and nearly dissipating. I'm sorry, he mumbled, lowering his head. Hiruzen chuckled softly, showing no disappointment, instead reassuring him. No need to rush, Sakaya. Refining chakra takes time. Everyone has their own pace. He then looked at Sakumo. Both are good children. Kakashi is exceptionally talented, and although Sakaya may be slower, with effort, he too can become an excellent ninja in the future. As they left the Hokage's tower, Kakashi visibly relaxed, his tense shoulders loosening. Sakumo patted his head. Well done, father. Kakashi hesitated. I know what you wish to say. Sakumo crouched down to meet the 2 children at eye level. Kakashi, you have your own path. Sakaya, you have yours as well. There is no need to compare, nor to rush. Do you understand? I understand, Kakashi nodded earnestly. Sakaya nodded too, though his thoughts were elsewhere. Earlier in the Hokage's office, when Hiruzen's gaze fell upon him, Sakaya had sensed a subtle probing through his wave perception, an inspection from the leader of the Leaf regarding the future strength of the village. What if he had showcased his true control? Perhaps he would have received accolades, been regarded as another prodigy, or been burdened with greater expectations, more pressure, more attention. Just like Kakashi. On the way home, Kakashi remained silent. It was not until they were nearing the Hatake residence that he suddenly spoke. Sakaya, you can actually do better, right? Sakaya was taken aback but maintained an impassive facade. What do you mean? Chakra control. Kakashi turned his head, his gray-blue eyes fixed on him. I saw you in the backyard yesterday. There were traces of water droplets in your palm. Though they evaporated quickly, I saw them. Sakaya fell silent for a few seconds before smiling. Brother must have seen wrong. It was probably due. Is that so? Kakashi did not press further, merely stating, if you do not wish to, I will not tell father. The brothers exchanged glances for a moment, and Sakaya eventually whispered, thank you. That night, Sakaya lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Kakashi knew, or at least suspected. Yet Kakashi chose silence, opting to respect his brother's wishes. Is this what it means to be human? Sakaya turned over and closed his eyes, Through his wave perception, he could sense Kakashi's chakra flowing a bit more chaotically in his room, indicative of his anxiety regarding the Hokage's summons and his confusion over the potential secrets his brother might be hiding. In contrast, his own room exhibited a steady flow of chakra, pure and strong. From this day forth, Sakaya would be perceived by the world as an ordinary child, the second son overshadowed by his prodigious elder brother. But in the unseen shadows, with the system's assistance and the enhancement of the Thunder Fruit, he would grow at an astonishing pace. He would keep his talents hidden, avoiding the burdens that genius often brings, until the day he needed to reveal his true strength. Outside, the moonlight filtered through the paper window, casting a gentle glow upon the tatami mats. Sakaya extended his hand, a faint arc of electricity dancing at his fingertips, silent and unseen. It was the calm before the thunder, the stillness preceding the storm. The second son of the Hatake family chose a path starkly different from that of his elder brother. In the autumn of the 41st year of the leaf, the day of enrollment at the Ninja Academy arrived, and the entrance was bustling with parents and children. Most of the children were 6 years old, with a few appearing particularly precocious or notably immature. Sakumo held one of his sons by the hand, drawing many gazes as they navigated through the crowd. Look, it's White Fang. Those two must be his sons, right? The silver-haired one is Kakashi. I heard he can already refine chakra at just 4 years old. What about the other one? Isn't he called Sakaya? He doesn't seem impressive. Sakaya yawned, paying no heed to the gossip. He wore a simple dark blue shirt and black shorts, his hair tousled, in stark contrast to Kakashi, who was neatly dressed and stood tall. Kakashi, Sakaya, remember your father's words, Sakumo said, crouching at the entrance to look closely at his two sons. At school, you must listen to your teachers and truly learn. The path of a ninja is long and arduous, but every step counts. Yes, father, Kakashi replied solemnly. Sakaya nodded as well, though his thoughts were elsewhere. Today marked the first day of school and the beginning of a new month, signifying that he could check in for monthly rewards. System check-in. Ding. Monthly check-in successful. Reward obtained. Basic Taijutsu. Leaf Fluid Technique. A set of basic taijutsu movements and power techniques surged into his mind. The system's offerings were evidently more refined and efficient than what the Ninja Academy would teach. The experience gained from the check-in felt almost innate, and every movement seamlessly connected to taijutsu techniques. Sakaya remained silent, planning to find a place to practice that night. Are the two children from the Hatake family here? This way, please, a Chunin teacher approached, leading Sakumo and the two boys to the testing area. The enrollment test was quite simple. Chakra perception tests, basic physical fitness assessments, and shuriken throwing basics. It was primarily to gauge their abilities for class placement. Many children and parents had already gathered around the testing area. Sakaya glanced around, and his wave perception silently unfurled. A child with a watermelon-shaped head and thick eyebrows, clad in a green tight-fitting outfit, was performing push-ups, shouting 200th one. This is youth. My guy, indeed, was as vibrant as he had always been remembered. Beside him, a boy with spiky black hair was frantically trying to sort out his goggles, as the straps had gotten tangled. Ah, we're going to be late. It was Uchiha Obito, his signature loudness evident. Who could have imagined that this kid would once become a fixation for his elder brother? As for the gentle girl with brown hair standing not far away, watching Obito with concern, her name was No Era Rin, a promising future medical ninja. Further away, Yuhi Kurenai held her father's hand, Sarutobi Asuma chewing on something with a look of impatience, while Akimichi Choji pushed his sunglasses up, burying his nose in a book, and Nara Shikamaru munched on a dango. All were familiar faces. Next, it was Hatake Kakashi's turn. The examiner called out his name. Kakashi stepped forward, his small face tense. During the chakra test, he easily gathered a stable chakra sphere. Although it was not large, his control was remarkable. In the physical fitness test, he excelled in pull-ups, sprinting, and shuttle runs, achieving outstanding results. His shuriken throwing was flawless, hitting the target 5 times in a row. Thanks to systematic training prior to enrollment, Kakashi's performance in these areas was impressive, a clear advantage of being from a clan. Under the clan's guidance, he had already built a solid foundation even before entering school. In contrast, the civilian children, who had not even touched proper ninja tools before enrollment, those things could only be purchased once one was recognized as a ninja, had no such preparation. Not to mention systematic learning. For an ordinary person, mastering even one additional ninjutsu beyond the basic 3-body technique before graduation would be considered quite exceptional. The difficulty of making a comeback in the world of ninjas was far greater than one could imagine. After all, not everyone was a prodigy like Minato Namikaze. Outstanding. The examiner marked a check on the form and looked up at Kakashi. For years old? No wonder he is the son of White Fang. Whispers of admiration and astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Kakashi returned to Shikaku's side, his expression impassive, yet Shikaku could see him slightly raise his chin. Next was Nara Shikaku. He ambled over. During the chakra test, he struggled 3 times before managing to gather a small, trembling chakra sphere, barely qualifying. In the physical fitness test, he deliberately slowed down while running, obtaining a score just below average. His shuriken throwing was also mediocre, hitting 3 out of 5. He qualified, but with a middle-range score. The examiner noted his comments with a hint of regret, likely pondering why, with the same father, the gap was so wide. When Shikaku returned, Kakashi looked at him, hesitating to speak. Shikaku's father, Shikaku, patted his shoulder. "It's all right, take your time." Shikaku lowered his head, concealing the calmness in his eyes. Everything was going according to plan. A middle-range score would not draw too much attention, nor would it place him in the category of those needing special concern. It was just perfect. The tests continued. When it was Might Guy's turn, a twist of events occurred. During the chakra test, Guy turned red in the face and could only gather a weak and extremely unstable chakra, barely qualifying. His physical fitness test was excellent. He completed 200 push-ups without breaking a sweat and ran at an astonishing speed. But in the shuriken throwing event, he missed the target completely 5 times. Not qualified. The examiner shook his head, stating that his chakra control was too poor, and his foundation in shuriken throwing was non-existent. "I suggest you come back next year." Guy was stunned, his eyes wide beneath his thick eyebrows. "Teacher, I can practice. I can definitely do it." "Rules are rules," the examiner remained unmoved. "Step aside. You're at the bottom." A cold voice rang out. Kakashi had somehow stepped in front of Guy, his gray-blue eyes scanning him up and down. "Without talent, no amount of effort will matter. The ninja school isn't a place for hot-headed fools." A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Shikaku noticed his father furrow his brow, but he did not speak immediately. Guy's face turned beet red, not out of shame, but from excitement. Suddenly, he grasped Kakashi's hand. "Thank you. You're encouraging me, right? This is youth. I will surpass geniuses with hard work." Kakashi jerked his hand away as if shocked, taking 2 steps back and displaying clear disdain. "Who is encouraging you? Don't touch me, Kakashi." Shikaku finally spoke, his voice low but audible to all, apologizing to Guy. Kakashi pressed his lips together, clearly unwilling. Yet, under his father's gaze, he turned to Guy. "I'm sorry. It's all right." Guy raised his thumb, revealing a sparkling smile. "Your name is Kakashi, right? I'll remember you. One day, I will surpass you." Shikaku approached the examiner and whispered a few words. The examiner appeared troubled but ultimately nodded. "Since White Fang has said so, Might Guy, you are qualified, but you must make up for your shuriken foundation within 3 months, or you will be expelled." "Yes. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, White Fang." Guy was so excited he nearly jumped up. On the way back, Shikaku held one sun in each hand, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. "Kakashi, your words today were excessive. I was stating the truth." Kakashi countered quietly, "He can't even throw a basic shuriken properly. Being a ninja isn't just about talent." Shikaku halted, crouching down to look Kakashi in the eye. Some talents do not lie in chakra or shuriken. That boy named Guy, his physical ability, perseverance, and determination are all rare. Do not underestimate hard-working geniuses, Kakashi. Kakashi lowered his head, saying nothing. Shikaku listened quietly beside them. His father was right. He was well aware that the future Might Guy, who nearly kicked the outcome out of reach, had indeed surpassed countless geniuses through hard work. "And you, Shikaku?" Shikaku turned to his second son. "In today's test, you could have done better, couldn't you?" Shikaku felt a tightness in his chest, but feigned confusion. "Father? Your eyes." Shikaku pointed to his own eyes. "During the test, your gaze was too calm, unlike a nervous child. Moreover, your running frequency was far too different from your usual pace. It seemed too deliberate." Shikaku fell silent. Indeed, he could not hide it from the seasoned White Fang. "I want to ask why you concealed your strength." Shikaku's voice was gentle. "Everyone has their own choices. But Shikaku, remember, whatever path you choose, you must take responsibility for yourself." "I understand, father." That afternoon, the class assignment results were announced. Shikaku, Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, Kakashi, Yuki Mitarashi Anko, as well as Yuhi Kurenai and Saratobi Asuma were all placed in the same class, with the homeroom teacher being the Chunin instructor Hoshino Ikaku. As for the others, they were sequentially assigned to different classes. Looking around, apart from being somewhat familiar with these few, The class was filled with surnames like Nara, Shimizu, and Yamanaka, each standing behind a clan. This was reality. Shikaku squinted slightly. Even with his mediocre performance in the entrance exam, backed by his father Shikaku, he was assigned to an elite class. In contrast, the few civilian children who had performed decently in the entrance exam were nowhere to be seen. The path of a ninja had already widened the gap from the very beginning. Great, I'm in the same class as Rin. Obito cheered in the classroom, his eyes squinting with joy beneath his goggles. And you, Nara Shikaku, right? You're Kakashi's brother? Shikaku nodded, settling into his seat. His desk was positioned in the middle of the classroom, by the window neither too forward nor too back, just right. Kakashi is so impressive. All outstanding results in the tests. Rin remarked softly, with admiration in her tone. Shikaku-kun is also quite impressive, with a middle-range score. Oh, not at all, I just got lucky. Shikaku scratched his head, revealing an embarrassed smile. Obito leaned in and said, Hey, your brother is being pretty outrageous today, actually saying that my guy is at the back of the pack. But Gaia's group is really something else, they actually thanked him. Obito, it's not nice to talk about others that way, Rin gently reminded.
I am sorry.
Obito immediately apologized and then turned to Sakaya. By the way, do you want to go get dango after school? I know a really great place. Can't today. My dad said I need to come home early. Sakaya declined politely. He needed time to get accustomed to the system's physical training and continue refining his chakra. How about tomorrow? Let us see how it goes. The first day of classes was quite simple, mainly explaining the school rules, the ninja code, and an overview of the history of the Leaf Village. Sakaya felt drowsy listening. He had already learned all this in the original text and even knew more hidden details. However, his wave perception was continuously active, silently scanning the entire classroom. Obito's chakra had a peculiar restlessness, stemming from the power in his bloodline. The Uchiha were designed to inherit chakra from the original chakra, but in practice, they were less impressive than those who inherited the sage's chakra like the Uzumaki and the Senju. Instead, their physical power was exceptionally strong and, under misleading premises, it was easy for their emotions to sway them. Rin's chakra, on the other hand, was gentle and stable, leaning towards the qualities of a medical ninja. The other classmates had their own characteristics, but none stood out significantly. The teacher, Hyaen, had an average amount of chakra, but it was controlled very finely, making him a solid chunin. At the end of the day, as Sakaya packed his bag to leave, Obito pulled him back. Let us go together. Which way are you going? North. Ah, Rin and I live north too. Let us go together. Sakaya wanted to invite Kakashi along, but he saw Kakashi surrounded by several enthusiastic girls. He scratched his head and ultimately decided not to interrupt his brother's good fortune. Thus, Sakaya was reluctantly drawn back into the small group, completely oblivious to Kakashi's despair as he was besieged by the girls. Obito chattered all the way, discussing everything from today's classes to yesterday's TV shows and then to the day before's ninja movies. Rin occasionally chimed in, her voice gentle. Sakaya mostly just listened, responding occasionally. Sakaya, you're so quiet, completely different from Kakashi. Obito suddenly remarked. It's just that my brother is serious. I have average talent, and after a long time I've lost motivation, Sakaya replied. Not just serious. He has practically an ice block. Obito exaggerated, crossing his arms and shivering. The look he had during today's test was terrifying. But he is indeed impressive. Rin gently nudged Obito. Obito, don't say that.
I am sorry. I am sorry.
Obito smiled sheepishly. By the way, Sakaya, do you want to go to the training ground together this weekend? The clan taught me some shuriken techniques, and we can practice together. Sakaya looked into Obito's sincere eyes, and suddenly recalled this boy's fate in the original text, crushed by rocks, passing his Sharingan to Kakashi, and then plunging into darkness, becoming a puppet master stirring the ninja world. But now, he was merely a boy who had lost his family yet still maintained a lively spirit, a bit clumsy, secretly in love with a classmate, and even dreaming of becoming Hokage like an ordinary child. Alright, Sakaya nodded, this weekend works. Great, Obito cheered. After parting ways at the intersection, Sakaya walked back alone. The sunset stretched his shadow long. Today's attendance reward was basic physical training, which, combined with his increasingly refined chakra control and wave perception, should yield good practical results. He needed to find a place to test them tonight. There was also the development of the Thunder Fruit. Currently, he could only utilize elementalization, wave perception, and basic discharge, while other abilities were limited by his physical strength. In fact, if the system had not defined elementalization as a basic ability of the Thunder Fruit at the same time as granting rewards, he wouldn't even be able to use elementalization. It was a power that would only emerge after developing the devil fruit to a certain level. He needed to hurry up and strengthen his body. Sakaya. A voice called out from ahead. Sakaya looked up to see Kakashi standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him. Brother? Today? Kakashi hesitated for a moment. Did you walk back with Obito and the others? Yeah, they live north, so it's on the way. Kakashi fell silent for a few seconds. That Uchiha Obito is at the bottom of the class. So? Sakaya countered. Kakashi was taken aback, opening his mouth before finally saying, It's nothing. Dad is waiting for us for dinner. Internally, he sighed, wishing he could exercise his rights as an older brother and walk to and from school with his younger brother. During dinner, Sakumo asked about the first day at school. It was quite interesting. Kakashi reported on the course content, the teacher level, and the classmate situations, analyzing it thoroughly, like a mini strategic report. When it was Sakaya's turn, he simply said 3 words. It was okay. Misaki smiled gently. Did you make any friends? I guess so. Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin. Sakumo nodded. Both Uchiha and Noera are from the Leaf Village. I've heard of that boy Obito. Although his grades aren't great, his parents died on the battlefield, and he was left without guidance. If someone were to teach him, given the Uchiha's innate talents, his grades wouldn't be so poor. But he's not a bad person. Rin's parents are similar. Her father is a medical jonin, and her mother is an excellent medical ninja. After dinner, Kakashi returned to his room to continue refining his chakra. Sakaya, on the other hand, slipped out under the pretense of taking a walk to digest his food. There was a small forest behind the Leaf Village, which was usually quite deserted. Once he confirmed there was no one around, Sakaya began practicing the basic physical techniques rewarded by the system. The movements were simple. Straight punches, side kicks, blocks, and evasion. Yet, every action required a meticulous application of force, breath rhythm, and weight transfer. Sakaya could feel that if this set of physical techniques were perfected and combined with chakra, its power would not be inferior to some C-rank ninjutsu. This was the charm of physical techniques. As long as one was strong, any technique would unleash tremendous power. After practicing for half an hour, his body felt slightly warm. Sakaya stopped and attempted to activate the Thunderfruit's abilities. He extended his hand, concentrating his thoughts. Ying! A faint arc of electricity danced at his fingertips, but it was so thin it vanished in less than a second. His body was still too weak. Sakaya shook his head. At this rate, to be able to freely use those techniques, he would have to wait until his body fully developed. However, not being able to use the techniques didn't mean he couldn't develop new applications. Sakaya closed his eyes and fully expanded his wave perception. Within a 20-meter radius, all electromagnetic signals were clearly visible. The lights and currents of distant houses, the faint electromagnetic field of Hokage rock further away, and the underground activities of insects generating electricity. Suddenly, he detected 2 chakra sources approaching. One was large and sharp while the other was smaller but active. It was his father and Kakashi. Sakaya immediately suppressed all energy fluctuations, casually plucking a blade of dogtail grass and putting it in his mouth, lying down and pretending to sleep. A few seconds later, Sakumo and Kakashi appeared at the edge of the forest. Dad, why did you bring me here? Kakashi asked. To teach you the basics of the flag flow sword technique. Sakumo pulled out a short blade he had been carrying on his back. Watch closely. Under the moonlight, White Fang began his demonstration. The blade shimmered like snow. Each strike was concise and lethal, devoid of any unnecessary movements, only extreme efficiency. Kakashi was captivated, unable to take his eyes off it. Sakaya also quietly opened one eye, committing every movement to memory. He understood that his father personally teaching the flag sword technique signified that he had accepted Kakashi's talent, and Kakashi would officially embark on the path of a ninja. As for himself, he would quietly tread along this parallel, concealed path, until one day 2 paths intersected, or gradually diverged. Sakaya closed his eyes, storing everything from today into his memory. The first day at the ninja school was unremarkable, yet it was precisely what he desired. Low-key, ordinary, inconspicuous. And then, in the shadows, where no one knew, he quietly grew stronger. Leaf Village, the 42nd year of spring. The days at the ninja school flowed by as gently as water, and in the blink of an eye, Sakaya was already 5 years old. Over the past year, he maintained a decent academic performance, neither outstanding nor lagging behind, quietly blending into the daily life of his class like most ordinary students. System, sign in. The first thing Sakaya did upon waking in the morning was to recite silently in his heart. Ding! Sign in successful. Reward. Minor increase in chakra. A warm current surged from deep within his body, a barely perceptible increase in his total chakra. Day after day, this enhancement had continued for over 100 days. Sakaya could feel that his chakra level had already surpassed that of his peers, even exceeding some genin, steadily progressing towards the level of a chunin. At the very least, his brother would formally apply for early graduation this year and become the genin Kakashi, and in terms of chakra alone, a considerable gap had already opened between them. Yet, he had never displayed this in front of others. Today's lesson was the practice of shuriken throwing. In the training field, Teacher Hei was explaining the basic techniques. Relax the wrist, keep the eyes on the target, and breathe steadily. Sakaya stood in the middle of the line, gazing ahead. Obito was nervously fiddling with his practice shuriken, his expression grave as if he were engaged in a life-and-death mission. Beside him, Rin was earnestly listening to the teacher's explanation, nodding from time to time. All right, now it's time to practice in turns. When it was Sakaya's turn, he casually picked up a shuriken. The electromagnetic perception silently unfolded, processing all the data, target, distance, wind direction, arm muscle tension. In an instant, he raised his hand and threw. The shuriken traced an arc in the air, firmly embedding itself in the target, not at the bullseye, but 2 inches to the left. The result could only be considered average. Not bad, standard posture. Teacher Hei nodded. Next, Uchiha Obito. Obito took a deep breath, his serious expression somewhat comical. He assumed the standard throwing posture, but his arm trembled slightly from nervousness. Whoosh! The shuriken slipped from his hand, spinning through the air before completely veering off course, failing to even graze the edge of the target and instead plunging straight into the ground nearby. A few suppressed chuckles erupted from the surrounding students. Obito's face instantly flushed red as he lowered his head, his fingers tightening. Silence. Teacher Hei frowned. Obito, your posture is problematic. Don't raise your arm so high. Try again. On his second attempt, the shuriken barely skimmed the edge of the target, landing on the ground. On the third attempt, it still missed. Sakaya watched as Obito continued to lower his head and tightly purse his lips, recalling some events from his previous life, those efforts that yielded no results, that feeling of helplessness when no matter how hard one struggled, they could not catch up to others. Uchiha Obito, stay after class to practice. Teacher Hei sighed. Next, Nara Rin. Rin's performance was mediocre, with her shuriken landing on the outskirts of the target. But at least she hit the target. She sighed in relief and cast a worried glance at Obito as she returned to the line. After class, most students left the training field. Obito stood alone in front of the target, throwing shuriken again and again. Sweat soaked his clothes, and his eyes, beneath his goggles, were focused to the point of stubbornness. But progress was minimal. After yet another miss, Obito squatted down in frustration, his fist pounding the ground. Damn it! The wrist angle is wrong. A voice came from beside him. Obito looked up to see Sakaya had approached at some point, holding a practice shuriken.
Sakaya.
You haven't left? Just passing by, Sakaya replied casually, then demonstrated how to throw the shuriken. Look, when you throw, your wrist should be like this. He slowed his movements, allowing Obito to see every detail. Wrist angle, timing of finger release, body rotation. Although Sakaya deliberately controlled the accuracy, ensuring his shuriken only grazed the edge of the target, the fluidity and correctness of his movements were impeccable. Obito's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. Let me try. He mimicked Sakaya's movements, and this time, the shuriken finally managed to barely stick to the target, albeit at the very edge. I did it. Sakaya, did you see? I did it. Obito exclaimed, jumping up in excitement and shaking Sakaya by the shoulders. Sakaya felt a bit dizzy from the shaking. Yes, I saw. Calm down. Thank you, Sakaya. You're such a good person. Obito released his grip, scratching his head shyly. I thought you and your brother were the same. Not very social. Kakashi is just serious, Sakaya said, and actually Before he could finish, a gentle voice interjected. Obito, Sakaya-kun, are you still practicing? Rin approached with a few bottles of water, handing them to the two. You've worked hard. Sakaya-kun, are you teaching Obito? Just casually talking, Sakaya replied, accepting the water. Rin smiled at Obito. Obito is working hard, you know. I just went to buy water, thinking you might be thirsty. Obito's face turned red again, this time not from frustration, but from Rin's smile. Thank you, Rin. I will keep working hard. One day, I will become Hokage and protect. This is Uchiha Obito, Sakaya thought. Innocent, passionate, persistent, and a little clumsy. An orphan dreaming of becoming Hokage, who would secretly practice until dark after school. And right now, he was still just an ordinary child. By the way, Sakaya-kun, Rin suddenly said, next weekend is the fireworks festival. Would you like to go with us? Obito said he knew a good spot to see the whole fireworks display. Fireworks festival? Sakaya pondered for a moment. Sure. Great. Obito exclaimed excitedly. I also invited Kai and his group. He said his dad would come along too, though I think my guy is a bit, special. Special? Sakaya recalled the middle-aged man in the tight green outfit with thick eyebrows. Indeed, quite special. 1 week later, on the day of the fireworks festival, the streets of the Leaf Village were brightly decorated, and the crowds bustled with life. Sakaya, dressed in a simple yukata, followed behind Obito and Rin. Kakashi was attending a ninja gathering with their father today, so he had come alone. Over here, over here. Obito waved from the front. Kai said he and his dad have already arrived. They arrived at a patch of grass by the riverside. Sure enough, Might Guy and his father Might Dai were already waiting there. Dai, also clad in a tight green outfit, immediately gave them a thumbs up, revealing a dazzling smile. Yo, youthful boys and girls, tonight's fireworks shall witness our friendship. This is youth. His loud voice and exaggerated gestures drew the attention of passers-by. Obito awkwardly adjusted his goggles. Might Dai is always so energetic, but Kai was completely unconcerned, excitedly waving. Obito, Rin, Sakaya, you made it. Dad prepared a lot. The grass was laid out with a picnic blanket, adorned with rice balls, grilled food, fruits, and some simple snacks. Though not luxurious, it was evident that it had been carefully prepared. Excuse me for interrupting, Might Dai, Rin politely said. No need to be polite. Youth is all about sharing with friends. Dai beamed even brighter. As night fell, the first burst of fireworks ascended into the sky, blossoming into a brilliant flower. Sakaya looked up at the fireworks, while his electromagnetic perception quietly unfolded. Obito secretly gazed at Rin's profile, his heart racing. Rin was intently watching the fireworks, her eyes soft with warmth. Kai and his father were together, both exclaiming in admiration, their gestures and expressions mirroring each other. In the distance, he could faintly sense Kakashi's chakra. The gathering seemed to be concluding, and he was walking away alone. Sakai here. Rin handed over a rice ball. I made it myself. Give it a try. Sakai accepted it, thank you. Rin makes the best rice balls. Obito immediately exclaimed, then realized he had been too blunt, causing his face to flush. Fireworks burst one after another, painting the night sky in various hues. As Sakai observed the scene, he suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. These characters, whose fates were so troubled in the original story, were at this moment merely ordinary children, savoring simple joys. But could he change anything? System Special Holiday Check-in. Ding! Special Holiday Fireworks Festival detected, triggering special check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, mastery of shuriken techniques. Knowledge about shuriken throwing techniques and experiences flooded his mind, from the basics to advanced methods, including some special throwing techniques. This was not merely a simple understanding but true mastery. By the way, Sakai. Obito suddenly turned his head. How about we go to the training ground together next weekend? I want to practice my shuriken throwing, and you should join too. Kai said he wants to go as well. Kai immediately nodded, exactly. Youthful training requires companions. Let us sweat it out together. Sakai thought for a moment and nodded. All right. A week later, at the third training ground, Obito and Kai were waiting there early. When Sakai arrived, Obito was already throwing shuriken, having improved significantly. At least he could consistently hit the target now. Sakai, you're here. Look, I've made progress. Not bad. Sakai picked up a shuriken and casually threw it, still achieving a mediocre result. Neither here nor there. Meanwhile, Kai was engaged in physical training, doing push-ups, frog jumps, and walking on his hands, his movements precise and drenched in sweat. His father, Might Guy, stood at the sidelines, diligently recording his son's training data. Obito, your wrist still has some issues. Sakai observed for a while and said, let me demonstrate once. Watch closely. This time, he did not deliberately control the accuracy but threw the shuriken entirely according to the techniques provided by the system. The shuriken traced a graceful arc in the air, spinning accurately, and then, thud, it firmly embedded itself in the bullseye. Obito and Kai were both stunned. Even Might Guy turned his gaze towards them. Sakai, are you really this impressive? Obito stammered. Sakai maintained a calm exterior. Just lucky. The angle and force were just right. No. This is definitely not luck. Kai rushed over, his eyes shining. Sakai, your throwing technique is amazing. Can you teach me? I want to learn. Might Guy also approached, genuinely looking at Sakai. Young man, your throwing motion is very standard. Even some details are more refined than what we teach in school. Truly remarkable for someone of the Uchiha clan. Even Sakai possesses extraordinary talent and effort. It's just occasional guidance from my father. Sakai sighed inwardly, thankful that it was merely shuriken throwing. As long as one was willing to work hard, accuracy would not be low. Although it didn't quite align with his low-key nature, it was ultimately not a conflict. It was merely shuriken throwing, and even if he exhibited exceptional talent, it wouldn't attract too much attention. This display of talent would only pale in comparison to Kakashi, but he found an excuse. I just remembered the movements. Remarkable memory and control. Guy nodded. If you don't mind, could you demonstrate a few more times? I'd like to learn as well. Thus, for the next period, Sakai found himself instructing 3 students. Obito, Kai, and even Might Guy humbly sought advice on some details. Sakai carefully controlled his performance, showcasing only some basic techniques, yet even so, it was enough to astonish the 3. During the break, Obito slumped onto the grass. Sakai, you're truly impressive. Why do you perform so ordinarily at school? Because there's no need, Sakai replied while drinking some water, as long as my grades are sufficient. But you could definitely do better. Obito didn't understand. If I had your talent, I would work tirelessly to become Hokage as soon as possible. Kai nodded in agreement. Exactly. Youth is about giving your all. Sakai looked at their eager eyes and suddenly smiled. Sometimes taking it slow is also a choice. What do you mean? Just like the fireworks. Sakai pointed to the sky. Although it's daytime now and there are no fireworks, if all the fireworks burst at once, it would be spectacular, but it would end quickly. However, if they are released one by one, it can last longer, and each burst has its own beauty. Obito nodded, somewhat understanding. Kai, however, fell into deep thought. Might Guy looked at Sakai, his eyes profound. Young man, your thoughts are quite unique. However, there are many paths in youth, and everyone has their own rhythm. As long as you do not waste your time, any choice is the correct one. That afternoon, the 4 trained together until dusk. As they left, Obito excitedly said, Sakai, let us train together often from now on. You, me, Kai, and Rin. She mentioned wanting to learn medical ninjutsu. We can all improve together. Alright, Sakai nodded. Walking on the way back, the setting sun elongated his shadow. Through his sensory perception, he could hear Obito and Kai saying their goodbyes in the distance, hear Rin helping to prepare dinner, and hear Kakashi practicing chakra control in his room. And within himself, the chakra flowed steadily, coupled with the dormant thunder power. Today's check-in on shuriken mastery had already been fully assimilated. The gradual increase in chakra was also progressing steadily. The friendship with Obito, Rin, and Kai was quietly being established. Everything was advancing according to plan, low-key, ordinary, and steadily growing. Until one day, when the time came to showcase his strength. Sakai pushed open the door, and his mother, Misaki's gentle voice came. You're back? Wash your hands and prepare for dinner. MHM. He replied, glancing out at the darkening sky. Although fireworks are beautiful, they will eventually fade. What he needed to do was to become a more dazzling and enduring light when the time comes. Until then, it was sufficient to slowly accumulate strength. In the 42nd year of the leaf, entering summer. In the courtyard of the Uchiha residence, sunlight filtered through the green leaves, casting patterns on the ground. Sakai lay beneath the eaves, his eyes half closed, seemingly dozing off. Yet his sensory perception spread out like an invisible web. This perception, akin to the observation haki, entirely evaded the risk of being detected due to its different power system, and Sakai increasingly enjoyed this feeling of being in control. In the distance at the 3rd training ground, Kai was doing his 1000th push-up, the counting clear in the air. He could also see Obito clumsily practicing shuriken throwing in the Uchiha clan's territory. Even the direction of the Leaf Hospital was within his perception range. As his physical strength continued to grow, his sensory range expanded as well. Rin's gentle chakra was communicating with the medical ninjas there. Thanks to the connections his parents left behind, Nawaki Rin had early access to the Leaf Hospital, systematically learning medical knowledge, but these were not his primary focus. His perception focused on the other side of the courtyard, on the man guiding Kakashi in swordsmanship, Uchiha Sakumo. The White Fang of the Leaf, once instilling fear in his enemies, was still strong, but Sakai could see some subtle changes. Sakumo's chakra remained vast like the sea, yet in recent months, within that originally sharp chakra flow, a slight, imperceptible sluggishness began to emerge. Like a knife, no matter how well it is maintained, it cannot completely avoid the erosion of time. What weighs more heavily on Sokka is the look in his father's eyes. Kakashi, this angle of the knife could be a tad more cunning. Sakumo, holding the knife, corrected his son's posture, reminding him that enemies will not stand still for you to strike. You must anticipate their evasions. Yes, father. Kakashi, drenched in sweat, but with an astonishing focus in his eyes. He had already turned 5, and according to the standards of the Ninja Academy, he had several more years to go before graduation. Yet Kakashi's talent led everyone to believe he would graduate early at the age of 6, possibly even setting a new record. Sakumo gazed at his son, a complex array of emotions flashing in his eyes. Pride, worry, and a hint of fatigue. Ever since returning from that mission, his father had fallen into this state. That will be all for today. Sakumo sheathed the knife and went to take a bath. Tonight we... His words were interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside the courtyard. 2 men dressed in chunin vests passed by the entrance, their voices indistinct, yet discernible in Sokka's sensory perception. Have you heard? The White Fang's mission last month. The border reconnaissance one, wasn't it a failure? It is said that he missed the optimal moment to strike because he saved his teammates, allowing the target to escape. Now the border situation is tense, and the higher-ups are quite dissatisfied. TSK, the eternal dilemma of mission versus comrades. The voices faded into the distance. In the courtyard, Sakumo seemed to have heard something, pausing momentarily before quickly returning to normal. Kakashi looked up in confusion. Father? It's nothing. Sakumo patted his son's shoulder, urging him to go. Sokka closed his eyes, yet waves of turmoil surged within. Here it comes, the foreshadowing from the original work. Sakumo's choice of comrades led to the mission's failure, ultimately driving him towards tragedy under public pressure. He was aware of this, but did not expect it to come so soon. That evening, the atmosphere at dinner was somewhat delicate. Misaki had prepared a lavish meal, but Sakumo barely touched it. He would occasionally pause with his chopsticks, gazing out the window. Sakumo, are you worn out from the mission? Misaki asked softly. Yes, there have been quite a few border missions lately. Sakumo replied, forcing a smile, no need to worry. But Sokka could clearly sense the chaotic flow of chakra within his father's body. It was not physical fatigue, but rather a psychological burden. Father, Kakashi suddenly spoke up. I heard from Teacher Minato that you completed many high-level missions in your youth, never encountering defeat. Minato? Namikaze Minato? Sokka's heart stirred. Indeed, Kakashi seemed to mention that name often lately. It appeared he had made contact with the future 4th Hokage. As one of Konoha's top combatants, Sakumo had long paved the way for his eldest son, Kakashi. Sakumo smiled, though the smile seemed somewhat forced. That was in the past. The ninja career is long. No one can avoid mistakes forever. But you are the strongest, Kakashi declared with determination. I will become an excellent ninja like you, complete all missions, and protect my comrades. Sakumo looked at his son, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes, quickly concealed. Kakashi, you must remember, on the path of a ninja, sometimes there are no perfect choices. That night, Sokka lay in bed, extending his sensory perception into his father's study. Sakumo had not slept. He sat at his desk, a mission report spread out before him. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face, which, usually resolute, was now filled with struggle. Soft footsteps echoed from outside the study. It was Misaki. Still awake? She entered, holding a cup of tea. Sakumo looked up and took the cup. I am reviewing the last mission. The two fell silent for a moment. Misaki sat down opposite Sakumo. I heard about those discussions. Sakumo tightened his fingers. You heard about it too? The village. Misaki's voice was soft. Sakumo, you do not need to pay attention to those words. You saved a teammate. That was the right choice. But the mission failed. Sakumo's voice was low. Because of my choice, the Border Intelligence Network has a gap which could endanger the village. Which is more important, a teammate's life or the village's safety? This question, Sokka had seen countless times in the original work, but witnessing the struggle of the person involved was a completely different experience. Misaki grasped her husband's hand. For you, saving that teammate, your choice was everything. For others, it was as well. But what about the other ninjas who might sacrifice due to the lack of information? Sakumo countered, his voice tinged with pain. Though the Hokage did not blame me, I know the higher-ups are very dissatisfied with this failure. Moreover, he paused, moreover, the shadow of war is drawing closer, and every failure could tilt the scales. The study fell silent once more. Sokka withdrew his perception, lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling. A sense of helplessness washed over him like a tide. He knew what would happen. He knew his father would ultimately succumb to the pressure and choose to end his life. He understood how much that would hurt Kakashi, how it would cast a shadow over his elder brother's life. But what could he do? A 5-year-old body, deliberately concealing his strength. Even if he told his father that he would take his own life in the future, what effect would it have other than being dismissed as nonsense? System, sign in. He habitually recited in his mind, although he knew that daily sign-in rewards could not resolve such issues. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward acquired. Chakra control techniques. Micro-manipulation edition. New knowledge flooded in concerning how to control chakra with greater finesse. Under ordinary circumstances, Sokka would have felt elated, but now he only felt a sense of irony. Even if he could control chakra at a molecular level, what use would it be? Could he change people's hearts? Could he reverse public opinion? Could he free his father from the burden of those idle words? The next day at the Ninja Academy, Sokka still maintained an above-average performance, not drawing attention, yet today, the whispers around him made him feel anxious. During the break, several upperclassmen were discussing in the hallway. My father said the White Fang has not been quite right lately. Because of that mission, right? He saved his teammate but lost the mission. Truly. If you ask me, a ninja should prioritize missions. Saving a teammate but putting the village in danger, what kind of hero is that? Hearing this, Obito rushed over, infuriated. What do you know? The White Fang saved his comrade. Comrades are the most important. Oh, the tail end is defending someone. An upperclassman scoffed. No wonder your grades are so poor. It turns out your thoughts are just as naive. Just as a conflict seemed imminent, Sokka stepped forward and pulled Obito away. Let us go. It's time for class. Back in the classroom, Obito was still angry. Those people don't understand at all. Comrades are clearly the most important. Sokka, you agree, right? Sokka remained silent for a few seconds. Theoretically, yes. Theoretically, because reality is complex. Sokka looked out the window, recognizing that some choices would inflict pain no matter which side one chose. And the one making the choice must bear all the consequences. Obito seemed to grasp it to some extent while Rin looked thoughtfully at Sokka. Sokka-kun, you seem to think more than we do. That day after school, Sokka did not head straight home. He went to the Leaf Commercial Street, bought 3 skewers of dango from a vendor, and then walked towards the cemetery beneath Hokage Rock. The cemetery area was very quiet. Sokka stopped before a simple gravestone, placing the dango down. The gravestone was inscribed with the name Hatu Yashiki. His grandfather, whom he had never met, and Sakumo's father, who was also a ninja who had passed away too soon. Grandpa, if you were still here, how would you guide father?
Sokka murmured softly.
Of course, there was no answer, but he knew that the tragedies of ninjas often pass down through generations. Grandfather perished in battle, father is on the verge of an untimely death, and brother lives a life of solitude. Is this the fate of the flag? No. Sakaya clenched his fists, determined that at least in this generation, he would change it. But now he could do so little. A 5-year-old child. Could he interfere in the affairs of the adult world? Could he stand against the opinions of the entire village? Upon returning, the sky had already darkened. Kakashi was practicing shuriken in the yard, each throw hitting the target with unerring precision. Brother, where is father? Sakaya asked. In the study, Kakashi replied without turning. He has important documents to handle. Sakaya walked toward the study, pausing outside the door. Through his sensing ability, he perceived that his father was staring blankly at the documents on the table. It was not a mission report, but rather a draft of a resignation letter. Sakumo's hand trembled. He picked up the pen, then put it down, repeating the motion several times. Ultimately, he did not sign it. Instead, he crumpled the draft into a ball and tossed it into the wastebasket. At dinner, Sakumo appeared much calmer, yet the weariness in his eyes had deepened. Kakashi, Sakaya, he suddenly spoke after the meal. If one day I do something that disappoints you, would you hate me? Kakashi immediately shook his head. Father would never let us down. Misaki looked at her husband with concern. Sakumo. But Sakaya gazed into his father's eyes and earnestly said, Father, no matter what choice you make, you will always be our father. We will not hate you. We will only worry about you. Sakumo was taken aback, looking at his younger son's overly calm eyes. In that moment, he seemed to see not just a 5-year-old child. Thank you, Sakaya. Sakumo's voice was somewhat hoarse. That night, Sakaya once again expanded his sensing ability. His father did not go to the study, but stood in the yard, looking up at the moon. His chakra was still chaotic, yet there was an added hint of resolve. Sakaya felt uneasy. In the original story, Sakumo committed suicide only after Kakashi became a chunin, which was still a few years away. But now it appeared that the pressure might erupt prematurely. System, is there any reward that could help soothe emotions or enhance psychological resilience? He attempted to inquire. This system's rewards primarily focus on strength growth, while the probability of psychological support rewards is extremely low. As expected, Sakaya closed his eyes. He needed to grow stronger, strong enough to intervene at critical moments. However, physical growth required time, a process that could not be skipped. Perhaps he could approach it from another angle. A few days later, Sakaya stumbled upon an old photo album in his father's study. Inside were pictures of Sakumo in his youth with teammates, celebrating after completing missions and receiving commendations. "Father, who are these people?" Sakaya asked, pointing at the photos. Sakumo looked at the pictures, his eyes softening somewhat. "This is Aoi, my first teammate. This is Natsuko, a medical ninja who saved me 3 times. This is Tetsuju, who sacrificed himself in the Second Ninja World War." He introduced each one. Behind those words were living, breathing people, and memories of battles fought side by side. "They all trusted you, right?" Sakaya asked. Sakumo remained silent for a long while before nodding. "Yes. Then now you save that teammate, and in the future, he will introduce you to his children like this. This is Kiki Sakumo, my captain. He saved my life," Sakaya said. Sakumo's hand trembled slightly. Sakaya knew that such simple truths were often forgotten under pressure. He could not directly change his father's thoughts, but he could remind him of those overlooked things. As days passed, Sakumo's pressure seemed to ease slightly, but Sakaya knew that the root problem had not been resolved. The choices of missions and comrades, the pressure of public opinion, the looming shadow of war, these still existed. One night, while training in the small woods on the back mountain, Sakaya overheard a conversation in the distance. It was 2 Umbu discussing matters. The White Fang incident, the higher-ups are still deliberating. What are they discussing? Are they going to punish him? Hard to say. The current situation is tense. Mission failures affect daily operations even more. Moreover, some clans are taking the opportunity to exert pressure. Because the White Fang is not from a clan, just know that the factional struggles within the Leaf had never ceased. Sakaya's heart sank. It turned out that it was not only public opinion but also political strife. In the original story, Sakumo's tragedy was the result of multiple overlapping factors. What he faced now was precisely the stage where these factors began to ferment. Upon returning, Kakashi was practicing the recently learned lightning release, body flicker technique in the yard. A faint current spread across the ground. Although still immature, it already displayed astonishing talent. "Brother, you are amazing," Sakaya said. Kakashi paused his practice, wiping away sweat. "Not enough. I want to become stronger, strong enough to help father bear the pressure." He looked at Sakaya. "Sakaya, you must also work hard. We are the children of the Kiki. We cannot let father bear everything alone." Sakaya nodded. "I understand." But he knew that some pressures could not be resolved merely by becoming stronger. The weight of the human heart could sometimes be heavier than any enemy. Late at night, as Sakaya lay in bed, through his sensing ability, he perceived that his father was once again lost in thought in the study. Outside the window, autumn rain began to fall, pattering against the eaves like a silent sigh. The troubles of Kiki Sakumo were gradually accumulating, and all Sakaya could do was quietly observe, accumulate strength, and wait for that moment of intervention that might come, or might not come. Changing history has never been an easy task, especially when the main character of that history is someone close to you. On the first day of a new month, at 5:30 in the morning, Kiki Sakaya opened his eyes punctually. This had become his habit since his arrival in this world, waking up 2 hours before anyone else to refine chakra and train basic physical techniques. His 5-year-old body was still developing, but the daily accumulation had laid a far more solid foundation than his peers. System monthly check-in. Lying in bed, Sakaya silently recited in his heart. On the first day of each month, the quality of check-in rewards would improve, which was a moment he eagerly anticipated. Ding! Monthly check-in successful. Reward obtained. Complete Marine 6 styles. In an instant, a vast amount of information surged into his mind. This was not a simple explanation of techniques, but an entire comprehensive training system, from the basic physical fitness requirements to the detailed training methods for each technique, and further to advanced combination usage skills. It was as if countless images flashed through his mind, each movement dissected to the minutest detail. The Marine 6 styles came from the martial arts system of the pirate world. Shave. Instant high-speed movement, generating explosive reactive force by continuously stepping on the ground dozens of times. Iron body. Hardening the body like iron, defending against attacks. Paper drawing. Releasing all body strength to create airflow and evade the opponent's movements. Moonwalk. Walking in the air, similar to the application of shave in midair. Storm leg. Ultra-high-speed kicks generating vacuum slashes. Finger gun. Concentrating all body strength into the fingers, with enough power to pierce through steel. Even more precious was that the system also included techniques for combining these moves with chakra, such as how to use chakra to enhance leg muscles for high-speed shave, how to condense chakra on the body surface to form iron body defense, and how to sense airflow with chakra to complete paper drawing evasion. This was exactly what he needed at this stage. Sakaya sat up, excitement flashing in his eyes. The power of the thunder fruit was limited by his physical strength, and many techniques were temporarily unusable. Though his chakra refinement was steadily improving, he lacked practical combat skills. The Marine 6 styles, especially shave and paper drawing, could greatly enhance his mobility and evasive capabilities, elevating his actual combat strength without exposing his lightning abilities. More importantly, this set of physical techniques can be practiced openly. As long as it is described as training for advanced applications of basic physical skills, it will not raise suspicion. Starting with the technique known as shave. That evening, in a small grove at the back of Yes Mountain, once Sakai confirmed that no one was around, he began training according to the methods in his mind. The principle of shave lies in generating explosive speed by rapidly stepping on the ground dozens of times, which demands an extremely high level of leg strength and muscle control. On his first attempt, he lost balance after just 3 steps and nearly fell. On the second attempt, he managed 5. On the third, he reached 7. Not enough. Sakai panted, sweat trickling down his forehead. The 6 forms of the Navy truly deserve their reputation as elite martial arts in the world of One Piece. Even with a complete system for training, mastering them remains a challenge. However, he had an advantage, the fine control techniques of chakra manipulation. Closing his eyes, Sakai expanded his wave perception. His leg muscles, tendons, and skeletal structure, every detail was vividly presented in his awareness. Chakra slowly flowed towards his legs, not brutally enhancing strength, but delicately adjusting the rhythm of muscle contractions, tendon elasticity, and joint mobility. Once more, under the guidance of chakra, the leg muscles trembled at a specific frequency. Sakai took a deep breath and forcefully stomped the ground. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16. 23 steps completed in less than half a second. Bang! His body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, instantly covering a distance of 5 meters and crashing into a tree. It hurt, and Sakai rubbed his shoulder, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He had succeeded. Although the distance and speed were still insufficient, the principle was correct. Over the next week, Sakai devoted all his spare time to training shave. At the ninja school, the classes continued as usual. Sakai maintained a consistent performance, occasionally hitting the bullseye with his shuriken throws due to luck, while his physical fitness tests remained average, and his chakra control showed slow but steady progress. No one noticed that this seemingly lazy second son was undergoing a tremendous transformation within. Sakai, shall we go to the training ground together after school? On Friday afternoon, Abito leaned on the desk to extend the invitation. Rin mentioned that she wanted to learn new medical knowledge today, so it would just be the two of them. Sakai thought for a moment. Sure. He needed to test the effectiveness of shave in a practical environment, and Abito would make a good sparring partner. His abilities were not strong, but they were sufficiently genuine. In the third training ground, the two figures practiced against each other under the setting sun. Watch out! Abito threw 3 shuriken in a triangular formation. Sakai did not use wave perception, relying solely on his eyesight to judge their trajectory. At the moment the shuriken were about to hit, his leg muscles made subtle adjustments, chakra flowing. Shave! His figure blurred for an instant, effortlessly evading all the shuriken and appearing at Abito's left side. Wow! So fast! Abito's eyes widened. Sakai, what was that just now? It's the application of basic physical techniques. Sakai replied calmly, my father taught me. This was not a lie. There were indeed high-speed movement techniques within the flag flow swordsmanship, though they differed from the principle of shave. That's amazing. Can you teach me? Abito's eyes sparkled. You should first practice the basics. Sakai picked up the shuriken on the ground, noting that Abito still had issues with wrist strength. Look. He demonstrated the standard movements several times, and Abito genuinely imitated him. The two practiced until it grew dark before leaving. Sakai, have you been getting stronger lately? Abito suddenly asked as they parted ways. Though he couldn't quite put his finger on what was different, he felt that Sakai's movements had become much smoother. Really? Sakai tilted his head. Maybe it's because I've been consistent with my training. You too, your shuriken throwing has improved significantly. Is that so? Abito scratched his head bashfully. Then let us train together again next week. Sounds good. On the way back, Sakai reflected on today's training. The distance he could move with shave had stabilized at 10 meters, with the activation time reduced to about 0.3 of a second. This speed was already quite remarkable among the students at the ninja school, but there was still a gap from the demands of real combat. More crucially, the repeated use of shave placed a significant burden on his legs. With his current physical condition, he could only use it 3 times in a row before experiencing muscle soreness. He needed to enhance his physical training, Sakai thought to himself. The other techniques of the 6 forms of the Navy also needed to be prioritized. Iron block could enhance defense, and paper drawing could improve evasion. These 2 techniques, combined with shave, would give him a significant advantage in close combat. As for moonwalk, gale palm, and finger pistol, they required even higher physical standards, so for now, he could only understand their principles. System, daily sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. Slight enhancement of physique. Another warm current nourished his body. Although the daily sign-in rewards provided only small increments each time, they accumulated over time, and Sakai could feel that his physical condition had already surpassed that of his peers, even rivaling some slightly weaker chunin. That evening, the atmosphere at the Kiki residence during dinner remained somewhat tense. Shumo had been receiving fewer missions lately and spent more time at home guiding Kakashi. On the surface, it seemed that the village was being considerate of his pressure. But through his wave perception, Sakai detected conversations among the Umbu indicating that the higher-ups were treating him with cold indifference, neither punishing nor promoting him. Father, I learned the lightning beast tracking Fang today. Kakashi reported his progress at the dinner table. Lord Minato said this technique is well suited to complement my speed. Kamikaze Minato, Shumo nodded. He is an excellent ninja and a reliable senior. Kakashi, you should learn from him as much as possible. Yes. Misaki looked at the father and son with gentle eyes, but Sakai could sense her concern beneath her smile. His mother's chakra had also been unstable lately, and she seemed to be feeling unwell again. Mother, you should take care of yourself. Sakai placed a piece of meat in Misaki's bowl. Thank you, Sakai. Misaki smiled. By the way, next week is your birthday. What do you want? Birthday? Sakai was taken aback for a moment before recalling that the 7th month of the year 42 in the leaf calendar was approaching, and he would soon turn 6. And turning 6 meant the annual sign-in. I don't really want anything special. Sakai replied, just having dinner together is fine. That one tea do. Misaki ruffled his hair. At least we should buy a cake. Shumo looked at his second son with a complex expression. Sakai, how have you been at school lately? Pretty good. I've made a few friends and my grades are okay. Sakai answered. If you encounter any difficulties, you can always tell your father. I know. After dinner, Kakashi returned to his room to continue practicing ninjutsu. Shumo and Misaki conversed quietly in the living room while Sakai excused himself for a walk and returned to the back mountain. Tonight's training goal was paper drawing. Unlike the explosive nature of shave, paper drawing required extreme relaxation and sensitivity to airflow. Practitioners must release all the strength in their bodies, floating like paper in the wind, evading attacks by sensing the airflow created by their opponent's movements. Sakai stood in a clearing in the forest, closed his eyes, and fully unleashed his wave perception. Within a 10-meter radius, all sounds and movements were within his grasp. The trajectory of falling leaves, the airflow as insects flew by, even the faint vibrations of earthworms wriggling underground. He attempted to relax his body, allowing chakra to form a thin layer of sensing on the surface of his skin. The wind blew, and his body swayed slightly with the airflow, like a piece of paper hanging from a branch. Not yet enough. The essence of paper drawing lies in precise anticipation, sensing the trajectory of attacks in advance through changes in airflow. This required elevating his perception ability to an almost instinctual level. Sakai recalled the system reward for chakra control techniques. If he could refine his chakra to sense the movement of every air molecule. He attempted to split his chakra into countless fine threads, dispersing them throughout the surrounding air. Each thread extended like a tentacle, capturing the most subtle changes in airflow. A single fallen leaf drifted down from the tree, spinning gracefully as it descended. The moment it touched the threads of chakra, Saka saw its impending trajectory, shifting 3 centimeters to the left before accelerating downward. He slightly tilted his body, allowing the leaf to brush past the edge of his clothing. Success. Though it was merely avoiding a falling leaf, the principle of the mind's eye was indeed viable. What remained was to practice diligently, transforming this perception and reaction into instinctual responses. Training late into the night, Saka returned home, weary. At the entrance, he encountered Kakashi, who had just come back from outside. Brother, where have you been at this hour? With teacher Minato, Kakashi replied tersely. He taught me some advanced lightning release techniques. Under the moonlight, Saka noticed the evident fatigue in his brother's eyes, yet there was a stronger sense of determination. Kakashi was growing at an astonishing rate. Perhaps he truly could graduate early at the age of 6. Brother, you're pushing yourself too hard, Sokka remarked. I must become stronger, Kakashi replied, gazing at his younger brother. Father is under pressure, and I want to help share that burden. Sokka, you must also strive hard. Together, we will protect this. After a moment of silence, Sokka nodded. The two brothers returned to their respective rooms. Lying on his bed, Sokka instinctively unfurled his electric wave perception. His father's chakra was still chaotic in the study, while his mother's chakra in the bedroom was weak and unstable. Kakashi's chakra in the adjacent room was steady and resolute. And within himself, the growing chakra, alongside the awakening of the Navy 6 powers. System, check the current mastery progress of my abilities. A screen, visible only to him, unfolded. Host, Kazaka Sokka. Age, 5 years, nearly 6. Physique, user of the Sound Thunder Fruit. Chakra amount, elite lower ninja. Taijutsu, leaf flow technique, Navy 6 powers. Ninjutsu, proficiency in shuriken. Special abilities, electric wave perception, discharge, elementalization. The techniques of shave and paper drawing were merely the beginning, yet they had already propelled his combat abilities to a new level. If he were granted a few more months to master all 6 techniques to proficiency, perhaps he could truly do something when his father needed him the most. Outside the window, the moon was obscured by clouds, and the night deepened. Kazaka Sokka closed his eyes, replaying every detail of the Navy 6 powers in his mind. The path to strength was still long, but he had already found his direction. Remain low-key, accumulate, and wait for the opportune moment. Then, at the critical moment, unleash a power capable of altering fate. This was his choice, and it was also the way he would protect those dear to him. In the 42nd year of the leaf, autumn deepened. At dawn, outside the Ninja Academy, students gathered in small clusters. Sokka leaned against the trunk of a tree by the school gate, his eyes half closed, while his electric wave perception silently enveloped a radius of 50 meters. Have you heard? The White Fang's mission, my father said, it's troublesome this time. The rock-hidden village at the border seems to be making moves, all because the intelligence wasn't he obtained. What does it matter if he saved his teammates? A failed mission is a failure. Ninjas are supposed to be prepared for sacrifice. Sho, keep it down, his son is right there. Whispers buzzed like mosquitoes around him. Sokka opened his eyes and looked over. Kakashi was walking into the school gate, his back straight, yet the coldness in his masked eyes betrayed the weight of the rumors surrounding their father. It was not merely the result of training but a fluctuation of emotions. Sokka-kun. Good morning. A gentle voice interrupted his perception. No era Rin approached, her backpack slung over her shoulder, concern etched on her face. Kakashi-kun seems off today. Do you know what's going on? It's about our father, Sokka replied briefly. Rin fell silent for a moment. Those discussions are so unfair. The White Fang saved his comrades. That's clearly the right thing to do. Right or wrong depends on the perspective, Sokka stated. It's right for the rescued comrades, but wrong for the other ninjas who might sacrifice their lives because of it. For our father himself, he left the thought unfinished. But Rin seemed to understand, her worry deepening. During the morning theory class, teacher Yumino Irika specifically mentioned the principle of mission priority while explaining the mission regulations. The ninja's duty is to complete the mission. In extreme situations, it is permissible to sacrifice a comrade if necessary to ensure mission success. This is a harsh reality, but it is a choice that the majority must make to protect the village. The classroom was quiet. Kakashi sat in the front row, his back rigid. After class, several students gathered to discuss. So, did the White Fang do wrong? Should he have abandoned his comrades to complete the mission? Theoretically, yes. But when it comes to that moment, I heard that the saved Chunin had 2 children. If he died, those kids would be orphans. But what if the lack of intelligence leads to more ninjas sacrificing their lives? What happens to those families? The debate yielded no resolution. When the choice of humanity was laid bare against reality, it became an unresolvable knot. No matter how one argued, new questions would arise until the very issue was eradicated. Obito slammed his hand on the table. Comrades are the most important. If you can abandon your comrades, what kind of ninja are you? Yet this time, there were few voices in agreement. Sokka watched all of this, his heart growing cold. The tragedies from the original story were progressively becoming reality. Not sudden disasters, but a gradual erosion of a person's will through the boiling pressure of public opinion. During lunch break, Sokka found Kakashi on the rooftop. His brother sat by the railing, holding a bento untouched, his gaze fixed on the distant Hokage rock. Brother. Kakashi turned, his eyes slightly reddened beneath the mask. Sokka, did father truly make a mistake? This question left Sokka silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke. If you were the comrade being saved, would you think father was wrong? No. And if you were one of the ninjas who might sacrifice their lives because of the lack of intelligence? Kakashi clenched his fists. There is no correct answer. Sokka sat beside him. This was the cruelty of the ninja world. No matter how one chose, someone would be hurt, and the one making the choice had to bear all the blame. But Father Kakashi's voice was choked. He hasn't slept much these past few days. I can hear him pacing in the study. Mother is worried too. I know. In his electric wave perception, his father's chakra was becoming increasingly chaotic every day. The once brilliant elite ninja who adhered to the ninja code was being pushed to the edge of a cliff by the pressure of public opinion. A ninja known for mission perfection was facing a failure in evaluation for the first time, and a man who valued comrades was being criticized for being emotional. I want to help Father, Kakashi said, but I don't know how. Teacher Minato is right, Sokka thought. This is the world of adults. A child's power is insignificant. But children have their own ways. Brother, do you know why Father chose to save his comrades? Sokka asked. Kakashi shook his head. Because, for him, the comrades in front of him might be more important in the future. Sokka looked into his brother's eyes. This was not a matter of right or wrong, but of values. Their father had chosen his own path, and now he must bear the cost of that path. What we can do is not decide what is right for him, but rather tell him that no matter which path he chooses, we will be there for him. Kakashi seemed to understand, his eyes growing more resolute. I understand. I will support Father. During the afternoon practical training, Kakashi exhibited an unusually fierce demeanor. His opponent was Sarutobi Asuma, and the two engaged in a fierce clash at the training ground. Kakashi's speed was astonishing, unleashing lightning release techniques one after another, completely overwhelming Asuma. Enough! Instructor Kai called for a halt. Kakashi, this practical training is not about fighting to the death. Kakashi stopped, panting heavily, his eyes reflecting a complex and inscrutable emotion. After the training concluded, Sakaya, Obito, and Rin were on their way back when Obito was still seething over the argument from the morning. Those people simply do not understand. Is the life of a comrade not important? It is important, Sakaya replied, but to the higher-ups in the village, the overall benefit outweighs individual lives. That is their stance. Then if one day Rin encounters danger, and you have to choose between the mission and saving her, which would you choose? Obito suddenly asked. Sakaya paused in his steps. Rin blushed. Obito, don't ask such questions. But Obito stubbornly looked at Sakaya. I would save Rin, Sakaya said calmly, ready to bear all consequences. Obito was taken aback, then broke into a grin. I knew it. Sakaya, you are indeed a good person. Rin's face turned even redder, yet her gaze was gentle. After parting ways, Sakaya walked back alone. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, and the autumn breeze carried a hint of chill. In his sensory perception, he heard some unwelcome whispers. This time, things are troublesome for the flag. Although the third Hokage has not expressed his stance, it is said that Elder Danzo is quite dissatisfied. After all, it concerns border security. White Fang has indeed created a mess this time. What a pity, White Fang. The voices came from two passing Chunin. They did not notice Sakaya not far away, or perhaps they did not care. What could a 5-year-old understand? Sakaya clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. This was the Leaf Village, a place that appeared glamorous on the surface, yet was rife with political strife, calculated interests, and indifferent spectators. His father saved lives, but in doing so, he offended someone's interests and thus became a sacrificial pawn. Upon returning home, the atmosphere felt heavier than usual. Sakumo sat in the living room, a document spread before him. Misaki was brewing tea nearby, her movements gentle, yet Sakaya could sense her fingers trembling slightly. I'm back. Welcome back, Sakaya. Misaki forced a smile. Dinner will be ready soon. Go wash your hands first. Sakaya glanced at his father. Sakumo looked up, deep fatigue evident in his eyes, but he managed a strained smile upon seeing his son. How was school today? It was fine. Sakaya hesitated. Father, are you all right? Sakumo fell silent for a few seconds. I'm fine. But the chaotic chakra betrayed him. Sakaya could see that his father's chakra flow had numerous blockages, a result of prolonged mental stress. During dinner, Kakashi returned as well. The four of them sat around the dining table, yet no one spoke. Only the clinking of dishes echoed in the quiet room, making the silence feel even more pronounced. Finally, Misaki broke the silence. Sakumo, did the Hokage call for you today? Sakumo nodded. Yes, we discussed missions. There were no penalties, but for the time being, my workload will decrease, and I will mainly take on a guiding role. That is a good thing, Misaki said. You can rest more. Yes. Sakumo's voice revealed no emotion. But Sakaya knew that for a ninja like his father, the so-called rest meant marginalization, a lack of trust, and the fading of past glory. After dinner, Kakashi hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. Father, I believe you did nothing wrong. Comrade should be saved. Sakumo looked at his eldest son. His expression complex. Kakashi, you are still young. Some things. I am not a child anymore. Kakashi raised his voice. I understand that missions are important, but the lives of comrades are equally important. If we can abandon our comrades, then what are we as ninjas? The living room fell silent. Sakumo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Kakashi, thank you. But this matter is not so simple. Your father has his own considerations. You need not worry. He stood up and walked toward his study, his back slightly hunched. Misaki followed him, whispering something at the door of the study. Kakashi stood still, fists clenched, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Sakaya walked over and patted his brother's shoulder. Brother, go train. Only by becoming stronger can you protect those you wish to protect in the future. Kakashi glanced at him and nodded. Yeah. As night deepened, Sakaya lay in bed, his sensory perception once again extending. In the study, Sakumo sat at the desk, holding a short blade, his own sword, a symbol of White Fang. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a cold reflection on the blade. Misaki sat beside him, speaking softly. Yet Sakumo seemed not to listen. He merely stared at the blade, his eyes hollow. After a long while he spoke. Misaki, if one day I am no longer here, you and the children. Don't say such things. Misaki's voice quivered with tears. Sakumo, you cannot think this way. We are all here. Kakashi and Sakaya still need you, and I know, Sakumo interrupted her, his voice hoarse. I know, but I just cannot help but think about these things lately. Sakaya's heart sank. The worst omen had arrived. His father began to consider the possibility of not being here anymore, starting to make arrangements for after his passing. Though it was still vague, that thought had already emerged. He suddenly sat up, eyes wide open in the dark. No, this cannot continue. But what could he do? What could a 5-year-old change? Rush in front of his father and say, I know you are going to commit suicide, so please do not do it? What effect could it have other than being dismissed as childish nonsense? Perhaps he could seek out Namikaze Minato, the future 4th Hokage, already a jonin, held considerable influence in the village. Moreover, he had a close relationship with Kakashi and respected his father. But would Minato believe a 5-year-old's words? Sakaya lay back down, closing his eyes. In his sensory perception, his father's chakra remained chaotic. In the corridor outside the study, Kakashi stood there at some point, leaning against the wall with his head lowered. His brother sensed it too. He felt their father's unease, sensed a certain ominous premonition. Yet he felt equally powerless. Such is the sorrow of a child, watching helplessly as a loved one falls into despair, unable to do anything. Outside the window, the autumn wind rustled through the leaves. The tragedy of Sakumo had already begun to unfold. The pressure of public opinion, the cold shoulder from the higher-ups, and the torment of self-doubt. These invisible blades were gradually tearing apart this once mighty ninja. And Sakaya, this traveler with a system, felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Some things cannot be changed by strength. The weight of the human heart can sometimes be heavier than a mountain. He could only watch, sense, and record it all. Then he vowed within his heart. No matter what, this time, the outcome must be different. Even if it meant exhausting all means, even if it meant revealing all hidden powers, his father must survive. This was his promise to his father, and also his declaration of war against this world. The autumn sun always accompanied the chirping of insects and the rustling of grass, as if it were fighting against the world. Although the warm sun hung in the sky, that morning felt unusually cold. The sky was leaden gray, pressing down heavily. Sakaya woke up as usual before dawn, a sense of foreboding tightening his heart. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward. Minor enhancement of chakra. A warm current surged through him, yet it could not dispel the chill in his heart. Sakaya sat on the bed, fully extending his sensory perception to envelop the entire flag residence. The chakra of father was in the study, more chaotic than ever last night, like the surface of the sea before a storm, calm yet hiding surging undercurrents. The chakra of mother was in the kitchen, faint and wavering. She was preparing breakfast, but her movements were much slower than usual. Kakashi's chakra was in the bedroom, already awake, influenced by Shumo. Kakashi had also retained some of his habits and was refining his chakra. Everything seemed normal, yet Sakaya's intuition was screaming. He turned over in bed, silently approached the corridor. The study door was closed, but through the crack, he sensed that his father was sitting at the desk, holding that White Fang short knife. The blade was drawn 3 inches, its cold light fierce. "Father?" Sakaya knocked softly on the door. There was silence inside for a few seconds. Then Shumo's slightly weary voice replied, "Is that you, Sakaya? Let your father be for a while longer, all right?" The voice was very calm, eerily so. Sakaya's hand paused on the doorknob. He wanted to rush in, to tell his father not to do anything foolish, to convey that there was still hope. A flicker of struggle crossed Sakaya's eyes. Shumo reaching this point was the tragedy of the times, the tragedy of rigid thinking. This era was not yet ready to welcome the age of Shumo. A daring idea had already formed in his mind. Wait a little longer, transformation always accompanies pain. He needed this time. As for the White Fang, Sakaya had already devised a plan in his mind, a method of escape through death. Just because the White Fang concept was unworkable in the leaf didn't mean it couldn't work elsewhere. "Hey system, are we good?" Sakaya conversed with the system privately, but with the system's affirmative response, the pain in Sakaya's eyes finally eased. Indeed, it was possible. Next, all he needed to do was to follow the plan step by step. Then, breakfast will be ready soon. He finally uttered this sentence. Some things were best kept to oneself. Until that step was completed, it was better for fewer people to know. "I know, you go ahead." Sakaya turned around, each step heavy as lead. He arrived in the kitchen, where Misaki was frying eggs, her eyes vacant, her movements mechanical. "Mother." Misaki turned, forcing a smile. "Sakaya, you're up so early? Just wait a bit longer, breakfast will be ready soon." "Father," Sakaya hesitated. Misaki's smile vanished. She set down the spatula, knelt down, and touched Sakaya's hair. "Your father is tired lately. Let him rest more. You must be obedient and take good care of your brother. Understand?" This sentence felt like a farewell. A chill spread from Sakaya's spine throughout his body. He remembered the original story. The morning of Shumo's suicide was the same way, calm to the point that people didn't even notice anything was amiss until it was too late. "I'll go call brother," he whispered, turning and running toward Kakashi's room. Kakashi was already dressed, organizing his forehead protector. Seeing Sakaya's anxious expression, he frowned. "What's wrong?" "Father, something is off with father." Sakaya tried to keep his voice steady. "Let us go check." The 2 brothers arrived at the study door. Sakaya knocked again. "Father, breakfast is ready." There was no response. Kakashi's expression changed. He pushed the door forcefully, but it was locked from the inside. "Father, open the door." Kakashi pounded on the door. A deathly silence followed. Sakaya closed his eyes, his senses penetrating through the door. Inside the study, his father's chakra was rapidly weakening, like a candle flame extinguishing, dimming bit by bit. Fresh red liquid dripped from the blade. "Get out of the way." Sakaya suddenly opened his eyes, chakra exploding in an instant. He stepped back 2 paces, his leg muscles tensing, chakra condensing beneath his feet. "Shave." In an instant, his power erupted, his body turning into an afterimage, delivering a kick to the lock. The door shattered with a crash, splinters flying. The scene in the study froze time. Shumo sat at the desk, back to the door. The White Fang short knife was deeply embedded in his chest, blood soaking through his white jounin vest, spreading a dark red stain on the floor. His eyes remained open, gazing out at the lead gray sky, vacant and serene. "No, it can't be." Kakashi staggered back, colliding with the doorframe. His pupils contracted to pinpricks. The color drained from his face beneath the mask. A scream pierced the corridor, followed by the sound of shattered dishes. Sakaya stood frozen in place, unmoving. Shumo's chakra was gradually fading away, as if it had never existed. That once vast ocean of energy, sharp as a blade, was now merely a cold shell. This was death. Not the beautiful sacrifice of anime, not the tragic ending of novels, but a real, cold, bloody conclusion. "Shumo." Misaki rushed into the study, kneeling beside her husband, her hands trembling as she reached out, yet too afraid to touch. Tears rolled down her cheeks, but she did not cry out, biting her lip until it bled. Kakashi also knelt down, his fingers digging deeply into the floor, nails breaking, blood seeping out. His shoulders trembled, but there were no tears. Those once calm, sharp eyes were now frighteningly hollow. Sakaya remained standing. Strangely, he did not cry, did not shout, and even the feeling of sadness was faint. There was only a coldness, a bone-deep chill. This was the world of the Hokage, this was the ninja world, this was the reality he had crossed over into. A hero who saved his comrades, who faced the failure of a mission, who succumbed to the pressures of public opinion. chose to end his life with the knife that had accompanied him for half a lifetime. And how would the village evaluate this? What would people say? The White Fang man committed suicide? It must be because of that incident. He couldn't bear the pressure after failing the mission. His mental fortitude was too weak. How pitiful. Sakaya could almost imagine those discussions. Pity, sighs, even glee. No one would truly understand Shimo's pain. No one would care about what that saved comrade thought now. People only cared about the result, about the fall of the name White Fang. Sakaya. Misaki suddenly embraced him. Her voice hoarse. Sakaya, your father. Sakaya felt his mother's tears soaking his collar. He raised his hand, gently patting Misaki's back. Mother, I am here. His voice was calm, unlike that of a 5-year-old child. Kakashi lifted his head, looking at his brother. In those hollow eyes, something shattered and then re-solidified, turning into a cold, hard thing. Why? Kakashi's voice was very soft. Why did father? Because he was tired, Sakaya interrupted. Because he couldn't bear the weight of this village. Couldn't withstand the criticism and blame. Because he chose a path that couldn't be traversed in this world. Kakashi stared intently at Sakaya. What are you saying? I'm stating the facts. Sakaya stepped away from Misaki's embrace, moved to his father's side, looking at that lifeless face. This was his father, the White Fang, Shimo. A tragic figure with only a few strokes in the original story. A man whose death changed his son's entire life. And now he lay here, the knife he had used to take his life embedded in his chest. Father chose his comrades, but the village chose the mission. Sakaya continued, his voice devoid of any emotion, so he was wrong. In the rules of this world, he was wrong. The price of being wrong is death. Sakaya, stop talking. Misaki cried out, trying to intervene. But Sakaya did not stop. Brother, do you understand? This is how the rules of a ninja work. The mission surpasses all. Companions may be sacrificed, and emotions are weaknesses. If you wish to survive and protect those who matter, you must adhere to this rule, or... He paused, casting his gaze out towards the village of Konoha. Or be strong enough to break the rules. Kakashi's body trembled. He looked at his father, then at his brother, and finally at his weeping mother. The worldview he had constructed over 5 years collapsed in that moment. He had always believed that his father was a hero, a role model, the pride of Konoha. But now the hero had fallen. The role model had taken his own life, and the pride had turned into a joke. I need to step outside. Kakashi stood up, staggering as he exited the study, stepping through the door and disappearing into the morning mist. Misaki wanted to follow, but Sakaya held her back. Let your brother have some time alone. But he will come back. Sakaya replied, but when he does, he may not be the same brother anymore. Misaki looked at her second son, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. This child, who had always been lazy and indifferent, now bore a chilling calmness that was terrifying. Those were not the eyes of a child. Those were the eyes of someone who had witnessed life and death, who had seen through the world's truths. Sakaya, Mother, I will inform the Hokage. Sakaya interrupted her, you stay here with father. No, I must go. I will go. Sakaya's voice brooked no argument, you need to rest. He turned and left the study, stepping outside and heading towards the Hokage's office. His steps were steady, his expression calm, not a single tear shed. Passers-by on the street noticed him, some murmuring that he was the son of the White Fang. Isn't that the son of White Fang? I heard that White Fang. Shoo. Keep your voice down, the child can hear you. Sakaya kept his gaze straight ahead, continuing on without faltering. There was no need to consciously activate his sensory abilities. The whispers intruded upon his ears unabated. A sigh, cold indifference. This was Konoha, a place whose glamorous facade was built upon the accumulation of countless tragedies. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, a guard, a chunin, stopped him. Young man, you can't. Kakashi Shimo has committed suicide. Sakaya said calmly, I wish to see the Hokage. The chunin's expression changed. He studied Sakaya for a few seconds, observing the face that seemed to be carved from the same mold as Kakashi Shimo. The reality of the situation had surpassed his ability to comprehend, and he hurriedly turned to go announce the news. A few minutes later, Sakaya was brought into the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at his desk, his pipe already extinguished. He looked weary, his eyes filled with profound regret, though it was difficult to discern how much of it was genuine. Sakaya was too drained to argue with the man before him. Sakaya, your father. He is dead. Sakaya stated, each word deliberate. He took the White Fang's short blade to pierce his heart. Hiruzen closed his eyes, letting out a long sigh. It is my fault. I should have noticed sooner. I should have talked to him more. It is meaningless to speak of such things now. Sakaya interjected, Hokage, please send someone to handle the aftermath. Also, my brother Kakashi left just now. I hope the Umbu can locate him and ensure his safety. Hiruzen opened his eyes, scrutinizing the silver-haired boy before him. A 5-year-old child, facing the death of his father, as calm as could be. No cries, no breakdowns, only a chilling, almost ruthless rationality. I understand. The Umbu will act immediately. Hiruzen pressed the bell on the desk, and several Umbu appeared in the office. Go find Kizashi and also locate Kakashi. Understood. Once the Umbu departed, Hiruzen looked at Sakaya. Do you need me to send someone to accompany you back? No. Sakaya shook his head. I can manage on my own. Also, Hokage, for my father's funeral, please keep it simple. He disliked extravagance. Hiruzen nodded, very well. As he left the Hokage's office, the rain began to fall. The autumn rain was fine and cold, landing upon his face like tears. Yet Sakaya shed no tears. He walked in the rain, expanding his sensory awareness to its fullest range. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. He could sense the entire village's electromagnetic signals, hear the conversations, the discussions, the sighs. Yet he could no longer sense his father. That once warm and powerful source of chakra had vanished forever. Upon returning to the Kizashi residence, the Umbu had already arrived ahead of him. They carefully moved Shumo's body out, covered with a white cloth. Misaki stood at the entrance, her eyes red and swollen, but no longer crying. She held Kakashi, who had just been found, whose expression was devoid of any emotion, like a delicate doll. Sakaya approached and stood beside them. Sakaya. Misaki reached out, wanting to embrace him, but Sakaya gently evaded. Mother, I am fine. He looked at Kakashi, who was also gazing back at him. Their similar eyes met, one hollow and cold, the other calm and undisturbed. Brother, father is dead, Sakaya said, but we are still alive. You must remember today, remember how father died. Remember how this world treated him. Kakashi's lips moved, but no sound emerged. Then grow strong. Sakaya continued, his voice soft yet each word etched into the heart like a blade. Strong enough that no one can harm us. Strong enough to protect those we wish to protect. Strong enough. He gazed towards the misty village of Konoha. Strong enough to change this foolish rule. The rain fell harder, pounding on rooftops, hitting the courtyard, striking the 3 lifeless bodies. Kizashi Shumo had died, and the White Fang had fallen. On this morning, a part of the hearts of 2 children also died, only to be reborn in different ways. Kakashi would walk the path of the original narrative, viewing the mission as everything, seeing emotions as weaknesses, until many years later he would gradually find himself again. As for Sakaya, he closed his eyes, silently reciting in his heart, power. I need power. Not to become a hero, not to seek approval, but to protect, to safeguard those who remain, to preserve that little bit of peace. If the rules of this world are wrong, then I shall break them with power. If this village is indifferent, then I shall change it with power. If fate is inescapable, then I shall overturn it with power. Amidst the sound of the rain, Sakaya fully understood the significance of his journey for the first time. He was not here to be a bystander, not here to repeat a tragedy. He was here to change everything, even if it meant using the most extreme methods, even if it meant walking a path different from everyone else. Shumo's funeral was held a week later, simple and desolate. As Sakaya had requested, the ceremony was kept modest. The Hokage personally attended, offering a few words of condolence, and several jonin who were close to Shumo came to pay their respects, followed by a handful of Umbu colleagues. There was no grand scene, no public farewell. The fall of the White Fang was as silent as autumn leaves drifting to the ground. Misaki remained composed at the funeral, so calm it was heart-wrenching. She wore a black kimono, holding her 2 sons' hands, not shedding a single tear from beginning to end. Yet Sakaya could sense that the chakra fluctuations within his mother were weak, nearly extinguished. It was a sign of a heart that had died. It was as if this woman had never appeared in the Shippuden arc. Her life was fading along with that of her husband, Shumo. Kakashi wore a mask, concealing his expression, but the eyes that were visible were hollow, like a deep well. He stood straight, positioned on the other side of his mother, like a delicate doll, bowing in acknowledgement to each mourner, yet devoid of life. Sakaya stood on the other side of Misaki, equally calm. He wore a black child's kimono, his silver hair neatly combed, his eyes coldly observing everything. My condolences, Mrs. Kizashi. Minato Namikaze approached, his blonde hair glinting in the autumn sunlight. He crouched down, sincerely gazing at Kakashi and Sakaya. Kakashi, Sakaya, your father is a true hero. Remember this. Kakashi did not respond, merely nodding slightly. Sakaya lifted his eyes to look at the future fourth Hokage. In Minato's eyes, there was genuine sorrow, as well as concern. Yet, at that moment, Sakaya had no inclination to discern the deeper meanings behind those emotions. Thank you, Lord Minato. I will trouble you to take care of my brother, he said calmly. Minato was taken aback, seemingly not expecting a 5-year-old to be so composed. He patted Kakashi on the shoulder and ruffled Sakaya's hair, softly saying, if you need anything, feel free to come find me. After the funeral, the Hatake household fell into a prolonged silence. Misaki began to isolate herself in her room, sometimes not emerging for an entire day. Kakashi, on the other hand, became unusually taciturn, spending every day, aside from meals, locked away in the training room, training obsessively. The sound of shurikens slicing through the air and the buzzing of lightning techniques echoed from morning till night, almost incessantly. Sakaya continued to attend the ninja school daily, maintaining an average grade, neither outstanding nor lagging behind. Obito and Rin attempted to comfort him, but he always responded with a faint, I'm fine, before changing the subject. Only late at night, in the small grove on the back mountain, did Sakaya reveal his true self. Shave. His figure instantly vanished from his original spot, reappearing beside a tree 10 meters away. His speed had increased by at least 30% compared to a week ago, and his movement range had extended to 15 meters, but it was still insufficient. Sakaya closed his eyes, feeling the power of the thunder fruit coursing within him. His electric wave perception expanded to its limit, allowing him to clearly see all electromagnetic signals within a radius of 100 meters. However, this was merely passive perception. He needed to apply it actively. Shunshin, the advanced application of the thunder fruit, involved transforming his body into lightning to move at near light speed. Theoretically, this was a faster method of movement than shave, but it placed a greater burden on the body. Sakaya took a deep breath, merging his chakra with the power of lightning. Weak arcs of electricity danced across his skin, causing his body to become blurred, as if he might dissolve into electric light at any moment. Yet 3 seconds later, the arcs extinguished, and the elemental state gradually dissipated. His physical strength was still inadequate. Sakaya wiped the sweat from his forehead. He could only maintain the elemental state for 3 seconds, and the transformation was incomplete, rendering it merely a temporary defensive state, somewhat akin to might, unable to achieve true lightspeed movement in a short time. He then attempted another skill, lightning. This was the fundamental attack method of the thunder fruit, releasing high-voltage electricity from within to strike enemies. Sakaya raised his hand, palm facing a tree 10 meters away. Zizizi. A slender arc of electricity shot from his palm, extending 8 meters in the air before dissipating. The voltage was too low, and the current too weak, merely serving as a simple attack method, with a power level estimated between C-rank and B-rank ninjutsu. The chakra conversion rate was too low, and his body's endurance was limited. Sakaya frowned. He needed more training. System, daily sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, chakra control technique, thunder attribute transformation volume. New knowledge flooded into his mind, detailing how to transform chakra into the lightning attribute and combine it with the abilities of the thunder fruit, precisely what Sakaya needed at this moment. It was timely. He began to follow the methods provided by the system, attempting to convert chakra into the lightning attribute. This was not easy. It was initially very challenging, as chakra was a blend of spiritual energy and physical energy, while lightning was a force of nature, with two completely different natures. Especially since, despite containing the wild power of thunder, it did not belong to the same power system. A reasonable guiding method was required. However, Sakaya had electric wave perception, allowing him to clearly sense every flow of energy within his body. Chakra ran through his meridians, while the power of the thunder fruit lay dormant within his cells. The two seemed distinct, yet there was a subtle connection. Imagining chakra as a conductor and the lightning power as an electric current, Sakaya murmured to himself, embarking on a new attempt. This time, he did not forcefully convert chakra into lightning. Instead, he used chakra as a medium to guide the lightning power within him. Zizizi. A stronger arc of electricity leapt from his palm, instantly extending 10 meters, striking the ancient tree that required 2 people to embrace, leaving a charred hole through which a glimmer of light refracted. He had succeeded. A spark of brilliance flashed in Sakaya's eyes. Indeed, the thunder fruit was formidable. Just the simplest guidance of power had allowed a casual strike to rival the future Kakashi's develop-level ninjutsu Chidori, without the need for complex hand seals. Clenching his fist, arcs of electricity erupted from his knuckles, creating astonishing sparks. Even as the user, Sakaya felt a thrill from the penetrating power of thunder, though it was predominantly one of delight. In the days that followed, he played the role of an ordinary student during the day and secretly trained in the back mountain at night. The 6 styles of the Navy were rapidly improving bit by bit. The movement distance of shave had increased to 20 meters, with the activation time reduced to 0.2 seconds. The range of paper drawing perception expanded, allowing him to anticipate attacks half a second in advance. He had preliminarily mastered iron block, enabling him to instantly harden his skin to withstand ordinary shuriken strikes. Meanwhile, the development of the thunder fruit progressed steadily. Lightning's range had reached 15 meters, with sufficient voltage to incapacitate medium-sized animals instantly. Under controlled voltage output, it could kill an elephant in an instant. Although Shunshin still could not achieve true light-speed movement, when used in conjunction with shave, it could triple his movement speed, making his trajectory even more difficult to capture. Consequently, in the comprehensive strength assessment, the system panel jumped directly over the Genin level, qualifying him as Elite Chunin. Further advancement would place him between Chunin and Jonin as a Special Jonin. One day after school, as Sakaya stepped out of the school gate, he saw Kakashi waiting outside. After a week apart, his brother appeared slightly thinner, but his eyes were sharper, like a sword drawn from its sheath. "Brother, what brings you here?" "Follow me," Kakashi replied succinctly, turning to walk away. Sakaya followed, and the two made their way to the Hokage building. Kakashi walked straight to the mission issuance area and, under the astonished gaze of a Chunin, handed over a document. Hatake Kakashi, applying for early graduation assessment. His voice was calm, yet it momentarily silenced the entire mission hall. The ninja who were taking on missions turned to look, whispering amongst themselves. "Isn't that the son of White Fang? He wants to graduate at just 6 years old? I heard his talent is quite high, but this seems too early." The Chunin responsible for receiving the documents took a glance at the file and frowned. "Kakashi, you are only 6 years old, according to regulations. The regulations allow for early graduation under special circumstances." Kakashi interrupted him. "I have already obtained the consent of our homeroom teacher, Irika, and the supervising Jonin Minato Namikaze. Now I merely require the Hokage's approval." The Chunin hesitated for a moment. "Please wait, I will go ask." He hurried away with the document. Kakashi stood straight as a rod, ignoring the murmurs around him. Sakaya stood beside him, effortlessly collecting the hushed discussions with his electric wave perception. It must be because of his father, right? He probably wants to prove himself. Graduating at 6 years old? That has never happened in the history of Konoha, has it? But he is White Fang's son. Perhaps he truly can manage it. A few minutes later, the Chunin returned, followed by an Umbu. The Umbu glanced at Kakashi, his voice devoid of emotion beneath the mask. "The Hokage wishes to see you, and your brother." The two brothers were led to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the desk, looking at the document in his hand, his expression complex. "Kakashi, have you truly thought this through?" Hizashi set down the documents, his tone gentle yet serious. "Graduating early means you must immediately commence missions, confronting real battles and the specter of death. You are merely 5 years old. I have considered it carefully, Hokage." Kakashi's voice exhibited no tremor. "I possess the strength of a genin, and remaining in school would be a waste of time." Hizashi turned to Sakaya. "Sakaya, what is your opinion?" Sakaya looked up, meeting the Hokage's gaze. "This is my brother's decision, and I respect it. However, your father has just departed, and your mother requires care." "I will take care of mother," Sakaya replied calmly, "and besides, my brother's graduation does not imply he will leave. He merely wishes to become a ninja sooner, to serve the village." Such words rang grand, yet Hizashi discerned the underlying meaning. Kakashi sought to demonstrate through action that he had not faltered, to respond to the whispers with his strength. The elder sighed, stamping the documents. "Very well. The assessment will be held 3 days hence, consisting of practical combat. Should your performance meet the standards of a genin, your graduation will be approved." "Thank you, Hokage." Kakashi bowed and turned to leave. Sakaya followed closely behind, and as they exited the Hokage's office, he softly inquired, "Brother, are you truly prepared?" Kakashi paused for a moment, not looking back. "Father once said, a ninja has no time to prepare. One must act when necessary." "And what do you intend to do after graduation? Join Minato's team?" "Sensei Minato has already agreed. There will also be 2 teammates, Obito Uchiha and Rin Noera." A hint of emotion finally flickered in Kakashi's voice. "Obito's group is the weakest. However, since it is Minato-sensei's arrangement, I shall accept it. But until Obito and Rin graduate, Minato-sensei will not intervene deliberately. I will temporarily be assigned to another team as a provisional member, accompanying them on missions until Minato's team is complete. Sakaya understood. In the original narrative, Minato's team had already been planned out, quietly awaiting Obito and Rin's graduation 4 years later. This time, Kakashi's mindset would be even more extreme. His obsession with missions and rules intensified. Brother, Obito and Rin are good people, Sakaya remarked. Do not be too harsh on them. Whether in the temporary team or the future Minato's team, do not abandon those who are here now. Kakashi fell silent for a few seconds. A ninja does not require good people, only comrades capable of completing missions. With that, he quickened his pace, leaving Sakaya behind. Sakaya watched his brother's retreating figure, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He knew that from this day forth, Kakashi would tread a solitary path, completing missions in a frenzied manner within the so-called temporary team, indifferent to the deaths of comrades, until no new teams would dare to utilize him. Until 4 years later, when Minato's team was officially formed, it would merely mark the beginning of a new cycle of loss. Losing their father, losing Obito, losing Rin, losing the Minato couple, and perhaps one day losing their mother, transitioning from having everything to having nothing. Years later, amidst the ebb and flow of loss and gain, Kakashi would gradually rediscover himself. But he would not allow his brother to wait that long. 3 days later, at the third training ground, Kakashi's graduation assessment was to be held here. The examiners were Minato Namikaze and 2 other special jonin, while the audience included Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and several curious jonin. Sakaya stood at the edge of the crowd, his sensory waves locking onto Kakashi in the arena. His brother was clad in standard ninja attire, a mask obscuring half his face, revealing only one cold eye. His opponent was a seasoned chunin, skilled in taijutsu and wind release. Begin. With Minato's command, the chunin launched the first attack. His speed was swift, almost instantaneous as he closed in on Kakashi, delivering a punch aimed at his face. But Kakashi was faster. Utilizing the Kage Flow's high-speed movement, paired with the Kage Blade technique, he was capable of delivering a fatal blow in an instant. In this comparison, Kakashi's steps were more exquisite. While evading, he had already completed the necessary hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Electricity surged from beneath Kakashi's feet, instantly covering a radius of 5 meters. The chunin was forced to leap back, but Kakashi pursued, his kunai stabbing toward the throat. Clang. The chunin blocked with his kunai, and they exchanged a flurry of blows in an instant. The sound of metal clashing was dense like rain. Although Kakashi was young and lacked strength, his speed and technique completely overpowered his opponent. Lightning release. Lightning ball. A fist-sized lightning sphere shot forth from Kakashi's palm. The chunin sidestepped to evade, but the lightning sphere suddenly split into 3 mid-air, encircling from different angles. What? The chunin could only brace for impact using chakra to shield his vital points. The sphere detonated with a brilliant flash, sending the chunin flying, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Silence enveloped the arena. A 5-year-old had defeated a chunin. Although it was merely an assessment and the opponent might have held back, this performance had already surpassed the standards for a genin. Qualified, Minato announced, admiration mingling with a hint of concern in his eyes. Hiruzen nodded, speaking to an umbu beside him. The umbu departed, returning minutes later with a black-banded forehead protector. Kakashi Hatake, from this day forth, you are officially a genin of Konohagakure. Hiruzen personally handed the forehead protector to Kakashi, reminding him, remember, the path of a ninja is fraught with thorns, but your comrades and village will always be your home. Kakashi accepted the forehead protector, his expression unchanged. Yes, Hokage. The observing jonin erupted into applause. Some approached to offer congratulations, while others murmured among themselves. Yet Kakashi merely nodded in acknowledgement before striding toward Minato. Sensei Minato, when does my first mission begin? Tomorrow. I have already arranged a team for you. You simply need to report to the mission center, and a team will come to assist you. Minato regarded his student, speaking softly, Kakashi, do not rush. Some matters require time. I understand, Kakashi replied, but his cold gaze indicated that he did not truly comprehend. Sakaya turned and left the training ground, not going to congratulate his brother. He knew that from this day forth, Kakashi would immerse himself in missions, using countless tasks to numb himself, to correct their father's mistakes, to escape the unbearable sorrow, and he too needed to quicken his pace. That night, in the wooded area behind the mountain, Sakaya stood in the center of a clearing, closing his eyes. His sensory waves expanded to their limits, chakra and electricity coursing through his body. Teleportation. His body instantaneously elementalized, transforming into a flash of lightning that vanished from the spot. The electric light flickered, leaving behind several afterimages in the air, before finally coalescing 50 meters away. 1 second, 50 meters. Sakaya panted. It was not enough, but he had made progress. He raised his hand, gathering lightning in his palm. Lightning, a bolt as thick as an arm shot forth, striking a massive boulder 30 meters away. With a thunderous roar, the surface of the stone cracked, charred black. The power had doubled, and the range had increased. Yet Sakaya knew this was still far from sufficient. Against true strength, such power would barely tickle. System check progress. A light screen unfolded. Host, Hatake Sakaya. Age, 5 years. Physique, user of the Thunder Fruit. Overall strength assessment, Elite Chunin, approaching Special Jonin. Taijutsu, Leaf Style Taijutsu, proficient. Navy 6 Style Soru, skilled. Paper Drawing, skilled. Iron Block, beginner. Ninja Tools, proficient with Shuriken. Special abilities, Electric Wave Perception, radius of 200 meters, Lightning Discharge, skilled. Elemental Teleportation, skilled. Not enough, far from enough. Kakashi had already graduated and was about to step onto the battlefield. In the original work, the shadow of the Third Shinobi World War looms ever closer. Obito's death, Rin's sacrifice, Kakashi's Sharingan. These tragedies are all on a countdown. And he must possess the power to alter fate before it all unfolds. He continues his training. In the night, arcs of electricity once again illuminate the surroundings, the figure of the young man flickering through the forest like a silent thunder, accumulating the energy to obliterate all obstacles. The path of Kazaka Sairu has just begun. At the end of this road, he intends to rewrite all tragedies with his own hands. In the summer of the 46th year of the Leaf Village, the morning sunlight streamed through the paper windows into the room. Sairu opened his eyes. For the first time in 6 years, he did not immediately engage in chakra refining training. Today is the day of the graduation assessment. System check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. Chakra nature transformation. Wind affinity. The new energy characteristic merged within him, forming a subtle balance with the original lightning power. Wind and lightning, two attributes coexist within the chakra network, neither interfering with the other, yet subtly resonating. Sairu sat up, feeling the surging power within. Over the course of 6 years, daily check-in rewards and secret training have elevated his strength to an astonishing height. At least according to the system's assessment, he has officially entered the realm of Jonin. However, he would not reveal this today. Pushing open the door, Misaki was already waiting in the living room. His mother appeared to have aged considerably over the past 6 years. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes had deepened, yet her gaze remained gentle. Sairu, do your best in the graduation assessment, Misaki said as she handed him the prepared bento. Although you always say that as long as your performance is adequate, it suffices, today is indeed an important day. I know, mother, Sairu replied, accepting the bento. You need not worry too much. I will graduate. Misaki smiled softly, reaching out to adjust her son's collar. If your father were here, he would surely be proud of you. This statement caused Sairu to pause momentarily. Over the past 4 years, Shumo's name had seldom been mentioned, yet the shadow of that tragedy had never truly dissipated. Misaki's health continued to decline, her chakra dwindling day by day, while Kakashi had taken another extreme path, becoming a task-driven machine for the village. As for himself, beneath his seemingly laid-back demeanor, he was accumulating the power to change everything. I'm heading out. Be careful on the way. On his path to the ninja school, Sairu expanded his electromagnetic perception. Within a radius of 500 meters, all electromagnetic signals were clear to him. This was the result of 6 years of training, having expanded his sensing range 5-fold with improved precision. Obito was frantically adjusting his forehead protector. Rin had already arrived at school to review theoretical knowledge, and Yugao and Asuma were walking together, discussing the day's assessment content. And then there was Kakashi. His older brother was concealed in the shadows atop a roof 500 meters away, gazing towards the school. His chakra had grown significantly in the past 6 years, having reached the level of a special Jonin, astonishingly close to Jonin. Truly, he was Kakashi, his elder brother, blessed with prodigious talent. He had already begun his advance towards Jonin while his peers were still struggling to attain Chunin. Yet, that cold aura around him had intensified, akin to a blade tempered in blood. Surely he is watching, Sairu thought to himself. Ever since Kakashi had joined various teams as a temporary member to carry out missions, his reputation had plummeted. His overwhelming focus on task completion, coupled with a disregard for the safety of his teammates, had resulted in a consistently high casualty rate wherever he went. Gradually, no teams were willing to accept this genius. Only Minato, the fourth Hokage, would occasionally bring him along for missions when returning to the village. And the other two members of Minato's team, Uchiha Obito and No-Era Rin, had naturally become the focal points of Kakashi's attention. After all, once these two graduated, Minato's team would be officially formed. "Brother, you are still the same," Sairu sighed softly, retracting his perception as he entered the ninja school. The graduation assessment consisted of 3 parts: a theoretical test, throwing ninja tools, and practical combat. Sairu had a clear goal. He aimed to perform slightly above average in each section, ensuring a smooth graduation without drawing excessive attention. Even the arrangements for after graduation had been meticulously planned. Being a ninja was merely a fleeting existence for him. He only wished to quietly accompany his mother through her final days. Passing the ninja school exam would signify his liberation from the path of a ninja. That letter, retaining his ninja identity yet transitioning to a merchant, applying to establish a hot spring inn on the outskirts of the Leaf Village, would be personally delivered to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. With the lineage of the Kazaka clan, this was not a difficult task. He believed that Hiruzen would make a judicious judgment. His talent was not insignificant, yet it could hardly be deemed exceptional. Whether one more or one less, he would be just another face among the students at the ninja school. Were it not for the Kazaka name, he might not even qualify to be in the same class as those other children. For this generation of the Kazaka clan, having one Kakashi was already sufficient. He needed an identity that was free enough, flexible enough, and capable of appearing anywhere at any time. The theoretical test was straightforward, consisting of the foundational knowledge learned over the past 6 years. Sairu intentionally answered a few questions incorrectly, securing a score that placed him in the middle of the class. During the ninja tool throwing section, he demonstrated just enough skill to pass, 3 hits out of 5 with shuriken, while his kunai throwing was average, but his basic taijutsu movements were standard. Finally, it was time for practical combat. The first match, Kazaka Sairu versus Yama Aoi. Sairu stepped onto the training ground, facing the same 11-year-old Aoi. This child came from an ordinary ninja family, possessing average talent, yet trained diligently, placing him in the lower middle tier of the class. But effort is not an empty endeavor. It is recognized. Aoi would likely become a member of the Leaf's Jonin tier in the future, excelling in mind-reading techniques, summoning jutsu, and binding techniques, a rare talent who developed comprehensively in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. "Please take care of me," Aoi nervously assumed his starting stance. "Please take care of me," Sairu reciprocated, simultaneously adjusting his chakra output to suppress his strength to the mid-tier level of a genin. "Begin." Aoi was the first to attack, launching a straight punch towards Sairu's face. The speed was not fast, the force average, yet the stance was standard. Sairu sidestepped to evade while blocking with his right hand and counterattacking with his left. The movements were fluid, yet unremarkable, just like any ordinary student who had undergone 6 years of training. The two exchanged blows for over a dozen rounds, and Sairu deliberately left an opening, allowing Aoi's fist to graze his shoulder before sweeping Aoi's legs out from under him and pinning a kunai to his throat. "The winner is Kazaka Sairu," the examiner announced. Sairu sheathed his knife and extended his hand to help Aoi up. "You fought well." Thank you, Aoi responded, somewhat dejected, but still managed to express his gratitude. In the subsequent matches, Sairu maintained the same level of performance, winning, but not easily. Each match lasted a set duration, showcasing sufficient taijutsu foundation, yet lacking in highlights. Kazaka Sairu passed. Ultimately, the examiner marked a check on the list. Sairu let out a sigh of relief and walked to the sidelines. Obito was preparing anxiously, his face full of tension. "Obito, relax," Sairu said. "You've improved a lot recently, you'll be fine." "Really?" Obito's eyes brightened, but then his expression fell again. "But I seem to have gotten many of the theoretical questions wrong. Practical skills are key." Sairu patted him on the shoulder. "Go for it." Obito's opponent was Keisuke. As the battle commenced, Obito indeed appeared flustered, missing all his shuriken throws and making numerous blunders in his taijutsu. However, at the last moment, he inexplicably found a burst of strength, charging at Keisuke and crashing into his chest, both tumbling out of the ring. "A tie," the examiner announced with a sigh. "Both have passed." Taito rose to his feet, bruises marring his face, yet he beamed with radiant joy. "I passed." "Sakanai, did you see?" "I passed." "I did." Sakanai replied with a smile, "Well done." Next came Rin's assessment. The brown-haired girl dazzled all the examiners. Not only did she meet the physical fitness standards, but she also showcased her basic medical ninjutsu, treating her minor injuries sustained during the battle. Yahara Rin, excellent, passed. Rin sighed in relief and, as she descended from the arena, bestowed a gentle smile upon Sakanai and Taito. As the day of assessments concluded, out of 35 students, 28 had passed, while 7 would need to take a supplementary exam. Sakanai, Taito, and Rin were all on the list of those who passed. Congratulations on your graduation. Teacher Yumino Irika stood at the podium, his eyes filled with emotion. From this day forward, you are all ninjas of the leaf. Remember, the path of a ninja is fraught with danger, but your comrades and your village will always be your pillars of support. The students erupted in cheers, congratulating one another. Sakanai quietly packed his bag, his sensory perception honing in on a distant rooftop where Kakashi remained. His gaze fixed on Taito and Rin, his brow furrowed. Is he truly dissatisfied? Sakanai pondered. By Kakashi's current standards, Taito's performance was undoubtedly inadequate, while Rin, although outstanding, was often seen as a burden in combat due to her medical ninja status. Such a teammate would likely be hard for the perfectionist Kakashi to accept. After school, Taito excitedly proposed, "Let us go celebrate. I know a newly opened dumpling shop." "Sure." Rin nodded, looking toward Sakanai. "Sakanai-kun, would you like to join us?" "Sorry, I have some matters to attend to today." Sakanai politely declined. Perhaps tomorrow. He needed time to sort through his thoughts and plan his next steps. Graduation was merely the beginning. The real challenges lay ahead. After parting ways, Sakanai did not head straight home but instead ventured to a small grove in the back mountains. This was where he had secretly trained for the past 6 years. Every tree had witnessed his growth. System, check current status. A holographic screen unfolded, displaying data that had enriched considerably over the past 6 years. Host, Kazaka Sakanai. Age, 11 years. Physique, Thunder Fruit user. Wind affinity, overall strength assessment. Jonin, chakra volume, elite Jonin, taijutsu. Leaf style taijutsu, master. Navy 6 form Soru, proficient. Paper drawing, proficient. Iron block, skilled. Moonstep, beginner. Gale foot, beginner. Finger gun, skilled. Ninjutsu tools. Shuriken, proficient. Kunai, proficient. Ninjutsu. Body flicker technique, master. Lightning release. Landwalk, skilled. Wind release. Vacuum sphere, skilled. Thunder abilities. Electromagnetic perception. Radius of 500 meters. Elementalization. Can be maintained for 5 minutes. Lightning, proficient. Teleportation, proficient. Thunderbolt, skilled. Electric light, skilled. Thundershock, skilled. Electric therapy, skilled. Thunder metallurgy, beginner. Discharge, proficient. With Jonin level strength, elite Jonin level chakra volume, and proficient application of the Thunder Fruit, combined with the assistance of the Navy 6 forms, his power was already ranked among the top 20 in the Leaf. Yet it was not enough. The shadow of the Third Great Ninja War loomed ever closer. In the original narrative, this war would claim countless lives, including Taito's death, Rin's sacrifice, Minato's demise, and his mother Misaki's deteriorating health. I must move faster. Sakanai clenched his fists. He began training today, not in basic taijutsu or ninjutsu, but in the combined application of the Thunder Fruit and the Navy 6 forms. Soru Thunder Flash. His body instantly elementalized, merging with the high-speed movement of Soru. Like lightning, he flickered and twisted through the air, leaving behind several blue afterimages, instantly crossing a distance of 100 meters to appear at the far end of the grove. His speed approached that of sound, making his trajectory nearly impossible to predict. Gale Foot Thunder Slash. A super-speed kick from his leg generated a vacuum blade infused with lightning. A blue and white slashing wave tore through the air, cleaving 3 trees 30 meters away in half. Their cut surfaces charred, electricity still dancing upon them. The power rivaled that of high-level ninjutsu. Moonstep Thunder Sky. By stepping on the air, he created a counteracting force, propelled by lightning. His body soared into the air, twisting and turning among the trees as if flying. Although not true flight, his maneuverability far exceeded that of an ordinary ninja's jumps. The training continued until deep into the night, when Sakanai, drenched in sweat and having consumed over half of his chakra, finally paused to rest against a tree. He sensed that Kakashi had finally left his observation point and returned to the Kazaka residence. His mother's chakra remained weak but stable, providing him with some measure of comfort. As the system developed, some of his thoughts had begun to crystallize. Please wait for me, mother. Taito was too excited to sleep. Rin was organizing her medical notes, while Kurenai and Asuma were on a date. The night in the Leaf was peaceful, yet beneath the surface, currents of tension surged. It's coming. Sakana gazed at the night sky, knowing that Minato's team would soon be formed and the Third Great Ninja War was about to erupt. Taito's Sharingan, Rin's tailed beast sealing technique, Kakashi's solitude. These tragedies were ones he wished to merely observe from the sidelines, while some would inevitably ensnare him regardless of his choices. However, direct intervention was too perilous. Although he possessed Jonin-level strength now, he was still far from enough to face the likes of Uchiha Obito and Kagaya, the masterminds behind the scenes. Not to mention the internal political struggles within the Leaf Danzo's machinations and the Third Hokage's concerns. Allies were necessary. Sakanai contemplated. Minato-sensei was one, but he was currently spending part of his time on the front lines. Guy and Dai were powerful in taijutsu, but as combatants, only Guy's father, Might Dai, could be counted on. Currently, Guy was still not enough, as the future was where he would shine. Taito and Rin were still too weak. In fact, if it weren't for their differing positions, establishing the Akatsuki during the Third Great War would have been his ideal alliance. However, right now, even Nagato and the others were living in hiding under the shadow of the mountain pepper. The future Akatsuki was merely a fledgling concept. Suddenly, he remembered something. System. Monthly check-in. Ding. Monthly check-in successful. Reward. Summoning contract to the Pokemon world. Random. An ancient scroll appeared in the system space. Sakanai retrieved it and unfurled it, revealing a complex summoning technique with an unfamiliar emblem at its center, a sphere of red and white. A summoning contract to the Pokemon world? Sakanai's eyes brightened. This meant he could summon Pokemon as his summoning beasts. In the world of Naruto, summoning beasts were crucial reinforcements, and Pokemon possessed a myriad of bizarre abilities, many of which held incredible power. He signed the contract, biting his finger and letting his blood drip onto the scroll. The technique glowed, and the contract was established. Now, as long as he formed hand seals and expended chakra, he could randomly summon a Pokemon. However, Sakanai did not attempt it immediately. The summoning technique was too conspicuous and could easily attract attention. He needed to find a safer location, far from the village and in the wilderness. Tomorrow, he put away the scroll and stood up to return home. In the night, Kazaka Sakanai walked with firm steps. 6 years of accumulation, Jonin-level strength at the age of 11, and the Pokemon summoning contract, these were his assets for changing the future. Graduation was merely the beginning. The true battle was about to commence. This time he would win not just in battle but against fate itself. Upon returning to the Kazaka residence, he found Kakashi's room still lit. Sakanai could sense that his brother was organizing mission reports, a hint of fatigue evident in his chakra. Brother, Sakanai knocked on the door. Komein. Kakashi was seated at the desk, several documents spread before him. He looked up at his brother and said, "Congratulations on your graduation." "Thank you." Sakanai paused momentarily. "Brother, how have you been lately? Is the mission going well?" Kakashi replied succinctly, "Yes." "And you? What are your plans after graduation?" "I haven't decided yet," Sakanai said. "I want to spend more time with our mother. You know her health has been deteriorating." Kakashi fell silent for a few seconds. There is a vacancy in Minato-sensei's team. Obito and Rin have graduated, and the team is about to be officially formed. If you want to join, I can speak to Minato-sensei. A wry smile crept across Sakanai's heart. Aside from the leading Jonin, there were 3 positions available for team members. Kakashi's ability to say such a thing suggested he was already prepared to complete the Jonin examination in a short time, reserving a spot for himself. After all, once promoted to Jonin, one would inherently possess the capability to lead a team, thus no longer counted among the ranks of team members. However, Kakashi's suggestion was not without merit. Joining Minato's team would allow him to closely protect Obito and Rin, which indeed was a good choice. Yet, that would necessitate revealing more of his strength and would directly entangle him in the main storyline. "I will think it over." He did not agree immediately. "As you wish." Kakashi lowered his head, continuing to organize documents. "But remember, the world of ninjas is cruel. Do not let our father's fate repeat." The words were spoken lightly, yet Sakanaya discerned the underlying meaning. Kakashi was reminding him not to fall into the same trap as Shomu, not to let emotions lead him into turmoil. "I understand," Sakanaya replied softly, "and you too, don't push yourself too hard." The 2 brothers exchanged a glance, and neither spoke further. The tragedy of 6 years ago had transformed them. One had taken an extreme path while the other concealed his strength. Yet the concern for others deep within them had never wavered. Returning to his room, Sakanaya lay on his bed, quietly extending his sensory perception. The Hidden Leaf village slumbered under the night sky, but the Umbu patrolled. The route was active, skirmishes occurred at the borders, and the shadow of war loomed ever closer. He was prepared. Hiki Sakaya, 11 years old, possessing Jonin-level strength, chose to embark on a path entirely distinct from that of a ninja. This path, he intended to carve out a trajectory unlike anyone else's. For the sake of protection, for the sake of change, for a future no longer shrouded in tragedy. The ninja school examinations concluded, and on the morning following graduation, while his peers eagerly gathered in the classroom awaiting their leading Jonin, Hiki Sakaya stood outside the Hokage's office. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind a spacious desk, a wisp of smoke curling from his pipe. The old man raised his eyes, his gaze lingering on Sakaya for a moment. It's you, Hiki. I heard you graduated yesterday. Congratulations. So, are you here to collect your Genin headband and assignment notice?
No, Hokage-sama, Sakaya stood tall.
Retrieving a document from his bosom and presenting it, I am here to submit an application. Hiruzen accepted the document and began to read. As his eyes moved down the page, his brow furrowed slightly. Voluntarily relinquishing your ninja status to become a civilian merchant. Applying to operate a hot spring inn at the village's edge? He raised his head, looking at Sakaya with a complex expression. Child, do you understand what this means? Once you give up your ninja identity, you will lose all ninja privileges. You cannot accept missions, cannot learn advanced ninjutsu, and even be regarded as a coward evading responsibility. Sakaya calmly responded, I understand, Hokage-sama. But I have thought it through. The office fell into a brief silence. Hiruzen set down the document, removed his pipe, and lightly tapped it on the desk. Can you tell me your reasoning? Sakaya met the elder's gaze. My father is White Fang of the Leaf. He saved his comrades but faced criticism due to mission failure and ultimately chose to end his life. My brother Kakashi graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and is now the youngest Jonin candidate in the village, yet he has grown cold, his eyes filled only with mission protocols. He paused, his voice steady. I do not wish to walk their path. Our mother's health is worsening. She needs someone to care for her. Moreover, too many of the Hiki clan have been buried along the path of being a ninja. I want to try a different road. Hiruzen remained silent for a long time, observing the silver-haired boy before him, who, despite being only 11, possessed a calmness and perceptiveness that belied his age. His academic performance was average, his talent decent but not outstanding, and his personality gentle, avoiding trouble. Children like him were a dime a dozen in the ninja school. What about joining the Jonin? Minato Namikaze mentioned you yesterday. He said if you were willing, you could join his team, Hiruzen said slowly. I appreciate Minato-sensei's kindness. Sakaya bowed slightly, but I have decided that will not change. The path of a ninja is not suitable for everyone, at least not for me. Another silence ensued. Hiruzen picked up the document again, flipping to the last page. There, he found the instructor Kai Ueno's comments. Steady character, good team awareness, but lacking initiative, unclear future plans. Lacking initiative. Hiruzen thought of Hiki Shomu, of Kakashi, and then of Misaki's increasingly frail health. Finally, he sighed softly and took up the seal. I approve. The seal thudded down, producing a dull sound. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Sakaya bowed once more, accepting the approved document. However, Hiruzen added, your ninja status will not be revoked immediately. You will be placed in the reserves, living as a civilian while managing your inn, but in times of war or emergencies, the village retains the right to summon you. That is the rule. I understand. Furthermore, Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. Since you have chosen this path, you must walk it well. Operating an inn is no child's play. It requires capital, connections, and business acumen. The Hiki family has some savings, but it is not substantial. If you need assistance, you can come to me. Thank you, Sakaya said sincerely. Regardless of Hiruzen's political considerations, at least at this moment, his concern was genuine. Leaving the Hokage's office, Sakaya felt a lightness about him. He had already embarked on a path starkly different from that of his friends from the ninja school. He walked slowly out of the Hokage building, gradually disappearing at the end of the corridor. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen reignited his pipe, taking a deep breath. In the shadows, a figure wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane slowly emerged. Shimura Danzo, the leader of Root, a man forever concealed in the shadows. Hiruzen, you are too soft-hearted. Danzo's voice was hoarse and cold. Though Hiki Sakaya's talent is mediocre, he is Kakashi's only brother. Kakashi now possesses Jonin potential and is working on developing new ninjutsu. His future is limitless. Controlling Sakaya would mean controlling Kakashi. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. Danzo, they are still just children. The tragedy of Shomu is already enough. Do not drag the next generation into political struggles. Children, Danzo scoffed. Kakashi graduated at 5, became a chunin at 6, and now at 11 is already a jonin candidate. He is a genius, but geniuses are often the most prone to extremes. If one day he walks a path entirely different from his father's and ultimately loses control, who will take responsibility? Kakashi has Minato Namikaze to guide him. How much time can Minato afford, given he is deeply embroiled in frontline battles? Danzo stepped forward, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Hiruzen, hand Sakaya over to me. Root will provide him with the proper training, turning him into a pawn to control Kakashi. This is for the stability of the village. Enough! Hiruzen's voice suddenly turned stern. Danzo, I am the Hokage. The tragedy of the Hiki family will not repeat itself. If Sakaya wishes to be a civilian, let him be one. As for Kakashi's matters, I trust Minato can handle them well. Danzo fell silent for a few seconds, the expression on his face obscured by the bandages. Ultimately, he let out a derisive laugh. You will regret this, Hiruzen. The incident with Shomu, I was merely a scapegoat, but truly. Shut your mouth. Hiruzen suddenly stood up, slamming the pipe heavily on the table. Get out. Tuanzong ceased to speak and turned to step into the shadows. Before leaving, he cast a glance outside the door, in the direction where Rijan was located. You will regret it, Rijan. The office fell silent once more. Rijan returned to his chair, wearily rubbing his brow. The embers in his pipe flickered, mirroring his current mood. At the end of the corridor, Banzai slowly opened his eyes. The electromagnetic waves transmitted every word of the previous conversation without omission. Tuanzong plotted, Rijan maintained, and the political struggle within the higher echelons of the Leaf was rife with undercurrents. All of it was anticipated. So they have indeed set their sights on me. Banzai murmured to himself, a cold smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Unfortunately, you know too little about me. He retracted his perception and turned to descend the stairs. As he stepped out of the Hokage building, the sunlight was just right, warming him pleasantly. In the distance, the cheers of graduates reached his ears. It must be the leading jonin who had arrived and was introducing themselves. Obito would be assigned to Minato's team, and Rin would as well. Kakashi, as Minato's disciple, would soon officially join. As for him, he would embark on a different path. Let us try summoning first. Banzai did not return but walked toward the outskirts of the village. He needed to find a sufficiently remote and safe place to test the summoning contract from the Pokemon world. Downstream of the Nanha River, the statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood silently. This was the fringe of the Leaf, usually devoid of visitors. The river flowed gently, eroding the ancient rocks, as if recounting a legendary tale long sealed away. Banzai stood between the two statues and unfurled the summoning scroll. The red and white Pokeball emblem glimmered faintly in the sunlight, the contract text intricate and arcane. I hope to summon a useful partner. He bit his thumb, letting blood drip onto the center of the scroll. As his chakra infused it, the contract text radiated a brilliant light. The summoning technique was not complicated. Banzai mentally reviewed the knowledge provided by the system and formed the hand seals. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. Summoning technique. Bang! A white smoke burst forth, an immense chakra drawn from within him. Banzai could feel that this summoning consumed an astonishing amount of chakra, nearly equivalent to a high-level ninjutsu. Within the smoke, a colossal figure slowly materialized. First, a wing appeared, wide and thick, covered in orange-yellow scales. Then came a rotund body with short limbs and a comical face. Yet those eyes, with their blue pupils, sparkled with wisdom and authority. Standing over 10 meters tall, with a wingspan of at least 20 meters, when it fully emerged, his shadow cast over half the riverbank. Is that fast? Banzai was taken aback. It was not merely fast, but the kind of ancient form that appeared only in old legends, larger in size, thicker in scales, and exuding an ancient and powerful aura. Fast lowered its head, its gigantic eyes fixed on Banzai for a few seconds. Then, roar! The roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. The sound struck like a tangible shockwave, causing the river to ripple backward and the trees to sway. In the distance, countless villagers in the Leaf raised their heads toward the direction of the Nanha River. What was that sound? Is it a summoned beast? Such a strong chakra fluctuation. In the Hokage office, Rijan and several Umbu stood up simultaneously, their expressions grave. This chakra, is it from a tailed beast? One Umbu questioned uncertainly. No, it's different. Rijan replied in a deep voice. Go check. Meanwhile, by the Nanha River, Banzai was drenched in cold sweat. Too reckless. He cursed himself internally, never expecting to summon a Pokemon of this caliber. Nor did he anticipate such a commotion. Fast seemed to realize the disturbance it had caused. It folded its wings, and its massive body began to shrink, not truly shrinking, but rather achieving some form of spatial folding.
Moments later.
The 10-meter giant had transformed into a creature about 3 meters tall. Although still large, it was at least less conspicuous. Fast, return for now. Banzai hastily formed seals, wishing to dismiss the summoning. But Fast shook its head, extending a claw to point at itself, then at Banzai, and then made a gesture indicating the establishment of a contract. You mean we are already partners and can summon you at any time? Banzai asked tentatively.
Fast nodded,
Revealing a self-satisfied smile, though Banzai found it somewhat intimidating. In the distance, the sound of rushing air was already approaching. Some ninjas were on their way. There was no time left, you go back first. Banzai formed seals once more. Release! With a bang, Fast transformed into white smoke and vanished. At the same time, Banzai's figure flickered. Thunder body flicker. His body elementalized, transforming into a blue flash of lightning, instantly disappearing from the spot. He turned and twisted in the air, appearing several hundred meters away in a few blinks, and in another few blinks, he completely vanished into the dense forest downstream of the Nanha River. 10 seconds later, several Umbu arrived at the scene. The residual chakra was intense. It was indeed a summoning technique. However, there were no traces of the summoned beast, and the summoner had also vanished. Report to the Hokage, the target has escaped, direction unknown. The Umbu exchanged glances. Such a strong summoning technique. Such an eerie method of disappearance. The summoner must be a formidable expert. But when did the leaf acquire such a person? Deep in the forest. Banzai leaned against a tree, his eyes narrowed slightly. This elementalization technique was undeniably taxing on stamina. Only by virtue of his self-training and the powerful physique granted by the system could he maintain this state for an extended period. With his electromagnetic perception fully open and confirming he had no pursuers, he finally relaxed a bit. That was too risky, he calmed his breathing. However, the ancient Fast, based solely on its size, possessed physical strength comparable to some level 3 ninjas. Even in the Hokage world, it could rival shadow-level combat power. Not to mention, although it had only the flying attribute, its skills encompassed nearly all attributes from the Pokemon world. More importantly, the summoning system of the Pokemon world was entirely different from that of the Naruto world. Conventional anti-summoning techniques were ineffective against Pokemon, which meant Fast could become his trump card. System, after summoning Fast just now, can I summon it at any time? What is the cost? The summoning contract with the Pokemon world has been bound. Summoning cost is related to the Pokemon's strength. Ancient Fast, in its shrunk state, summoning cost, 30 elite Jonin level chakra. The 30 chakra cost, Banzai calculated. With his current chakra levels, he could still maintain 70% combat power after summoning Fast, which was acceptable. The cost of 30% chakra for a summoning that grants him shadow-level combat power is quite the bargain. With this trump card, many plans could be set in motion earlier. The choice of the hot spring in location, the processing of business permits, contact with various forces, and how to protect those he wished to protect in the impending Third Shinobi World War. In the distance, the outline of the Leaf Village was clearly visible under the setting sun. That seemingly peaceful village had turbulent undercurrents within and strong enemies surrounding it. The tragedy of Chiefing, Kakashi's loneliness, Obito and Rin's fates, his mother's declining health, and Tuanzang's eyes lurking in the shadows. Not enough. Banzai clenched his fists. Jonin's strength and a summoning beast were still far from sufficient. To safeguard everything in the storm to come, he needed greater power and more comprehensive plans. He turned and walked toward the village. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, like a solitary yet resolute path. The choice of Chiefing Banzai had made officially began today. The path of the ninja had been severed, but another path was extending beneath his feet. And at the end of this path, he aimed to change not just his own destiny. In the 47th year of the Leaf, spring. On the outskirts of the Leaf Village, an open-air bathhouse was under construction in a clearing downstream of the Nanha River. The shouts of workers, the clanging of materials, and the sound of flowing water intertwine, infusing life into this previously tranquil area. Over here, the pillars need to be set deeper. Has the hot spring pipeline been checked? We cannot afford any leaks. Stone slabs. Bring the stone slabs over there. Sakai stood outside the makeshift shed, holding the design blueprints, checking the progress while directing the work. Dressed in a simple deep blue work uniform, with his hair casually tied in a ponytail, he appeared to be an ordinary young foreman. Yet, upon closer inspection, One would notice his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Each scan of the construction site allowed him to pinpoint issues accurately, and his footsteps were light and silent, navigating through the chaotic materials as if gliding over flat ground. Boss, the foundation for the eastern bathhouse has been completed. Would you like to take a look? A middle-aged craftsman approached respectfully. All right. Sakai nodded and followed the craftsman toward the eastern side of the site. This hot spring facility was constructed with his savings and a special loan approved by the Hokage, located on the outskirts of the Leaf Village, away from the main residential areas, yet boasting beautiful scenery near the South He River, making water sourcing convenient. The design seamlessly integrated traditional Japanese aesthetics with modern comforts, featuring open-air baths, indoor hot springs, relaxation areas, and dining zones, making it not only comprehensive in function but also grand in scale. On the surface, this appeared to be a whimsical entrepreneurial venture by an 11-year-old boy. However, in reality, it was Sakai's meticulously planned intelligence base, training facility, and a potential future refuge. Boss, there is something I need to mention. The craftsman lowered his voice. Recently, things have been unstable in the village. I've heard that there are movements at the border. Just focus on your work. Sakai interrupted him. War is a matter for ninjas. We are merely civilians. The craftsman nodded awkwardly and returned to his duties. Sakai gazed toward the center of the Leaf Village, his sensory perception expanding silently. Within a radius of 500 meters, he could hear many conversations he wished he hadn't. The Sand Village has increased its troops at the border again. The Rock Village is also restless, and the Grass Country has already erupted into conflict. The Cloud and Water Villages are mobilizing their forces as well. This time, it's serious. Is the Third Ninja World War truly upon us? The ominous clouds of war had begun to gather since the start of the year. In January of the 47th year of the Leaf, the third Kazekage went missing, publicly declared absent. But Sakai knew he had been turned into a human puppet by the Scorpion of the Red Sand. The Sand Village used this as an excuse to pressure the River Country, with their military pointed directly at the borders of the Fire Country. Meanwhile, the Rock Village began to gather troops in the Grass Country. The third Tsuchikage, that old fox, clearly intends to profit from the chaos. Ninjas from the Cloud Village have crossed the Land of Hot Water and the Land of the Moon, operating along the borders of the Land of Rice and the Land of Frost, with unclear intentions. Even the distant Mist Village overseas is stirring, with Mist ninjas frequently appearing along the coast. The Leaf has become the common prey of the 4 ninja villages. Boss, we're running low on materials. We need to procure another batch. The foreman approached, handing over a list. Sakai took a glance at it. I will head to the village this afternoon. You all continue construction according to the schedule. Do not delay. Understood. During the noon break, Sakai made his way to the woods behind the construction site. This was his reserved training ground, typically obscured by illusions and misdirection, appearing to outsiders as merely an ordinary forest. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward. Minor chakra increase. The daily sign-in reward steadily increased his chakra, which had now reached the pinnacle of an elite jonin, just a hair's breadth away from the level of a Kage. Yet, that hair's breadth often felt like an insurmountable chasm. Today is my birthday, Sakai thought to himself. Annual sign-in. Ding. Host's birthday detected, triggering annual sign-in. Reward generation in progress. Congratulations. Host, you have received a legendary golden reward. Sage Body. In an instant, an unprecedented warmth surged from his heart, rapidly spreading to every cell in his body. This was not merely an increase in chakra, but an elevation of the essence of life itself. His bones were strengthening, muscles were restructuring, and cellular activity was multiplying geometrically, with vitality surging like an erupting volcano. Sakai could feel his physique undergoing a drastic transformation. Already strong from years of training, he now felt as if he had been reborn. Muscle density increased, bone strength enhanced, recovery capabilities skyrocketed, and even his senses became exceptionally acute. The most noticeable change was in his chakra. What had once been a considerable amount now surged again, both in quality and quantity. If before he had the chakra of an elite jonin, now he had genuinely touched the threshold of a Kage. Moreover, he sensed a new special energy within him. On the foundation of his immense vitality, the natural energy that flowed through the world finally began to respond to his call, starting to merge with Sakai's body. This was the Sage Body, a unique constitution possessed by Senju Hashirama and the Uzumaki clan. Sage Body, beginner, activation successful. Effects. Physical strength increased by 300, vitality increased by 500, total chakra increased by 200, chakra recovery speed increased by 300, affinity to natural energy significantly enhanced, Self-healing ability significantly improved, lifespan extended. The data on the light screen caused Sakai to catch his breath. The magnitude of these enhancements was astonishing. With physical strength tripled, vitality quintupled, and total chakra doubled, he could now contend with most jonin solely through physical prowess, and combined with the abilities of the Thunder Fruit and the Navy 6 styles, he could be deemed invincible among those below Kage level, if he also incorporated the techniques of the ancient era. However, the Sage Body was merely in its beginner stage. Sakai calmed himself. The level of Sage Body possessed by Senju Hashirama would likely require a more advanced form. Moreover, the true power of the Sage Body lies in its affinity for ninjutsu, yet I do not possess a bloodline limit for ninjutsu, which is somewhat regrettable. Nevertheless, even so, this reward was already enough to defy the heavens. With the integration of natural energy, he could begin to incorporate it into his own ninjutsu, creating a sage technique that belonged solely to him. He tried to move his body. Every motion felt light and powerful, as if he could shatter rocks with a single punch. Chakra flowed within him like the Yangtze River, inexhaustible and boundless. Let me give it a try. Sakai raised his hand, gathering chakra in his palm. Without forming seals or deliberately guiding it, a bolt of lightning naturally manifested, crackling with sound. Its power was at least 50% stronger, yet control was even more refined. He then attempted the shave technique. His figure vanished, instantly reappearing 30 meters away, his speed so swift that it left an afterimage in place. The chakra consumption was only a third. This was the effect of the Sage Body. Sakai clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. I have truly reached Kage level. No, not just an ordinary Kage level. With his current physical condition, combined with the abilities of the Thunder Fruit, the techniques of the Navy 6 styles, and the connection to Pokemon spirit beasts, his power should firmly place him in the mid-tier of Kage level, and if he played all his cards right, he might even pose a threat to those in the upper echelon of Kage level. System, update status. The light screen unfolded. Host, Hatake Sakaya. Age, 12 years. Physique, Thunder Fruit user. Wind affinity, Sage Body, beginner. Overall strength evaluation. Kage level, beginning. Chakra amount, Kage level. Vitality, super standard, comparable to the Uzumaki clan. Taijutsu, leaf style taijutsu, master. Navy 6 styles shave, proficient master. Paper drawing, proficient master. Iron block, skilled mastery. Moonstep, beginner proficient. Gale foot, beginner proficient. Finger gun, beginner proficient. Ninja tools, proficient with shuriken, proficient with kunai. Ninjutsu, body flicker technique, master. Lightning release, lightning body, proficient master. Wind release, vacuum sphere, proficient master. Thunder ability, electromagnetic perception, radius of 500 meters to 1000 meters, elementalization, can be maintained for 5 minutes to 30 minutes. Lightning, master. Teleportation, master. Raiden, proficient. Electric light, proficient. Thunder tremor, proficient. Electrotherapy, proficient. Thunder metallurgy, beginner proficient. Discharge, master. A comprehensive upgrade, with significant enhancements in physical skills, ninjutsu, and abilities across all categories. The range of electromagnetic perception has expanded to a radius of 1000 meters centered on himself. When marking individuals, he can conduct remote monitoring regardless of distance. The duration of elementalization has been extended to 30 minutes, and the various skills of the Thunder Fruit have also been elevated by 1 level. More importantly, the presence of the Sage Body has dramatically increased his endurance. Originally, the chakra volume of an elite jonin was considerable, but now doubled. It is sufficient to sustain prolonged high-intensity combat. With this strength, many things can be accomplished. A glimmer of determination flashed in Sakaya's eyes. In the afternoon, he returned to the Leaf Village to procure building materials. The atmosphere on the streets was noticeably tense. Pedestrians hurried past, shops had closed early, and the occasional sight of ninja squads swiftly passing by exuded an air of grim resolve. Have you heard? The front lines have already engaged in combat. The leading forces of Sunagakure were repelled at the border of the Land of Rivers, but the losses were substantial. Iwagakure has also begun probing attacks, and the stationed forces in the Land of Grass have requested reinforcements. With Orochimaru stationed in the Land of Rivers and Jiraiya in command at the Land of Grass front, it seems there should be no issues. Unfortunately, it is said that Tsunade has come down with hemophobia and cannot oversee the front lines. Otherwise, having the 3 legendary ninjas stationed together would certainly alleviate some pressure. Kimogakure and Kirigakure were still observing, undoubtedly waiting for an opportunity. The discussions of passersby reached Sakaya's ears, and while his expression remained calm, his heart felt heavy. The Third Great Ninja War had truly begun. Although it was still merely a small-scale conflict, the scent of gunpowder was permeating the entire ninja world. The Leaf Village was outnumbered 4-1, and the situation was far from optimistic. As he passed the exhibition center, Sakaya instinctively expanded his perception. The Chunin exams were in full swing, with Obito, Rin, Sarutobi Asuma, and Kurenai among those participating. Kakashi was absent, likely engaged in a mission. Ever since becoming a jonin, his elder brother had rarely returned, dedicating all his time to missions. Misaki's health had been deteriorating. Her chakra had weakened to the point of being nearly imperceptible, relying solely on medication to sustain her. As Kakashi and Sakaya grew stronger, it seemed Misaki's will to live had also waned, and she might depart this world at any moment, following in the footsteps of Shomo. Some of his own ideas had not even been put into action, yet it appeared that his momentum had been halted. Frustrated, Sakaya ran his fingers through his hair. "Boss, the materials are packed." The voice of the cart driver interrupted Sakaya's thoughts. "Thank you, please deliver them to the construction site." On the way back to the construction site, Sakaya continued to ponder. With the outbreak of war, the Leaf Village needed every bit of combat power. Although he had transitioned to civilian status, he could still be conscripted during wartime. More importantly, those he cared about were either on the front lines or about to be deployed. There was no need to mention Kakashi. He would undoubtedly be thrown into the most perilous combat zones. Obito and Rin, as newly promoted genin, might be assigned to logistics or support units, but once the war escalated, nowhere would be safe. Then there were Might Guy, Kurenai, and Sarutobi Asuma, all contemporaries. "I must do something," Sakaya murmured to himself. However, once he took action, he would expose himself to the light. Despite having the strength to fear no one, one person's power could not change the entire battlefield, at least not without supertype combat means. It seemed that the development of the area of effect attack skills belonging to the Thunder Fruit needed to be prioritized. Additionally, advancements on the battlefield must also be pursued simultaneously. Perhaps, starting with logistics would be the way to go. Sakaya gazed at the gradually taking shape hot spring resort, a plan forming in his mind. The hot spring resort was not merely a commercial project. It could serve as an intelligence exchange point, a medical station, or even a secret base. Its location at the edge of the village, near the South Hegawa River, was convenient yet relatively discreet. If officially recognized, it could serve as a wartime auxiliary facility. "Boss, we've arrived," the driver announced, bringing Sakaya back to the present. Jumping down from the cart, he looked at the building that was beginning to take form. Workers were busy. The outline of the bathing pools was already visible, and the main structure of the changing rooms and rest areas was halfway complete. "Let us expedite the progress. We aim to have a trial operation next month," he instructed the foreman. "Rest assured, boss, we will finish on time." As night fell, the workers finished for the day and left. Sakaya remained on the construction site, expanding his electromagnetic perception. Confirming that the surroundings were clear, he began testing his newly acquired powers. The changes brought about by the sage body exceeded expectations. Not only had his physical attributes improved, and his chakra transformed, but he was also unconsciously absorbing the natural energy from the environment. A daring thought flickered through Sakaya's mind as he considered combining the Sage Mode with the Thunder Fruit. Yet he quickly shook his head. Sage Mode required prolonged study and adaptation. It could not be mastered overnight. Moreover, his current strength was already sufficient to handle most situations. Trying to take on too much would only lead to failure. "First, I must stabilize my realm and master my new abilities," he told himself. In the following hours, Sakaya trained in the woods behind the construction site until late into the night. The enhancements brought by the sage body required adaptation, and each ability needed to be rehoned. He did not stop until the moon was high in the sky, his body drenched in sweat, yet his spirit felt exceptionally invigorated. This was another benefit of the sage body. His stamina recovered rapidly, and he hardly felt fatigued. Returning to his makeshift dwelling, Sakaya lay on his bed and quietly expanded his electromagnetic perception. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, everything was clearly visible. The Leaf Village slept under the night sky, but the Umbu were operating 3 times more frequently than usual. The Hokage Tower was brightly lit, clearly holding an overnight meeting. Faint chakra fluctuations emanated from the direction of the border. It must be intelligence returning from the front lines. War had indeed come. Meanwhile, his hot spring resort was about to open. What kind of guests would arrive under the shadow of war? Would it become an intelligence center, a medical station, or perhaps In some sense, a refuge? Sakaya did not know the answer, but he understood that regardless of how the war unfolded, he now possessed the means to protect those he wished to safeguard. With the sage body, shadow-level power, ancient speed, and all the accumulations of the past 6 years, he vowed that in this life, he would not repeat the mistakes of the past. Closing his eyes, he made a silent oath in his heart. Outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water. The Leaf Village lay in slumber, but the war trumpets had already sounded. And at the edge of the village, an ostensibly ordinary hot spring resort was quietly rising. Its owner, a 12-year-old boy, was patiently awaiting the storm's arrival, ready to unleash his own thunder when necessary. In the 47th year of the Leaf Village, early summer, the construction of the Yungcloud Pavilion Hot Spring Inn had entered its final stage. The main structure was complete, and the interior decoration was nearing completion, with landscape stones and greenery arranged in the courtyard. Sakaya stood before the almost finished entrance, gazing up at the sign. The 3 vigorous characters were written by his own hand, with a hint of lightning flowing between the strokes. "Boss, the last batch will arrive this afternoon," the foreman reported, wiping his sweat. The trial operation was scheduled for next week, and the flyers had already been printed. "You've worked hard," Sakaya nodded. "Everyone has been putting in extra hours. Once completed, there will be bonuses for all." The workers cheered, smiles breaking through their weary faces. Sakaya turned and walked inside, silently expanding his electromagnetic perception. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, all the movements within the Leaf Village were vividly apparent. In the venue of the Chunin exams, Obito was clumsily dealing with his opponent, while Rin assisted at the medical station. Kurenai and Asuma had successfully passed their assessments, and there were more fluctuations of chakra emanating from various corners of the village. Tension, anxiety, anticipation, all these emotions intertwined. Yet what weighed most heavily on Sakaya's mind was the news just relayed from the Hokage's office. "Have you heard? Kakashi Hatake has been promoted to Jonin." A 12-year-old Jonin? That must be a record. His task count met the standards, and his combat assessment was exceptional, personally approved by the 3rd Hokage. "TSK, the son of White Fang is indeed remarkable." Whispers echoed through the streets. Sakaya paused, his expression neutral, but a tumult of complex emotions surged within him. Kakashi's promotion was expected, yet its actual occurrence still left him feeling a twinge of melancholy. His brother had embarked on a solitary and perilous path, while he had chosen another. The 2 paths diverged further and further, and perhaps one day, they would no longer see each other's backs. In the evening, Sakaya returned to the Hatake residence. Misaki sat beneath the eaves, a thin blanket draped over her lap, gazing at the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. Her complexion had grown paler in recent days, her chakra so faint it was nearly imperceptible, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. "Mother, I'm back." Misaki turned her head, revealing a gentle smile. "Sakaya, have you been busy today?" "Not too much. The inn is nearly finished." Sakaya sat beside his mother. "We're opening for a trial run next week. Would you like to come see it?" "Of course." Misaki gently grasped his hand. "My Sakaya has grown up and has his own career now. If your father were here, he would surely be proud of you." She spoke lightly, yet Sakaya could discern the mixture of comfort and regret in her words. 5 years had passed since the tragedy of Shomo, but the wound had never truly healed and was now consuming his mother's last vitality. "Mother, my brother was promoted to Jonin today," Sakaya said. Misaki's hand trembled slightly, and after a long silence, she softly replied, "Is that so? That child Kakashi is too driven. He has never let go of your father's affairs." "I know." As night fell, Kakashi returned. He wore the green vest of a Jonin, his mask obscuring half his face, leaving only one cold eye visible. But Sakaya could see that the chakra fluctuations within his brother were unusually intense, clearly indicating his turbulent emotions. "Brother, congratulations," Sakaya said calmly, standing at the door. Kakashi glanced at him, nodded slightly, and walked straight into the living room. Misaki had already prepared dinner, a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup, all of Kakashi's favorites. The dining table was quiet, with Misaki occasionally serving food to her 2 sons, while she herself had little. Kakashi ate quickly, his movements mechanical, clearly distracted. "Kakashi," Misaki finally spoke, "I heard you were promoted to Jonin. Please be careful and don't push yourself too hard." "I know, Mother," Kakashi replied tersely. Another silence fell. Sakaya sensed a repressed emotion within his brother, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Sure enough, after dinner, Kakashi set down his bowl and chopsticks, looking at Sakaya. "Come with me." The 2 brothers stepped into the courtyard. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, The moonlight was like water, but the atmosphere felt as cold as frost. Sakaya, Kakashi began, his voice laced with suppressed anger. What on earth are you thinking? Abandoning your identity as a ninja to run some hot spring in? This is evasion of your responsibilities as a member of the Hatake clan. Sakaya looked calmly at his brother. Brother, everyone has the right to choose their own path, right? Kakashi scoffed. Our father was White Fang of the Leaf. I am a Jonin, and the Hatake clan has been a lineage of ninjas since the Warring States period. And you? To become a common merchant? Do you know what people in the village say? They say the youngest Hatake is a coward, afraid to face the fate of a ninja. So what? Sakaya retorted. Should I walk a path unsuitable for myself just to appease others' gossip? Unsuitable? Kakashi stepped forward, his eyes sharp as blades. You've had talent since childhood, and you learned what our father taught faster than I did. Yet you have always hidden your abilities, pretending to be an ordinary person. Now you outright abandon your identity as a ninja. Do you realize that the Hatake sword techniques will be lost with you? These words made Sakaya's eyes grow cold. The Hatake sword techniques? He fixed his gaze on Kakashi, his voice rising sharply. Brother, do you have the right to say that? Didn't you also abandon the techniques passed down by our father to develop that jutsu called Chidori? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Everyone has their own path, Sakaya continued, his voice now carrying an unprecedented sternness. Our father chose companionship and paid the price with his life. You chose the rules of missions and became cold and solitary. I choose to protect. Protect my mother. Protect this place. Protect everything I wish to safeguard, even if it means walking a different path. Kakashi opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Sakaya could sense that his brother's inner emptiness was laid bare at that moment. The one who was always calm, always correct, always pursuing the perfect completion of missions. This genius Jonin now resembled a lost child, confused and helpless. The atmosphere fell into a stalemate. After a long while, Sakaya sighed, his tone softening. Brother, I am not evading. I have merely chosen the path that suits me best. The Hot Spring Inn is not just a business. It can serve as an information hub, a medical point, and much more. In times of war, it can play a significant role, not necessarily less than a Jonin. Kakashi remained silent, his back to the moonlight, making it impossible to discern his expression. And Sakaya's voice lowered further. You know about Mother-S condition. She doesn't have much time left. When you have the chance, come back and spend time with her. These words struck Kakashi's heart like a dull knife. He could feel Misaki's waning vitality, sensed that gentle woman slipping away bit by bit. Yet, he always numbed himself with missions, telling himself to wait until the war was over, until everything settled down. Kakashi's voice was hoarse. The front lines need me. I know, Sakaya replied, but Mother needs you too. At the very least, during her final moments, let her see you more. The two brothers fell silent once more. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the two silver-haired youths stretched long, standing close yet seemingly separated by an invisible chasm. At that moment, a sound pierced the air. A ninja hawk landed on the courtyard wall, a scroll bound to its leg. Kakashi took down the scroll, unfurled it to read, and his expression instantly turned grave. The situation on the battlefield in the Land of Grass was tense, with IWA shinobi increasing their numbers and needing reinforcements. He tucked away the scroll and looked at Sakaya. A dispatch has arrived. I must depart before dawn. Sakaya nodded, saying nothing. He understood that this was the fate of a ninja, forever choosing the village over the home. Kakashi turned to walk toward the house, pausing momentarily at the door without looking back. Sakaya, please take care of Mother. I will. That night, Kakashi stayed in Misaki's room for a long time. Sakaya did not disturb him, merely sitting beneath the eaves. Through his sensory abilities, he could hear his mother's gentle voice, his brother's suppressed sobs, and the rising wind outside. War always arrives at the most inopportune moments. Before dawn, Kakashi left. He donned his Jonin vest, carrying a small pack, and took one last Saka whispered to himself, having chosen a path, he must bear all that it entails. Upon returning to the house, he found Misaki already awake, sitting on the bed and gazing out the window. Mother, my brother, and I know. Misaki smiled, her expression imbued with profound reluctance and pride. Kakashi has always been exceptional. He is our pride. So are you. Saka sat down beside her, taking her cold hand in his. You have always been our pride. Misaki gently shook her head, her gaze warm. Saka, you are different from your brother. You resemble me more, cherishing the things before you. That is wonderful, truly wonderful. Saka remained silent, merely tightening his grip on her hand. He could feel it growing colder, as if life itself were slipping away bit by bit. But this time, he would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. The essence of the sage brought forth immense vitality. The electrical therapy stimulated the cells, and with the medical knowledge he had secretly researched over the years, perhaps there was still a chance. Mother, grant me a little more time, he silently vowed in his heart. I will find a way, I promise. Outside, dawn broke. The Leaf Village awakened in the morning light, but the shadow of war loomed ever heavier. Reports from the border flowed in incessantly, the casualty numbers rising each day, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire village. Meanwhile, at the edge of the village, the Xianyun Pavilion Hot Spring Inn was about to commence its trial operation. Its owner, a 12-year-old boy, awaited the storm's arrival in quiet anticipation, ready to protect all he wished to safeguard in his own way when the time came. Kakashi chose the battlefield. Sokka chose the rear. Two distinct paths, yet one shared vow of protection. The Third Shinobi World War had only just begun. On the day of the Xianyun Pavilion's opening, the weather was unusually clear. Downstream of the Southhe River, an exquisite Japanese building shimmered under the sunlight, its green tiles and white walls standing out, with a rockery and flowing water in the courtyard, steam rising from the hot spring pool. A plaque hung at the entrance, the characters for Xianyun Pavilion boldly inscribed, faintly glowing as if charged with lightning. Sokka supported Misaki as they stood at the door, welcoming the guests who came to offer their congratulations. His mother had specially donned a light purple kimono today. Though her complexion remained pale, she appeared much better. Congratulations on the opening. Sokka-kun. Obito was the first to rush over, his eyes crinkling with a smile behind his goggles. This place is really nice. We can come soak in the hot springs after training. Obito, mind your appearance, Rin gently chided, then turned to Sokka with a smile. Congratulations, Sokka-kun. This place is truly beautiful. Thank you, Sokka nodded in acknowledgement. All expenses today are free. Please enjoy yourselves. As the sun set, Akatsuki and Asuma Sarutobi arrived together, with Akatsuki presenting a bouquet. Sokka-kun, congratulations. This place has a lovely atmosphere. We can come often in the future. You are always welcome. Sokka accepted the bouquet and handed it to a nearby staff member. Following them were Might Guy and his son, Might Dai, both clad in green spandex, making them particularly noticeable in the crowd. Hey, young Sokka, is this the Youth Hot Spring Inn? Dai gave a thumbs up, his teeth flashing white. Kai and I specifically came to be the first guests. Uncle Dai, Kai, welcome. Sokka had grown accustomed to the enthusiasm of this father-son duo. Guests continued to arrive, mostly fellow students and teachers from the Ninja Academy, as well as some acquaintances from the flag. Sokka welcomed each one with composure and grace, completely unrecognizable as merely a 12-year-old boy. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a golden flash suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Minato Namikaze, clad in a jonin vest, looked travel-worn yet wore a warm smile. Sorry for being late. I was held up by some matters at the front lines. Congratulations on your opening, Sokka. Teacher Minato. Obito exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you at the front lines? I flew back using the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato replied, ruffling Obito's hair. Today is an important day for Sokka. How could I miss it? Sokka's heart stirred. The Flying Thunder God technique, the pinnacle of spacetime ninjutsu. Minato's ability to return from the front lines indicated his regard for this opening ceremony, suggesting that although the situation was tense, it had not yet reached a critical point. Thank you, Teacher Minato, Sokka said sincerely. It is an honor to have you here. Minato smiled and approached Misaki, slightly bowing. Aunt Misaki, it has been a long time. If Shikamo were here, he would surely be proud of Sokka. Misaki's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded gently. Thank you, Minato. Kakashi, I leave him in your care. I will take good care of him, Minato promised solemnly. As the atmosphere turned warm and heartfelt, a commotion arose at the entrance. 3 figures walked in unison, bringing a momentary hush over all present. Leading the way was Tsunade Senju, the princess of the leaf, one of the legendary Sannin. She wore a long green robe, her blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. Despite the weariness etched on her face, her presence remained commanding. To her left was Kushina Uzumaki, her vibrant red hair resembling flames, lively as ever despite being married. Following closely beside Tsunade was Mikoto Uchiha, her black hair gentle, cradling a baby in her arms, Itachi Uchiha, who was only about 1 year old, curiously observing the surroundings with his dark eyes. The arrival of these 3 women instantly made the entrance of Xianyun Pavilion the focal point. Tsunade-sama, Sister Kushina, Sister Mikoto, Sokka called out as he helped Misaki step forward to greet them. It is truly an honor to have you here. No need for pleasantries. Tsunade waved her hand, her gaze softening as it landed on Misaki. Misaki, it has been a long time. You look better than I imagined. Misaki smiled. I am very happy that you could come, Tsunade-sama. Kushina handed the swaddled baby to a nearby maid, and only then did Saka notice two Uchiha maids following behind her. Then she stepped forward to grasp Misaki's hand. Aunt, we are all very saddened by Shikamo's situation. Please take care of yourself. Thank you for still remembering Shikamo. Misaki's voice trembled slightly. Mikoto Uchiha stepped forward as well, gently saying, Aunt Misaki, Fugaku was also supposed to come, but there was an urgent matter in the clan. He asked me to send his regards and promised to visit when he has the time. Please thank clan leader Fugaku for me. Misaki nodded. Saka stood quietly to the side, understanding that the reason these three women came was not only due to old ties but also because of their personal connections with Misaki. Tsunade and Misaki had been close friends in their youth. Kushina had been cared for greatly by Shikamo, and Mikoto was here because Shikamo had once held no prejudice against the Uchiha, having served as the current Uchiha clan leader Fugaku's team leader. Let us go inside and talk. Don't just stand at the door, Saka suggested at an opportune moment, leading everyone into the Xianyun pavilion. The interior was elegantly decorated, divided into male and female baths, as well as several private hot spring rooms. The hall was prepared with refreshments and seating for the guests to rest and converse. Please make yourselves at home. If you wish to soak in the hot springs, you can head to the changing rooms. If you want tea and conversation, feel free to rest here. Saka instructed the staff to guide the guests while he assisted Misaki to sit in the main seat. As the guests dispersed, Saka expanded his perception, silently gathering information. First, he focused on Minato's side. He was quietly conversing with Obito and Rin. Although their voices were soft, they were clear in Saka's perception. The situation at the Land of Grass is tense. Kakashi has already gone. You two have passed the Chunin exams and officially become Chunin. Starting tomorrow, you will join Minato's team and head to the Land of Grass to execute logistical support tasks with Kakashi. Minato's tone was serious. Remember, the battlefield is no child's play. Follow orders and be prepared for a long stay there. Yes. Obito and Rin replied in unison. Additionally, Minato continued, due to the Flying Thunder God technique, I have been assigned for mobile support. Once an emergency arises on the front lines, I must teleport there immediately. Therefore, during certain times you must complete your tasks diligently. Kakashi will be there to assist you. Obito appeared somewhat anxious, but more so excited. Don't worry, Minato-sensei. I will definitely protect Rin and complete the mission. Rin, however, asked with concern, Minato-sensei, with the frequent use of flying thunder, your chakra. I have my own measure, Minato gently interrupted. Just take care of yourselves. Sakai understood well. Minato's team was about to head to the Land of Grass, while Minato himself would act as a firefighter, ready to support various fronts at any moment. This mission carried high risks, but with Minato's strength, he should be able to cope. The perception shifted to another side. Tsunade was conversing with several medical jonin, her expression grave. The situation in the Land of River is quite troublesome. The number of puppet masters is expected to increase by 30%. Orochimaru has already requested assistance from the third Hokage, asking for more medical troops and antidote specialists. Tsunade's voice was resolute. Are you truly going in person? You have hemophobia. Hemophobia is my problem, but those poison ninjas cannot wait. Tsunade stated firmly, I have already applied to the third Hokage. I will lead the medical team out tomorrow. The development of the antidote takes time. Every extra day on the front line means dozens more deaths. But your health. I am a medical ninja, and more importantly, one of the legendary three. Tsunade declared decisively. Sakai silently took note. Tsunade's decision to head to the front lines of the Land of River implied that the offensive from the Sand-Hidden Village was expected to intensify. Orochimaru was skilled in tactics and assassination, but his expertise in poisons and medical knowledge was not on par with Tsunade, making this a reasonable allocation of resources. Other fragmented information flowed into his ears. The Cloud-Hidden Village has increased its troops at the border of the Land of Rice. It seems they want to take advantage of the chaos. The Mist-Hidden Village hasn't made any moves yet, but the Water Country's fleet is frequently active in the nearby waters. The main force of the Rock-Hidden Village is still in the Land of Grass, but small units have infiltrated the border of the Land of Rain. The Uchiha clan has had conflicts with the village's higher-ups again. Clan leader Fugaku has been under significant stress lately. The atmosphere of war was growing ever thicker, and the opening of the Idle Cloud Pavilion felt like the last calm before the storm. After enjoying the hot springs, the guests gradually returned to the hall. Obito emerged with a look of satisfaction. his hair still damp. That was so comfortable. Sakaya, your hot springs are truly effective. I feel completely relaxed. And my chakra is flowing smoothly. Who knows? I might even awaken my Sharingan. His words elicited laughter from the crowd. For one needed strong emotional stimuli to awaken the Sharingan, not merely a soak in the hot springs. Sakai shook his head helplessly. Abito, while I appreciate your enthusiasm, promoting it this way could lead to trouble. If someone really thinks they can awaken their Sharingan by soaking in hot springs, I might as well close my shop. Hinata laughed heartily. Abito, you are still as amusing as ever. The atmosphere lightened considerably as everyone chatted over tea, sharing recent happenings and momentarily forgetting the looming shadows of war. As evening approached, the guests began to take their leave. Minato was the first to depart, needing to return to the front lines. Before he left, he patted Sakai on the shoulder. I will do my best to look after Kakashi. You take care of yourself as well. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Tsunade and the medical team left hurriedly. Hinata and Makoto lingered for a while longer, sharing some heartfelt words with Misaki before returning to the Uchiha clan with the maids' company. The last to leave were Obito and Rin. They were set to depart the next day, their faces a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Sakai, when we return, let's soak in the hot springs again. Obito waved goodbye. Certainly, Sakai smiled. Stay safe. You must take care of yourself as well. Sakai-kun, Rin said gently, and Misaki-san, please ensure you rest well. After sending off all the guests, Sakai helped Misaki back into the house. His mother was already quite fatigued, but her eyes shone with a long-awaited contentment. So many people came today. If Sakumo knew, he would surely be very happy, she said softly. Yeah. Sakai helped his mother tuck in. You rest first. I will tidy up. Returning to the hall, the attendants were busy cleaning up. Sakai walked out to the courtyard, where the moonlight spilled over the hot spring pool, shimmering. He raised his hand, revealing 2 tiny seeds of lightning, each no larger than a grain of rice, yet with an exceedingly complex internal structure. These were produced by combining the abilities of the thunder fruit with sage chakra, capable of parasitizing within living beings to sense their vital signs and location in real time. Although they could not directly protect the host, they allowed Sakai to monitor the life signs of the two at any time through the lightning seeds, thus gauging the battlefield situation. During the day, while receiving guests, he had silently planted the seeds on Obito and Rin. This is all I can do for now, Sakai murmured to himself. From here on, it will depend on your own fortune. He stored the lightning seeds away and gazed northward, towards the land of grass. The war had already begun, and Minato's team was about to step onto the battlefield. As for him, though he had chosen a different path, his commitment to protect had never wavered. The Idle Cloud Pavilion was not merely a hot spring inn. From this day forth, it would also serve as his eyes and ears in this tumultuous era, becoming a stronghold for those he wished to protect. Under the moonlight, the glimmer of lightning flickered in the boy's eyes. A storm was on the horizon, and he was already prepared, ready to strike like thunder amidst the tempest. In the 47th year of the leaf, deep autumn, the Idle Cloud Pavilion had been in operation for 3 months, and business was booming. In wartime, people always needed a place to relax their bodies and minds. The steam from the hot springs wafted throughout the day, masking the tension and unease in the air. Sakai sat behind the counter, his fingers lightly tapping on the account book, yet his eyes were gazing out the window. The autumn leaves fell, and the sound of the southern river flowed gently. Everything seemed tranquil. However, the signals he sensed told him that the gears of war were turning ever more rapidly. Have you heard? The situation in the land of grass has tightened again. The rock ninjas are continuously transporting resources to the front line via the Nobi Bridge. Jiraiya is under a lot of pressure. 2 middle-ranked ninjas who had just finished soaking in the hot springs were chatting quietly in the resting area, their voices low, but Sakai could clearly discern their conversation through his perception. Indeed, I heard that Jiraiya has already sent several teams deep into the land of grass, trying to cut off that supply line. That's so dangerous. The land of grass is currently the main stage for the rock ninjas. Entering would be like walking into a death trap. Keep it down. Sakai lowered his gaze, continuing to verify the accounts, but his heart was in turmoil. The Nobi Bridge, he was all too familiar with that place. In the original story, it was where Kakashi obtained his Sharingan, where Obito sacrificed himself, and where Rin was captured, a pivotal point in Minato's team's fate. And now all of this was unfolding once again. He closed his eyes, extending his perception to its limits. Within a 1,000-meter radius, every corner of the Leaf Village was under his watch. In the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi was discussing the war with several jonin. In the hospital, Tsunade and her medical team were working diligently on the antidote. On the training grounds, a new batch of genin was undergoing emergency training. And in the Uchiha compound, his mother Misaki's chakra was weakly fluctuating, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Boss, the hot spring pool in the West District needs repairs. The water temperature is unstable. A server's voice interrupted his thoughts. Got it, I will check it out this afternoon, Sakai replied, closing the account book. For these 3 months, he had been seemingly managing the hot spring inn while secretly gathering intelligence through various channels. The Idle Cloud Pavilion had become a hub for information in the Leaf. Ninjas were most likely to let slip secrets while relaxing, and Sakai's perception could capture every detail. The situation on the front lines of the Land of Grass was tense, while the pressure on the Land of River eased slightly after Tsunade's arrival, but it remained stalemated. The Cloud-Hidden Village was frequently testing the borders of the Land of Rice. The Mist-Hidden Village's fleet was patrolling the nearby waters, and the Leaf was outnumbered 4-1, making the situation difficult. What concerned Sakai the most was the news regarding Minato's team. By planting the Thunder Light seeds on Obito and Rin, he could vaguely sense their states. 3 days prior, the vital signs of the two had suddenly fluctuated violently, indicating they had clearly endured an intense battle. Although things had stabilized now, a lingering sense of unease remained in his heart. System check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. Minor chakra enhancement. Day by day, the accumulation had brought his chakra levels to a mid-tier shadow level, and his sage body was slowly growing. Yet, it was still insufficient, far from enough. In the face of the impending tragedy, he required greater strength. In the evening, after seeing off the last batch of guests, Sakaya ascended to the rooftop of the Idle Cloud Pavilion. From this vantage point, he could overlook the entire Leaf Village, where lights gradually flickered to life as people strived to maintain their daily lives beneath the shadow of war. The autumn wind was desolate, carrying the essence of distant battlefields. Soft footsteps sounded. Sakaya did not turn around. He knew who it was. Mother, how did you come up here? It's windy outside. Misaki approached him and draped a coat over his shoulders. I saw you standing here alone for quite a while. What are you thinking about? Sakaya fell silent for a moment before softly replying. Thinking about the war, thinking about my brother, thinking about many things. Imitating him, Misaki sat at the edge of the rooftop, gazing into the distance. In the moonlight, her profile appeared particularly gentle yet fragile. Sakaya. She suddenly spoke, her voice light. People have always said Kakashi is exceptionally gifted. A pride of the clan. They say you are of average talent and have chosen to evade. Sakaya's body stiffened slightly. But as your mother, I know it is not so. Misaki turned to look at him, her eyes filled with a gentle understanding that saw through everything. Neither of my children is ordinary. Kakashi's talent is on the surface. Your talent lies within. You are both children of the White Fang, sharing the same blood that flows in your veins, innately sensitive to the battlefield and fervently desiring to protect. Mother, you have been hiding it, haven't you? Misaki gently inquired. Since you were very young, you pretended to be uninterested in ninjutsu, feigning laziness and lack of ambition. But every time Kakashi practiced, your eyes were watching. Every movement, every detail recorded in your heart. Sakaya did not deny it. In front of his mother, pretense was meaningless. I do not know why you choose to hide, nor do I know how much you have concealed. Misaki continued, her voice imbued with deep understanding. But I know my Sakaya has a heart that fiercely desires to protect. You opened this hot spring in not merely for a livelihood, did you? Indeed. Sakaya finally admitted it serves as a means to gather intelligence, a medical point, and, when necessary, a refuge. Misaki smiled, a smile filled with pride and heartache. So you see, you have never truly distanced yourself from the battlefield. Your heart has always been there, beside Kakashi, alongside your friends, and with all those who need protection. She extended her hand, gently stroking Sakaya's silver hair. As the child of the White Fang, you are inherently filled with a yearning for the battlefield. Kakashi has chosen to charge headlong into it, while you have opted for a hidden guardianship. Though the paths are different, the destination remains the same, to protect those dear to you. Mother, Sakaya's voice was somewhat hoarse. You have been troubled lately. I can see it, Misaki interrupted him. You know what is happening on the front lines, that Kakashi and the others may be in danger, yet you are trapped here, unable to act. She stood up, placing her hand on Sakaya's shoulder, her eyes resolute. Sakaya, if you truly wish to go, then go. Constantly wrapping yourself up will only lead to losing your way. As your mother, I do not want to be a burden to you, nor do I want you to have regrets because of your concerns for me. But your health. I will be fine. Misaki smiled, a smile imbued with undeniable strength. Before you return, I will manage this hot spring in well. I will not fall easily. I promise you. Her eyes were clear and steadfast, as if she could see through all of her son's worries and struggles. Go, bring Kakashi back whole. This is a request from your mother and also a trust in you. At that moment, Sakaya suddenly understood that his mother knew everything. She was aware of his hidden strength, his struggles, and the desires within his heart. She simply chose not to speak, waiting for him to make his own choice. And now she had given him the final push. His eyes grew slightly warm. Sakaya took a deep breath, removed the coat from his shoulders, gently draped it over his mother, and then embraced her. This hug was light yet firm. I understand now, mother, he whispered into Misaki's ear, his voice filled with an unprecedented resolve. Kakashi will be fine. Misaki leaned against him, gently patting his back. Take care on your journey. Remember, no matter what happens, this place will always be your home. Under the moonlight, the figures of mother and son embraced, elongated in the shadows. In the distance, the footsteps of patrolling leaf ninjas could be heard, while nearby, the sound of the hot spring water flowed gently. War and peace, protection and departure, intertwined at this moment, forming a web of fate. After a long while, Sakaya released his mother and assisted her downstairs to rest. Misaki was indeed tired. She lay down and soon fell into a deep sleep, a reassuring smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. Sakaya sat by her bedside, gazing at her pale, sleeping face, his fingers gently brushing her forehead. A faint electric healing ability seeped through his fingertips, stimulating her weakened cells. This had been his routine for 3 months, using his sage body and the power of the thunder fruit to prolong his mother's life. Just give me a little more time, he murmured. When I return, I will surely find a way to heal you. As night deepened, Sakaya returned to his own room and began to pack his belongings. A few changes of clothes, some emergency medical supplies, and most importantly, a specially crafted battle outfit. The black bodysuit was adorned with gold-threaded patterns of the Thunderbird, while the lining was made of a lightweight yet remarkably defensive alloy processed from thunder metallurgy. This was the equipment he had secretly forged over the past 3 months. 3 months had seen his sage body elevate to an intermediate level, with significant improvements in all his abilities. This should be enough, Sakaya murmured. He walked to the window, gazing northward. In his electric perception, the thunder light seeds planted on Obito and Rin were sending faint signals. The two were on the move, heading deep into the land of grass, near the Mubi Bridge. Time was running short. Sakaya closed his eyes and began to formulate a plan. First, he needed to ensure the operations of the Idle Cloud Pavilion were well arranged. He wrote a letter, handing it to his most trusted foreman, outlining the management matters for the next 3 months. Next, he needed to fabricate a reasonable excuse for leaving, using the pretext of going out to procure rare hot spring medicinal materials. After all, resources were scarce during wartime, and this excuse would hold water. Lastly, and most importantly, he had to figure out how to intervene in the battlefield without exposing his identity. It seemed he would need to use that identity. A flash of lightning flickered in Sakaya's eyes. 3 months ago, he had secretly registered an anonymous ninja identity in the black market. Thunder. He had taken on several inconsequential tasks, accumulating a bit of reputation. Now it was time for Thunder to make his official appearance. In the deep of night, Sakaya quietly left the Idle Cloud Pavilion and made his way to the dense forest downstream of the Nagakawa River. This was his secret training ground and the best location for summoning techniques. He bit his thumb, formed the hand seals and struck the ground. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat.
Summoning technique.
White smoke billowed, and a 3-meter-tall ancient swift appeared in the forest. After 3 months of bonding, the swift had learned to control its size and aura well, avoiding drawing too much attention. I'm going to trouble you again, old buddy, Sakaya said, patting the swift's belly. The swift let out a low growl, affectionately nuzzling him with its head. After this time together, the two had established a deep bond. Now, it was time to truly adapt to the power of this body. Sakaya leaped onto Kwa's back, striving to evade the ninja forces and reconnaissance posts. Kwa nodded slightly, unfurling its wings. There was no thunderous flap, only the subtle sound of air flowing. This was its unique flying technique, almost silent. With a beat of its wings, the massive body shot up into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye amidst the night. Sitting atop Kwa, Sakaya cast a final glance back at the village of Yi. The lights grew distant, that village where he had lived for 12 years, where his mother resided, gradually fading into the darkness. Yet he did not hesitate. Ahead lay the battlefield, the crossroads of fate, the tragic place where Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were about to face their calamity, and he would rewrite that predetermined ending in his own way. "Wait for me, brother," Sakaya murmured, his eyes flashing with lightning. This time, he would not allow anyone to perish. Kwa let out a long cry and accelerated northward. Under the moonlight, the boy and his shadow skimmed through the clouds, racing towards the convergence of war and destiny. As Kwa crossed the northern border of the Land of Fire, dawn was on the horizon. Below lay a sprawling range of mountains and sparse forests, where ninja squads occasionally darted through the woods, their chakra fluctuations appearing like fireflies in Sakanaya's electric perception. "This will suffice," Sakanaya patted Kwa's neck. "Go back to the Pokemon world and rest. I will proceed on my own from here." Kwa let out a low growl, seemingly inquiring whether it should continue to escort him. Sakanaya shook his head. "Your size makes you too conspicuous. Besides, I need to adapt to some things on the road ahead." He referred to his power. Once the sage body reached an intermediate level, the changes in his physique exceeded expectations. The surge in chakra and vitality was overwhelming, and the abilities of the thunder fruit had also risen significantly. Yet he had never truly unleashed his full strength, unaware of what he could achieve now. Kwa nodded in understanding, its form beginning to dissolve into white mist. Sakanaya leaped off its back, his body twisting gracefully in the air before landing steadily atop a mountain peak. Behind him, the summoning technique was released, and the white mist dissipated with the wind. Kwa had returned to the Pokemon world. The surroundings were silent, save for the howling wind. Sakanaya expanded his electric perception, confirming that there was no one within a radius of 1,500 meters. "Very good, this place is sufficiently remote." He did not set off immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in concentration. The power of the sage body surged within him, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, with each breath resonating slightly with natural energy. Ever since he had obtained the power of the thunder fruit, he had been suppressing, adapting, and controlling this force. Now, he could finally let loose. "Let us start with the basics." Sakanaya opened his eyes, lightning flickering within his pupils. He raised his right hand, palm facing upwards. There were no hand seals, no process of chakra gathering. Golden electric arcs naturally leaped within his palm, crackling with sound. This was not ordinary lightning release. It was the power of the thunder fruit combined with sage chakra, each arc containing destructive power far beyond conventional ninjutsu. The arcs grew denser, thickening from the width of a hair to that of a finger, and finally coalescing into a continuously rotating ball of lightning. Compress. The lightning ball pulsed in his palm, its size steadily shrinking while its brightness intensified, until it became a small golden point the size of a thumb. The radiance was blinding, akin to a miniature sun, with energy within distorting the surrounding air. Sakanaya could feel that this lightning ball possessed enough power to easily pierce through rock, to obliterate buildings. And this was merely a casual strike utilizing 1/10 of his power. Not enough. He dissipated the lightning ball and stood up, his feet slightly apart, his center of gravity sinking. Chakra surged from the soles of his feet, connecting with the ground, forming a faint electromagnetic field. This was the principle of the moonwalk from the Navy Six styles, but combined with the thunder fruit and sage body, the effect was entirely different. Rise. His body lightened and lifted from the ground, floating in the air. It was neither a jump nor a flight, but rather a suspension created through electromagnetic repulsion. The height slowly increased, 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, until he was 100 meters above the ground. Looking down, the mountains and forests emerged faintly through the morning mist. Sakanaya took a deep breath and began to accelerate. Harnessing the repulsive force of the thunder, he accomplished pure flight. His body transformed into a golden streak of light, slicing through the sky, racing northward. His speed intensified, the wind howled past his ears, but it was easily blocked by the thunderous armor enveloping his form. 10 minutes later, he had crossed the border of the Land of River and entered a vast desert expanse. This was unclaimed land, situated at the intersection of the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Fire. The area was ravaged by sandstorms year-round, seldom trodden by human feet. Even ninjas rarely ventured here, making it the perfect place to test his strength. Sakanaya hovered above the desert, gazing downwards. The yellow sands swirled around. Visibility was extremely low, yet he did not require sight. His electric perception covered several kilometers, revealing the undulating dunes, the rock layers beneath, and the static electricity in the air, all firmly within his grasp. "Let us begin." He slowly ascended, passing through the sand and entering the clouds. The cloud layer above the desert was thin, but sufficient for concealment. Golden lightning flickered within the clouds, each leap causing a faint rumble of thunder. Lightning. With a thought, a gold lightning pillar as thick as a barrel descended from the heavens, striking the dune below. There was no deafening roar, only a muted rumble. The dune instantly vaporized, leaving a 10-meter diameter molten pit. The edges of the sand crystallized into a glass-like substance. Too weak. Sakaya shook his head. This was merely a basic application of the thunder fruit, not even reaching 1% of its true power. He needed to test what belonged to Enel's techniques in his memories. Clenching his fists, his body fully extended within the clouds. Chakra surged from his dantian, merging with the natural energy of the sage body, and then combining with the lightning power of the thunder fruit. The three forces intertwined within him, forming a new and unprecedented energy form. The momentum began to rise. Within the clouds, the lightning grew increasingly dense, transitioning from gold to platinum. The air began to vibrate, the sand being pushed away by an invisible force field, creating a clean space around Sakaya. Still not enough, continue. Sakaya closed his eyes, exerting all his strength to manipulate the power. The vitality of the sage body served as fuel, chakra as the carrier, and lightning as the manifestation. The combination of the three generated a terrifying qualitative change. The clouds began to change color. The once gray-white clouds were tinged with gold, deepening until they turned into pitch-black storm clouds. The clouds churned, lightning surging within, as if birthing some horrific existence. The radius expanded. 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, the storm cloud enveloping the entire expanse of desert. The world dimmed, with only the occasional flash of lightning illuminating the silent sands below. Sakaya's figure flickered within the clouds. He hovered at the center of the storm, his silver hair dancing in the static electricity, arcs of blinding lightning leaping across his body. His eyes had completely transformed into gold, reflecting countless flashes of lightning. Now is the time. He took a deep breath. If he needed to breathe in this state, he then slowly exhaled. Each breath caused the storm clouds to roll, the energy of the world vibrating. His fists clenched tightly, his arm muscles tensing. The terrifying power of the sage body surged within him, filling every muscle, every bone, every cell with destructive energy. Discharge. The sound was not loud, but each word resonated like thunder, echoing through the heavens and earth. 100 million volts. Boom! The world lost its color. Within the pitch-black storm clouds, golden lightning suddenly blazed forth. As myriad bolts of lightning erupted simultaneously, the clouds were torn asunder, illuminating the sky, and for that fleeting moment, the entire world was enveloped in pure golden light. The lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, blanketing the desolate expanse for dozens of kilometers. Each bolt was as thick as a barrel, and each strike possessed the power to obliterate a small mountain. Thousands of lightning strikes interwove to form a net, transforming the entire desert into a realm of thunder. There was no sound, or rather, the sound had surpassed the range of human perception. Only the energy of destruction rampaged, and only pure annihilation was on display. Sand dunes vaporized, rock layers melted, and the ground fractured. The desert howled under the onslaught of thunder, its terrain reshaped by the lightning. When the thunder finally subsided, the scene below had been irrevocably altered. The once continuous sand dunes vanished, replaced by a massive pit with a diameter exceeding 5 kilometers. The pit plunged 100 meters deep, its bottom a molten, resolidified glass-like substance, glimmering with an eerie radiance under the remnants of the lightning. The edges of the pit were perfectly circular, the cross-section smooth as a mirror, as if erased by some incomprehensible force in an instant. Surrounding the pit, within a radius of 20 kilometers, the sand had all been vitrified, forming a vast, flat, lifeless glass plane. In the clouds, Sakaya slowly opened his eyes. The lightning in his golden pupils gradually receded, and the electric arcs on his surface slowly subsided. He gazed down at the devastation he had wrought, his expression unreadable, yet complex emotions flickered in his eyes. This was power sufficient to alter the very fabric of the world. Power that could instill terror even in those of the shadow-level might. Yet he knew this was not the limit. The immortal body, the thunder fruit, the accumulation of the system's sign-ins, these forces combined should allow for further advancement. However, now was not the time for further testing. Sakaya slowly descended from the clouds, halting 100 meters above the pit. He looked down upon the horrific wound below, extending a hand. With his palm facing downward and fingers slightly splayed, he declared, "Judgment." The voice was soft, yet each word carried an undeniable authority. A point of golden light ignited in his palm. Initially no larger than a grain of rice, it swiftly expanded, transforming in an instant into a colossal pillar of thunder exceeding 10 meters in diameter. The pillar was entirely golden, with countless runes swirling within, a natural pattern formed by the fusion of celestial techniques and lightning power. The space around the thunder pillar began to distort, light was swallowed, and sound was obliterated, as if the very world itself feared this force. Then the thunder pillar descended, not with the swift impact of a lightning bolt, but slowly, solemnly, as though divine judgment were falling. Upon contact with the bottom of the pit, there was no explosion, no shockwave, only pure annihilation. The glass-like substance vaporized within the thunder pillar, rock layers disintegrated, and all matter was transformed into the most fundamental particles upon contact. The pit began to deepen. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, the thunder pillar penetrated the ground like a drill, leaving annihilation in its wake. When the thunder pillar finally dissipated, the depth of the pit had reached 500 meters. The bottom was a smooth, mirror-like spherical chamber, its walls composed of recondensed black crystals, a special mineral formed under high temperature and pressure. At the center of the pit, a fist-sized golden crystal floated. This was a natural creation formed from the highly concentrated lightning energy, containing terrifying lightning attribute power. Sakaya descended to the bottom of the pit and picked up the golden crystal. The crystal felt warm in his hand, with lightning flowing within. He stowed the crystal away. Since he was here to procure goods, it was only fitting to bring back something distinctive, and this item was quite remarkable. Looking up at the sky, the storm clouds had dissipated, and sunlight poured down once more. Yet the desert below had been irrevocably transformed. It was time to leave. Sakaya took one last look at the destruction he had caused, and his body began to elementalize. He transformed into countless fragmented electric arcs, scattering like golden rain, vanishing into the air. In the next instant, he appeared at the edge of the desert, dozens of kilometers away. Looking back, the massive pit resembled a ghastly scar upon the earth under the sunlight. Perhaps it would not be long before the winds and sands buried it, restoring the silence. No one would know what had transpired here. No one would know that a 12-year-old boy had tested power rivaling that of the tailed beasts, except for him. In the land of grass, at the Without Pi Bridge, Sakaya gazed northward, lightning reigniting in his eyes. The test was complete, and the power was confirmed. Now, he had sufficient confidence to intervene in the impending tragedy. His figure transformed once more into electric arcs, vanishing at the edge of the desert. This time, his target was clear. He was headed to the battlefield, to the crossroads of fate, to the side of his brother and friends. Then, in his own way, he would rewrite everything. Thunder had descended, and the war was about to encounter variables. 300 miles south of the land of grass's border, Sakaya raced through the clouds as lightning, his speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive. 2 hours had passed since departing the desert testing ground, and he was drawing closer to the main battlefield of the land of grass. With electric perception fully engaged, every movement within a radius of 1,500 meters was under his control. Suddenly, the scene below caused him to slow down. It was an expansive, open area of desert, which should have been a dull yellow but was now dyed a blinding gold. Golden sand waves rolled like a tsunami, towering over 30 meters high and stretching several kilometers wide, advancing forward with an overwhelming force. Wherever the sand waves passed, rocks were shattered, grass obliterated, and the ground was plowed into deep ravines. In front of the golden sand waves, a massive figure was desperately holding its ground. It was the Great Serpent, the summoned beast of Orochimaru, a purple giant python over 50 meters long. At this moment, it coiled into a wall of snakes, using its massive body to withstand the onslaught of the sand waves. Yet the power of the golden sand waves was too terrifying. Each impact caused the scales of the Great Serpent to crack, blood spraying forth. The sand waves contained magnetic chakra, slicing through the defenses of the Great Serpent like countless tiny blades. Orochimaru, the Great Serpent can't hold on much longer, an anxious Leaf Jonin shouted. On the edge of the battlefield, Orochimaru stood atop a high ground, his expression grim, dressed in a Leaf Jonin vest. His long hair whipped wildly in the wind, his golden vertical pupils fixed intently on the source of the sand waves. His hands formed seals continuously, maintaining the summoning state of the Great Serpent. Yet the cold sweat on his forehead revealed he was already quite strained. Raza, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and uttered the name. Atop the crest of the golden sand waves stood a figure, proud and defiant. It was a young man in his 20s with red hair, clad in the attire of Sunigakure, a wind shadow straw hat tied around his forehead. Though he was not yet the wind shadow, he already exuded a leader's charisma. He stood with his arms crossed, the golden sand swirling beneath him as if alive, lifting him into the air. Raza, the candidate for the fourth wind shadow, holder of the magnetic bloodline limit. The great serpent is nothing special. Raza's voice echoed across the battlefield through chakra. You may be strong, but how long can you withstand my golden sand burial? No sooner had he spoken than he waved one hand. From the golden sand waves, a portion split off, transforming into dozens of giant sand serpents that lunged toward the great serpent from various angles. The great serpent roared, thrashing its tail and shattering a few, but more sand serpents coiled around its body, tightening like golden chains. Hiss! The great serpent emitted a painful cry, its scales bursting under the constriction of the sand chains. Orochimaru, the leaf ninja sought to rush forward to aid, but were intercepted by Sunegakure's puppet master forces. On the battlefield, the leaf side was clearly at a disadvantage. The Sunegakure puppets, concealed by the golden sand, struck unexpectedly, and for every leaf ninja that fell, the situation grew increasingly dire. Amidst the clouds, Sakaya silently observed the scene before him. Raza, the future fourth Kazekage, my father. The magnet release bloodline limit, capable of manipulating gold sand, is a formidable force that embodies both offense and defense. It stands as the strongest combat power of Sunegakure at present. In the original narrative, he first rose to prominence during the Third Shinobi World War, ultimately ascending to the position of Kazekage. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, although one of the legendary Sannin, found himself at a disadvantage against the area of effect attacks of the magnet release. The size of the great serpent was too vast, rendering it a mere target beneath the onslaught of gold sand. Should Orochimaru be gravely injured or even perish here, the defense of the land of rivers could very well collapse. Sakaya swiftly analyzed the situation. Tsunade was concocting an antidote, and Jiraiya was engaged in battle against the Iwagakure shinobi in the land of grass. If Orochimaru fell, there would be no one left to stop Raza in the land of rivers. Initially, he had aimed for the bridge of no return in the land of grass, but it seemed that intervention was now required here as well. However, he could not reveal himself as Sakaya. A boy with shadow-level strength at the tender age of 12 would undoubtedly attract attention. Should his identity be exposed, subsequent plans would be thrown into disarray. After a moment's contemplation, Sakaya retrieved 2 items from his bosom. A deep blue headscarf which completely enveloped his silver hair. A mask resembling a fearsome demon, obscuring his entire face save for the eye openings. The mask was crafted during his leisure time at the Idle Cloud Pavilion, composed of a special material that could block chakra perception, thus preventing the revelation of his identity. Once he donned the headscarf and mask, Sakaya lowered his gaze toward the battlefield. Raza was already controlling a massive wave of gold sand that had entirely ensnared the great serpent, while Orochimaru's complexion grew increasingly pale, evidently suffering from significant chakra depletion. As for the magnet release, beneath the mask, Sakaya's lips curled into a faint smile. Apologies, but your most formidable father has arrived. No sooner had he thought this than he dispelled his elemental transformation. Without any warning or prelude, a golden figure plummeted from the clouds like a meteor. The speed was astonishing, producing a sharp, ear-piercing whistle as it sliced through the air. The figure was enveloped in scorching lightning, leaving a long tail of flame in its wake, resembling a true shooting star. On the battlefield, everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Raza abruptly looked up, his pupils constricting. Orochimaru halted his hand seals, a look of bewilderment flashing across his golden slit pupils. The leaf and sand shinobi alike ceased their actions, gazing skyward. The golden figure descended unerringly toward the center of the golden sand wave, precisely where Raza stood. What is that? Raza reacted swiftly, bringing his hands together. The gold sand beneath his feet instantly coalesced into a thick shield wall, rising above his head. Simultaneously, he directed half of the sand chains that ensnared the great serpent to transform into dozens of sharp spikes, shooting toward the sky. Yet it was all too late. The moment the golden figure collided with the gold sand spikes, a blinding flash of lightning erupted. Those spikes, capable of piercing through steel, crumbled like paper in the presence of the lightning, dissolving into a shower of golden dust. Immediately afterward, the figure struck the gold sand shield wall. A deafening roar echoed through the air. The shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, akin to an invisible hammer smashing everything around it. The closest sand shinobi were directly sent flying, while those slightly farther were pushed back repeatedly by the force of the air. The gold sand shield wall shattered under the impact, scattering into countless fragments. Raza let out a muffled groan as the gold sand platform beneath him violently shook, forcing him to retreat several meters to regain his footing. Dust and debris filled the air where the impact had occurred, raining down like a storm. The battlefield fell into a profound silence, all gazes fixated on the cloud of dust. Gradually, the dust began to dissipate. A figure emerged at the center of the impact crater. It was a mysterious individual, clad in black combat attire adorned with golden lightning bird patterns, wearing a demon mask and wrapped in a headscarf. He hovered 3 meters above the ground, with no visible support, simply floating there in serene stillness. Tiny golden arcs of electricity danced around him, and the air was thick with the scent of ozone. His eyes, concealed beneath the mask, scanned the battlefield before finally locking onto Raza. "Show yourself." Raza suppressed the shock within him, his voice sharp as he commanded, "You dare to conceal your true form? Come down." He formed hand seals, and the gold sand beneath him surged once more. This time, the sand did not disperse for an attack but coalesced into a singular, colossal golden figure. It stretched 20 meters in length, each scale crafted from gold sand, reflecting blinding rays in the sunlight. Embedded within its eyes were 2 chakra crystals.
Exuding à dangereux aura.
Gold sand. Attack. Raza thrust his hands forward. The golden giant emitted a silent roar, opening its massive jaws to lunge at the mysterious figure. As it passed, the air was distorted by the magnetic pull of the gold sand, creating visible ripples. In this strike, Raza exerted 70% of his strength. He aimed to crush this unexpected interloper in one blow, re-establishing the might of Sunagakure. The golden giant closed in, jaws agape, as if to swallow the mysterious figure whole. Everyone on the battlefield held their breath. The leaf shinobi showed despair, while the sand shinobi wore expressions of excitement. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, secretly forming hand seals, prepared to intervene at a critical moment. Regardless of who this mysterious figure was, he was an enemy, yet for now a temporary ally. Then, all present witnessed an astonishing spectacle. In the face of the gold sand giant, which was capable of swallowing a small mountain, the mysterious figure simply raised his right hand slowly. His 5 fingers spread wide, palm facing the incoming jaws. No hand seals, no chakra fluctuations, not even a hint of evasive action. He extended his hand calmly, as if to caress the approaching beast. The moment the giant's jaws met his palm, time seemed to freeze. The golden sand giant halted abruptly, mere half a meter from the hand. Not blocked but as if it had collided with an invisible wall, all momentum and power dissipating in that instant. The giant writhed wildly, its tail slamming against the ground, creating deep craters. Yet no matter how it struggled, could not advance an inch further. The eyes, embedded with chakra crystals, fixed intently on the mysterious figure, yet they could not breach that unseen barrier. Raza's expression finally changed. "This is impossible," he exclaimed, quickening his hand seals, chakra surging wildly. The gold sand giant expanded further, its magnetic waves strong enough to levitate the surrounding sand and rocks. But still, it was futile. The mysterious figure's palm remained firmly suspended in midair, that layer of invisible barrier unyielding. Each impact from the giant felt like it was striking the hardest metal in existence. Aside from the dull thud of collision, it had no effect whatsoever. Beneath the mask, a soft chuckle echoed. The sound was faint, yet it resonated clearly across the silent battlefield. "Not bad," the mysterious figure spoke. His voice filtered through the mask, sounding somewhat low and distorted. "But this is where it ends." He slowly retracted his fingers. As this motion occurred, the gold sand giant began to emit a sound akin to teeth grinding and shattering. Starting from its head, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the golden sand, rapidly spreading, until the entirety of its form was riddled with fissures. Raza's complexion turned pale. He could feel his control over the gold sand giant being forcibly severed. That power, ruthless and overwhelming, was undeniable, akin to an invisible hand grasping and wrenching away his control. "No!" Raza roared, forming one last seal with his hands. He intended to self-destruct the gold sand giant. Even if he could not harm his opponent, he aimed to create chaos. But the mysterious figure moved faster. Closing his fingers, he tightened his grip. Boom! The gold sand giant shattered. It was not a self-detonation but rather crushed from within by some unfathomable force. 20 meters in length, the giant transformed in an instant into a shower of golden dust, cascading like golden snowflakes. In the midst of the golden powder rain, the mysterious figure slowly lowered their hand. The eyes beneath the mask shifted towards Luo Sha, a fleeting flash of lightning shimmering in their golden pupils. "Hey, hey, hey!" You must be Luo Sha, right? It seems your reasoning isn't very sound. The figure remarked, electricity can eliminate magnetism, but it can also generate magnetism. Now it's my turn. As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. Only the golden dust continued to drift down, glimmering with blinding brilliance in the sunlight. Luo Sha fixed his gaze on the mysterious figure hovering in the air, cold sweat beading on his forehead. That previous strike had consumed 70% of his strength, yet it was effortlessly crushed by the opponent. The disparity in power was beyond his comprehension. Who are you, exactly? Luo Sha gritted his teeth, secretly forming seals in preparation for the next assault. A light chuckle emanated from beneath the mask. That is of no importance. What matters is that you should exit the stage. As soon as the words were spoken, the golden sand particles still falling from the sky suddenly halted. Then, as if imbued with life, they began to converge towards the mysterious figure. Tons of golden grains swirled in the air, coalescing into a form strikingly similar to the giant summoned by Luo Sha, but larger, more solid, and with golden lightning flickering in its eyes. This is impossible, Luo Sha exclaimed. How can you control my golden sand? The mysterious figure offered no response. He merely raised his right hand and gave a gentle forward wave. The golden sand emitted a silent roar and lunged towards Luo Sha. The movement, speed, and momentum mirrored that of the giant Luo Sha had previously controlled, but the thunderous power infused within elevated its danger to an entirely different level. Magnetic escape. Sand gold wall. Luo Sha reacted swiftly, slapping the ground. The sand surged up beneath his feet, forming a thick wall. This time he was cautious. The internal structure of the sand wall was complex, layered, with magnetic barriers between each layer, theoretically capable of defending against most attacks. Boom! The golden sand collided with the wall. The immense impact shook the entire battlefield, yet surprisingly, the sand wall held firm against the blow. It cracked like a spider's web upon collision but did not break through. A flicker of joy crossed Luo Sha's eyes. However, the next moment his smile froze. To his astonishment, the golden sand did not disperse as he had anticipated. Instead, it began to merge with the wall. Yes, merge. The surface of the sand cracked open with countless tiny fissures, from which golden lightning surged forth. These lightning bolts, like living tendrils, entwined around the sand wall, and then zzzzz. Amidst the piercing sound of electricity, the structure of the sand wall began to collapse. The particles that formed the wall lost their magnetic properties in the lightning, transforming into ordinary grains that fell away. The lightning did not cease, continuing to penetrate inward, layer by layer. Luo Sha could feel his control over the sand wall rapidly dissipating. Those grains he had securely bound with magnetic escape were perishing one by one in the lightning, becoming unmanageable ordinary matter. This is... He suddenly realized something, his expression changing dramatically. Electromagnetic effect. You are using electricity. A voice of approval came from beneath the mask. Not bad, Luo Sha. Your understanding of physics is quite decent. Electricity can eliminate magnetism, and it can also generate magnetism. The reason your golden sand can be controlled is that magnetic escape endowed it with magnetism. And the mysterious figure paused, a tone of obvious mockery lacing his voice. I can use electricity to eliminate their magnetism and then bestow new magnetism. In other words, your magnetic escape is merely a toy in my presence. As soon as the words left his lips, the sand wall completely collapsed. The golden sand, stripped of its magnetic properties, cascaded down like a waterfall, revealing the pale face of Luo Sha behind it. Meanwhile, the giant of golden sand had grown even larger, swirling in the air, its eyes flashing with lightning as if mocking Luo Sha's incompetence. I refuse to believe it, Luo Sha roared, raising his hands once more to form seals. This time he held nothing back and unleashed his full power. Magnetic escape. Sand gold fangs. More golden sand surged from the ground, coalescing in the air to form a second giant. This one was longer, reaching 30 meters, with palpable magnetic waves emanating from its mouth, distorting the surrounding space. Two giants, one to the left and one to the right, charged towards the mysterious figure in a pincer attack. Luo Sha's plan was simple. Although the opponent could affect magnetism with lightning, there must be a limit. Controlling two giants simultaneously would undoubtedly be a tremendous drain, as long as he seized the opportunity. However, what transpired next shattered his calculations. Facing the two giants' onslaught, the mysterious figure did not even move. He merely raised his hands, left hand directed at one giant, right hand at the other, and then, with a gentle grasp, the action was as effortless as picking fruit. The two giants, just 10 meters away from the mysterious figure, suddenly froze, as if gripped by an invisible hand, unable to advance even a fraction. Immediately, Luo Sha felt his control over the two giants being forcefully stripped away. No, it was not merely being stripped. It was something far more terrifying. He could distinctly feel the golden lightning emerging from within the giants he controlled. The lightning spread like a virus, erasing their magnetic properties wherever it passed, only to impart new, unfamiliar magnetism. The new magnetism did not belong to him. It belonged to the mysterious figure. The two giants began to intertwine, attacking each other. One tail struck the other, and the other retaliated with a bite. They were engaged in mutual destruction, each blow causing sand to scatter and each bite draining their magnetism. No, this is impossible, Luo Sha murmured, fear flickering in his eyes for the first time. He looked up at the mysterious figure. The eyes beneath the mask were now watching him with unabashed mockery, as if observing a clumsy clown, filled with amusement and derision. Are you toying with me? Luo Sha's voice trembled, not from fear, but from an overwhelming rage. Toys? The mysterious figure chuckled lightly. No, I am merely teaching you what true control is. He snapped his fingers. The two giants, locked in mutual destruction, suddenly halted and then merged. The two streams of golden sand converged in the air, swirling and compressing. Finally, they coalesced into a single giant, only 10 meters long but so solid it was nearly tangible. Each scale was clearly visible, and the lightning flickered in its eyes as if alive, intricate patterns of lightning even appearing on its surface. Now, that's more like it, the mysterious figure nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Luo Sha. Now, it is time to end this. Before the words had fully left his lips, his eyes suddenly narrowed, not at Luo Sha, but at a distant direction. The expression beneath the mask instantly became grave. The eyes that had always held mockery now filled with shock and urgency. Damn it, how could it be at this moment? Luo Sha did not notice the mysterious figure's anomaly. He was already consumed by anger and humiliation. As the brightest star of Sunagakure, as the future fourth Kazekage, he had never endured such disgrace. Toyed with using his own ninjutsu, looked at as a clown. Ah! Luo Sha howled towards the sky, raising his hands high. The ground beneath him began to tremble, and more golden sand surged from below, not in small amounts, but in an overwhelming tide. The entire desert was roiling, a sea of golden sand awakening like a slumbering beast, surging towards the sky. Magnetic escape. Golden sand waterfall buried. This was his strongest ultimate technique, summoning a sea of golden sand capable of burying an entire village at the cost of exhausting all his chakra. The sea of sand rose to a height of 100 meters and stretched several kilometers wide. Wherever it passed, everything would be crushed, buried, and forever unable to reincarnate. He intended to use this move to bury that secret person along with everything on this battlefield. The sand sea came crashing down like a wall. Yet, the secret person did not evade. He didn't even glance at the overwhelming sand sea. All his attention was focused on a signal in his perception. The life signs emanating from the thunder seed implanted within Obito's body were plummeting. The tragedy from the original work was unfolding. There was no time for games. Beneath the mask, Sakamoto's voice was as cold as iron. He no longer concealed himself, no longer toyed with his opponent, nor did he hold back. Golden lightning erupted from within him, blinding, searing, imbued with destructive energy. The golden lightning surged outward in a frenzied expansion from his center. The moment the lightning made contact with the sand sea, a sizzling sound erupted. It was a piercing noise that could shatter eardrums. The golden sand sea melted away under the lightning like ice and snow. The magnetic properties of the sand gold were entirely obliterated by the lightning, which then imparted terrifying heat, vaporizing the now non-magnetic sand gold. A passage was forcibly carved out of the sand sea. At the end of the passage stood the stunned Rosa. He still held his arms raised, his face twisted in anger and madness. But at this moment, it all froze, transforming into a visage of disbelief and horror. In the next instant, the golden lightning coalesced into a humanoid form. Sakamoto appeared before Rosa, extending his right hand with fingers splayed, directly pressing it against Rosa's face. The action was not hurried. One might even describe it as slow. Yet, Rosa found himself unable to move. Not bound, but rather his body instinctively screamed, warning him. There is no escape, no defense. You will die. The palm pressed firmly, then downwards. Boom! Rosa was forcibly pressed into the ground. The immense force shattered the earth like tofu, instantly forming a massive pit over 20 meters in diameter. At the center of the pit lay Rosa, his face still bearing an expression of shock. but having already lost consciousness. Sakamoto released his grip and slowly floated up from the pit. He glanced down at the unconscious Rosa, then turned his gaze northward, toward the land of grass, toward the Nobi Bridge. "You have a good son, Rosa," he murmured softly, a voice only he could hear. "Though you do not yet know it, I shall spare your life for now. But when we meet next, I shall not be so gentle." With that, he no longer lingered. His body transformed into a pure golden lightning bolt, soaring into the sky, instantly piercing through the still dissipating sand sea, through the clouds, disappearing into the northern horizon. From the moment the lightning surged to its disappearance, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. The sand shinobi stared blankly at the unconscious Rosa, at the massive pit, at the remnants of the lightning trail in the sky. The leaf shinobi were equally dumbfounded, the great serpent gradually loosening its grip on their bodies. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils fixed intently on the north, glimmering with complex emotions. After a long while, a sand jonin finally spoke, trembling. What was that just now?" No one answered, for everyone knew what it was. It was power. Pure. Overwhelming power that rendered any thought of resistance futile. And that being who possessed such power had just departed from here, heading toward another direction on the battlefield. To the north, the land of grass, the Nobi Bridge. What was about to happen there? No one knew, but everyone felt that the course of the war had, from this moment on, irrevocably changed. In the heart of the land of grass, 5 miles east of the Nobi Bridge, lay a forest covered in rocks and soil, permeated with the scent of blood and dust. Boulders were scattered about, one of which, over 10 meters in diameter, completely concealed the ground beneath. Dark red blood seeped from the edges of the rock, silently recounting the tragedy that had just occurred. Cough, cough. A figure struggled to crawl out from the side of the rock. It was an IWA shinobi, clad in dirt-colored ninja armor. A cruel smile etched upon his face. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva and turned to look beneath the rock. Mission accomplished. The leaf brats were indeed no match. As soon as he finished speaking, more figures emerged from the surrounding forest, all IWA shinobi, 7 or 8 of them, forming a fan shape to encircle the area. They scanned their surroundings warily, kunai glinting coldly in the sunlight. Did the leech man really get wiped out? A young IWA shinobi inquired. The one referred to as the leech IWA shinobi, who had just crawled out from the rock, grinned. With the earth release collapsing, how could there be any survivors? One of those brats is probably crushed beneath the rock layers, turned into meat paste. As for the other 2, he turned his head to the other side of the rock. Kakashi and Rin stood back to back, surrounded by 4 IWA shinobi. Kakashi's left arm hung limply, blood dripping from his wrist, a deep gash on his left eye, blood flowing profusely, clearly injuring his eyeball. He knelt on one knee, his left hand barely grasping a kunai, but his body trembled, chakra nearly depleted. Rin was in slightly better shape but equally disheveled. She formed a hand seal from medical ninjutsu, green chakra enveloping Kakashi's left arm as she attempted to staunch the bleeding. However, her complexion was pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, clearly having reached her limit. "One eye gone, one medical ninja." The leech scoffed disdainfully. "Is this the team the leaf sent to sabotage the supply line? What a joke." He waved his hand, signaling the surrounding IWA shinobi. "Finish them off, then return to report. The Nobi Bridge defenses have no gaps. Let those leaf fools give up." The 4 IWA shinobi advanced simultaneously. Their movements were slow and deliberate, like cats toying with a mouse. Kakashi gritted his teeth, trying to stand, but his knee buckled, nearly causing him to fall. Rin hurriedly supported him, tears glistening in her eyes. "Kakashi, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." "It's not your fault." Kakashi's voice was hoarse but remained calm. "It was my misjudgment. Obito." At the mention of that name, both their eyes dimmed simultaneously. Beneath the rock, that always boisterous, overly passionate Uchiha youth was currently trapped under several tons of rock, unaware of his fate. No, it should be said, he was undoubtedly doomed. "Do it," the leech commanded. The 4 IWA shinobi formed hand seals simultaneously. Earth release. Earth bullets, for clumps of earth coalesced and rose from the ground, opening their mouths and lunging toward Kakashi and Rin. If the strike hit, the 2 would have no chance of survival. Kakashi closed his eyes, silently preparing for one last desperate attempt. In his current state, he might be able to use his last chakra to push Rin away, giving her a 1% chance to escape. Just then, the sky split apart. Without warning, without sound. It literally tore open. A gap in the clouds ripped by some invisible force, golden lightning cascading down from the fissure. The lightning was as thick as a barrel, yet its speed exceeded the limits of visual capture. One moment it was still in the clouds, the next it struck the ground. Boom! 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 For overlapping deafening sounds. The 4 earth bullets detonated just 3 meters away from Kakashi and Rin, not shattered, but erased. The lightning, imbued with terrifying heat, vaporized the earth instantaneously, leaving not even a trace of smoke. The 4 IWA shinobi froze in place, their hands still in the seal position, but their expressions had turned to stone. Then, fine golden cracks appeared on the surface of their bodies, rapidly spreading, covering them entirely. Bang, 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 bang. For soft sounds, like bubbles bursting, the 4 IWA shinobi transformed into 4 golden light orbs, dissipating into the air. No bloodstains, no screams of agony, and even the chakra fluctuations failed to erupt. He simply vanished entirely. The entire process took less than half a second. The smile on the face of the magic leech froze. He abruptly turned his head to gaze in the direction where the lightning fell, and the rift in the sky was slowly closing, yet a golden figure descended from within it. Enveloped in lightning, the figure's features remained obscured, only a humanoid shape was discernible. However, the overwhelming sense of pressure, the terrifying aura that caused the very air to shudder, made the magic leech's fur stand on end. An enemy attack, he shrieked, his hands forming seals at lightning speed, earth-style. Earth flow wall. Thick earthen walls rose from the ground, stacked upon one another to shield him. Yet that was insufficient. The magic leech could sense that the aura of death, tangible as it was, had locked onto him tightly. Everyone, form up. Earth-style. Rock armor technique. The surrounding rock ninjas reacted swiftly, immediately forming seals. Yellowish chakra surged from the ground, enveloping them and forming a layer of rocky armor. Simultaneously, they began to disperse their positions, preparing for a combined assault. But the golden figure did not grant them the opportunity. He landed. The moment his feet touched the ground, a ring of golden lightning burst forth from the point of impact. It was not an attack, merely an energy dispersing naturally. Yet this natural dispersal caused the ground within 30 meters to turn to glass, and the 3 nearest rock ninjas did not even have time to scream before being reduced to charred remains within the lightning. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The magic leech finally realized that this was not a foe they could contend with. He turned to flee, but as soon as he moved, a hand gripped his neck from behind. The hand, wrapped in golden lightning, felt as cold as iron. The magic leech could feel the fingers tightening around his neck slowly. It was not an immediate crushing, but rather akin to a cat playing with a mouse, applying pressure gradually to make him sense the approach of death. No, please. The magic leech struggled to utter a few words, desperately trying to pry the hand away, but it remained immovable. The golden figure lifted him, turning toward a massive rock. Then he stepped forward. The rock was penetrated as easily as tofu. More accurately, it was traversed. The figure, shrouded in lightning, along with the magic leech, simply walked directly into the interior of the rock. The surface of the rock was left with a humanoid hollow, the edges smooth as if melted by extreme heat. Below the rock lay a pocket of space. Saved. Though the figure's features remained indistinct, at least they bore no ill will toward the two. With Rin's support, Kakashi and Rin also leapt into the subterranean space. Kakashi leaned against the rock wall, the wound on his left eye still oozing blood, but he had hastily bandaged it. Rin released Kakashi, hurried a few steps, and knelt on the other side of the rock wall, pressing her hand to the ground, attempting to use her medical ninjutsu to sustain Obito's final life signs. Meanwhile, beneath the rock, Obito lay there, his lower half completely crushed by the stone. Flesh and blood a gruesome mess, with only the upper half visible above the waist. His complexion was as pale as paper, his breathing weak, yet his eyes remained open, fixed intently on Kakashi. Upon seeing that Kakashi was unharmed, his gaze finally softened. Recalling what had just transpired, Obito had heard the commotion outside, followed by the sight of golden light piercing through the rock layers. When the golden light dissipated, revealing the silhouette within, Obito's pupils constricted. The figure, wearing a Resetsu mask, held the unconscious magic leech in hand. The golden eyes looked indifferently at Rin as she helped Kakashi pass by, before finally kneeling beside Obito, the glow of medical ninjutsu emanating from her hand. Then, the masked figure released his grip. The magic leech slumped limply to the ground, now unconscious. Watching the figure illuminated by the light, increasingly resembling the image in his memories, Obito's voice emerged with a hint of uncertainty. "Is that you, Saka?" A sense of absurdity flowed among the three present. Not to mention that Saka had long abandoned his identity as a ninja. Even if he had not, the power of the person before him was. The masked figure fell silent for several seconds before raising his hand to remove the mask. The face revealed beneath the mask caused the three to simultaneously halt their breaths. Silver hair, gray-blue eyes, though still bearing youthful innocence, the handsome contours were already discernible. Most importantly, that face was one Kakashi was all too familiar with, one he saw every day in the mirror, except this face was unmasked, the eyes sharper and yet more unfamiliar.
Saka?
Kakashi's voice trembled, not from his injuries, but from disbelief. Saka tossed the mask aside, producing a crisp sound upon impact. He did not answer Kakashi but instead hastened to kneel beside Obito. Obito. Obito's eyes shifted to Saka. He managed a weak smile, attempting to chuckle, but only coughed up blood. Hey Saka, your entrance is a bit too flashy, I senti it? Saka said nothing, pressing his right hand against Obito's chest. Golden lightning surged from his palm, seeping into Obito's body. But soon his brow furrowed. The injuries were too severe. The lower half was completely crushed, internal organs ruptured, and excessive blood loss. If it weren't for the special constitution of the Uchiha clan, combined with Rin's medical ninjutsu forcibly sustaining his life, Obito would have been dead long ago. Even with Saka's current strength, healing such injuries would require time, and Obito had no time left. It's useless. Obito weakly shook his head. I understand my condition. He turned to Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi, today is your and your brother's birthday, right? Kakashi was taken aback. He had completely forgotten about it. War, missions, life and death struggles. Such trivial matters as birthdays had long been cast aside. I prepared something, but it, along with my body, was crushed. Obito forced a bitter smile, so this I give to you. He exerted his last ounce of strength to raise his right hand, laboriously pointing to his right eye. My eye, I gift it to you. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan should still be of some use. Obito. Kakashi shook his head vehemently.
No, I.
Shut up. Obito suddenly raised his voice. Though still weak, it carried an undeniable firmness. Kakashi, you are my opponent but also my companion. Take my eye and live well. Go see a world beyond. He paused to catch his breath before continuing. Also, with that eye, protect Rin well. This is my last request. Then he turned to Saka, his eyes filled with apology. Saka, I'm sorry. I didn't expect to reunite with you in such a sorry state. It seems there's nothing I can give you. Next time, he murmured, his voice growing fainter. Next time. For sure. Saka's fists clenched tightly. His nails dug into his palms, blood seeping out, yet he felt no pain. He could save Raza, could obliterate the Sand Gold funeral, could annihilate rock ninjas. Yet he could not save this friend who was on the verge of death. It wasn't that he couldn't save him. It was that there was no time left. Obito's body was like a leaking ship, his vitality swiftly draining away. Even if he forced his sage body and electrical therapy capabilities to extend his life, it could only be for a few minutes, and the process would be excruciatingly painful. Obito, Rin could no longer hold back her tears. Obito looked at her, his eyes gentle. Rin, go ahead. I can't hold on any longer. But this is my wish. Obito closed his eyes. Let me, in the end, be like a hero. Rin bit her lip, looking at Kakashi. Kakashi lowered his head, his body trembling. After a few seconds, he raised his head, blood tears seeping from beneath the bandage over his left eye. Rin, he said hoarsely, go ahead. Lin closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, the hesitation had vanished, leaving only the resolute determination of a medical ninja. She formed hand seals, and a green glow of chakra enveloped Obito and Kakashi. The surgery was swift. Lin was adept in her medical ninjutsu, and Obito had relinquished his resistance, willingly allowing control of the Sharingan to slip from his grasp. In less than a minute, Obito's right eye was completely excised and transplanted into Kakashi's injured right eye socket. As Lin released her hands, Kakashi's right eye transformed into a vivid crimson, with the black tomo slowly rotating within. Meanwhile, Obito, having lost his right eye, appeared even paler, yet a hint of a relieved smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. This is good. Just as the thought left his lips, a sudden roar echoed from above. They are here. Those leaf mice are here. Immediately, the ground began to tremble. It was not a natural quake. Rather, it was a man-made disturbance, with rock ninjas manipulating the earth outside, intent on collapsing the space entirely. They have discovered us. Lin's expression changed dramatically. Sakaya looked up, a flash of lightning sparking in his eyes. Within the realm of his sensory perception, he detected at least 20 rock ninjas above, collaborating to unleash earth release techniques. The rocks were compressing in one direction, threatening to bury them alive. We must go. He supported Kakashi with one arm while grasping Lin with the other. With lightning speed, they slipped through the gap before the rocks could fully close in. Just as they were about to escape this space entirely, Sakaya paused for a moment, glancing down to see Obito, his smile fading as he slowly disappeared into the crevice of the rocks. Sakaya silently mouthed a few words to Obito. Until we meet again, Obito. The three landed in an open area outside the rocks. Behind them, the stones thundered as they sealed shut. That non-space, the space where Obito resided, was forever buried beneath dozens of tons of rock. Sakaya turned to face the massive boulder. In his perception, Obito's vital signs were rapidly diminishing, nearing extinction. Yet, he remained still, swiftly eliminating all the rock ninjas present, as effortlessly as one might crush a few ants underfoot. For at the edge of his awareness, deep beneath the rocks, another presence was drawing near. That aura was strange, sinister, and bore characteristics unbefitting of humanity. The presence hovered beside Obito for a few seconds, then swiftly took him, or rather Obito's corpse, down into the depths of the earth. Absolute. Sakaya closed his eyes. He could sense that Obito's life signs stabilized at their lowest threshold the moment he was taken by Absolute. He was not dead, yet he was not truly alive either. Just as in the original story, he was rescued by Absolute and Madara Uchiha, transformed into the future Masked Man. I'm sorry, Obito, he silently intoned in his heart. If I save you now, you will die instantly. Let Absolute take you. At least you will still live. He opened his eyes and looked at Kakashi and Lin. Both were gazing at the boulder, their eyes filled with the same emptiness and despair. Let us go. Sakaya said softly, this place is not safe. The rock ninjas will soon return. Kakashi turned his head mechanically to face Sakaya. Within the newly transplanted Sharingan, the Tomo slowly rotated, reflecting the unfamiliar face of his brother. Sakaya, what exactly, he began, his voice hoarse and laden with confusion and pain. We'll talk when we get back. Sakaya interrupted, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. We must leave here first. With a flash of lightning, the three figures vanished from the spot, leaving only the massive boulder and the secret forever buried beneath it. 20 miles north of the border of the grass country, in a concealed cave. As the lightning dissipated, Sakaya, Kakashi, and Lin materialized within the cave. Lin immediately helped Kakashi to sit down, her hands glowing with the green light of medical ninjutsu as she examined his injuries. Kakashi's right Sharingan had closed, but the wound beneath the bandage was still seeping blood. The eyeball was damaged, yet the transplant had succeeded. The Sharingan had integrated. Lin's voice still trembled, but she had regained her professional composure as a medical ninja. Her left arm was fractured, with multiple soft tissue contusions, and she was completely drained of chakra, requiring at least a week of rest. A week is too long. Kakashi shook his head, struggling to rise, but Sakaya pressed him back down by the shoulder. Do not move. Sakaya's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Your current state would only lead to your demise. Kakashi raised his gaze, fixing a penetrating stare upon his brother. The exposed right eye, bloodshot and mingled with an imperceptible hint of fear. Sakaya, he spoke, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. What exactly are you? The cave fell into silence. Even Lin paused her treatment, anxiously watching the two brothers. Sakaya was silent for a few seconds, then walked to the cave entrance, gazing out at the deepening twilight. The sunset stained the clouds a bloody hue, reminiscent of the bloodshed on the battlefield today. 6 years ago, on the day of our father's suicide. He turned his back to them, his voice barely above a whisper. I swore I would never let anyone important die before my eyes again. I am not asking that. Kakashi raised his voice. I am asking about your power. That kind of strength is not something a ninja should possess. Where did you get it? Before he could finish, a flash of golden light cut through the air. Minato Namikaze appeared in the cave, his speed so swift that it made no sound. Dressed in a jonin vest, his disheveled blonde hair framed a weary face, yet his blue eyes remained sharp as a blade. Upon seeing the three within the cave, he visibly relaxed, but his brow furrowed immediately. Kakashi, Lin, are you all right? Sakaya? Minato's gaze fell upon Sakaya, surprise flickering in his eyes. How did you end up here? Weren't you managing the hot springs back in the leaf? Sakaya turned, nodding slightly to Minato. Brother Minato. Answer my question, Sakaya. Kakashi pressed on relentlessly, the new transplanted Sharingan having opened once more, its crimson pupil fixed intently on his brother. Obito is dead, crushed by the rocks. If you possess such power, why did you not come sooner? Why? His voice trembled, the latter part of his sentence faltering. Yet, everyone understood the implication. If you had such power, why did you not save Obito? Minato's expression turned serious as he looked at Sakaya, awaiting an explanation. Sakaya closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, all emotion had vanished from his gaze. Because I could not use it again, he stated, his voice calm as if he were merely stating a fact. That power, I cannot use a second time. What do you mean? There is a forbidden technique scroll in our father's legacy. Sakaya began weaving a lie, his tone as flat as if reciting a lesson. The Thunderbolt enhancement technique can temporarily elevate chakra nature and physical strength to their limits. However, the cost is permanent damage to the chakra network. He raised his right hand, palm facing upward. Golden lightning flickered in his palm, yet it was evidently much weaker than it had been on the battlefield, and highly unstable, flickering in and out. I just used it. That was the forbidden technique. Sakaya continued, the effects of the technique are now fading, and the backlash has begun. My chakra network is collapsing. Kakashi was taken aback. Lin covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with concern. Minato's brow furrowed deeply as he stepped forward, placing his right hand on Sakaya's shoulder, probing with his chakra. A few seconds later, Minato's expression grew grave. Sakaya's chakra network was indeed in an exceedingly abnormal state, disturbingly chaotic. The chakra flowed intermittently, with countless tiny cracks appearing on the network walls, resembling a balloon that had been forcibly expanded and then retracted. This state does indeed bear the hallmarks of having used a forbidden technique that overdraws potential. Certainly, this is a deliberate disguise crafted by Saken. The immortal body bestows upon him a terrifying regenerative capability, allowing him to effortlessly simulate any injury, and the fluctuations of his chakra are strikingly authentic. You, Minato, withdrew your hand, your eyes filled with complexity. Why resort to such a forbidden technique? Due to certain unspeakable means, I can detect the life signs of Obito and Rin, and during the latest observation, a danger signal was transmitted. Saken turned his gaze to Kakashi. I sensed that they are on the brink of death. As for why now rather than before? He paused, his voice dropping, because this forbidden technique can only be used once in a lifetime. Once utilized, the meridians will be damaged, resulting in a permanent regression of power, never to return to its peak. I have been holding on to it, waiting for the most critical moment to save the most important person. The cave fell silent once more. Kakashi bowed his head, his shoulders trembling. Rin's tears flowed anew. Minato remained silent for a long while before slowly speaking. Saken, do you realize how dangerous this is? Permanent damage to your meridians means you may never be able to be a ninja again. I know. Saken nodded, but it is worth it. I have already given up the path of a ninja, Haven Ti. Obito he. Minato's voice became slightly hoarse. In the end, he gave his eyes to Kakashi, allowing me to take them away with him. Saken succinctly stated, the rocks collapsed, and he was buried beneath. Cannot save him. The final few words were spoken lightly, yet each word pierced Kakashi's heart like a knife. Kakashi abruptly raised his head, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. No, you can save him. You have that kind of power, you can. I cannot. Saken interrupted him, his eyes cold. Kakashi, I am human. Not. Obito's injuries are beyond severe. More than half of his body is completely crushed, his internal organs ruptured, and he has lost over 70% of his blood. Even if I use the forbidden technique, I can only prolong his life for a few minutes, and the process would be excruciating. He chose to give you his eyes. He chose to die like a hero. This is his own choice, and I respect it. But, there is no but. Saken turned to face the cave entrance. This is not the time for sorrow. The Nobi Bridge is still standing, and the supply line of the Rock Ninja is still operational. Obito exchanged his life for intelligence. Cannot be wasted. Minato's eyes sharpened. Intelligence? A portion of the Rock Ninja's defensive forces at Nobi Bridge has been reassigned. Saken stated, the last group that besieged Kakashi and the others was the final batch. Currently, there are no more than 20 guards on the bridge, and they are all Chunin and Genin. A glimmer of determination flashed in Minato's eyes. Are you certain? Certain. Saken nodded. My sensing ability is a side effect of the forbidden technique. Within a radius of 3 kilometers, I can perceive all chakra fluctuations. Present, there are indeed only 20 chakra responses on the bridge, the strongest merely at the special Jonin level. Minato fell silent. The Nobi Bridge is the lifeline of the Rock Ninja on the grass country front. If it were to be destroyed, the frontline Rock Ninja forces would fall into a supply crisis. The Leaf could seize the opportunity to counterattack, potentially reversing the entire situation on the grass country front. However, the risks are substantial. The bridge is located deep within the Rock Ninja's controlled territory, and should the operation fail or they be delayed, Rock Ninja reinforcements would arrive within 10 minutes. At that point, not to mention destroying the bridge, the very question of whether they could return alive would arise. There is significant pressure from Jiraiya-sensei. Minato murmured, the grass country front has been at a stalemate for 3 months, with casualties occurring daily. If the Nobi bridge can be destroyed. He looked at Saken. Can you still fight in your current state? Saken smiled. In that smile lay fatigue, a sense of relief, and a hint of resolution. The backlash of the forbidden technique requires time to fully manifest. He said, his voice very soft. Yet every word was clear. Minato, I heard you are very fast with the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato was taken aback. In this condition, I might only have one last dance left. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Saken's eyes. Shall we give it a try? Let us see if you can reach the center of the bridge first using the Flying Thunder God, or if I can reach it first using the Lightning Instant. Minato understood. He gazed deeply at Saken, then smiled as well. That was a smile of golden brilliance, confident, dazzling, imbued with an undeniable determination. I understand now, Saken. Minato said, placing his right hand on the Flying Thunder God kunai at his waist. Then let me see your final dance. Kakashi struggled to stand. Minato-sensei, I also. You stay here. Both Minato and Saken spoke simultaneously. The two exchanged a glance, and Minato continued. Kakashi, your mission is complete. You have brought back intelligence and rescued Rin. You have done enough. Now rest well. This is an order. But, there is no but. Saken also spoke, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Kakashi, in your current state, going up there will only be a hindrance. Stay here, protect Rin, and wait for our return. Kakashi clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He wanted to argue, to say that he could still fight, to mention that Obito's eyes were on him, that he must do something. But reason told him that his brother and Minato-sensei were right. He could barely stand. Going up would indeed be a burden. In the end, he slumped down, bowing his head, his silver hair obscuring his eyes. Come back alive. He whispered, his voice hoarse. Both of you must come back alive. Minato patted his shoulder, then turned to Saken. Are you ready? Saken nodded. Golden lightning surged from within him. Although it was not as dazzling as before, it still contained terrifying energy. He looked at Minato and grinned. Then, let us begin. Before the words had faded, the two figures vanished simultaneously. They moved faster than the limits of the naked eye could capture, quicker than the air could produce a shrill whistle. A flash of gold, a flash of yellow. The golden thunder and the yellow flash, like two swords piercing through the night, shot towards the north, towards the Nobi bridge. Kakashi and Rin rushed to the cave entrance, only to see at the horizon's end, two beams of light leaving remnants, resembling shooting stars, slicing through the battlefield under the blood-red sunset. Rin clasped her hands together, silently praying. Kakashi fixed his gaze on the north, the new transplanted Sharingan in his eye reflecting the departing golden light as the Tomo slowly rotated. Saken, he murmured, his voice soft as a sigh, was what you just said all true? There was no answer. Only the night wind howled, carrying the atmosphere of the distant battlefield, sweeping through the cave, brushing past the youth's bewildered face. And 20 miles away at the Nobi bridge, the rock ninja guarding the bridge had just received news of the Magic Leech team's disappearance and were heightening their vigilance. They would not know that death was racing towards them at the speed of light. The yellow flash, the golden thunder. The Leaf's two fastest individuals were about to join forces to perform their final and most resplendent dance on this battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War. The Nobi Bridge, spanning the border between the Grass Country and the Earth Country, stretches over 300 meters, entirely constructed of rock, and serves as the lifeline of Iwagakure on the Grass Country front. At this moment, the bridge was brightly lit, with 20 rock ninjas scattered throughout, vigilantly scanning the darkness. On the two watchtowers at the bridge's head, Fortunen held binoculars, monitoring the movements within a several-kilometer radius. Has there been any news from the Magic Leech team? None. They have been out of contact for 20 minutes. Should we report back to headquarters? Wait a bit longer. It may be a malfunction of the communication ninja tools. Before the words had fully left their mouths, the space at the center of the bridge suddenly warped. A golden figure appeared without warning, as if stepping out from the void. Minato Namikaze stood at the center of the bridge, each hand holding a trident kunai, his blue eyes shimmering with a calm light under the moon. Enemy attack. It's the yellow flash. The alarm of the rock ninja had just sounded when another figure made an even more terrifying entrance. The sky was torn apart, and a golden lightning column pierced through the clouds, crashing down at the bridge's tail. As the lightning flashed, Sakan's figure emerged within the electric light. He knelt on one knee, his right hand pressing against the surface of the bridge, as lightning spread beneath his palm like a spider's web, instantly covering half of the bridge. "Make your move," Minato issued a terse command. Before his words had fully settled, both individuals sprang into action. With a kunai infused with lightning held in his left hand, he formed hand seals with his right, moving so swiftly that he left an afterimage in his wake. Flying Thunder God Technique, second stage. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared behind the first IWA ninja at the bridge's head. The kunai sliced through the throat, blood spraying forth. The IWA ninja had barely registered the shock in his eyes before his life was extinguished. Minato did not linger. He disappeared once more, reappearing to the left of the second IWA ninja. The kunai plunged into his heart, withdrawing to unleash a spray of crimson. He vanished again, targeting the third, then the fourth. The yellow flash flickered at the bridge's head, each appearance accompanied by the fall of an IWA ninja. There were no screams, no struggles, only the dull thud of blades sinking into flesh and bodies collapsing. All 7 IWA ninjas guarding the bridge fell lifeless within 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the golden radiance chose a more direct approach. It did not touch the ground but hovered 10 meters above the bridge's surface, revealing the figure of Sakaya. With his hand outstretched, palm facing down, his eyes shone with golden light. Lightning release, 1,000 thunder prison. Boom! Thousands of golden bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, each precisely locking onto a target, engulfing both the IWA ninjas and the bridge within its attack range. The lightning struck the steel supports, triggering a violent electromagnetic explosion, vaporizing the rock of the bridge's pillars and leaving several meter-wide holes in the bridge surface. The IWA ninjas guarding the bridge were thrown into a panic. They attempted to form seals for defense to evade, but the lightning was too dense, too swift, covering the entire bridge surface. One IWA ninja had just raised an earth wall when the lightning pierced through it, turning him to charcoal. Another sought to leap from the bridge to escape, only to be ensnared by the falling net of lightning, shrieking as he plunged into the abyss. IWA Tetsu watched from the tower, his eyes bulging with rage. He quickly formed hand seals, chakra surging wildly. Earth release, rock collapse. The entire tower began to tremble, the rocks swirling as if alive, coalescing into a gigantic rock hand, reaching skyward towards Sakaya. The hand's diameter exceeded 10 meters, intricate sealing patterns decorating its palm, a technique of IWA Tetsu's that would seal anything caught within it, rendering it immobile. Yet Sakaya paid no heed to the hand. He simply raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at the rock palm, and gently tapped. Lightning release, lightning spear. A slender, golden bolt of lightning shot forth from his fingertip. At the moment of contact with the rock hand, there was no explosion, no sound. The rock hand began to disintegrate from the fingertip, crumbling into countless shards of stone. The shattering spread rapidly along the arm, and in the blink of an eye, the entire hand, along with half of the arm, had been reduced to dust. IWA Tetsu spat blood, disbelief clouding his eyes. His strongest defensive ninjutsu had been effortlessly shattered by a single bolt of lightning. Before he could fully process this, Sakaya was already before him, moving as if he had always been there. IWA Tetsu attempted to speak. Sakaya's right hand pressed against his chest. Electrocution. ZZZZT. Golden lightning burst from his palm, instantly flooding into IWA Tetsu's body. IWA Tetsu convulsed violently, his eyes bulging, while countless lightning patterns surfaced on his skin. 3 seconds later, the lightning dissipated, and IWA Tetsu slumped down, having lost consciousness. Sakaya did not even glance at him, turning instead to the other end of the bridge. Minato had already dealt with all the guarding ninjas and stood at the center of the bridge, forming a complex seal. It was the Flying Thunder God Technique's destructive seal, capable of damaging the bridge's structure from within. "Minato, hurry," Sakaya said calmly. "I sense more are coming." Minato nodded, hastening his seal formation. Blue chakra surged from his hand, seeping into the bridge's surface and rapidly spreading along the steel supports. Wherever it passed, the steel groaned under the strain, and fine cracks emerged in the rock. Just then, Sakaya's expression suddenly shifted. It was not the sense of danger that troubled him. The danger had already arrived. At the edge of his electrical perception, 3 kilometers away, a terrifying energy was gathering. Decomposition, annihilation, it sought to reduce everything to fundamental particles. Dust release. "Minato, get away!" Sakaya shouted hoarsely, simultaneously elementalizing his body. He transformed into pure golden lightning, darting to the side. Almost simultaneously, a white beam of light shot down from the mountain peak 3 kilometers away. The beam's diameter exceeded 5 meters, distorting the air as it passed, swallowing light and even silencing sound. It shot straight toward the center of the bridge, precisely where Minato stood. Minato reacted with astonishing speed. The moment Sakanaya's voice rang out, he halted his seal, flinging the kunai to the side. The flying thunder technique activated, and he vanished, reappearing on a bridge pillar 50 meters away. The white beam grazed his afterimage. Then it struck the bridge. There was no sound.
No explosión.
Only a profound silence, pure and utterly annihilated. The beam hit the bridge segment, disintegrating steel, rock, and all materials into their most basic particles upon contact, leaving not even a trace of smoke. A massive 10-meter-wide void appeared in the bridge surface, its edges smooth as a mirror, the cut surface too orderly to be comforting. The void penetrated the entire bridge structure, from top to bottom, front to back. Through the void, one could see the deep valley below and the same smooth-cut face on the opposite mountain wall. Sakanaya reformed his body 50 meters away, his expression grave. He looked down at his chest. A hole had been burned through the left side of his shirt, the edges charred. Although he had elementalized in time, the edge of the dust release beam had still narrowly grazed him. Had it not been for the nullification of attacks in his elemental state, that brush could have severely injured him. Yamato, he muttered. 3 kilometers away on the mountaintop, a diminutive figure slowly ascended. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, the highest leader of IWA Shinobi, had personally appeared on the battlefield. He hovered in the air, hand in the seal formation, white chakra swirling in his palm. A yellow flash and another one, a lightning release ninja I have never seen before. Inoki's voice echoed through the night sky via chakra amplification. You can evade my dust release, you have some skill. But this is where it ends. He formed hand seals again, his palm aimed at the bridge surface. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Another white beam shot forth, this time targeting Minato. Minato had been prepared. He threw the flying kunai, disappearing once more. The beam missed its target, creating another hole in the bridge surface. Minato! Sakanaya's voice rang out in Minato's mind, transmitted through the air vibrating with lightning. There is no point in entangling with him. Leave Inoki to me, you continue to destroy the bridge. Minato's figure appeared on another bridge pillar. He exchanged a glance with Sakanaya and nodded. He formed seals again, blue chakra surging forth, seeping into the bridge structure. Inoki frowned. He had discerned Minato's intentions. This man clearly did not wish to fight him, only to destroy the bridge. And that lightning release ninja, trying to delay me? Inoki sneered, shifting his hand seals toward Sakanaya. Let us see if you have that capability. Dust release, limit separation. The seal had not been completed, because Sakanaya had already appeared before him. Golden lightning traced a winding trajectory through the night sky, instantly crossing the 3-kilometer distance to stand just 10 meters in front of Inoki. At this distance, it was already face-to-face for a shadow-level ninja. When did? Inoki's pupils constricted. He had hardly discerned Sokka's movements. All he saw was a flash of golden light and the man appeared before him. Lightning release, thunderbolt. Sokka extended his right hand, fingers spread wide. In the palm, golden lightning erupted, with countless minuscule arcs of electricity dancing in the air, forming a vast field of lightning that completely enveloped Ya. Dust release required precise chakra control, yet the electricity would disrupt the flow of chakra. You could feel his dust release chakra in his palm starting to become chaotic, showing signs of losing control. Damn it! He had no choice but to halt his ninjutsu and switch to defense, earth release. Rock technique. Rocks surged from beneath his feet, instantly coalescing into a towering 5-meter stone giant. The giant clenched its fist and struck down fiercely towards Sokka. This blow was terrifyingly powerful, capable of shattering a small mountain. Yet Sokka did not flinch or evade. He raised his left hand, fingers gathering together, and unleashed a punch.
Fist met fist.
The golden lightning clashed with the giant's rock fist. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The shockwave radiated in a circular motion, flattening the trees below. The stone giant's fist crumbled upon impact, disintegrating from the fist to the arm, then to the shoulder and torso, breaking apart inch by inch, transforming into a rain of rubble. Ya was thrown out from the debris, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He stared fixedly at Sokka, shock evident in his eyes for the first time. This lightning release ninja possessed an abnormal strength. That punch just now was not ninjutsu, It was pure physical power augmented by lightning. But what kind of body could shatter the rock technique with a single punch? Who exactly are you? He asked in a low voice. Saka did not respond. He turned to glance at the bridge, where Minato had already caused half of it to collapse. Cracks were multiplying on the bridge's body, and the entire structure began to groan under the immense strain. Almost there, he silently mused, then turned to Ya, Lord Tsuchikage. We continue. Arrogant. Ya was enraged. He formed seals once more, but this time it was not dust release, but a more complex technique. Let me show you what true earth release is. Earth release. Mountain technique. The ground began to tremble. The mountains on either side rose as if alive, closing in on Saka. This was Ya's signature ninjutsu, manipulating entire mountains with chakra to crush the enemy into paste. The range and speed were so great that it was nearly impossible to evade. Yet Saka had no intention of dodging. He floated in midair, arms outstretched. Golden lightning surged from within him, growing brighter and more blinding. The lightning coalesced in the air, forming a 10-meter-tall thunder giant. The giant was composed entirely of lightning, its features indistinct, yet it exuded a pressure that made Ya's heart race. Lightning release, thunder. This was Saka's original technique, a combination of lightning metallurgy, elementalization, and sage chakra mimicking Enel's lightning form. Though it was merely a prototype, its power was already terrifying. The thunder giant braced itself against the encroaching mountains. The collision of mountains and lightning produced a screeching sound, sparks flying, rocks shattering. Yet the mountains could advance not an inch further. What? You could hardly believe it. The power of the mountain technique, capable of crushing tailed beasts, was actually blocked. Just then, a tremendous noise emanated from the direction of the bridge. Boom! The Nopai bridge could no longer bear the strain. Under Minato's flying thunder god technique, the bridge began to collapse from within. Steel supports twisted and broke. Rock pillars shattered and fell. The 500-meter-long bridge, like a giant beast stripped of its bones, slowly tilted and plunged into the abyss. Dust and debris soared into the sky, falling like rain. Ya's face turned ashen. The bridge was destroyed, and the supply line for Iwagakure in the land of grass was utterly severed. This war had already cost Iwagakure half its strength. You bastards, he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, forming seals once more, but this time not to attack Saka, but towards the sky. Old Z, in the distant mountains, a scarlet light shot into the sky. That light contained the essence of brutality, searing heat, and the breath of annihilation, like a awakened ferocious beast. Four-Tails Jinchuriki Old Z. No, at this moment, it should be referred to as Four-Tails Son Goku, fully transformed into a tailed beast. The 50-meter-tall crimson giant ape leaped from the mountains, each step causing the earth to quake. It let out a long howl, the sound waves materializing into a shockwave that sent all trees along its path flying. The giant ape's eyes glowed red as blood, with four tails thrashing behind it, each containing terrifying chakra. Yo, what do you want? Old Z's voice echoed from the giant ape's mouth, carrying the unique hoarseness and brutality of a tailed beast. The bridge is destroyed? Who did it? His gaze fell upon Saka, a glimmer of interest flashing in his crimson pupils. Lightning release? Interesting, let me have a go. Old Z, let's go together. You interrupted him, his voice cold. This lightning release ninja is not simple. We must finish this quickly. Troublesome. Old Z said this, yet his movements were swift. The giant ape opened its mouth, crimson chakra gathering and compressing within, forming a tailed beast ball with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. The tailed beast ball, the ultimate technique of the tailed beasts, a single strike capable of destroying a mountain. Tailed beast ball, launch. The crimson sphere rushed towards Saka. As it passed, the air was ionized by the intense heat, leaving a charred trail. Though not fast, its range was vast, blocking all angles of evasion. Simultaneously, Ya also made his move. He formed the final seal, palm directed at Saka. Dust release. Limit removal technique. Expand. A white beam shot forth once more. 3 5-meter diameter light columns forming a triangular shape that sealed off Saka's escape. With the tailed beast ball in front and dust release behind, attacks came from all sides. A certain kill scenario, yet Saka smiled. The corner of his mouth curved beneath the mask. That smile held madness, relief, and a sense of finally being able to unleash his full potential. Minato, the bridge is destroyed. You should retreat first, he transmitted to Minato. Leave this to me.
Saka.
You! Don't worry, I won't die. Saka interrupted. Remember to wish Kakashi a happy birthday for me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he dispelled the lightning form. The thunder giant dissipated, returning to human form. Yet he did not flee or hide. Instead, he spread his arms wide and looked up at the sky. Yeah, he spoke, his voice low, yet every word was crystal clear. I heard you have lived from the Warring States period to the present, witnessing the rise and fall of an era.
Ya Frouned.
The tailed beast ball was already halfway to its target, and the dust release light columns were also closing in. Then remember this day with your eyes. Sokka's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority. I, Kazaka Sokka, will someday be eternal in the ninja world. He raised his hand high, palm facing the heavens. The chakra within him, sage energy, and the power of the rumble fruit all converged at that moment, exploding without reservation. Golden lightning erupted from his body, shooting into the clouds, turning the night sky into day. The clouds were torn asunder, thunder converging, embodying the will of destruction. Sokka's eyes transformed entirely into gold, reflecting countless arcs of lightning. Judgment.
Boom.
The world lost its color. A massive lightning column, over 100 meters in diameter, crashed down from the clouds. It was a punishment, an anger, a strike that contained all of Sokka's power. The column collided with the tailed beast ball. The crimson-tailed beast ball could not withstand even a second in the lightning, bursting like a bubble, obliterated. The column collided with the dust release. The white dust release light column was forcibly pushed back in the lightning, rolling back towards ya. The column collided with the four tails. The 50-meter-tall crimson giant ape was completely engulfed by the lightning, letting out a heart-wrenching howl. The lightning lasted for a full 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the brilliance dissipated. The night sky fell dark once more, but the scene below had transformed beyond recognition. Within a 1-kilometer radius, the ground had been completely vitrified, forming a colossal meteorite crater. At the center of the crater, Wild knelt on one knee, his earthen shadow robe in tatters, revealing the charred skin beneath. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his hands trembled, clearly indicating he had sustained severe injuries. On the opposite side of the crater, Old Purple had reverted from his tailed beast transformation, returning to his human form. He lay on the ground, his body charred and emitting wisps of smoke, having lost consciousness. A layer of chakra from the four tails formed a protective membrane around his body, which had saved his life, but he would not be able to fight again in the near future. Meanwhile, the instigator, Kazaka Zai, had vanished without a trace, along with Namake's Minato. The night breeze swept through, carrying the scent of scorched earth. Wild struggled to stand, gazing southward, towards the land of the leaf. Kazaka, he murmured, then coughed up a mouthful of blood. From this day forth, this name would echo throughout the entire shinobi world. The scales of war had irreversibly tilted. In the 48th year of the leaf, early spring, 2 months had passed since the battle at the Whoopi Bridge. The smoke of war had not yet fully dissipated, but the situation had undergone a dramatic transformation. In the back courtyard of the Xianyun Pavilion Hot Springs Inn, Zai lay in a recliner under the eaves, covered with a light blanket, resting with his eyes closed. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid, his breathing steady yet slightly weak, resembling someone who had just begun to recover from an illness. Misaki sat beside him, peeling an apple with gentle movements. The medical team came again yesterday. They said your meridian damage is recovering slower than expected. Misaki cut the peeled apple into small pieces, skewering them with a bamboo stick and offering them to her son. Tsunade left medicine. You must take it on time. I know, mother. Zai accepted the apple, taking a small bite, his voice intentionally weak. This was, of course, an act. The power of Sage Mode had granted him terrifying recovery abilities, allowing him to fully heal by the 3rd day after the battle. However, the notion of permanent meridian damage due to the backlash of forbidden techniques needed to be maintained through continuous deception. The medical team from the Leaf came to check on him every 3 days, and each time he had to use precise chakra control to simulate the appearance of disordered meridians and slow recovery. Kakashi came yesterday, Misaki said softly. He stood outside for a long time but ultimately did not come in. Zai paused momentarily. He was well aware that his electromagnetic perception had been covering the entire Xianyun Pavilion. Kakashi had indeed come the previous evening, dressed in a Jonin vest, wearing a newly replaced mask, and his forehead protector casually hung over his face, obscuring his left Sharingan. He had stood at the gate for a full half-hour before finally turning to leave, his silhouette elongated in the setting sun. How is he, brother? Zai inquired. Not well. Misaki shook her head, deep concern in her eyes. That child has changed. He is quieter, more indifferent, hardly speaking to anyone. Minato said he has completed 13 missions this month, with almost no rest. It seems he is trying to numb himself with work. Zai fell silent. He understood why Kakashi was like this. Obito's death, the transplant of the Sharingan, and witnessing his brother weaken after using forbidden techniques. All of these had plunged Kakashi into deeper guilt and isolation. And Rin, she is helping at the Leaf Hospital, working very hard, but Misaki hesitated. Minato said it seems there is something separating her from Kakashi. Although they both survived, they have become even more distant. This was something Zai had anticipated. In the original story, after Obito's death, Kakashi and Rin's relationship had become delicate and fragile. Now, with his own variables added into the mix, the situation would only grow more complicated. However, the good news was that Rin was still alive. The only concern was the potential threat of an ambush from the Mist Ninja, who could implant the three tails, leading Rin down a path of destruction once again. Mother, Zai suddenly spoke, if the war were to end soon, what would you like to do? Misaki was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently. I want to see you two brothers succeed, to hold my grandchild, and to run this hot springs in even better. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Because the war might truly be coming to an end. Zai gazed towards the north. In his electromagnetic perception, countless pieces of information were flowing. In these past 2 months, the dynamics of the war had changed at a dizzying pace. The Whoopee Bridge had been destroyed, and Iwagakure's supply lines in the Land of Grass had been completely severed. The frontline IWA ninja forces were facing severe shortages and dwindling morale. Jiraiya seized the opportunity, commanding the Leaf forces to launch a full-scale counteroffensive. Within 3 days, they advanced 50 miles, reclaiming a third of the lost territory in the Land of Grass. On the front line in the Land of River, Tsunade's antidote played a crucial role. The threat from Suna's puppet poison was no longer significant, and Orochimaru seized the chance to counterattack, pushing the Suna forces back to the borders of the Land of River. Meanwhile, Suna's strongest combat force, Raza, had been incapacitated since his defeat by the secret lightning technique and was unable to participate in the battle. In this ebb and flow, both Suna and IWA could no longer withstand the pressure. On February 7th of the 48th year of the Leaf, Sunagakure submitted a peace proposal through a neutral nation. The conditions included withdrawal from all occupied areas in the Land of River, compensation for war damages, and a 20-year non-aggression treaty. The Leaf High Command agreed after 3 days of discussion. On February 15th, Iwagakure's peace proposal also arrived. The conditions were even harsher. In addition to withdrawing from the Land of Grass, they were to cede 3 mineral-rich areas bordering the Land of Fire, with the compensation amount being 3 times that of Suna's. The Leaf did not agree immediately but continued to apply pressure, with the frontline forces advancing another 30 miles, with their sights set directly on the borders of the Land of Earth. On February 20th, Iwagakure sent a second peace proposal, with terms that were more lenient. The Leaf High Command finally relented, and negotiations began. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. The Third Shinobi World War was on the brink of concluding with a Leaf victory. Yet wars never simply end this way. Boss, we have guests. A server's voice came from outside the courtyard. Zai opened his eyes. Who? Namikaze Minato, Jonin, and also Jonin Kakashi and Chunin Noara Rin. Misaki stood up. Please let them in. Footsteps approached. Minato walked in the lead, his golden hair shining in the sunlight, a gentle smile on his face that couldn't hide his weariness. Kakashi followed closely behind, his mask covering half of his face, and his Sharingan, with its crimson pupil, slightly constricted as it swept across Zai. Rin brought up the rear, dressed in a medical ninja uniform, carrying a medical kit, her expression gentle but concealing sadness deep within her eyes. Aunt Misaki, Zai, Minato greeted. Sorry to disturb you. Not at all. Please have a seat. Misaki quickly called for the server to bring tea. The 3 of them settled under the eaves. Rin placed down the medical kit and looked at Zai. Zai-kun, the medical team sent me to recheck your meridian condition. Sorry for the trouble. Zai extended his wrist. Rin's fingers rested on his wrist, and a green chakra glow illuminated the space. She appeared very focused, but Zai could feel her chakra trembling, her emotional fluctuations evident. A few minutes later, Rin released her hand, her expression not looking good. The meridian damage has improved a bit since the last check, but the recovery speed is far too slow. She looked at Zai, her eyes filled with worry. Zai-kun, you really cannot use chakra anymore. At least not for the next 3 months. Otherwise, your meridians might completely collapse. And then, she did not finish her sentence. But everyone understood the consequences. Complete collapse of the meridians could mean becoming a cripple at best, or death on the spot at worst. I understand, thank you, Rinne. Zai replied calmly. Kakashi's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. He stared intensely at his brother, the tomo in his Sharingan slowly spinning as if trying to see through something with those eyes. Kakashi. Suddenly, the door opened, breaking the silence. Do you not have something to say to Sakaya? Kakashi's body stiffened. He lowered his head, remaining silent for a few seconds, then took out an object from his bosom. It was a short dagger, its sheath a deep blue, with lightning patterns carved on the hilt. Father's knife. Kakashi's voice was hoarse. I have kept two. One I used. This one is for you. Sakaya gazed at the dagger. It was the secondary blade of the Kisaragi family, the White Fang short blade. Although it was not as formidable as the primary blade, it was still a rare weapon. More importantly, it was a relic, a legacy. Brother, this. You and I need it more. Kakashi interrupted him, placing the dagger beside Sakaya. I have the Sharingan and I have Chidori. I no longer need the Kisaragi sword technique. But you have given up the path of a ninja. At least you should keep some memories. His words were quite abrupt, even somewhat hurtful. However, this was Kakashi's way of expressing concern, guilt, and those unspoken emotions. Thank you. Sakaya accepted the dagger, his fingers brushing over the lightning patterns on the sheath. The atmosphere softened slightly. Minato took a sip of tea and slowly spoke. Sakaya, there is something I need to tell you. The surrender agreement with Tsunagakure and Iwagakure has been basically finalized. If nothing unexpected occurs, we can formally sign the ceasefire agreement next month. This is good news. Misaki exclaimed happily. It was supposed to be good news, Minato replied with a bitter smile, but there are those who do not wish for the war to end so soon. Sakaya's eyes narrowed. Kumogakure? Yes, Minato nodded, his expression grave. 3 days ago, Kumogakure declared war on both Iwagakure and Konohagakure simultaneously. One army is attacking the northern borders of the Earth Country, while the other is landing on the shores of the Water Country, pressing towards the northeastern borders of the Fire Country. Attacking two countries at the same time? Misaki exclaimed. Has Kumogakure gone mad? They are not mad. They have seized the opportunity, Sakaya calmly analyzed. Iwagakure has just suffered a defeat, sustaining heavy losses, and is at its weakest. Although Konohagakure has won, our forces have been fighting for over a year and are exhausted, with resources depleted. This is indeed the best opportunity to strike. Minato nodded. Moreover, Kumogakure is launching a full-scale offensive this time. The attack on Iwagakure is personally led by the 3rd Reikage. It is said that he single-handedly shattered 3 of Iwagakure's squads and is now advancing towards the Iwagakure village headquarters. The 3rd Reikage, the strongest Reikage in Kumogakure's history, renowned for possessing both the strongest spear and shield, his physical prowess unparalleled. He once fought the Eight Tails and emerged unscathed. With such a formidable figure personally leading the charge, Iwagakure is indeed in peril. What is Iwagakure's response? Sakaya inquired. They have gathered all available troops, over 10,000, to defend the Raijin Gorge in the northern Earth Country. Minato explained. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, has also mobilized, intending to confront the 3rd Reikage there. The Raijin Gorge, a treacherous area in the Earth Country. On either side are towering cliffs 1,000 meters high, with only a narrow passage in the middle, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. Conversely, once breached, there will be no defenses left. And what about us? Sakaya continued to ask. Jiraiya-sensei has been dispatched to the northeastern borders to defend against Kumogakure's forces at sea. Tsunade is still in the river country handling post-war affairs, while Orochimaru remains in the grass country to prepare for potential incursions from Iwagakure. Minato rubbed his temples. Our manpower is very tight, so... He looked at Sakaya, his eyes filled with regret. The Hokage hopes that you can go to the Raijin Gorge as a special advisor to observe the battle. You do not need to engage, only to assess the true combat capabilities of the 3rd Reikage, providing a reference for Konohagakure's future strategies. No, Misaki immediately opposed. Sakaya hasn't fully recovered. How can he go to the battlefield? Mother, Be quiet, Misaki said sternly, a rare display of severity. She turned to Minato. Minato, I know this is a village order, but Sakaya has already sacrificed enough to save Kakashi and Rin. He can't even use chakra right now. Going to the battlefield is akin to sending him to his death. Minato fell silent, and Kakashi lowered his head as well, while Rin bit her lip. Sakaya watched his mother's agitated demeanor. Warmth surged within him, but he also felt a sense of helplessness. He had to go, not because of the Hokage's order. His excuse seemed reasonable, but how could such a decision, made at the cost of potential, only be about a mere chakra network? It merely required an excuse. As a shadow-level force, as long as he did not tear apart the facade, no one in Konohagakure could stand up to refute his claims. Moreover, the outcome of the battle between the 3rd Reikage and the IWA ninja would directly affect the future of the entire ninja world. In the original narrative, the third Raikage battled against 10,000 IWA ninjas in the Raijin Gorge for 3 days and nights before ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. His death weakened Kumogakure and laid the groundwork for the future fourth Raikage's ascent. Yet now, history had been altered. Iwagakure had just suffered a defeat, and their morale, equipment, and supplies were not in optimal condition. Would the third Raikage find it easier to win this time? Would the battle shift? These were all uncertainties he needed to witness with his own eyes. Mother, Sakaya grasped Misaki's hands, his voice gentle yet firm. I am merely going to observe the battle, not to engage. With Minato here, nothing will happen. And, he paused, glancing at Kakashi, there are some things I need to see with my own eyes to make a decision. Misaki wanted to say more, but seeing the determination in her son's eyes, she finally sighed. She knew this child too well. Once he made a decision, no one could change it. When do we depart? Sakaya asked Minato. As soon as possible. The sooner the better, Minato replied. I will use Flying Thunder God to send you to the borders. The return journey will be up to you. Remember, you are only to observe, absolutely do not intervene in the battle. This is a direct order from the Hokage. I understand. Minato, along with the three of them, sat together for a while longer discussing the precautions before rising to take their leave. Kakashi walked last, pausing at the gate, turning back to look at Sakaya. In that Sharingan, his brother's pale yet tranquil face was reflected. Come back alive, he said softly, this time do not use that forbidden technique again. And brother, regardless of how your relationship with Rin changes, please take good care of her. The troubles we face go beyond just the visible Kumogakure. I have a feeling that the mist ninjas, lurking along the coastlines, will also launch an attack when the war breaks out. In this war, none of the 5 countries can remain uninvolved. Kakashi looked at his brother, Sakaya, whose eyes were earnest, and nodded solemnly before turning to leave. Rin deeply bowed to Sakaya and followed after him. The courtyard fell silent. The setting sun cast a golden hue over the steam of the hot springs. Mother, Sakaya softly said, when I return this time, the war should truly be over. Then we will go together to pay respects to father, and tell him that we are all living well, and we will guard what he left behind. Misaki's eyes reddened slightly as she nodded gently. The night wind blew, bringing with it the scent of distant battlefields. In the northern Raijin Gorge, a decisive battle that would determine the fate of the ninja world was about to commence. And Sakaya Kisaragi would bear witness as an observer, witnessing the turning point of history. Then, at the appropriate moment, he would make his choice. In the Hokage Tower, the top-level conference room, the long rectangular conference table was filled with people. The atmosphere so tense it felt as though one could wring water from it. At the head of the table sat the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, smoking a pipe, his brow furrowed, blue smoke curling upwards and swirling in the oppressive air. On either side were the Leaf Advisors, Midogate and Tsunade, both with serious expressions. Further down were the core combat forces of the Leaf and representatives from various clans. Shimura Danzo sat in the first position to the right of Hiruzen, his right eye bandaged, glinting with calculating light. Opposite him sat Orochimaru, his golden slitted pupils glimmering like a serpent in the dim light, observing everyone present with a playful interest. Jiraiya sat beside Orochimaru, unusually devoid of his usual playful demeanor, arms crossed with a serious expression. Beside him stood Tsunade, her golden hair tied back in a ponytail, arms crossed, her gaze sharp as a blade. Further back were the clan leaders. Nara Shikihisa, Yamanaka Kaiai, Akimichi Choza, representatives of the Inuzuka and Aburame clans, Hyuga Hizashi, the leader of the Hyuga clan, and Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha clan leader, dressed in deep blue clan attire, his expression calm yet concealing a complex array of emotions. At the far end sat Namikaze Minato. Though born of commoner stock, none dared to underestimate him. The Golden Flash had already echoed throughout the ninja world during the Third Shinobi World War, not to mention he bore the title of disciple of Jiraiya and grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone had arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up, his voice hoarse. Let us begin. Today's agenda concerns the display of combat power by Kazaki Kazu in the Land of Rivers and the Land of Grass. He pronounced the last 2 words slowly, with evident deliberation. The meeting room fell into a brief silence as each individual processed the information. A 12-year-old boy exhibited combat prowess that rivaled or even surpassed that of a Kage. This was beyond the realm of normality. I shall speak first, Danzo interjected, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. From the very beginning, I warned you all. Kazaki's second son has issues. Clearly gifted yet feigning mediocrity. Undeniably powerful yet renouncing his ninja identity. He paused. Raising his voice, Hiruzen, I should have been allowed to bring him into root. Now we have an uncontrollable Kage-level force in the village, like a ticking time bomb. Do you know what they are saying outside? The leaf thunder, the yellow flash, the golden lightning, are such titles befitting a 12-year-old child? Danzo, watch your words, Mito Menyen frowned. Kazaki Kazu is a hero of the leaf. On the land of River's front, he defeated Rasha and alleviated Orochimaru's pressure. On the land of Grass front, he assisted Minato in destroying the Nubi Bridge, turning the tide of the entire battle. Without him, we might still be struggling on two fronts. A hero? Danzo scoffed. A liar who claims to have used forbidden techniques, with his chakra network damaged? I have seen the medical team's report. His chakra network is indeed disordered, but the disarray is too orderly, as if deliberately disguised. This remark sent a chill through the meeting room. Did Danzo imply that Kazu was lying? Nara Shikahisa slowly spoke, his tone steady yet questioning. Does he really need to lie? Showing such strength only benefits the leaf. Benefits? Danzo fixed his gaze on Shikahisa. Why would a 12-year-old genius with Kage-level strength hide? Why pretend to be mediocre in the ninja academy? Why renounce his ninja identity upon graduation? Such behavior is inherently abnormal. I suspect he may have someone backing him, or perhaps he is not Kazaki Kazu at all. Enough! Jiraiya slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Danzo. Danzo, cease this baseless speculation. I have met that boy. He is undoubtedly Kazaki Shimo's son. There is no doubt about it. As for why he hides his strength. He paused, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, the matter of Shimo greatly affects that child. Is it so difficult to understand that he does not wish to follow the paths of his father and brother? But Kage-level strength cannot be hidden at will. Kotetsu Shoken spoke, her voice calm yet laden with significance. To fully disguise oneself as an ordinary person through ninja school training, graduation assessments, and daily life requires an extraordinary level of control. This in itself is abnormal. Chattering away, each of you beating around the bush, like rats scurrying in a gutter, only daring to speak behind others' backs. Tsunade suddenly raised her hand, slamming it down onto the table before her, shattering it into splinters. Jiraiya, glancing at her, raised an eyebrow, adjusting his clothing, fearful that Tsunade might direct her ire at him as well. Tsunade stood up, stepping onto the shattered table, surveying the crowd. Allow me to speak some truths, which may not be pleasant, but must be voiced. She leaned forward, pressing her hands against the meeting table, her golden eyes flashing with undeniable authority. First, regarding Kazu's alleged use of forbidden techniques. I have reviewed the medical team's report. His chakra network is disordered and recovery is slow, which superficially resembles the consequences of overdrawing potential. However, she paused, her voice suddenly rising. All of you present are elite ninjas and should be aware of a fundamental truth. The cost of briefly elevating one's strength to Kage level through forbidden techniques is not merely damage to the chakra network. Take, for example, the forbidden technique 8 Gates, compiled by my great-grandfather, Senju Tobarama. Opening the final gates consumes one's life. And the 8th gate, the death gate, is a certain death trap with no exceptions. The meeting room fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed on Tsunade. In other words, she articulated each word with precision. Surviving after using such a significant amplification technique indicates that the so-called backlash from forbidden techniques is merely an excuse. Kazaki Kazu's true strength is indeed at the Kage level. He has been hiding it, but now he either does not wish to hide anymore or cannot conceal it any longer. Her statement struck like thunder, resonating in the hearts of everyone present. Secondly, Tsunade continued, her tone icy, even if we know he is lying, so what? A top-tier Kage-level force willing to cooperate with the medical team, willing to disguise his injuries, and willing to step in to rescue Leaf Ninjas during a critical moment in war. This is already a significant act of goodwill. He is using this method to tell us, I have strength, but I do not wish to cause trouble. Let us coexist peacefully. She straightened up, arms crossed, her gaze sweeping over each individual. Now the question arises, should we accept the goodwill of a Kage-level powerhouse? If we choose to accept, then let us cease these pointless suspicions and schemes. If we do not wish to accept. She paused, a hint of derision curling her lips. Who will expose him? You, Danzo? Danzo's expression darkened, anger flashing in his eyes, yet he remained silent. How about you, Orochimaru? Do you want to capture him for research? Tsunade pointed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled softly, licking his lips. An interesting proposal. However, at present, I lack the confidence to subdue him. Jiraiya, do you intend to fight your own disciple? Jiraiya shook his head. I will not lay a hand on that child. To be honest, even if we fought, I might not win. I have been to the battlefield of the Newbie Bridge. The level of destruction there has surpassed the conventional Kage level scope. Hizashi, the clan leader? Will you use your Byakugan to see through his disguise? Hyuga Hizashi remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Yesterday, while soaking in the bath at the Idle Cloud Pavilion, I deliberately paid close attention. His chakra is quite unique. It does not flow like regular chakra. Rather, it resembles a mixture of natural energy and chakra. Cannot see through it. Fugaku, the clan leader? Will you control him with your Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku lifted his head, the three tomo in his eyes slowly spinning. He glanced at Tsunade, then at Sarutobi Hiruzen, a smirk of mockery curling his lips before he spoke lightly. The Uchiha clan will not oppose Kazaki. This is our clan rule. Oh right, I swear. This declaration sent a shockwave through many hearts present. Fugaku's stance was clear. The Uchiha clan would not provoke Kazaki. Finally, Tsunade turned her gaze to Namake's Minato. Minato, you are his teacher and companion, and have witnessed his combat firsthand. What do you think? If we truly need to take coercive measures against him, what price must we pay? Minato remained silent for several seconds before slowly responding. If Kazu were to unleash his full power, the Leaf would lose at least 1/3 of its top-tier fighting strength, and civilian casualties would be incalculable. Moreover, if he wishes to leave, no one can stop him. The Flying Thunder God may be able to match his speed, but it cannot hold him. The meeting room fell into complete silence. All understood the weight of Minato's words. The golden flash was a judgment no one dared to underestimate. Thus, Tsunade concluded, her voice steady yet imbued with undeniable strength. The answer is clear. Kazaki Kazu is a Kage-level force of the Leaf, a hero, and an ally. If he is willing to cooperate, we shall cooperate. If he does not wish to be disturbed, we shall not disturb him. This is the most basic form of respect. She returned to her seat and picked up the untouched teacup in front of Jiraiya, taking a sip as if the earlier electrifying discourse had merely been idle chatter. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. He scanned the room and slowly began to speak. Tsunade is right. As for Kazaka's eye, this matter ends here. The medical team will continue their regular checkups, but do not delve deeper. If he wishes to disguise himself, we shall cooperate. This is the order of the Hokage. He paused for a moment before adding, furthermore, today's meeting content is classified as top secret. Anyone who leaks information will be treated as a traitor to the village. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Danzo's face turned a shade of iron, but he refrained from speaking further. He knew the tide had turned. Kazaka's eye had already been silently designated as an untouchable by the higher-ups of Konoha. Alright, let us move on to the next agenda. Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted the topic to the movements of Kimogakure and Kirigakure. The latest intelligence from the information department indicated that 2 surprise squads from Kimogakure had already been pinpointed. One, led by A and Kira, had landed on the coast of the Land of Hot Water, aiming directly for Konoha's northeastern defense line. The other was a squad from Kirigakure, operating in the waters near the Land of Waves, with unclear intentions. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense once more. Both squads needed to be dealt with. Nara Shikaku spoke up, his voice steady. A and Kira are part of Kimogakure's B team, both at the level of a Kage, particularly Kira, who is a perfect Jinchuriki, capable of fully controlling the Eight Tails. This squad requires equivalent combat power to confront them. I will. Minato spoke, his tone calm yet resolute. A is incredibly fast, but I am faster with the Flying Thunder God technique. Kira's tailed beast bomb is immensely powerful, yet it requires time to charge. I can hold them off, or even seize the opportunity to deliver a heavy blow. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Minato will lead the team, and we will also draw 3 elite squads from the Umbu for support. The mission objective, to repel them, total annihilation is not necessary. Preserving strength is paramount. Understood. As for the situation with Kirigakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha clan excels in water techniques and assassination. The Sharingan's insight and resistance to Genjutsu will serve as a perfect countermeasure. Might I request the Uchiha clan's involvement? Uchiha Fugaku's veins throbbed on his forehead. Damn it, the Sharingan's insight must be able to see. What kind of cursed arrangement is this, engaging fire-style ninjas against water-style ninjas? After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. Very well, I will personally lead the team, drawing 10 Jounin and 20 Chunin from within the clan. We will depart within 3 days. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief. With the Uchiha clan involved, the threat from Kirigakure should be mitigated. Additionally, we will extract several teams from the existing squads as logistical support to assist the Uchiha clan. The meeting continued, discussing troop deployments, logistical supplies, intelligence support, and other details. Yet, everyone could sense that the earlier discussion regarding Kazaka Zai had set the tone for today's meeting. Untouchable, not to be probed, not to be made an enemy. This was the final stance of Konoha's higher-ups towards that 12-year-old boy. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already late at night. One by one, the attendees departed, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen and 3 advisors in the conference room. Hiruzen, are you truly at ease? Mito Kamen asked in a low voice. An uncontrolled Kaga-level individual is ultimately a hidden danger within the village. It's not that he is uncontrollable. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, a profound weariness in his eyes. He does not need to be controlled. He has his own bottom line, people, friends, and the peace of Konoha. As long as these are not crossed, he will not become an enemy. Moreover, he paused, gazing out at the twinkling lights of Konoha. With him around, other villages would think twice before attempting to make a move against Konoha. A person capable of defeating Raza and holding off the combined strength of Yagura and Orochimaru is enough to make any enemy reconsider. That is the greatest deterrent. Tsubaki Kashino nodded. Indeed, the rapid peace overtures from Sunagakure and Iwagakure are largely due to Kazaka Zai's display of strength. They are afraid. Danzo snorted coldly, rising to leave without uttering another word. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched his departing figure and sighed softly. I hope my choice is the right one. Sakumo, if you can see from above, please bless your children to safely navigate through this chaotic world. The night breeze swept over Hokage Rock, caressing the statues of the first, second, and third Hokage, and brushed past the countless lights of Konoha below. In the backyard of the Xianyun Pavilion, Kazaka lay on a lounge chair, eyes closed in repose. His sensory abilities expanded silently, enveloping all of Konoha. He heard the meeting in the Hokage building, caught Tsunade's emphatic words, and sensed the final silence from everyone. A faint smile curved his lips. Untouchable, is it? Very well. He murmured to himself, then turned over and leapt onto the roof of the Xianyun Pavilion. The moonlight poured down like water, and a shadow was making its way down the path towards Xianyun Pavilion, entering Kazaka's perception. The war raged on, but within Konoha, the disputes regarding Kazaka Zai had, from this night onward, drawn to a close. Late at night, atop the Xianyun Pavilion, Kazaka lay on the slanted roof, hands behind his head, gazing up at the starry sky. The moonlight fell like mercury, enveloping the entire hot spring inn in a soft silver glow. The sound of the Managawa River flowed gently, mingling with the occasional barks of dogs from Konoha in the distance, creating a tranquil nocturne. Yet this tranquility was soon shattered. On the edge of his sensory awareness, a familiar chakra signature was approaching. The speed was not fast, and there was even a hint of hesitation, stopping 3 times within 100 meters of Xianyun Pavilion before ultimately continuing toward this direction. Kazaka remained still. He knew who it was. A few minutes later, a light sound of landing echoed at the edge of the roof. Kakashi's figure appeared in the moonlight, clad in a jounin vest, a mask covering half of his face, yet those eyes, left gray-blue, right crimson, were particularly striking in the night. If you've come, then sit down, brother. Kazaka did not rise but simply shifted aside, making space on the roof. Kakashi silently sat beside him. The two lay side by side on the rooftop, separated by a foot, as if an invisible river flowed between them. The night breeze swept over, bringing a slight chill of early spring. After a long while, Kakashi finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. The high-level meeting has concluded. I know, Kazaka replied calmly. Tsunade is quite formidable. Her words silenced everyone. Kakashi turned his head, the tomo in his Sharingan slowly spinning. You heard? I did, Kazaka affirmed. My sensory range is extensive. The barrier of the Hokage building cannot block me. This understated declaration caused Kakashi to momentarily catch his breath. The barrier of the Hokage building was designed personally by the second Hokage, capable of isolating the majority of sensory ninjutsu. Yet Kazaka could easily penetrate it, which Kakashi understood all too well the implications of. So, Kakashi struggled to speak. Those words were all true. You've been hiding your strength. The so-called backlash from forbidden techniques is a lie. It is. Kazaka did not deny it, nor did he affirm it. What do you mean? Kazaka sat up, hugging his knees, resting his chin on them as he gazed towards Hokage Rock in the distance. 6 years ago, on the day my father committed suicide, I vowed to become strong. Strong enough to protect all those who matter, strong enough to prevent witnessing tragedies unfold. His voice was soft, as if he were speaking to himself. Thus I trained, day after day, But I realized that simply growing stronger is not enough. Konoha requires not only strength but also balance. Balance? My father was too strong. So strong that he threatened the positions of certain individuals, which led to his exclusion and eventual death. Kazaka turned to his elder brother. His gray-blue eyes clear under the moonlight. You shine too brightly, brother. Graduating at 5, becoming a chunin at 6, now at 12 you are a jounin. How many people have their eyes on you? How many are plotting against Konoha's next generation? If I were to display the same talent as you, Konoha would become a target for all. Kakashi was taken aback. He had never considered things from this perspective. Thus, I chose a different path. Sakaya continued, in the open, I am but a mediocre second son, relinquishing my identity as a ninja to run an ordinary hot spring inn. In the shadows, I accumulate strength, awaiting the right moment. This way, I can protect the flag without drawing excessive attention, and strike when it matters most. Like in this war. Kakashi spoke softly. Like in this war. Sakaya nodded. Raza must not die. If he does, Sunagakure will spiral into chaos, and the war will drag on even longer. Yagura must also survive. Iwagakure needs him as a stabilizing force. Yet, I can defeat them, I can destroy the Newbie Bridge, I can change the tide of battle, using my identity as Raiden, not as Sakaya. Kakashi absorbed these words. He recalled the battlefield scenes described by Orochimaru and his teacher Minato, the figure donning the Resetsu mask, effortlessly crushing the Goliath of sand, shattering the rock giant with a single punch, and finally summoning the cataclysmic lightning punishment. Such power indeed surpassed conventional Hokage levels. When did you become so strong? He inquired. Long ago, Sakaya replied vaguely, but the true transformation occurred after acquiring the sage body. Sage body? Kakashi's pupils contracted. The Senju clan similar, yet different, Sakaya interrupted. My physique is rather unique, allowing me to integrate multiple power systems. The sage body is the foundation. Upon this, I fused lightning power, resulting in my current strength. He paused, gazing at Kakashi's Sharingan. Brother, your eyes are just the same. Obito did not merely grant you a Sharingan. It is the Uchiha bloodline, a new possibility. Use it well, but do not let it bind you. Kakashi instinctively touched his right eye. The transplant surgery had taken place 2 months ago, and he had mostly adapted to this eye. The 3-Tomo Sharingan's insight, replication ability, and resistance to Genjutsu had indeed elevated his strength. However, each time he utilized it, he was reminded of Obito, of that serene smile before the rocks collapsed. Obito Kakashi's voice trembled. If you had gone all out that day, could you have saved him? This was the question he had long wished to ask. In the nights that followed, he had dreamt countless times of that scene. The rocks collapsing, Obito being buried, his younger brother standing helplessly by. Upon waking, the Sharingan would uncontrollably activate, the Tomo spinning wildly. Sakaya fell silent. He closed his eyes, the memory of that day flooding back. Obito's lower body crushed, vitality swiftly draining, trapped beneath the rocks. To save Obito, he indeed could have done it, using the sage body and electrical therapy to forcibly extend his life, then employing lightning metallurgy to cut through the rocks, escaping with the 3 of them. But then what? The leaf had nothing readily available to sustain Obito's life. Perhaps there was something, but certainly not something that a mere transparent Uchiha Obito could utilize. Being rescued by Zetsu, reshaping a new body with white Zetsu and Hashirama cells, would grant him a chance at survival, but the cost would be becoming the future Uchiha Madara. Moreover, in the original narrative, Obito's death was a pivotal plot point. If altered, everything that followed would spiral out of control. I can save him, Sakaya finally spoke, his voice soft yet unable to guarantee complete salvation. Why? Kakashi suddenly sat up, the Tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. Because it would lead to even more terrifying consequences. Sakaya also sat up straight, meeting his brother's gaze. Brother, there are many eyes watching this world. Some existences are more fearsome than tailed beasts, more dangerous than shinobi leaders. They are plotting, scheming, waiting for the right moment. If I had saved Obito that day, it would have exposed too many of our cards, drawing the attention of those existences. At that point, not just Obito but you, Rin, our mother, even the entire leaf could fall into peril. This statement was half-truth, half-lie. The truth revolved around Kaguya and Uchiha Madara's schemes, while the lie was that he was not completely incapable of saving him. However, he needed a reason, one that Kakashi could accept. Kakashi stared intently at his brother, his Sharingan attempting to penetrate the calm expression beneath. Yet he discerned nothing. Sakaya's eyes were clear and unclouded, devoid of any evasion. After a long while, Kakashi dejectedly lowered his head, his hand threading through his silver hair. I don't understand. His voice was filled with anguish. I don't understand why you have to think so much, why you carry these burdens. You are only 12, Sakaya. A 12-year-old child should not have to consider such things. When our father died, I was only 5, Sakaya gently replied. A 5-year-old child should not have to endure such things. Kakashi's body froze. The night wind blew, carrying the distant fragrance of cherry blossoms. The leaves sakura were about to bloom, the war nearing its end. Yet some things would never return. Brother, Sakaya suddenly spoke, his tone bearing a weight Kakashi had never heard before. I make you a promise. Kakashi lifted his head. I will bring those two back, Sakaya declared, his profile illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a resolute sculpture, father, and Obito. I will find a way to bring them back to our side. These words struck Kakashi's mind like thunder. What did you say? His voice trembled. Father is already Obito too, I know, Sakaya interrupted him. But death is not the end. This world possesses too many incredible powers, too many rules we do not yet comprehend. I will find a way, I swear. He turned to Kakashi, his eyes shimmering with a light Kakashi had never seen before. An almost obsessive determination, an unquestionable belief. So before that, brother, you must live well. Carrying Obito's eyes, embodying our father's will, live well. When I find the method, when I bring them back, then we can properly reunite. Kakashi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt constricted. Rationality told him it was impossible. The dead could not be revived. It was an ironclad rule in the shinobi world. Yet, gazing at his brother's silhouette under the moonlight, those clear, steadfast eyes, he suddenly found himself unable to voice a rebuttal. Perhaps it truly was possible. This brother had already created too many miracles, defeating Raza, holding off Yagura and Oenoki, destroying the Nubi Bridge, being deemed untouchable by the higher-ups. Thus, for him to utter such words about reviving the dead did not seem entirely implausible. How long will it take? Kakashi finally asked, his voice very soft. I don't know, Sakaya shook his head. It could take years, perhaps decades, but I will certainly achieve it. This is my promise to you, as well as to our mother. He paused, adding, before that, brother, just be yourself. There is no need to change intentionally, no need to bear too much. Obito gave you his eyes because he hoped you could use them to see a broader world, not to live in guilt. Kakashi fell silent. He looked down at his hands, where the crimson Sharingan reflected the moonlight and his own face. After a long while, he slowly lay back down, gazing once more at the starry sky. Sakaya. Thank you. Kakashi's voice was soft yet clear. Thank you for saving me, for saving Rin. And thank you for being willing to tell me all of this. Sakaya also lay back down, the two brothers side by side, looking up at the starry sky, the distance between them seeming to shorten a little. By the way, Sakaya suddenly remembered something. Mother has tidied up a room next to yours. The bed is all ready. Don't go back to the dormitory tonight. Stay here. Kakashi was taken aback. Ever since Shumo's death, he had rarely stayed home. Much of the time he was either on missions or residing in the ninja dormitory. Even when he occasionally returned, it was often in a rush, seldom staying overnight. My mother misses you very much, Sakaya interrupted. She doesn't say it, but every time you come back, she stands by the window for a long time. The moonlight tonight is lovely. Why not spend some time chatting with her? Kakashi did not respond, yet he did not refuse either. The two lay there for a while longer, until the moon had risen to its zenith. Sakaya was the first to rise, brushing the dust off his clothes. I'll head down first. You can take your time sitting up. The room is on the east side of the second floor, and the door is unlocked. He turned to leave when Kakashi suddenly called out to him. Sakaya. Next time, Kakashi paused. If there's danger again, don't bear it alone. I'm your brother. I can help share the burden. Sakaya turned back, a hint of a smile appearing under the moonlight. Got it, brother. He leaped off the rooftop, his figure vanishing into the courtyard. Kakashi remained on the roof, gazing at the starry sky. The tomo in his Sharingan slowly spun, but no longer frantically. Moonlight bathed him, wrapping him in a gentle veil. What would his father be like if he were still alive? What would Obito be like if he were still alive? If one day, they could truly return. Kakashi closed his eyes. This thought was too bold, too absurd, yet for some reason at this moment he was willing to believe it. Perhaps it was because of the determination in his brother's eyes. Perhaps it was the gentle moonlight tonight. Or perhaps it was simply because he was so tired and needed something to look forward to in his dreams. He jumped down from the roof, landing in the courtyard. The light in his mother's room was still on, and a familiar silhouette was cast on the window paper. The door to the adjacent room was slightly ajar, warm yellow light spilling out. Kakashi hesitated for a few seconds at the doorway before finally pushing the door open and stepping inside. The room was tidy. The bed was made, and the quilt smelled of sunlight. A cup of warm water sat on the table, accompanied by a few snacks, the kind he had loved as a child. He sat down by the bed and picked up the cup, taking a sip. The water was at the perfect temperature, neither too hot nor too cold. Outside the window, he could hear Sakaya and Misaki talking softly, the words indistinct, but he could hear the contentment in his mother's laughter. Kakashi set the cup down and lay back on the bed. The soft quilt enveloped him, a long-lost sense of security rising from the depths of his heart. He closed his eyes, and his Sharingan automatically shut. This time, there were no nightmares, no bloody memories, only a warm darkness. Moonlight streamed through the window, spilling onto the floor like a silver river. On the other side of the river, perhaps there would indeed be a day of reunion. And before that, all he needed to do was to live well, carrying Obito's eyes, bearing his father's will, and upholding his brother's promise. To live well. 300 miles north of the border between the land of soup and the land of earth, the Thunderfall Canyon. This place was indeed a desolate land. The cliffs on both sides towered 1,000 meters high, the rock formations a deep crimson, as if stained countless times with blood. At its narrowest point, the canyon could barely accommodate 10 people walking side by side, while at its widest it measured no more than 100 meters. The sky was perpetually shrouded in leaden gray thunderclouds, with lightning striking down from time to time, leaving charred marks on the rock walls, hence the name Thunderfall. But at this moment, the strikes were no longer natural lightning, but ninjutsu, blood, and death. Earth release, earth flow river. Lightning release, lightning wave. The techniques shimmered and intertwined within the canyon, colliding and fracturing. The earthy yellow of the rock ninja clashed with the deep blue of the cloud ninja, with casualties falling on both sides every moment, the blood deepening the dark red walls. In the center of the battlefield stood a figure like a war god. He was a giant over 2 meters tall, his bronze skin covered in scars, his bare torso muscular and knotted, a lightning-shaped tattoo adorning his chest. He sported a thick beard, his hair slicked back, and his eyes sharp like an eagle. He was the third Hokage, the highest leader of the hidden cloud village, known as the strongest spear and shield. At this moment, he was gripping the neck of a rock ninja jonin with one hand, lifting him high. The rock ninja struggled desperately, forming hand seals to unleash a jutsu, but the third Hokage simply tightened his grip. Crack. The sound of the neck bone shattering was crisp and clear. The rock ninja's body went limp, life rapidly fading from his eyes. The third Hokage casually tossed the corpse aside, much like discarding trash. The body crashed against the rock wall, producing a dull thud before sliding to the ground, lifeless. 6,716. The third Hokage murmured, his voice deep like thunder. He surveyed the surroundings, and wherever his gaze landed, the rock ninja retreated. The battlefield situation was clear. The rock ninja, once boasting an army of 10,000, had dwindled to fewer than 3,000 after 2 days and nights of fierce fighting. They had barely constructed a defensive line, relying on the narrow terrain of the canyon, yet exhaustion and fear were evident on every face. The Cloud Ninja were even fewer, numbering less than 500, but their morale was high, their formation disciplined. They coalesced around the third Hokage, like a sharp blade, constantly tearing at the rock ninja's defenses. Whenever their advance was impeded, the third Hokage would personally intervene, using overwhelming strength to smash through the gaps. The rock ninja were not without strong warriors. Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, was on the battlefield, clad in red steam armor, weaving through the ranks of rock ninja, sending Cloud Ninja flying in his wake. But whenever he tried to rush toward the third Hokage, several Cloud Ninja Jonin would join forces to intercept him, holding him back. The lack of elite and seasoned rock ninja severely hampered their combat strength. Han was strong, but in the face of an opponent of the third Hokage's caliber, he still fell short. If this continued, they would be completely annihilated. In the Rock Ninja Command Center, a middle-aged Jonin looked pale as he observed the battlefield. The Hokage is too strong. Our ninjutsu can't penetrate his defenses at all. The Earth Release. Rock Fist was crushed by him with one hand, and the Earth Release, Earth Bullet was scattered by his body. How can we fight? Hold on. Another Jonin gritted his teeth and replied, the Tsuchikage has sent word. Old Zetsu is on his way, we just need to hold on for half a day at most. Just as the words left his mouth, a tremendous sound echoed from the center of the battlefield. Boom! The third Hokage's fist slammed into the ground, pure physical power infused with thunderous rage. The ground rippled like the surface of water, shock waves radiating outward in a circular pattern, sending all rock ninja within 30 meters flying. A dozen individuals crashed against the rock wall, the sounds of bones cracking ringing out in succession. Half a day? The third Reikage scoffed, his voice amplified through chakra, echoing through the canyon. You won't even last an hour. He raised his right hand, palm facing up. Blue lightning danced in his palm, coalescing and compressing until it formed a fist-sized lightning ball. The lightning within the ball surged, emitting a sharp, buzzing sound, transforming into a spiraling force that wrapped around his four fingers. Lightning release. Hell stab. The third Reikage vanished from sight. Harnessing his absolute physical speed, he became a streak of blue lightning, instantly crossing a distance of 100 meters to appear at the densest point of the rock ninja's defense. His right hand's four fingers came together, the lightning ball compressed to its peak at his fingertips, and then he thrust forward. Puff, 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 puff. For light sounds rang out, nearly overlapping. For rock ninja had their chests pierced simultaneously, each with a gaping hole at the position of their hearts, the edges charred and bloodless, for their blood vessels had been instantly carbonized by the high temperature. The third Reikage withdrew his hand, and the four corpses fell to the ground at once. He shook his hand, the lightning at his fingertips gradually extinguishing. 6,717, 18, 19, 20. He said calmly, then turned to look in the direction of the Rock Ninja Command Center. Next, the Command Center. The faces of those in the Rock Ninja Command Center turned pale. Just then, above the Thunderfall Canyon, the cliff suddenly warped. The light from the Flying Thunder God technique shone from the crack, and two figures stepped out, hovering 100 meters above the canyon. Minato Namikaze, Sakaya. We arrived. Minato released the hand he had placed on Sakaya's shoulder, a hint of fatigue visible on his forehead. Continuous use of the long-distance Flying Thunder God technique would take a toll even on him. They were now at Thunderfall Canyon. Below, the situation was grim. Bansaya lowered his head and gazed down, his senses fully attuned, as everything within a radius of 3,000 meters lay under his command. There were 2,843 remnants of IWA shinobi, their morale in tatters, with a casualty rate exceeding 30%. Meanwhile, the Kumo shinobi numbered 476, their spirits high, with a casualty rate of less than 10%. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails was entangled with 6 elite Kumo shinobi, unable to extricate himself for the time being. The third Reikage, with his chakra still abundant, had expended less than half of his physical stamina. Indeed, the situation was dire. Bansaya calmly stated that the IWA shinobi would not last until noon today. Minato furrowed his brow. The Hokage had commanded to observe the battle, assess the situation, and not to intervene. Yet, if this continued, the IWA shinobi would be annihilated, and the third Reikage would completely seize control of the northern borders of the land of Earth. At that point, Kumo would be able to advance unimpeded, shattering the strategic balance of the entire shinobi world. Bansaya did not answer immediately. In the original narrative, the third Reikage fought against 10,000 IWA shinobi here for 3 days and nights, ultimately exhausting himself to death. But now history had changed. The IWA shinobi had just suffered defeat in the Land of Grass. Their forces depleted, morale low, and their top-tier combat power missing. The third Reikage's advance was more than double that of the original story. What would be the consequence of allowing the third Reikage to win this battle? The village of IWA would lose its last viable forces, and the gateway to the northern borders of the Land of Earth would be wide open. The Kumo forces could then sweep in, directly threatening the IWA village headquarters. At that point, IWA would either have to surrender and become a vassal of Kumo or face annihilation. Should Kumo absorb IWA, their power would surge dramatically. With the resources, population, and ninjutsu systems of two nations, combined with the might of the third Reikage as the strongest spear, the entire shinobi world would be left defenseless. Konoha? They had just endured 3 fronts of warfare and were utterly exhausted. Suna? They had already surrendered, struggling to survive.
Kiri.
They were distant overseas, embroiled in internal strife. At that time, Kumo would only need to nibble away at the rest to unify the entire shinobi continent. He must not be allowed to win. Bansaya muttered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The best ending for the third Reikage was to die here. Bansaya, Minato began, but Bansaya raised a hand to stop him. Minato, do you not still have to deal with AI and Karabi's ambush forces? Bansaya turned to look at him, a slight curve to his lips. Leave this to me. Rest assured, I will not let Konoha be put in a difficult position. Minato remained silent for a few seconds before finally nodding. I understand. But remember, if the situation becomes untenable, retreat immediately. Your safety is paramount. Understood. Minato said no more and formed hand signs. The flying thunder technique was activated, his figure transforming into a golden light and vanishing, leaving only a faint ripple of chakra in the air. Bansaya floated in the sky, looking down at the battlefield. The third Reikage had already broken through the second line of defense and was advancing towards the command center. The resistance from the IWA shinobi was weakening. It was only a matter of time before they collapsed. He reached into his robe and took out the mask resembling a Rakshasa demon, the lightning mask. Made of dark metal, it bore lightning patterns on its surface, and 2 purple chakra crystals were embedded at the eye sockets, effectively blocking most forms of perception. As he donned the mask, his aura transformed. The gentle, calm, and somewhat languid Bansaya vanished, replaced by an icy, imposing presence filled with an overwhelming pressure. Beneath the mask, Bansaya's eyes gleamed with golden light. He took a step forward, leaning forward into a diving stance. Then, a wild laughter, bolstered by chakra, erupted like thunder in the canyon. Hey, 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 how can such a lively event be happening without me? The voice echoed in the canyon, drowning out all the sounds of battle, explosions, and screams. On the battlefield, both IWA and Kumo Shinobi involuntarily looked up at the sky. A golden figure was diving down from the heights. Though the speed was not fast, and seemed almost leisurely, the oppressive aura it radiated made everyone feel breathless. The third Reikage halted, lifting his gaze to the sky. A flicker of vigilance passed through his sharp, eagle-like eyes. A trickster, he snorted coldly, his voice amplified through chakra. A mere clown. Report back. The golden figure stopped 50 meters above the ground, hovering in midair. The eyes beneath the mask scanned the battlefield, finally landing on the third Reikage. Playing with thunder? I see, Bansaya began. His voice filtered through the mask, sounding deep and commanding. Remember this well, third Reikage. He paused, then spoke each word with emphasis, AM lightning. As soon as his words fell, it seemed to trigger a switch. The leaden-gray thunderclouds above the lightning gorge began to roll and swirl, gathering. The clouds thickened, darkened, and finally transformed into a pitch-black thunderstorm cloud. Within the clouds, golden lightning began to flicker, denser and more blinding by the second. Crackle. The first pillar of lightning struck down fiercely at the center of the battlefield. The pillar, as thick as a barrel, struck the ground, instantly turning the soil within a 10-meter radius to glass. Following closely behind were the second, third, fourth, and many more. Dozens of golden lightning pillars cascaded down from the clouds, raining down indiscriminately upon the battlefield. Each lightning strike unleashed a violent explosion, sending shockwaves that hurled surrounding ninjas into the air. Scatter. Quickly scatter. It's an enemy attack. Take cover. What kind of ninjutsu is that? The range is too vast. The battlefield descended into chaos. Both IWA and Kumo Shinobi abandoned their battles, desperately seeking shelter from the indiscriminate lightning strikes. Only a few strong individuals remained calm, such as the third Reikage and Han. The third Reikage stood still, gazing up at the golden figure in the sky, his eyes growing colder. Lightning? He scoffed. To dare call yourself lightning in front of me, you have some audacity. He slightly parted his feet, lowering his center of gravity. Blue lightning surged from within him, forming a dense layer of lightning armor around his body. The armor crackled with electricity, emitting a piercing hum. Then let me see if you, lightning, have the right to stand before me. As his words fell, the third Reikage moved. Without forming hand signs, without gathering strength, it was pure explosive power. The ground opened up into a deep pit as his figure transformed into blue lightning, shooting skyward, charging straight at Bansaya. The speed was so great it even surpassed sound. When he reached Bansaya, the sonic boom followed belatedly. With a right fist he struck out. Lightning release, heavy flow. The surface of his fist, charged with compressed lightning, formed a tangible layer of electric pressure. The force of this punch was enough to shatter a small mountain. Yet Bansaya did not evade. He did not even defend. He merely hovered there, his eyes calmly watching the approaching fist as if it were an unrelated performance. Just as the fist was about to connect, crackle, golden lightning erupted from within Bansaya. Elementalization. The third Reikage's fist passed through Bansaya's body. At the moment of impact, Bansaya transformed into pure golden lightning. The fist sailed through the lightning, crashing into empty air, the terrifying force creating a hole in the clouds behind. Meanwhile, Bansaya reformed 10 meters away, entirely unharmed. What? The third Reikage's pupils constricted. He had never encountered such a ninjutsu, or rather, it was not ninjutsu at all. Ninjutsu required hand signs, required chakra flow, required a process. But in that fleeting moment he had felt nothing. That self-proclaimed lightning seemed to have truly transformed into lightning, rendering his attack entirely ineffective. "Your lightning is too slow," Bansaya remarked, his voice dripping with unabashed scorn. "Moreover, it is far too weak." He raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide, palm directed toward the third Reikage. "Let me show you what true lightning is." Boom! The sky split apart. Boom! The sky truly had torn asunder. From Sakamura's palm erupted not a column of lightning, but a tempest of thunder. A colossal lightning beam, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, cascaded down through the rift in the sky, ionizing the air in its wake and leaving a scorched trail. The target was none other than the entirety of the Cloud Ninja encampment situated behind the third Reikage. The expression on the third Reikage's face shifted dramatically as he instantly deduced the intent behind this strike. To clear the area. "Scatter!" He bellowed hoarsely, but it was already too late. The lightning beam struck the ground. Zzzzzt. Amidst the piercing sound of electric current, a massive crater, 30 meters in diameter, formed in the earth. Within it, a dozen Cloud Ninja who had not managed to evade were vaporized in the flash of lightning, unable to even emit a scream. The shockwave sent surrounding Cloud Ninja flying, with the nearest few crashing against the rock wall, bones shattered. But this was merely the beginning. Sakamura raised his hand high, palm facing the heavens. The eyes beneath his mask completely transformed into a golden hue, reflecting a myriad of lightning flashes. 10,000 thunder. A mere 2 words, yet they resonated like a decree. The storm clouds in the sky began to churn, spin, and compress. Golden lightning danced wildly within the clouds, increasing in number and density. Ultimately, the storm clouds morphed into a vast sea of golden thunder enveloping the entire canyon. Then the sea of thunder poured down. The entire expanse crashed down like a waterfall. Golden lightning filled the canyon, devouring everything in its path. Whether rock ninja, cloud ninja, or the scattered debris, corpses, and equipment, all were consumed by the lightning. Zzzzzt, zzzzzt, zzzzzt. The sound of electricity resembled the shrieks of 1,000 birds. Within the lightning, cries of anguish arose in a cacophony, but were swiftly drowned out. Some Cloud Ninja attempted to defend with lightning release, yet their efforts were akin to a candle's flame extinguished by the sun, consumed in an instant before Sakamura's 10,000 thunder. Some rock ninja raised walls with earth release, but the stones crumbled like paper in the face of the lightning. An indiscriminate assault. No distinction between foes and allies, no regard for good or evil, only pure annihilation. The third Reikage's eyes nearly bulged with rage. He had brought over 400 elite Cloud Ninja. Yet in the sea of thunder, they fell like leaves in a tempest, one by one disappearing. These individuals had fought alongside him for years, forming the core strength of the hidden cloud. But now, damn it! He howled at the sky, as blue lightning surged furiously from within him, manifesting as a tangible lightning armor upon his body. He formed hand seals, his speed leaving afterimages. Lightning release. Lightning ball. A blue lightning sphere coalesced in his palm, which he then forcefully pressed into the ground. As the lightning sphere detonated, blue lightning transformed into a barrier, barely shielding dozens of Cloud Ninja within a radius of 20 meters. But beyond that, he was powerless. On Han's side, the situation was somewhat better. The chakra of the Five Tails surged forth from him, forming a red steam armor that withstood the onslaught of the Sea of Thunder. However, the rock ninja around him were not so fortunate, as more and more fell. The Sea of Thunder persisted for a full minute. After 1 minute, the lightning dissipated. The battlefield was unrecognizable. The once undulating rock pillars, stone forests, and natural cover were flattened by the thunderous tide. The canyon floor lay level, littered with charred craters and vitrified ground. The air was thick with the stench of ozone and burnt flesh, mingled with the metallic scent of blood, inducing nausea. The survivors were few and far between. Among the rock ninja, originally over 2,800, now fewer than 500 remained, each bearing wounds, many convulsing on the ground with small arcs of electricity dancing across their bodies. The Cloud Ninja fared even worse. Of the 400 elite, barely 50 could still stand. 20 or so remained by the third Reikage side, clinging to him for survival, yet each bore a pale visage, chakra nearly expended. Han was surrounded by over 100 rock ninja, but they too were in a dismal state. The area had been cleared. Sakamura hovered in the air, his voice chillingly calm. Now we can truly engage in battle. The third Reikage slowly lifted his head. His bronze-colored face was smeared with blood, his chest heaving violently, yet within his eagle-like eyes burned a fierce rage. You have slain my subordinates. His voice was low, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. 432. My subordinates for 10 years. War always claims lives, Sakamura replied nonchalantly. Moreover, I offered them a chance. Had you retreated just now, I would not have pursued. Retreat? The third Reikage scoffed. The word retreat does not exist in the Cloud Ninja lexicon. He slowly straightened his body, the lightning armor upon him recoalescing and becoming even more solid. The blue lightning almost took on a tangible form, swirling like liquid electricity around his body. The strongest spear, the strongest shield, the third Reikage murmured, then turned his gaze to Sakamura. Kid, reveal your true self. I do not slay the unworthy. Lightning will suffice, Sakamura replied. Good. The third Reikage nodded. Then let me see what you can do with that lightning. Aside from those flashy jutsu, do not resort to that trick of transforming into lightning again. That is the act of a coward. A true warrior should speak with his fists. This statement piqued Sakamura's interest. Beneath his mask he smiled. As you wish. No sooner had he spoken than he dispelled his elemental transformation and slowly descended from the air, landing 30 meters in front of the third Reikage. The moment his feet touched the ground, the earth slightly sank, revealing his terrifying weight. Then he began to regulate his breathing. The sage body's power surged within him, vitality coursing like a volcano. Yet he did not draw upon chakra, nor did he utilize the powers of the thunder fruit. Instead, he employed lightning, subtle, precise, controllable lightning to stimulate every cell in his body. This was pure physical technique, akin to the Cloud Ninja's lightning armor. He transformed the lightning into millions of fine needles, piercing every inch of muscle, every bone, every cell, stimulating them to activate, to burn, to unleash power beyond their limits. Simultaneously, the sage body provided terrifying vitality as support, ensuring that the cells would not collapse under the stimulation. This was a technique combining the Navy's 6 forms, lightning stimulation, and the sage body, a trump card that Sakamura had secretly developed over the past few months. He called it Thunderbolt Mode, ZZZZZT. A fine current of electricity emanated from Sakamura's body. His muscles began to swell slightly, and faint golden lightning patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. That pure, restrained pressure, akin to a slumbering volcano, rendered the third Reikage's expression grave. Now this is more like it. The third Reikage grinned, revealing bloodied teeth. Then let us begin. Boom! Both men moved simultaneously. There were no preludes, no probing, just a pure explosion of power. The ground cracked open, creating 2 deep pits, as their figures vanished from their places, only to collide in the center of the battlefield the next instant. Fist against fist. The third Reikage's right fist was enveloped in blue lightning armor, while Sakamura's right fist was entwined with faint golden lightning patterns. The moment their fists collided, a shockwave radiated outward in a circular fashion, sending debris flying within a 30-meter radius. Bang! The dull thud of their clash sounded like a heavy hammer striking an anvil. The third Reikage took a step back, while Sakamura retreated 2 steps. Not bad. The third Reikage laughed, his left fist following swiftly. Sakamura neither flinched nor dodged, countering with his own left fist. Bang! 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 The two stood their ground, their fists hammering against each other like a pile driver. Each punch carried terrifying strength, each strike causing the air to shatter. The shockwave rippled outward in circles, causing the ground beneath their feet to continuously sink, with cracks spreading like a spider's web. The surrounding survivors were all left in a daze. What is that martial art? A Cloud Ninja Jonin murmured. The Reikage's hellstab can pierce through rock with every strike. That masked man, he actually took it on with his fists? Moreover, his strength is increasing. Han's expression turned grave. At first, he had the slight disadvantage, but now he was able to match the Reikage blow for blow. The battle raged on. The third Reikage grew increasingly alarmed. He could feel that his opponent's strength was growing at a visibly rapid pace. It was not a chakra explosion, nor was it a ninjutsu enhancement, but pure physical strength. And within that power lay a violent electric force, yet it was bound, controlled, and perfectly mastered by some higher power. Lightning release, hell stab, triple strike. The third Reikage held nothing back. His right hand's 3 fingers came together, blue lightning compressed at his fingertips, forming a lightning drill. This was his ultimate technique. While the triple strike was not as powerful as the fourfold strike, it was faster and possessed greater penetrating capability. The lightning drill thrust towards Sakaya's chest. Sakaya did not flinch or evade. With his right hand, he gathered his 5 fingers, a pale golden lightning pattern converging on his fist. Finger gun, lightning burst. Finger against finger. Boom! The shockwave turned the ground within a 50-meter radius upside down, sending the nearest few ninjas flying. Han had to use the chakra of the Five Tails to shield the surrounding rock ninjas, preventing them from being severely injured by the residual force. Smoke and dust filled the air. Amidst the haze, the third Reikage was sent flying, performing a flip in the air before barely landing. His right hand's lightning already dissipated, and 3 fingers trembled slightly. Sakaya also took several steps back, the skin on his right fist cracked, blood seeping out, yet the wounds healed at a visible rate, the terrifying regenerative ability of the sage body. Good. The third Reikage's eyes burned with the desire for battle. This was the fight he had longed for. He charged again, pushing his lightning release ninjutsu to its limits. Heavy flow burst, righteous thunder, furious lightning axe, thunder torture, water level. The lightning release techniques of the cloud hidden were unleashed one after another, each move carrying the power to split mountains and shatter stones. Sakaya responded with the Marine 6 styles. Shave at extreme speed, iron block for absolute defense, gale foot for vacuum slashing strikes, finger gun for penetrating attacks, moonwalk for aerial maneuvering, and paper drawing for evasion techniques. He blended the 6 styles seamlessly, combining it with the lightning active technique to augment his physical strength, and surprisingly matched the third Reikage blow for blow. No, it was not just an equal match. As the battle progressed, Sakaya's mastery of the lightning active technique grew increasingly proficient, and his control over the sage body became more refined. His strength, speed, and reflexes steadily improved. Initially at a slight disadvantage, but after half an hour, he was already able to stand on equal footing with the third Reikage. An hour later, he began to gradually gain the upper hand. The third Reikage sensed that his opponent was growing during the fight. It was not merely the accumulation of experience. It was a true and fundamental growth. Muscle strength, bone density, nerve responses, everything was stimulated by the lightning in battle, nourished by life energy, and evolved. Strange. A thought flashed through the third Reikage's mind, only to be replaced by a more intense battle fervor. Then let us fight. Let us see who grows faster, you or I with my experience. The battle reached a fever pitch. The two fought from one end of the canyon to the other, causing the very mountains to crumble. The third Reikage shattered a rocky peak with a single punch, while Sakaya kicked through 3 rock pillars. The residual shock waves from their exchanges caused the canyon walls to tremble, shedding rocks like rain. A day and a night passed. The two continued to fight. The surviving rock ninjas and cloud ninjas had retreated several miles away, merely watching from a distance as the two figures resembling demons clashed at the center of the battlefield. They did not dare to approach, as even the residual waves were enough to be fatal. On the second day at dawn, as the sun rose, the battle finally turned. Bang! After yet another exchange, for the first time, the third Reikage was knocked back. He flew away, shattering 3 rock pillars before crashing into a wall, embedding himself within it. Cough, cough. He coughed several times, spitting out dark red blood. The blood contained fragments of internal organs, clearly indicating severe internal damage. Sakaya stood still, his breath somewhat labored. 2 consecutive days and nights of intense battle, even with the regenerative powers of the sage body, had left him feeling fatigued. His clothes were half torn, revealing his toned muscles, which were covered in faint golden lightning patterns, some areas already ruptured but healing rapidly. Unexpectedly, the third Reikage struggled to climb out from the rock wall, leaning against a boulder, panting. In the ninja world, such a monster can still appear. He looked at Sakaya, his eyes devoid of anger or killing intent, only a complex mix of emotions. Admiration, regret, and relief. Kid, you should have been born in the cloud. The third Reikage grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. If that were so, I would surely cultivate you with all my might and pass on the Reikage position to you. However, it doesn't matter now. He paused for a moment, slowly standing upright. The lightning armor on his body had dimmed, but the fighting spirit in his eyes still burned brightly. I acknowledge you, the third Reikage said, his voice soft yet clear, your martial arts, your will, your strength. I acknowledge them. You are worthy of the title Reikage. Sakaya fell silent, his expression complex beneath the mask. The third Reikage, a character in the original work depicted as a tragic yet invincible hero for the Cloud Ninjas, now stood before him, acknowledging him. This feeling was strange. Therefore, the third Reikage took a deep breath and used his last ounce of strength to shout, Cloud Ninja, heed my command. His voice echoed through the canyon. Retreat. We have lost this war. This era does not belong to the Cloud. The surviving Cloud Ninjas were stunned. They looked at the Reikage, at the man who had stood like a warrior for decades, now covered in blood yet still holding his head high. The Reikage, a Jonin murmured, tears welling in his eyes. Execute the order. The third Reikage commanded sternly, return alive, tell Kyra, tell all Cloud Ninjas, A new monster has appeared in the ninja world. From now on, do not provoke him. The cloud ninjas gritted their teeth and began to slowly retreat. The rock ninjas wanted to pursue, but Han stopped them. Han gazed at the two figures in the center of the battlefield, slowly shaking his head. Let them go. He said, this war must come to an end. The cloud ninjas retreated, leaving only Sakaya and the third Raikage in the canyon. The third Raikage slowly sat down, leaning against a rock. He looked up at the sky, at the stormy clouds torn apart by their battle, a hint of a relieved smile creeping onto his lips. Finally, I can rest. He closed his eyes. The lightning armor on his body completely dissipated, and his life force flickered like a candle in the wind, quickly extinguishing. Sakaya stood in place, watching quietly. He could feel the third Raikage's life force rapidly fading. After 3 days and nights of intense combat, with the first 2 days against the rock ninjas and the last 2 against him, even the so-called strongest shield, the third Raikage, had reached his limit. He had won. But there was no joy, only a heavy fatigue. Just then, a crackling sound erupted. The thunder seed planted within the body of Lin in the wilds sent out a wave of intense chaotic fluctuations. The nature of that fluctuation was peculiar, as if injected with immense power, wild and pure. It was a seal, a tailed beast, the 3 tails. Sakaya's expression changed. Damn it, the mist has made their move, and faster than expected. Damn it, Kakashi, I told you to keep an eye on Rin. Once Rin dies, everything will be irreparable. He could not afford to finish up, nor could he even spare a thought for the life or death of the third Raikage. In an instant, his body transformed into a golden lightning bolt, soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds, and hurtling towards the land of waves, where no era Rin was located. The lightning streaked across the sky, leaving behind a searing trail. In the canyon, only the gradually cooling body of the third Raikage and the battle-scarred battlefield remained. The war was not yet over, or rather, another war had just begun. Between the lightning falls and the land of waves, a golden lightning bolt raced through the nearly 1,000-mile stretch of sky at a speed that surpassed sound. Bankai transformed into thunder, embodying pure elemental speed, tearing through the clouds, madly dashing towards the location of the thunder seed. In 10 minutes, he flew across the border of the land of earth and into the northern part of the land of fire. In 20 minutes, he crossed the waters of the land of rivers. In 25 minutes, the coastline of the land of waves came into view. Meanwhile, the fluctuations from the thunder seed grew increasingly intense. Vast, chaotic, and filled with malicious chakra awakening within no era Rin. It was the chakra of a tailed beast. The 3 tails Isabu, the tailed beast of the land of water, had been sealed within Rin. Moreover, there was another fluctuation, a sealing technique implanted within Rin, a coercive one that came at the cost of her life. Once Rin attempted to take her own life, the seal would instantly kill her while simultaneously unleashing the 3 tails. This was Uchiha Obito's conspiracy. Bankai was acutely aware. Obito had died, but Madara and Kagaya had been monitoring all along. They needed to make Obito witness Rin being killed by Kakashi, thus provoking Obito to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in extreme pain and hatred, and then control him as a pawn. Therefore, Rin had to die, and she had to die at Kakashi's hands. Damn it, under the mask. Bankai gritted his teeth, and his speed surged once more. Time rewound to 2 days prior, at the southeastern coast of the land of waves, a forest ravaged by war. Signs of battle were evident everywhere. Charred trees, craters, scattered ninja tools, and the cold bodies of the fallen. The green vests of leaf ninjas mixed with the deep blue armor of mist ninjas, silently narrating the brutal conflict that had taken place not long ago. In the center of the forest stood several figures. Minato Namikaze leaned on his knee, panting. His jonin vest bore multiple tears, his blonde hair was disheveled, and fatigue marked his face, yet his blue eyes remained sharp. Around him, a dozen leaf ninjas sat or lay, all injured. Minato-sensei, one Umbu ninja spoke with difficulty. A and Chio have temporarily retreated. Minato gasped, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to redirect 3-tailed beast bombs. They dare not use large-scale ninjutsu easily anymore. But in at most half an hour, they will reorganize their attack. He looked up towards the east, the heart of the land of waves. Deep concern etched in his gaze. Something had happened with Kakashi and Rin. Just as Minato was stalling for time against A and Chio, on the other side of the battlefield in the land of waves, the Leaf strategies had completely failed. According to the plan, Uchiha Fugaku was leading the Uchiha clan to confront the main force of the Mist, while the Leaf support team was responsible for logistics and flanking cover. Kakashi, Noera Rin, Might Guy, Nara Shikaku, and Inazuka Kiba were assigned to Might Daisuke's team, tasked with establishing a defensive line on the Uchiha's flank to prevent Mist infiltration. However, the mist's counterattack was more cunning and deadly than anticipated.
Ninjutsu, mist consealm technique.
A thick fog suddenly enveloped the entire coast at dawn. Visibility dropped to less than 5 meters, and chakra perception was disrupted. Under the cover of the dense fog, 7 figures appeared like specters. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Kisame Hashigaki brandished his sword, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "This is our lucky day. Catching so many leaf rats at once," he sneered. Might Daisuke's expression turned grave. He recognized these 7, the signature combat strength of the mist, each possessing the strength of elite jonin or even stronger. On their side, only Kakashi was a jonin. His son Guy, Kakashi, Rin, Shikaku, and Kiba were only chunin, and he himself was merely a lowly jonin after years of service. "Kakashi, take Rin and the others and retreat," Might Daisuke said softly. "I'll hold them off." "Father," Guy exclaimed urgently, "we should go together. That is an order." Might Daisuke interrupted his son, his voice strict yet undeniably resolute. "Guy, remember, true victory is not about defeating the strong but about protecting those who matter. Today, I will use my life to uphold the honor of taijutsu ninjas." He formed hand seals. It was the initial form of the 8 gates. 8th gate of death. Open. 1st gate. Open. 2nd gate. Open. 3rd gate. Open. 4th gate. Open. 5th gate. Open. 6th gate. Open. 7th gate. Open. 8th gate. Open. Boom! Green chakra erupted from Might Daisuke's body, manifesting as tangible steam. His skin flushed, veins bulged, muscles swelled, and his hair stood on end. All 7 gates were open. This was the maximum number of gates one could open while alive, at the cost of life itself. 8th gate, the gate of shock. Open, Might Daisuke roared, charging at the mist like a peacock. In this state, he unleashed punches, hundreds, thousands, in an instant. The speed of his fists generated flames from the friction with the air, igniting in the fog, transforming into a torrential rain of fire, beautiful yet deadly, like a peacock displaying its feathers. The 7 ninja swordsmen's expressions changed. Scatter. Defend. But it was too late. The rain of fire engulfed the entire area, each flame containing terrifying impact. Karai Asanuma attempted to defend with his thread but found it burned through in the flames. Choji Akimichi raised his blunt knife for defense, but cracks appeared in the blade under the continuous assaults. The explosive knife of Hozuki Shiger was consumed by the flames before it could fully unfold. Kirigakure's Raiga swung his sword but only managed to block a few flames before the weapon flew from his grasp. Ah! Amidst the cries, Karai Asanuma, Choji Akimichi, Hozuki Shiger, and Kirigakure's Raiga were swallowed by the rain of fire. When the flames subsided, the 4 had turned into charred corpses, their swords scattered on the ground. Kisame Hashigaki, Suigetsu Hozuki, and Raiga barely managed to evade, yet they were also injured. They looked at Might Daisuke, who stood at the center of the firestorm, fear creeping into their eyes for the first time. "What a monster," Suigetsu Hozuki muttered. Might Daisuke panted heavily. Having all 7 gates open took a tremendous toll on his body, and he could feel his life force rapidly dwindling. But he did not stop. Turning to Kakashi and the others, "Go." Kakashi gritted his teeth, pulling Rin along, shouting to Guy and the others, "Retreat. Follow the order." Guy's eyes brimmed with tears, but he was forcibly dragged away by Nara Shikaku and Inuzuka Kiba, as the 6 dashed towards the Leaf's defensive line. Kisame Hashigaki and the others wanted to pursue, but Might Daisuke stood in their way. "Your opponent is me." He grinned, his teeth stained with blood. Final move, Daytime Tiger. He clasped his hands before his chest, green chakra compressing violently until it transformed into a giant white tiger. The tiger roared and lunged at the 3. Kisame Hashigaki and the others' expressions changed drastically as they turned to flee. They could feel that this strike had the power to obliterate them all. Boom! The white, ferocious tiger roared, and a shockwave flattened the entire forest. The trio of Loquat, Watermelon, and Thundertooth found themselves severely injured and on the brink of death, yet they managed to cling to life. Meanwhile, Might Guy, after unleashing the Day Tiger, collapsed, his life force entirely extinguished. In a final act of physical prowess, Might Guy exchanged his own life for power, leaving a path of escape for the younger generation and paving a way for physical-type ninjas to ascend in their ranks. However, the time he bought with his life was merely enough for Kakashi and the others to flee 3 miles, for on the other side of the thick fog, another group of mist ninjas lay in ambush. Water release, water prison jutsu, water release, water bullet, secret technique, water transformation jutsu. The sudden assault caught Kakashi and his companions, already weary from battle and half depleted of chakra, in a trap within the dense fog, plunging them into dire straits. Kakashi fought valiantly to protect Rin, piercing a mist Jonin with his Chidori, but more mist ninjas closed in. Target confirmed. Medical ninja, no error Rin, a chilling voice echoed. Capture her. Eliminate the others. Rin, run. Kakashi shouted, his Sharingan spinning wildly, and Chidori igniting once more. No, Kakashi. I water release, water break wave, a high-pressure water column sliced through the fog, aimed directly at Kakashi. He barely dodged, but his left shoulder was grazed, blood splattering. Another mist ninja seized the opportunity to grab Rin, a kunai pressed against her throat. Don't move or she dies immediately. Kakashi froze, the Sharingan focused on Rin, on her eyes filled with terror, and a voice echoed in his mind. Protect Rin with this eye. Yet he had failed. The mist ninja swiftly retreated into the fog with Rin, vanishing from sight. Kakashi attempted to pursue, but was entangled by the remaining mist ninjas. By the time he eliminated them all, the fog had dissipated, and Rin's whereabouts were entirely unknown. Rin. Kakashi fell to his knees, tears of blood streaming from his Sharingan. He searched for an entire day. In the land of waves he scoured the coast, the forest, and the villages but found no trace of Rin. Until the following morning when she appeared, not of her own accord, but released by the mist ninjas. In the eastern part of the land of waves, in an abandoned fishing village, Kakashi found Rin, but she was no longer the Rin he knew. The girl curled up in the corner of a dilapidated house, hugging her knees, trembling violently. A complex sealing technique marked her abdomen, dark red chakra swirling within, reeking of brutality, hatred, and destruction. It was the chakra of a tailed beast, Three Tails Isabu. Kakashi. Rin lifted her head, her face as pale as paper, tears brimming in her eyes. I have been sealed with Three Tails. They planted a technique in me. I cannot commit suicide. If I try, the technique will detonate Three Tails. I will die and Three Tails will go berserk. At that time, the land of waves, the Leaf's defense line, she broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Kakashi rushed forward, wanting to examine the seal, but the moment his hand touched Rin's body, he was repelled by a surge of dark red chakra. The Three Tails chakra was rejecting him, protecting its host, or rather, preventing anyone from lifting the seal. Kakashi, kill me, Rin wept, her voice trembling yet resolute. While I can still control it, kill me. Otherwise, if Three Tails goes berserk, many will die. No. Kakashi shook his head, his Sharingan spinning wildly. There has to be a way. There must be a way to lift the seal. There is no time. Rin smiled bitterly. I can feel Three Tails eroding my consciousness. I am losing control. Kakashi, I beg you, kill me, just as Obito said. Protect me with that eye. Kakashi's right hand trembled. He raised it, lightning flickering at his palm. Chidori. This strike could pierce Rin's heart, could kill her instantly, could prevent Three Tails from going berserk. But he could not bring himself to do it. Obito entrusted him with the eye to protect Rin, not to end her life. However, if he did not kill her, Three Tails would rampage, and the civilians of the land of waves, the Leaf's defense line, even the entire war effort would collapse. What to do? What to do? What to do? Kakashi knelt before Rin, the lightning flickering in his palm, but he could not strike. Blood tears continued to flow from his Sharingan, mingling with the rain, dripping onto the ground. At that moment, a golden lightning bolt crashed down from the sky. Bang! The lightning illuminated the figure of Sakai. He wore a lightning mask, but it was shattered halfway, revealing a pale face and eyes burning with fury. Kakashi. Sakai grabbed Kakashi by the collar, roaring, I told you to watch over Rin. Kakashi's body trembled, and he slowly raised his head to meet his brother's gaze. The reflection of Sakai's figure and his fury shone in Kakashi's Sharingan. Sakai, Rin. Kakashi's voice was hoarse. I know. Sakai interrupted him, releasing his grip, causing Kakashi to slump helplessly to the ground. He strode over to Rin, looking down at the seal on her abdomen, his sensory abilities fully activated, instantly analyzing the structure of the seal, the state of Three Tails, and the malicious technique preventing suicide. Uchiha Obito's handiwork. No, more accurately, it was the design of Black Zetsu. This technique centered on Rin's life. Once she died, the technique would detonate Three Tails. A perfect and insidious plot, unless a power that transcended the understanding of this technique intervened. Sakai-kun. Rin looked at Sakai, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes, but it quickly dimmed. It's useless. This seal cannot be lifted. No. Sakai shook his head, his voice calming down. There is a way. He raised his head to gaze at the sky. The rain continued to fall, dark clouds thickening, and lightning rolling within them. System. He silently recited in his heart. My birthday. You haven't given it to me, have you? Beep. Host's birthday detected, September 15th. Current date February 24th. Birthday has passed. Rewards not issued. Triggering annual sign-in, generating rewards based on host needs. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a legendary grade reward. Rinnegan, single eye, left eye, 3. Description. The supreme ocular technique from the world of Naruto, the Sage of Six Paths Eye. The host gains the left eye Rinnegan, with basic abilities including universal pull, planetary devastation, and outer path, samsara technique, single shadow, etc. As the host already possesses sage body, upon complete acquisition of the eye, he may attempt to awaken the Rinne Sharingan. This reward is not permanent. It becomes void upon completion of usage. The left eye burned with a sudden heat. It was not pain, but rather a deeper awakening of something. Sakai could feel his left eye undergoing a qualitative change, the pupil turning a light purple, ripples spreading within it. Rinnegan activate. He lowered his head, using his newly acquired left eye to observe the seal on Rinne's abdomen. In the perspective of the Rinnegan, the seal was no longer a complex technique but a series of chakra lines connecting Rinne's life, Three Tails chakra, and the core of that malicious technique. Now I understand. Sakai murmured, life as the lock, the tailed beast as the key, hatred as the goal. An exquisitely designed scheme. But he raised his right hand, extending his index finger, a faint golden light glowing at its tip. In the presence of the Rinnegan, all seals appeared as mere paper tigers. The fingertip touched Rinne's abdomen. Outer path. Samsara technique. Revision. With the power of the Rinnegan, he forcefully rewrote the rules of the technique, changing it from if Rin dies, the technique detonates to if the technique is lifted, Rin survives. Golden light surged from his fingertip, penetrating the seal. The sealing technique began to tremble, twist, and crumble. The chakra of Three Tails sought to go berserk, but it was forcibly suppressed by the power of the Rinnegan. Lin's body trembled violently, her complexion growing even more pallid. Kakashi wished to step forward, but was halted by Sakanai's gaze. Trust me, Sakanai merely stated. 3 minutes later, the seal completely shattered. Dark red chakra from the Three Tails surged out of Lin's body, coalescing in the air into a massive phantom of a three-tailed turtle. The apparition emitted a silent roar directed at Sakanai before dissipating. It was not destroyed, but rather forcibly extracted by the power of the Rinnegan, sealed, compressed, and ultimately condensed into a dark red chakra sphere, suspended in Sakanai's palm. The sealing technique on Lin's abdomen vanished, leaving only a faint scar. She opened her eyes, clarity returning to her gaze, yet her body was profoundly weakened, and she fainted immediately. Kakashi rushed over to embrace Lin, checking her breath. It was stable, merely a deep slumber. He looked up at Sakanai, his Sharingan filled with astonishment. Sakanai, your eyes. I will explain later. Sakanai retracted the Three Tails chakra sphere, his complexion ashen. The Rinnegan was immensely taxing. In just a few minutes, his chakra was nearly depleted. He removed his mask, now shattered beyond wearability, revealing a face that, though only 12, bore a resolute expression. First, let's take Lin back for treatment. The Mist plan has failed, but the war is not over. He gazed eastward, where Minato and Ei continued their battle, and then southward, where the Uchiha clan faced off against the main forces of the Mist without a decisive victor. And he, although only possessing a Rinnegan with limited uses, was more than capable of facing any incoming force. It was time to conclude this interminable Third Shinobi World War. At the very least, Lin had survived. Obito, I have fulfilled your entrustment. In the eastern part of the Land of Waves, in an abandoned fishing village, Kakashi carried the unconscious Lin on his back, moving alongside Sakanai towards the Leaf's defensive line. The rain had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast, the clouds hanging low as if they were ready to pour once more. The ground was exceedingly muddy, each step leaving behind deep footprints. Lin's condition had stabilized, but she needed treatment urgently. Sakanai walked ahead, the Rinnegan in his left eye had closed, reverting to its normal gray-blue hue. However, the consumption from those few minutes was substantial. His chakra was nearly exhausted, and his body felt increasingly fatigued. I understand, Kakashi replied softly, tightening his grip on Lin as he felt her weak breaths and heard her steady heartbeat. She was still alive. That alone was a miracle. But at what cost? He looked at his brother's back. That eye he had seen moments ago, with its pale purple pupil and concentric ripple patterns, was the legendary Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Why did Sakanai possess such power? What did it have to do with his prior display of lightning release taijutsu, or sage mode? Sakanai, your eyes? Kakashi finally voiced his question. Not now, Sakanai replied, his voice weary. We must get back to the front line quickly. Minato is still battling fiercely, and the confrontation between the Uchiha clan and the Mist's main forces is far from over. The war is not yet finished. Kakashi fell silent. He understood his brother's intent. This was not the time for questions. Yet, the doubts in his heart snowballed. How many secrets did this brother, with whom he had grown up, still harbor? The two trudged through the mud with great effort. The fishing village faded farther behind them, ultimately vanishing into the mist. Meanwhile, just 10 meters underground, a strange figure slowly emerged from the soil. It was a being half white and half black. The white side of its face bore an exaggerated expression, while the black side was cold and somber. This was Zetsu, or rather, the symbiotic entity of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Oh dear, exclaimed the exaggerated face of White Zetsu. This is bad. This is bad. The plan has failed. That lightning actually has the Rinnegan and pulled out the three tails. Little Lin is still alive. Be quiet. Obito, said the cold voice of Black Zetsu, deep and hoarse. The plan cannot fail. Obito is about to arrive. We must ensure he witnesses Kakashi kill Lin. But Lin is still alive, White Zetsu said in a mocking tone. And Kakashi did not strike. It was that lightning who saved her. What should we do? Little Obito will have made a wasted trip. Black Zetsu offered no response. The solitary yellow eye on his black half flickered with a cold light. The plan cannot go awry. Allowing Obito to witness Lin's death at Kakashi's hands would plunge him into profound grief and hatred, awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan. This was a crucial step to control Obito and turn him into a pawn. If this step failed, the entire plan would be jeopardized. There is still a way. Black Zetsu slowly said, we can create an illusion. An illusion? White Zetsu tilted his head. But little Obito has the Sharingan. Ordinary Genjutsu won't deceive him. Not ordinary Genjutsu, Black Zetsu clarified, but a realistic illusion, using transformation jutsu to create substitutes for Kakashi and Lin, allowing Obito to see the scene of Kakashi killing Lin from afar. The distance will be sufficient, combined with the mist interference, and in Obito's current state, he won't be able to discern the truth. Ah, good idea. White Zetsu clapped his hands. But what about chakra? Transformation jutsu requires sample chakra fluctuations. Black Zetsu did not respond but instead pulled out 2 pieces of tattered fabric. These were remnants collected from the battlefield not long ago, stained with blood from Kakashi when he was injured by the water dragon wave, and fragments torn from Lin's sleeve during her struggle against capture by the mist. The fabric still retained traces of their weak chakra. This is sufficient. Black Zetsu handed the 2 pieces of fabric to the 2 emerging White Zetsu clones. Obito, let your clones transform. Remember, you must perfectly simulate the chakra fluctuations of Kakashi and Lin, including the residual chakra of the 3 tails within Lin. Although it has been extracted, the residual fluctuations still remain. Understood, understood, the 2 White Zetsu clones replied, their bodies beginning to writhe and transform. Transformation jutsu was a specialty of White Zetsu. They could perfectly imitate anyone's appearance, voice, and even chakra fluctuations. Moments later, 2 figures stood before Black Zetsu. One was Kakashi with silver hair, a mask, his left eye gray-blue, his right eye a crimson Sharingan bearing injuries, his chakra fluctuations weak yet sharp. The other was Lin with short brown hair, clad in a medical ninja uniform, a dark red sealing mark on her abdomen, her complexion pale, her eyes filled with despair, emanating the faint yet undeniably present residual chakra of the 3 tails. Perfect. Location. Black Zetsu commanded, 300 meters east of the fishing village, that open space. Obito will approach from that direction. Before he sees, let Kakashi kill Lin with Chidori. Remember, the actions must be realistic, and the chakra explosion must be intense, so that Obito can clearly perceive it from afar. Understood. The 2 White Zetsu clones swiftly burrowed out of the ground, heading towards the open space east of the fishing village. Black Zetsu and the original White Zetsu then submerged underground, moving in another direction, towards where Obito was soon to arrive, stealthily progressing. They needed to ensure everything was in place before Obito's arrival. Meanwhile, on the northern coast of the Land of Waves, a figure was racing through the jungle, weaving between trees, leaving behind a series of afterimages due to his speed. It was Obito, or rather, Obito, who had just completed preliminary treatment and was barely able to move thanks to White Zetsu's outer layer. He was clad in a tight white suit made from White Zetsu, over which he wore the deep blue clan attire of the Uchiha clan, his face concealed by an orange spiral mask, revealing only his right eye. His left eye, after being transplanted to Kakashi, was now just a hollow socket. Yet beneath the mask, his expression was one of urgency, fear, and a sense of impending doom. Faster, I need to go faster, Obito murmured to himself, his voice hoarse. 3 days prior, he had awakened from his coma. Lying on a stone bed in some underground cave, he was accompanied by the old man who called himself Uchiha Madara and the peculiar entity known as Black and White Zetsu. Madara informed him that his lower body, crushed by rocks, had been replaced with a body cultivated from Hashirama's cells. He had survived, but needed time to adjust to his new form. Then Zetsu brought news that Rin had been captured by the Mist Village, and Kakashi was searching for her. But the situation was dire. Despite Madara's admonitions, Obito forcibly left the underground cave. He was determined to find Rin, to save her. Madara did not hinder him. He only said meaningfully, "Go. See for yourself the reality of this world." Obito did not comprehend the meaning of those words, nor did he wish to understand. He only wanted to locate Rin and ensure her safety. However, the closer he drew to the land of waves, the stronger his unease became. He could sense a terrifying, colossal, chaotic, and malevolent chakra, like a torch in darkness, glaringly evident and ominous. The tailed beast. Obito understood. The mist had sealed a tailed beast within Rin, and it was a powerful one. Why? What were they planning? He did not know. All he knew was that Rin was in danger. Kakashi might not be able to save her, and he had to reach her. Rin, wait for me. Obito gritted his teeth, accelerating once more. The white Zetsu body provided terrifying recovery and chakra, allowing him to maintain such high-speed movement even in a state of recent severe injury, but at the cost of waves of tearing pain throughout his body. He pressed on, he had to get there. Ahead, the outlines of a fishing village emerged through the mist. Obito could feel Rin's chakra fluctuations nearby, along with Kakashi's. But both fluctuations were very weak and fluctuating violently. The ominous premonition peaked. He leapt onto a tree, standing atop it, his Sharingan fixed intently on the direction of the fishing village. Approximately 500 meters away, obscured by mist, he could barely make out two figures standing in an open area. It was Kakashi and Rin. Elation surged within Obito's heart, but in the next moment, that joy froze, because he saw Kakashi raise his right hand. In his palm, lightning flickered Chidori, Kakashi's self-created lightning release technique, known for its piercing power, a deadly skill. And Rin, standing before Kakashi, did not dodge or defend. She simply closed her eyes. No. Obito's mind went blank. He wanted to scream, but his throat could not produce a sound. He wanted to rush forward, but his body was paralyzed. He could only watch, helplessly observing as Kakashi's Chidori grew increasingly bright, watching as a relieved smile spread across Rin's face, watching as the sound of a blade piercing flesh, even from 500 meters away, could be faintly heard. Chidori pierced through Rin's chest. The lightning engulfed her body. Blood splattered, transforming into a mist of crimson in the fog. Rin's body fell limply, and Kakashi knelt beside her, the Chidori in his hand gradually extinguishing, the Tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly before tears of blood began to fall. Time froze. Obito's world shattered. He stood atop the tree, his expression frozen beneath the mask, his right eye hollow, while in his remaining left eye, the pupil began to spin uncontrollably with 3 Tomo. Chaos, rampaging, spinning as if to tear him apart. Pain. Such unbearable pain. His heart felt as if it had been pierced by Chidori. No, it was worse. It was the pain of a soul being torn apart. The pain of a collapsing world. The pain of all hope, all light, all beauty being utterly destroyed in an instant. Why? Kakashi, did you not promise to protect Rin? Did you not swear with that eye to safeguard her? Why did you kill her? Scenes flashed through Obito's mind. The first meeting in the ninja school. Rin's gentle smile. Kakashi's indifferent yet reliable figure. The 3 of them training under the sunset, cooperating on missions, supporting each other in life and death moments. And finally, under the rocks, he entrusted his eyes to Kakashi, asking him to protect Rin well with his eyes. With my eyes, live well, go see a farther future. With this eye, protect Rin well. Protect. Is this how you protect her, Kakashi? With the eyes I gave you, you killed my most important person. Hatred erupted like a volcano. Against the mist, against war, against Kakashi, against the leaf, against this world that forced Kakashi to kill Rin. If not for this world being so cruel, if not for war being so merciless, if not for those lofty leaders starting wars for their own interests, how could Rin have fallen into the hands of the mist? And how could Kakashi have had no choice but to kill her? The fault was not Kakashi's. It was this world, this hypocritical, cruel world filled with deception and betrayal. Ah! Obito howled to the heavens. It was not a human sound, but a beast's lament, a soul's shattered wail. In the midst of his howling, his left eye's pupil, that sole remaining eye, spun its 3 tomo to their limit, and then they fused. The 3 tomo connected, forming a peculiar pattern. Like 3 scythes intertwining, at the center a small hollow circle. The pattern was black, but at its edges, there was a faint dark red halo. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. It succeeded. Below, Black Zetsu coldly remarked, "The eternal Mangekyo has opened. Obito has officially entered our plan." "Oh dear. Little Obito is crying so sadly," White Zetsu said in a teasing tone, yet a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. "What should we do next? Take him back?" Black Zetsu said. "Madara will tell him about the Eye of the Moon plan, about creating a world without war, without pain, where everyone can live happily in illusion. To create that world, we need to collect the tailed beasts, and we must destroy the current ninja world." Understood. The ground cracked open, Zetsu's figure emerging, coming to stand beneath the tree where Obito remained. Obito still stood in place, head raised, blood tears streaming from his left eye beneath the mask, the newly awakened eternal Mangekyo slowly rotating, reflecting the sky, reflecting that shattered world. "Obito," Black Zetsu began, his voice carrying an unusual gentleness. "Do you see? This is the reality of this world. Companions will betray, promises will shatter, important people will die. This is the ninja world, this is reality." Obito slowly lowered his head, the eternal Mangekyo gazing at Zetsu. In that eye, there was no longer pain, no sadness, only a profound silence, cold and dark like an abyss. "So," Obito spoke, his voice hoarse and inhuman, "what must be done?" "Create a dream world," Black Zetsu replied. "A world without war, without pain, where everyone can live happily. There, Rin is still alive, Kakashi is still your companion, and Teacher Minato has not committed suicide. There, everyone can attain the happiness they desire." "Dream world," Obito murmured. "Yes, a dream world," Black Zetsu nodded, "but to create that world, we need power, we need to collect the tailed beasts, we need to change this reality. Are you willing, Obito, for Rin, for those who died in war, to create a world without pain?" "I am willing." Obito interrupted him, his voice terrifyingly calm. "Tell me, what must be done?" Black Zetsu smiled. That smile appeared particularly eerie on his black and white face. "Follow me, Obito. Madara will tell you everything." The ground cracked open, and Zetsu led Obito down into the depths, disappearing from sight. And just as they vanished, Kakashi and Sai, having walked several miles away, simultaneously halted their steps. Banya abruptly turned his head, gazing towards the direction of the fishing village. Though his left eye was closed, the enhancements from the Rinnegan still allowed him to perceive. He could sense an extraordinarily powerful surge of chakra, filled with hatred and despair, erupting from that direction, only to vanish shortly thereafter. It was Obito. He activated the Sharingan. "Banya?" Kakashi noticed his brother's unusual demeanor. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Banya replied, retracting his gaze and taking a deep breath, feeling as though he had missed something of great significance. He glanced at Lin, who was on Kakashi's back, before looking back towards the fishing village, a wave of intense unease swelling within him. The plan had changed, but something felt amiss. This hatred was undoubtedly Obito's, but what was the origin of this animosity? The war was drawing to a close, yet the true conflict may have only just begun. In the Leaf Village, 50 years into the spring, the Third Great Ninja War commenced in the autumn of the 47th year and concluded in the spring of the 50th year, lasting nearly 4 years. When the final ceasefire agreement was signed in the Hokage Tower, the cherry blossoms in the Leaf Village were in full bloom. At the Senyun Pavilion Hot Spring Inn, beneath the eaves of the backyard corridor, Banya lay on a recliner, resting with his eyes closed. He was now 13 years old, standing at 175 centimeters tall, his youthful features having matured into a more striking young man. His silver hair was tied back into a short ponytail, and he wore a simple deep blue yukata, resembling an ordinary young master of a hot spring inn. Yet only he knew how much had changed since the beginning of the Third Great Ninja War. His sage body had advanced from intermediate to advanced, with his vitality, recovery, and chakra levels reaching a terrifying realm. He had fully mastered the abilities of the Rumble Rumble fruit, extending its elementalization time to 3 hours and expanding his electric wave perception radius to 5,000 meters. The remaining task was merely to increase the thunderstorm voltage index of the Rumble Rumble fruit itself. He had achieved mastery in all 6 forms of the Navy, and his self-created Thunderbolt mode had also reached a level of perfection. More importantly, he had secretly gathered a wealth of intelligence regarding Uchiha Madara, Kagaya, the Moon Eye Plan, and Obito. That surge of hatred chakra that had erupted and then suddenly vanished could only signify that Obito had activated his Sharingan. Furthermore, Kagaya's involvement indicated that Madara's plans were still underway.
Banya-kun.
A gentle voice came from behind him. Banya opened his eyes to see Lin approaching with a tray of tea and snacks. After letting go of some responsibilities, the girl had blossomed into an even more beautiful young woman, her shoulder-length brown hair framing her face, clad in a light green kimono, her smile warm. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a fleeting shadow of sorrow in her eyes, a remnant of the scars left by war. Lin, how many times must I say it? Just call me Banya. He sat up and took the tray from her. Lin settled into the chair beside him, gazing at the cherry blossoms blooming in the courtyard. Today, the leaf is celebrating the end of the war. The Hokage announced that from this day forth, the Third Great Ninja War is officially over, and the leaf has achieved final victory. Victory. Banya softly repeated the word, his tone laden with complexity. Have we truly won? The Sand Village surrendered, the Rock Village sought peace, and the Cloud Village was severely weakened after the battle in the Thunder Canyon. And the Mist Village. Thinking of the Mist Village, Banya's eyes turned cold. A month ago, he had extracted the chakra of the Three Tails from Lin, only to have it redeemed at a great cost by the Mist Village. This had been a clandestine transaction, witnessed by Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen, where the Mist Village representative, a masked figure, had exchanged 3 high-level ninja scrolls, the mining rights of 5 rare mines, and a 20-year non-aggression pact with the Fire Country for the return of the Three Tails Isabu. But Banya knew that the masked figure was Kagaya, representing Uchiha Madara. Shortly after the deal was completed, the Mist Village announced a border lockdown, plunging into an era of blood mist. The 4th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, enforced a brutal policy of purging bloodline limits, leading to rivers of blood within the mist. And the mastermind behind all this was Obito, or rather, the man wearing the spiral mask who called himself Uchiha Madara, who first appeared in this guise and immediately set about eliminating the apparent culprit behind Lin's death. He had taken control of the 4th Mizukage, turning the Mist Village into his pawn. Lin, Banya suddenly spoke, do you truly not regret it? Lin understood what he was asking. Since being rescued by Banya and Kakashi a few weeks prior, she had submitted her application to leave the ninja ranks. She wished to abandon her identity as a ninja and become an ordinary person. The application was approved on the same day. The higher-ups were more than eager to see this potential threat, once sealed as the Three Tails, exit the ninja system. I do not regret it, Lin smiled, though there was a hint of bitterness in her expression. I am no longer suited to be a ninja. Every time I pick up a kunai, I think of the land of waves of Sensei Obito, and of those comrades who died before me. Moreover, she hesitated, her voice dropping to a whisper. Moreover, Kakashi is busy in the Umbu. It is rather meaningless for me to stay alone in the leaf. I would rather be here, accompanying Aunt Misaki and helping you. Upon mentioning Kakashi, Banya sighed inwardly. Since his last return, Kakashi had chosen to join the Umbu. Not just any Umbu, but a restructured department directly under the Hokage, with dangerous and clandestine missions. During this time, Kakashi began to take on a multitude of tasks, his reputation as Copy Ninja Kakashi spreading throughout the ninja world. Yet he himself became increasingly silent, more like a machine executing missions. Banya understood that Kakashi was filled with guilt. Guilt for not being able to protect Lin. Guilt over Obito's demise. Guilt for his powerlessness during the Land of Waves. Thus, he buried himself in missions, using slaughter to fill the emptiness within. Kakashi, Lin softly said, came back last week. He took a glance at me, said a few words, and then left. He mentioned he has a long-term mission ahead and might not return for a long time. Banya nodded, knowing the mission was to pursue Orochimaru. A week ago, a secret experimental base had been discovered deep within the Death Forest. The base was filled with cultivation tanks. Submerged within were various biological tissues, including humans, animals, and even infants. The experimental records indicated that the host was Orochimaru, who was conducting forbidden human experiments, attempting to merge different bloodline limits to create a perfect life form. After the incident was exposed, Orochimaru did not return to the leaf to explain. He simply defected. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious and ordered a manhunt. Leading the team was Jiraiya, with members including Kakashi and several elite Umbu operatives. Orochimaru. Lin hesitated, knowing well the notorious legacy of the once formidable Sannin. She was familiar with Orochimaru's eccentricities but had not anticipated him descending to this level. Everyone has their own aspirations, Banya replied nonchalantly, or perhaps, everyone has their own obsessions. Orochimaru's obsession is immortality, the mastery of all ninjutsu in the world. For that, he would betray his village and use living beings for experiments. That is his choice and his sin. Lin fell silent. After a long pause, she stood up. I will go help in the front. There are many guests today, and Aunt Misaki cannot manage alone. Go ahead. After Lin left, Banya lay back down, staring at the sky. A month had passed. Obito should have been completely under Madara's control by now. According to the original story, the next events would unfold with Madara's death, entrusting the Rinnegan to Nagato, after which Obito would operate under the identity of Uchiha Madara, beginning to collect tailed beasts. And Lin. A glint of sharpness flashed in Banya's eyes. Lin was still alive, which posed an unpredictable variable in Madara and Obito's plans. Though Obito believed Lin to be dead, both Madara and Kagaya were aware of her existence. They would not allow this unexpected factor to persist and would undoubtedly find a way to eliminate her. Therefore, throughout this month, Banya had made numerous preparations. First, a set of protective gear was crafted using thunder metallurgy. A necklace, embedded with a miniature lightning escape talisman array, which would automatically activate a lightning shield upon receiving an attack. A pair of earrings capable of disrupting illusions and perception, and a ring that contained a tenth of his chakra, which could be activated at a critical moment. Secondly, there was the barrier. The idle cloud pavilion was ensconced by 3 layers of barriers set by Sakaya. The outermost layer was a perception barrier, which would trigger an alarm if any hostile chakra entered. The middle layer was a defensive barrier, capable of withstanding powerful ninjutsu attacks. And the innermost layer was a spatial interference barrier, preventing direct intrusion by time-space ninjutsu. Lastly, there was the disguise. Sakaya crafted a mask for Rin, not in the exaggerated style of a thunder mask, but rather an ordinary one that could change her appearance. Once donned, the mask would alter Rin's looks, chakra fluctuations, and even her aura, transforming her into another person. Even if Obito stood opposite Rin, he would be utterly unable to detect her true identity. Sakaya murmured to himself, hoping that these preparations would suffice. In the evening, as the sun set, the guests of the idle cloud pavilion gradually dispersed. Misaki and Rin were at the counter settling accounts, smiles gracing their faces. The war had come to an end. The hot spring inn's business was thriving, and life seemed to be returning to a semblance of normalcy. Yet Sakaya knew that this peace was merely superficial. In the dense, primordial jungle, Orochimaru looked down at Kakashi before him, a flicker of disdain flashing in his narrow eyes. Even Jiraiya had failed to bring himself back. The old Sarutobi was truly regressing with age. What made him think that the child of White Fang could manage such a feat? Lifting his gaze, he peered into the distance towards the land of rain, his tongue flicking out, his eyes alternating between cold and heated. He had heard that the organization known as Akatsuki was recruiting ninjas throughout the ninja world under the leadership of a self-proclaimed man. Perhaps he could give it a try. With that thought, he leapt down from the tree, passing by Kakashi as if completely ignoring his presence. Only Kakashi knew that at the moment Orochimaru passed him, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. That man, who bore the title of the 3 legendary ninjas, emanated such an overwhelming killing intent that it rendered Kakashi utterly immobile. In the land of rain, at the tall tower, Nagato stood by the window, gazing out at the unceasing rain. Behind him, Conan stood quietly. The Leaf War has ended, Nagato spoke, his voice hoarse. The territories of the 5 nations have been redefined, and the small nations remain the victims. In such a world, there is no meaning. Yahiko's ideals, I will realize them. He slowly turned, the cold light flickering in his Rinnegan, intending to make the world feel peace through suffering. This was the mission of Akatsuki. Gather the members. It is time to take action. Understood. Conan nodded, her paper wings unfurling behind her. In the underground cave before the outer path golem, Obito wore a spiral mask, his eyes swirling with the Sharingan. Before him, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were reporting. The Leaf War has ended. There will be at least 10 years of peace ahead, Black Zetsu stated. This is a prime opportunity for us to act. Nagato is already prepared. We can begin recruiting members and preparing to collect tailed beasts. What about the Mist Village? Obito inquired, his voice filtered through the mask, sounding deep and cold. Complete control, White Zetsu chuckled, the 4th Mizukage is merely a puppet. Little Obito, you can make him do whatever you want. Obito nodded. He walked deeper into the cave, where a stone bed lay, upon which the aged Uchiha Madara rested. Madara was on the brink of death, yet his eyes remained sharp. Obito, Madara began, his voice frail yet commanding. The plan is entrusted to you. Collect the tailed beasts, resurrect the 10 tails, initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, and create that world devoid of war. I understand, Obito replied, you can rest easy now. I will complete the Eye of the Moon plan in the name of Uchiha Madara. Madara smiled, a smile filled with contentment, madness, and a millennium of obsession. Then he closed his eyes, his life force fading entirely. Obito stood before Madara's corpse, silent for a long time. Beneath the mask, the Sharingan reflected Madara's aged face, mirroring a world filled with deception and betrayal. Rin. He silently murmured that name, his heart constricting with familiar pain. Wait for me to create that dream world. There, you will live, Kakashi will still be our comrade, and Master Shumo will not have committed suicide. In that place, everyone can be happy. For this, I shall destroy this reality. For this, I will make the entire world feel suffering. 1 month after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, the Leaf Village began to rebuild among the ruins. The houses along the streets were newly restored, shops reopened, and children returned to the Ninja Academy. On the surface, it appeared that the wounds inflicted by war were slowly healing. Yet only a few knew that the undercurrents had never ceased their tumultuous flow. In the Idle Cloud Pavilion in the basement. This basement was secretly excavated by Sakaya using thunder metallurgy and earth release techniques. Located 30 meters beneath the inn, covering an area of about 100 square meters. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all reinforced with alloy treated by thunder metallurgy, capable of isolating the majority of perception ninjutsu from probing. This was his private training ground, as well as a place to store certain unsightly items. At this moment, Sakaya sat cross-legged in the center of the training area, his eyes closed and breathing steady. System. Check-in. Ding. Monthly check-in successful. Reward acquired. Observation Haki. A surge of clarity flooded his mind, extending his perception, enhancing his intuition, and improving his ability to read the surrounding environment. Similar to the Thunder Fruit, this was a power system from the world of One Piece, capable of sensing life force, emotions, and even briefly predicting the future. Sakaya opened his eyes, a faint silver glimmer flashing deep within his pupils. He expanded his electromagnetic perception, mastering all electromagnetic fluctuations within a radius of 5 kilometers. However, this time something additional was present in his perception. He could see Rin behind the counter, focused on organizing the accounts. He could see his mother Misaki, at peace while preparing dinner in the kitchen. He could even faintly sense the weak life force emanating from pedestrians walking along the street. He could even vaguely see that, in a few minutes, a familiar chakra fluctuation would arrive at the Idle Cloud Pavilion, Minato Namikaze. This was the combination of electromagnetic perception and observation Haki, which Sakaya referred to as the Eye of the Heart. Within a 5-kilometer radius, he could not only sense positions and chakra but also emotions and intentions, even predicting an enemy's next move by about 5 seconds. If a monthly check-in yielded such rewards, what would an annual check-in bring? Ding! Detecting that the host has survived the Third Great Ninja War, triggering the annual check-in for the end of the war. Reward generation in progress. Congratulations to the host for receiving a golden legendary level reward. Soul-cutting blade Ashida. Description. A weapon from the world of Bleach, in its unawakened state. It requires the host's soul and chakra to be nurtured over time, ultimately awakening as the host's own soul-cutting blade. Current state. None. A long blade appeared in Sakaya's hand. The blade measured 1.2 meters in length, with a pure black sheath, devoid of any embellishments. The hilt was also black, wrapped in white bindings. The entire sword was plain and unadorned. Yet the moment he grasped it, Sakaya felt a faint pulse resonating from within the blade, a pulse that echoed with his own soul. He drew the sword from its sheath. The blade gleamed silver-white, reflecting the training ground's lights, sharp and unyielding. As chakra flowed into the blade, it quivered slightly, as if responding, yearning for something. A soul-cutting blade? Sakaya murmured softly. It requires soul nurturing, meaning this blade will grow alongside me, ultimately awakening my own Bankai? He returned the sword to its sheath, fastening it at his waist. The black sheath harmonized well with his deep blue kimono, enhancing his warrior aura. At that moment, through his mind's eye, Sakaya sensed that Minato's chakra had arrived at the entrance of the Idle Cloud Pavilion. He swiftly concealed all traces of his training ground and teleported back to his room, then descended the stairs, feigning the appearance of having just awakened. In the hall on the first floor, Minato was seated by the tea table with Rin pouring him tea. After 4 years of the Shinobi War, Minato looked much more mature. His face still bore a gentle smile, but his eyes reflected a sense of the steadiness that came with being a Hokage. Brother Minato, what a rare visitor, Sakaya remarked as he descended the staircase. The war is over. How does such a busy person like you have time to visit my humble inn? Sakaya, Minato rose, his smile sincere. I have come to ask for your assistance. Assistance? Sakaya took a seat across from him, as Rin appropriately poured him tea as well. With your current strength and status, what could you possibly need my help with? I hear you are already a strong candidate for the 4th Hokage? Minato smiled wryly, just a candidate. Moreover, precisely because I am a candidate, I need to be more aware of my own capabilities. This task is rather special. He paused, retrieving a scroll from his robe and unfurling it on the table. The scroll displayed a map of the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, with a location circled in red at the edge of the Wind Country's desert. The ancient kingdom of Lulan, situated in the desert at the edge of the Wind Country, is a small nation that exists thanks to the power of the pulse. Minato pointed at the red circle. A month ago, the Lulan Revolutionary Army sent a plea for help to the Leaf Village through secret channels. The letter stated that 6 years ago, a man named Enlushan appeared in Lulan, claiming to assist in its development, gradually earning the trust of the previous queen. Before her passing, she entrusted her young daughter, Sarato, to Enlushan, making him her guardian. Sakaya's eyes flickered slightly. Lulan and Lushan, the pulse, these were all elements from the theatrical version of The Lost Tower. In that film, Naruto traveled back in time to assist a young Minato in Lulan. However, that was the original timeline. Now, on the surface, it seems that Enlushan is using the pulse's power to advance technology, and Lulan is thriving under his rule. The current queen, Sarato, trusts him immensely, Minato continued. But in reality, according to intelligence from the Revolutionary Army, Enlushan has used the pulse's power to create puppet citizens, while the true people of Lulan are oppressed and controlled, having lost even their basic freedoms. The queen only sees those puppets. So the Revolutionary Army hopes that the Leaf will intervene to overthrow Enlushan and liberate Lulan. Sakaya summarized. Yes, Minato nodded, and this matter involves the pulse's power, which the higher-ups take very seriously. The pulse is a conglomerate of natural energy that harbors the potential to distort time and space. If misused, the consequences could be dire. The 3rd Hokage originally designated a 4-man team for the mission. Myself, Shino Aburame, Choji Akimichi, and Kakashi. Originally, Sakaya inquired. Tobirama opposed it. Minato's tone was resigned. He said that the Leaf is in ruins and requires Jonin-level strength for the village's safety and reconstruction. Shino and Choji are both vital combatants of their clans and cannot be reassigned. Therefore, the mission now only consists of Kakashi and me. Sakaya frowned. Just 2 people? Lulan is an international mission, located at the edge of the Wind Country, over 1,000 miles from the Leaf. If something goes wrong, we won't even have time for support. Tobirama wants me to fail the mission. If I fail, my candidacy for the 4th Hokage will be impacted. If I die on the mission, it will be even simpler, Minato stated calmly. The air fell silent for several seconds. Rin looked at Minato with concern, then turned to Sakaya. So you came to ask for my help, Sakaya said. Yes, Minato met Sakaya's gaze. This mission is extremely dangerous. Enlushan can manipulate the pulse's power, and his strength is unknown. Moreover, Lulan is located in the Wind Country. Although Sunagakure has surrendered, the border remains sensitive. I need sufficiently strong combat power and someone who can turn the tide at a critical moment. Sakaya, you are the best candidate. Sakaya did not respond immediately. He lifted his teacup and gently blew on the steam. Lulan, the Lost Tower, the Pulse, and Lushan, these were all elements from the theatrical version. But in this altered timeline, what would happen? Was Enlushan still the puppet controlled by Baizu? Would the Pulse, like in the original story, transport future people to the present? If so, who would they be? Most importantly, according to the original story, Naruto would travel back in time to assist a young Minato. But now the storyline had changed under his influence. If Naruto truly did come back and saw Minato, who was about to become the 4th Hokage, what would his reaction be? And then there was Kakashi. In the original narrative, he also participated in the Lulan mission. How intriguing. I'll join. Sakaya set down his teacup, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. When do we depart? Minato sighed in relief. 3 days from now. We need to prepare some equipment suited for desert conditions and puppet techniques. I've already informed Kakashi. He will meet us at the village entrance. Alright, Sakaya nodded. See you at the village entrance in 3 days. Minato stood up and solemnly bowed to Sakaya. Thank you, Sakaya. I will remember this favor. Don't mention it. Sakaya waved his hand. I am also a part of the Leaf, and besides, I have a bit of interest in Lulan. After Minato left, Rin approached Sakaya, her eyes filled with worry. Sakaya, this mission is quite dangerous. Isn't it? A bit. Sakaya did not hide the truth. But brother Minato needs help. Moreover, I have some suspicions regarding Lulan's situation that I need to verify. What suspicions? Sakaya looked at Rin, hesitated for a moment, then decided to reveal a bit. Rin, have you ever heard of space-time ninjutsu? Rin nodded. Minato-sensei's flying thunder god technique is space-time ninjutsu. The pulse's power involves higher-level time-space manipulation, time travel, Sakaya said slowly. If my guess is correct, Lulan's pulse may connect different points in time. When we go this time, we might encounter people from the future. Rin's eyes widened. The future? Is that even possible? In the world of ninjas, anything is possible. Sakaya gazed out the window as the sky grew darker. Moreover, if we really do get to see people from the future, perhaps I could ask them some questions about the outcome of this world, about the fates of certain individuals. He thought of Naruto, pondering where this altered timeline would lead. Rin fell silent for a moment, then softly said, "Then you must be careful. Please look out for Kakashi. Ever since the events with Obito and the Land of Waves, he has been pushing himself." I know, Sakaya nodded. I will keep an eye on him. 3 days later, on a clear morning, Sakaya arrived punctually at the entrance of the Leaf Village. He had changed into a black combat outfit, topped with a deep blue short robe, a blade strapped to his waist, and a specially designed ninja tool pouch on his back. His silver hair was tied into a short ponytail, and he wore a faint look of fatigue on his face, resembling an ordinary traveler who had just risen. Minato was already there, dressed in a jonin vest, an owl mask perched atop his head, with a specially designed flying thunder god kunai pouch on his back. Kakashi stood beside him, clad in a black umbu outfit, with a green vest over it. He wore a mask that concealed his face, but his scarlet Sharingan eye was clearly visible through the mask. Upon seeing Sakaya, Kakashi nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Everyone is here. Minato glanced at the sky. Let's depart. Lulan is 1,200 miles from the Leaf. We will move at full speed and expect to reach the border within 2 days. Once we enter the Wind Country, we will need to act covertly and avoid Sunegakure's patrols. Is there any problem? No, both Sakaya and Kakashi replied simultaneously. Then wait. A voice called out from within the village. The three turned to see Hiruzen Sarutobi approaching quickly with 2 umbu. The Hokage? Minato questioned, puzzled. Hiruzen reached them, taking a scroll from his robe and handing it to Minato. This is intelligence we just received from a Sunegakure spy. The situation in Lulan is more complicated than we imagined. And Lushan may not be human. Not human. Minato furrowed his brow. According to intelligence. And Lushan's true form is that of a centipede. A rogue shinobi from the Sand Village, proficient in puppet techniques and sealing arts. 6 years ago, he suddenly appeared in Lulan, using certain methods to gain the trust of the previous Lulan princess, subsequently assuming the role of the national master of Lulan. Following this, he transformed himself using the pulse power, and now, it is highly likely that he has utilized the pulse power to metamorphose into a half-human, half-puppet monstrosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a solemn tone. Moreover, his manipulation of the pulse may extend beyond just controlling Lulan. Intelligence indicates that he seems to be attempting to open a passage to the future using the pulse power. The so-called centipede may very well originate from time travelers, or rather, individuals from the future. Sokka was stirred in his heart. Indeed, just as in the original work. Open the future? Kakashi inquired, his voice somewhat muffled through the mask. Why? I do not know, perhaps it is to return to his original timeline. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. But in any case, we must not allow him to succeed. Time-space disorder will trigger a chain reaction. No one understands what consequences altering the present and future may bring, but such occurrences must never be allowed to transpire. Your mission has been altered. The primary objective is to destroy the pulse core and thwart the centipede's conspiracy. Only then should we focus on liberating Lulan and protecting Lady Shera. Understood. Minato solemnly accepted the scroll. And there is this. Sarutobi Hiruzen produced 3 small talismans. Distributing them to the 3, these are specially crafted time-space stability talismans, capable of resisting pulse time-space disturbances to a certain extent. Wear them, and at the very least, you will not be swept into the currents of time and space. The 3 affixed the talismans closely to their bodies. Now let us set forth. Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded, remember, the Lulan mission pertains to the stability of the entire shinobi world. We must succeed. Yes. 3 figures transformed into streaks of light, bursting forth from the gates of the Leaf Village and racing towards the west. The wind blew from the east, carrying the slight chill of early spring. In the west, deep within the desert, that ancient nation, standing resilient for a millennium through the pulse, awaited their arrival. The secrets of the Lost Tower were about to be unveiled. Meanwhile, the ripples of time and space had begun to ripple. At the edge of the wind country, deep in the desert, the silhouette of the ancient Lulan kingdom flickered in the heat waves, a miracle erected upon an oasis. Towering spires and palatial structures stood tall, streets crisscrossed, and countless buildings of various materials and metallic structures operated slowly under the propulsion of pulse energy. The sounds of gears meshing, steam hissing, and mechanical operations blended into a peculiar symphony. In the sunlight, the entire city reflected a metallic sheen, resembling a silver gem nestled in the desert. Yet beneath this glossy facade lay an unsettling truth. 3 figures lurked in the shadows atop a sand dune, none other than Minato, Sokka, and Kakashi. After 2 days and nights of rapid pursuit, they finally reached their destination. Something is amiss. Kakashi observed the city in the distance through his mask. The 3 Tomo in his Sharingan slowly rotating. The chakra fluctuations of those walking the streets were completely uniform, resembling puppets of a common origin. The true life force concentrated in the lower and impoverished outskirts of the city. I feel it too. Sokka closed his eyes, fully expanding his perception. Within a radius of 5,000 meters, the entirety of Lulan unfolded in his mind. High towers, palaces, factories, streets. Every building was ensnared and enveloped by countless threads of subtle energy. These threads extending from deep underground, resembling a root system, firmly controlling the entire city. And beneath the city center a massive energy source pulsed. That is the pulse. Even more bizarrely, the citizens walking the streets, in Sokka's perception, were merely clusters of chakra manipulated by the threads, devoid of thought or emotion, exhibiting only mechanical-like behavior. The true life response amounted to fewer than 1,000 individuals, all concentrated in the slums of the southeastern corner of the city, isolated by an invisible barrier. The entire city had already transformed into a puppet nest. Sokka opened his eyes, his tone grave. Those threads extend from the pulse, controlling the puppet citizens. Meanwhile, the true Lulan populace is imprisoned in the slums, serving as batteries to maintain the pulse's operation. Minato's expression darkened. The intelligence describes a more severe situation. We must act swiftly. Kakashi, you will follow the original plan and rendezvous with the revolutionary army in the southeastern slums. Sokka, you will seek out Lady Shera and ensure her safety. I will investigate the pulse core and locate the centipede. Split up and regroup at the central tower in 3 hours. Minato stated finally, if you encounter danger, immediately fire a signal flare. Remember, our primary objective is to destroy the pulse core, followed by rescuing Lady Shera and the Lulan populace. Understood. The 3 exchanged glances, simultaneously vanishing into shadows on the sand dune. Sokka, wearing a silver-white mask, swiftly traversed the streets of Lulan. With his perception fully activated, he locked onto the highest palace at the city center, the women's quarters. In his perception, there were 3 life responses inside the palace. 1 weak yet pure, likely Lady Shera. 1 strong yet violent, presumably a guard. And another, the chakra fluctuation was unusually foreign, immense, and scorching. Is it Naruto? Sokka's heart stirred, quickening his pace. Indeed, the timeline has altered, yet certain key nodes will still trigger. Naruto has traversed from the future and is currently within the women's quarters. With a few leaps, he landed on the exterior wall of the palace, chakra adhering to his feet, each step allowing him to leap over a building. In his perception, the situation within the quarters was crystal clear. Lady Shera sat by the bedside, her expression dazed. A guard stood motionless at the door, behaving mechanically, and Naruto, that golden-haired, blue-eyed boy with whisker-like markings on his face, was hiding in the beams of the ceiling, peering down curiously. Just as Sokka prepared to infiltrate, the door to the quarters was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire with a sinister expression entered. And Lushan, or rather, the centipede. Your Majesty, it is time for your meal. The centipede's voice was gentle, yet his eyes sparkled with a chilling light. Lady Shera lifted her head, her eyes vacant. And Lushan, I do not wish to. I want to see the outside, to see my people. Outside? The centipede laughed, a mocking smile on his face. Everything outside is wonderful. Your people live in peace and prosperity. Lulan thrives. You need only to remain here and fulfill your role as queen. But, there is no but. The centipede interrupted her, his tone turning stern. Your Majesty, you are still young and do not understand how to govern a nation. Listen to me. Everything will be well. Now it is time to eat. He waved his hand, and 2 puppet maidens entered, carrying trays. Lady Shera looked at the stiff, expressionless maidens, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. Just then, Naruto moved from the ceiling. Hey, is this how you treat your women? As his voice rang out, Naruto leaped down from the beam, his right hand thrusting a kunai directly at the centipede's back. The motion was clean and swift, appearing exceptionally proficient. Yet the centipede reacted even faster. He did not even turn around. His body twisted like liquid, the kunai passing through him. Not through his body, but rather through a layer of protective armor that surfaced on his skin. Puppet technique and moreover an advanced puppet technique infused with pulse power. A ninja? The centipede turned to face Naruto, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but it quickly morphed into a cold smile. Interesting, you actually managed to infiltrate here. But this is where it ends. He formed hand seals, and the ground cracked open. A dozen puppets surging from underground, surrounding Naruto and Shera. Shera, come to me. Naruto shouted, simultaneously forming hand seals, shadow clone technique. Bang! 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 3 shadow clones appeared, encircling Shera along with the original. Sokka observed from outside the window, assessing Naruto, who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, had already reached the level of a jonin. His use of the shadow clone technique was quite adept, and his combat awareness was strong. Most importantly, the immense and warm golden chakra within him was the power of the Nine Tails, and it had been perfectly controlled, even reaching a state akin to the Nine Tails chakra mode. This meant that in the future, Naruto would be able to fully master the Nine Tails. But with the beast sealed away and considering the energy output properties, he possessed only half of the chakra. This implied that Minato still died to seal the beast, didn't it? Not necessarily. Further observation was required. The battle erupted within the palace. Naruto and 3 shadow clones faced off against a dozen puppets. Although they were not at a disadvantage, protecting Sarah inevitably hindered their movements. The 100-legged stood behind the swarm of puppets, continuously forming hand seals, causing more puppets to surge forth from the walls, floors, and ceilings. If this continued, there would be no end. Gritting his teeth, Naruto said to Sarah, "Listen, I will take you away from here. The outside world is not what you see." However, Sarah hesitated. "There is no however," Naruto exclaimed, scooping Sarah into his arms and charging toward the window. "Trust me. Want to leave?" The 100-legged sneered, waving his right hand, sealing the window with a heavy panel. But Naruto was already prepared. With his left hand holding Sarah, he formed a seal with his right hand in front of his chest. Golden chakra surged from within him, coalescing into a massive chakra arm, which smashed through the panel sealing the window. "Hold on tight," Naruto shouted, leaping out of the window with Sarah in his embrace. The 30-meter-high palace fell in free fall. Sarah shut her eyes in terror. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the anticipated fall did not occur. The golden chakra arm appeared once more, gripping the protruding wall of the palace with one hand while securely cradling Sarah with the other. Like Spider-Man, Naruto maneuvered along the outer wall, landing smoothly on the ground. The entire sequence flowed like water, showcasing his ultimate control over the transformation of chakra. Beautiful. Sokka watched from the shadows, his heart filled with admiration. This Naruto had surpassed his original counterpart by several tiers. "Sarah, did you see that?" Naruto set Sarah down and pointed to the surrounding citizens, whose movements were rigid and expressions vacant. "They are not your people. They are puppets. The real Lulan people are imprisoned on the other side of the city, treated as mere vessels to sustain the pulse." Sarah gazed at the citizens, observing their hollow eyes and mechanical actions, and finally believed him. Tears streamed down her face. Why? Why doesn't Lushan do this? To control the pulse, to gain the power to traverse time. A voice came from beside them. Naruto and Sarah turned simultaneously to see Sokka emerge from the shadows, his silver-white mask gleaming coldly in the moonlight. "You are." Naruto warily shielded Sarah behind him. "A leaf ninja here to carry out a mission," Sokka stated simply. "Naruto, right? From the future." Naruto's pupils constricted. "How do you know my name? And the future?" "That is not important," Sokka interrupted. "What matters is that we must stop the 100-legged. Sarah, please lead us to the core of the pulse. To stop all of this, we must seal the pulse." Sarah looked at Sokka, then at Naruto and finally nodded. "Follow me. The pulse core is in the underground palace." The three moved toward the underground entrance at the city's center. Along the way, Sokka used his mind's eye to sense the surrounding movements. Minato was already near the pulse, confronting a powerful source of chakra, while Kakashi was quickly approaching, accompanied by a dozen life signals. presumably the Revolutionary Army. The entrance to the underground palace was concealed beneath an abandoned clock tower. Sarah activated the mechanism, causing the ground to crack open and reveal descending stairs. The three delved deeper along the stairs. The further they descended, the denser the pulse energy in the air became, even forming a faint golden mist visible to the naked eye. At the end of the staircase was a vast underground space. In the center of the space stood a circular altar with a diameter of over 100 meters. The altar was engraved with intricate sealing techniques, at the center of which was a constantly rotating golden sphere, the pulse core. The sphere contained terrifying natural energy. Merely standing beside it, one could feel the flow of time distorting and the boundaries of space blurring. Surrounding the altar were already some figures. Minato stood on the east side of the altar, each hand holding a flying thunder kunai, vigilantly watching a figure on the west side of the altar. This figure was a gaunt man wearing the attire of a rogue sand ninja, but his body was covered with a mixed armor of quality and metal, from which countless chakra threads extended, connecting to the entire underground space. The hundred-legged, or rather, the true form of the hundred-legged. On the south side of the altar, Kakashi had just arrived with a dozen ragged Lulan people, members of the Revolutionary Army. "Doubta-san?" Naruto exclaimed upon seeing Minato. Minato's body jolted, abruptly turning to look at Naruto. That face was too similar. It was as if they were carved from the same mold: golden hair, blue eyes, whisker marks on his face, and that sunny disposition. "You." Minato's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. He had only recently proposed to Kushina, and they had not spent much time living together. Could he really become a father just by coming to Lulan to carry out a mission? "What did you call me? Doubta-san?" Naruto instinctively repeated, only then realizing something was amiss. "Wait, at this point in time, Doubta-san shouldn't know me." "No, you shouldn't be here. Aren't you supposed to be in the leaf preparing to succeed as the fourth Hokage?" This revelation was too much for Minato to process. "Doubta-san? Father?" This young man was calling him father? And speaking of this time point, could it be? "Are you from the future?" Minato asked with difficulty. "Yes." Naruto scratched his head. "I am Naruto Uzumaki from, about 15 years later? I can't be sure. The pulse time-space transmission is too chaotic." Minato looked at Naruto, observing the nearly identical face to his own when he was young, and an indescribable emotion surged within him. This boy was his son. And not only had the child grown, but he had also become such an outstanding ninja. "Kushina." Minato wanted to ask, but was interrupted by the hundred-legged. "Such a touching father-son reunion." The hundred-legged sneered, his voice echoing in the underground space. "But this is where it ends. You all shall die here. The power of the pulse belongs to me." He formed hand seals, and the chakra threads connected to him suddenly glowed brightly. The entire underground space began to tremble, and the pulse light sphere on the altar spun wildly, terrifying energy fluctuations sweeping through like a tsunami. "This is bad. He is going to forcibly absorb the pulse," Sarah exclaimed. "Stop him," Minato shouted, his figure transforming into golden light as he charged toward the hundred-legged. But it was already too late. The hundred-legged's body swelled and transformed, layers of quality and metal armor stacking upon each other, ultimately becoming a towering 10-meter giant puppet. The puppet's surface was covered in pulse golden patterns, emanating a terrifying pressure that surpassed even that of the Kage level. "Ha ha ha ha! The pulse power! I have finally completely mastered it." The hundred-legged's voice echoed from within the puppet, filled with madness. "Now, let you all witness true power." The giant puppet's hand slammed down, carrying a wave of destructive energy. Both Minato and Naruto moved simultaneously. Minato threw the flying thunder kunai, his figure teleporting between the kunai in an attempt to find the puppet's weakness. Naruto, on the other hand, directly activated the Nine Tails chakra mode, a golden chakra cloak enveloping his body, with 3 chakra tails extending from his back, as he punched toward the puppet's giant hand. Boom! The collision's shockwave shook the entire underground space, sending debris flying. Minato and Naruto were pushed back several steps, while the puppet merely swayed slightly. "So strong." Naruto gritted his teeth. "This is not a conventional puppet technique." Minato's expression grew serious. "He has fully fused his body with the pulse. Now he is equivalent to a living incarnation of the pulse. Conventional attacks are ineffective. We must destroy the connection points between him and the pulse." "Where are those connection points?" Naruto asked. "At the puppet's heart." A voice came from above. As the crowd looked up, they beheld Banzai suspended in mid-air, his tranquil eyes behind the silver-white mask gazing down at the colossal puppet. In the palm of his right hand, golden lightning was gathering, compressing into a continuously rotating sphere of thunder. "We shall reminisce later," Banzai declared. His voice deepened by the mask. "Let us first deal with the present adversary." With a swift motion of his right hand, the thunder sphere transformed into a streak of lightning that shot towards the heart of the puppet. The speed was so astonishing that the centipede didn't even have time to react before the lightning struck. With a crackle, the sound of searing electricity pierced the air, and a hole was blasted through the armor at the puppet's heart, revealing the intricate sealing techniques within. However, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, a testament to its regenerative capabilities. "Useless," the centipede cackled. "I am one with the pulse. As long as the pulse does not run dry, I am immortal." "Is that so?" Banzai replied nonchalantly, bringing his hands together before his chest. A more immense golden lightning surged from within him, coalescing, compressing, and taking shape in the air. Ultimately, it formed a towering 5-meter-tall giant of thunder, radiating 200 million volts. This was a technique derived from the thunder fruit, developed by Banzai during his battle with the third Raikage in the Thunderclap Canyon, but after over 3 months of refinement, the lightning form had become denser and far more terrifying. The thunder giant clenched its fist and unleashed a powerful punch towards the puppet below. Simultaneously, Minato and Naruto also sprang into action. Minato hurled dozens of flying thunder kunai, arranging them into a complex formation in the air. He formed hand seals with such speed that he left behind afterimages, activating the flying thunder god technique. All the kunai glowed with golden light, forming a vast spatial sealing array that restricted the puppet's movement within the altar's bounds. Meanwhile, Naruto pushed the chakra of the 9 tails to its utmost limit, his golden chakra cloak expanding as 6 tails sprouted from his back. He brought his hands together before his chest, furiously compressing the tailed beast bomb. A 3-meter-wide black energy sphere formed in his palm and then hurtled towards the puppet's heart wound. The thunder giant's fist, the spatial seal, and the tailed beast bomb all struck simultaneously. Boom! In an ear-splitting explosion, the entire underground space was engulfed in blinding light. The shockwave sent everyone flying, the altar shattered, and the pulse light sphere trembled violently. As the brilliance faded, the massive puppet lay in ruins, and the centipede's true form tumbled out from the wreckage, charred and gasping for breath. His connection to the pulse was forcibly severed. "No, it cannot be," the centipede murmured, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "I clearly have obtained the power of the pulse." "You were merely controlled by that power." Sarah stepped forward, tears in her eyes yet her voice resolute. "And Lushan, no, centipede. You have betrayed your mother's trust and the hopes of the Lulan people. It is time for this to end." She formed hand seals, invoking the sealing technique of the pulse that had been passed down through generations in Lulan. A faint golden light surged from her hands, infusing into the pulse light sphere at the altar's center. The sphere's rotation gradually slowed, finally coming to a halt, before slowly sinking into the ground and vanishing from sight. The pulse was temporarily sealed. A brief silence enveloped the underground space. Minato approached Naruto, gazing at his son from the future, a multitude of words lodged in his throat, ultimately crystallizing into a simple statement: "You have grown." Naruto's eyes reddened slightly as he nodded vigorously. "Yes, I have grown. I have been striving to become Hokage like you, to protect the leaf, to protect Hokage." Minato smiled, his expression filled with pride and satisfaction. "Good. Good." At that moment, Banzai descended from the air, his lightning form dissipating. He walked up to the two, looking at Minato and Naruto. "Brother Minato, it is time to conclude this. Involving the timeline, these memories cannot remain. Shall you take action or shall I?" Naruto turned to Banzai, scrutinizing the silver-white mask and then glancing at the black long sword at his waist. His eyes suddenly brightening. "You are Master Banzai." Although masked, the chakra fluctuations and the recent lightning release are unmistakable. He exclaimed, "In the future, you are my teacher in taijutsu and lightning release. You taught me many incredible techniques and helped me refine the shape transformation of the Rasengan. But Master, you always vanish without a trace. Sometimes we don't see you for months on end." Banzai's lips curled into a slight arc beneath the mask. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, he had altered the future. Minato did not perish but became the 4th Hokage, while he became Naruto's teacher. This future seemed promising. However, Master, Naruto suddenly recalled something, his expression turning serious. "There is something I must tell you." In the future, before he could finish, an abnormality occurred. Above the underground space, the previously sealed pulse light sphere suddenly reappeared, even more ferocious than before. At the center of the sphere, a black vortex began to form, emanating a terrifying gravitational pull. "What is happening?" Sarah exclaimed. The pulse should have been sealed. It is a temporal backlash. Minato's expression changed. The centipede's force connection to the pulse has destabilized the temporal structure. Now the pulse is self-repairing, but the repair process will trigger temporal turbulence. We must leave immediately. But it was too late. The black vortex expanded rapidly, its horrifying gravitational force pulling everyone toward its center. Hold on. Banzai shouted. The thunder giant reappeared, pressing its hands against the ground in an attempt to resist the pull. Minato threw out flying thunder kunai, trying to use the technique to transport everyone away. However, the vortex's pull was too strong, warping even space itself, rendering the flying thunder ineffective. Naruto formed a shield with the Nine-Tails chakra, protecting Sarah and the revolutionaries in the center, but the shield was continuously fracturing under the strain of the gravitational force. This one T-hold, Kakashi gritted his teeth, the three Tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. The black vortex had expanded to engulf the entire underground space, but Banzai seemed to suddenly grasp something, halting his movements. Indeed, the black vortex's pull was solely targeting Naruto and the now-deceased centipede, the two temporal travelers. Well, although it is a pleasant memory, I'm afraid, dear friends, that some memories cannot be retained due to temporal dislocation. They would affect the original trajectory. Banzai said with a smile, watching as Naruto was gradually swallowed, forming a hand seal. Whether it was Minato, Kakashi, Sarah, or the future Naruto, this memory would be sealed along with the closure of the temporal passage. So, farewell for now, Naruto. Then darkness consumed everything. 3 days had passed since the centipede incident. The pulse had been successfully sealed, and all the puppet citizens had ceased functioning, truly liberating the Lulan people from the slums. With the assistance of the Revolutionary Army, Sarah regained political power and began to rebuild the war-torn nation. In the palace, Sarah sat upon her throne. Though only 14 years old, there was an air of authority about her. Standing before her were Minato, Banzai, Kakashi, and a middle-aged man named Amit, representing the Revolutionary Army. The three-leaf ninjas listened as Sarah spoke, her voice clear yet powerful. The freedom of Lulan is entirely thanks to your assistance. On behalf of all the people of Lulan, I express my sincerest gratitude to you, the leaf, and the three of you. She stood up and deeply bowed. Minato quickly stepped forward to help her up. No need for such formality, Your Majesty. This is our duty as the leaf. Moreover, it was truly you, Your Majesty, and the citizens who never lost hope that saved Lulan. No, without you, my people and I might have never escaped the centipede's control. Sarah shook her head, her eyes sincere. Thus, I wish to bestow upon the three of you the title of Guardian. From now on, you shall be the most esteemed guests of Lulan, free to enter and exit at will, enjoying the highest standards of hospitality. At the same time, Lulan wishes to establish a long-term friendly relationship with the leaf, to share and develop together. This is a great honor and a significant commitment. The Guardian of Honor holds a status in Lulan equivalent to that of kin, enjoying numerous privileges. The establishment of diplomatic relations between Lulan and the Land of Wind suggests that the Land of Wind has gained a reliable ally at its borders. Minato pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Your Majesty, we understand your intentions. However, matters concerning the Guardian of Honor pertain to foreign affairs and require the decision of the Hokage. As for the diplomatic relationship between Lulan and the Land of Wind, I will report to the third Hokage upon my return to the Land of Wind. I believe the Land of Wind is quite willing to forge a friendly relationship with such an ancient nation as Lulan. He paused, adding, Nevertheless, Your Majesty, Lulan has just undergone turmoil and is in dire need of revitalization. The pressing concern is to stabilize internal affairs and restore the livelihoods of the people. Both the Guardian of Honor and diplomatic relations can be pursued gradually. I am confident that with Your Majesty's capabilities, you will lead Lulan towards prosperity. His words were both tactful and resolute, expressing gratitude while refraining from accepting excessive honors at this time. Minato had considered this thoroughly. He was about to become the fourth Hokage, and accepting the title of Guardian of Honor now might be interpreted by political adversaries as colluding with a foreign power, potentially jeopardizing his succession. Sarah understood Minato's implied meaning, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I understand. Then, at the very least, please allow the three of you to stay in Lulan for a few more days, so that I may extend my humble hospitality. Apologies, Your Majesty, Kakashi spoke up, his voice flat beneath his mask. The Land of Wind has tasks awaiting us, and we must return promptly to report. This was the truth, but not entirely so. Kakashi indeed had a mission, as the pursuit of Orochimaru was not yet concluded, and Jiraiya was still waiting for him in the Land of Rice. However, more importantly, Kakashi was not adept at handling such occasions. He would rather undertake dangerous missions than stand here accepting thanks. Sarah looked towards Sakaya, who leaned against a pillar, a silver-white mask adorning his face, exuding an air of nonchalance. Noticing Sarah's gaze, he shrugged. I too should return. There are business matters to attend to at the inn. The three declined her invitation. Sarah pressed her lips together and finally nodded. In that case, I will not insist. But please remember, the gates of Lulan will always be open for you. At any time, should you choose to visit, Lulan will extend the highest welcome. The farewell ceremony was quite simple. Sarah presented each of the three with a specially crafted jade pendant from Lulan, intricately engraved with vein-like patterns, serving as a symbol of their identity and trust. Minato and Kakashi accepted the pendants, expressing their gratitude once more before departing the palace, preparing to return to the Land of Wind. Sakaya lingered at the back, glancing back at Sarah as he reached the palace entrance. The girl sat in the vast hall, the seat appearing somewhat oversized for her, casting a slightly solitary figure. Yet her back was straight, and her eyes held an unwavering determination. This girl, he thought, would make a fine ruler. But what of Lolan's future? He recalled the ending of the original work. In the final scenes of the movie, when Naruto returned to the future, Lulan had become a wasteland, its veins completely sealed, and the nation had perished. Now, history had changed, yet Lulan still faced numerous challenges. A scarcity of resources, harsh environments, and formidable enemies surrounding it. Perhaps, there was something that could be done. A slight smile curved Sakaya's lips as he turned to leave the palace. That afternoon, Minato and Kakashi departed Lulan, returning to the Land of Wind. Sakaya expressed a desire to explore Lulan for a few more days, to experience the customs of this ancient nation, and the two did not inquire further, leaving first. As night fell, atop the Lulan Palace, Sarah stood by the railing, gazing down at the city gradually regaining its vitality. Lights flickered, voices began to rise, and Lulan was awakening from its slumber. Yet her brow was furrowed, her eyes filled with profound worry. Although the centipede had been defeated, the issues plaguing Lulan remained unresolved. This nation lay deep within the desert, resource-deprived, relying entirely on its veins for sustenance. Now that the veins were sealed, while it had prevented potential abuse, it also meant that Lulan had lost its most crucial support. Subsequently, issues regarding food, water, and energy would emerge in succession. Moreover, neighboring nations, particularly the sand village of the Land of Wind, had always eyed Lulan covetously. Previously, the deterrent of the veins had kept them at bay. Now that the veins were sealed, what would they do? Troubling Isentiet? A voice suddenly came from behind her. Sarah spun around, startled to see Sakaya, who had appeared on the rooftop without her noticing, leaning against the railing, his silver mask glinting coldly in the moonlight. Lord Sakaya? Sarah exclaimed in surprise. Didn't you already leave? I did leave, but I have returned, Sakaya replied as he approached Sarah, standing beside her to look down at the city. And I prefer not to be addressed as Lord. Just call me Sakaya. This is improper. Formality is for show. We are discussing matters of substance now. Sakaya turned to face her. Your Majesty, no, Sarah. Lulan is facing significant challenges. You are aware of this, aren't you? Sarah fell silent for a moment before nodding. I am aware. Resources are scarce. The environment is harsh, and formidable enemies surround us. Without the veins, Lulan will struggle to survive in the desert, which is why you need new pillars of support, Sakaya stated, economic, military, and diplomatic pillars. And I can assist you. Sarah looked up at him, her eyes filled with doubt. Assist me? Why? 2 reasons. Sakaya extended 2 fingers. First, I have faith in you. You possess the potential to become a wise ruler, and under your leadership, Lulan has the possibility of becoming a prosperous nation. Second, I require a reliable ally, one that is not under the control of any nation, a position of power. An ally? Sarah was even more puzzled. Aren't you a ninja from the Land of Wind? The Land of Wind is your backing. The Land of Wind is the Land of Wind. I, Sakaya said calmly. Moreover, the internal dynamics of the Land of Wind are quite complex. There are matters that cannot be conveniently addressed through it. But Lulan is a neutral nation, capable of undertaking many actions. He paused before continuing. I can help you resolve numerous issues. Environmental, resource-related, and future concerns. Currently, however, Lulan's most pressing issue is the environment. The desert is inhospitable. But what if we could transform the desert into an oasis? Transform it into an oasis? Sarah's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be possible? For me, nothing is impossible. Sakaya looked up at the sky. Sarah's heart raced. If such a feat could be achieved, it would bring about a profound transformation for Lulan. An oasis in place of a desert would mean self-sufficiency in food, population growth, and an enhancement of national strength. What would the cost be? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. She understood the principle that there is no free lunch in this world. 2 conditions, Sakaya replied. First, I wish to establish a branch of the Cloudy Inn in Lulan. Not merely a hot spring inn, but also to add a task reception function. Lulan could become a neutral center for the release and acceptance of missions, where ninjas, merchants, and mercenaries from various nations could trade intelligence and accept tasks. This would generate significant economic benefits and elevate Lulan's international standing. A task reception center. Sarah contemplated the feasibility of this proposal. Lulan was situated between the land of wind and the land of fire. Its geographic position was indeed suitable for serving as a neutral trading center. But this would mean allowing various national forces to enter, which carried substantial risks. Second, Sakaya continued, I wish to utilize the power of the veins, not to abuse it, but to use it in a limited manner. The veins are a natural energy conglomerate, which would greatly benefit my training. I will practice at the core of the veins, but I will not damage the seal nor disrupt Lulan's stability. This Sarah hesitated. The veins were the foundation of Lulan. Although currently sealed, they remained the nation's highest secret. Allowing outsiders to use them, even in a limited capacity, posed significant risks. You may take your time to consider, Sakaya said unhurriedly, but I advise you to make a decision swiftly, because if I leave, I may not return. And Lulan, in its current state, may not endure for 3 years. This statement was harsh, yet undeniably true. Sarah understood that without the veins, Lulan would be like a rootless weed in the desert. 3 years might even be optimistic. She gazed at Sakaya, looking into the calm eyes beneath the mask. 3 days prior, this individual exhibited a terrifying prowess in battle, one that involved the manipulation of lightning and the embodiment of thunderous might, transcending the realm of conventional ninjas. Should he truly be willing to assist Lulan, I would agree. Sarah finally spoke, her voice resolute, albeit with several stipulations. First, the House of Leisure Clouds must adhere to Lulan's laws and refrain from engaging in any activities that would jeopardize Lulan's safety. Second, the mission center must maintain complete neutrality, not favoring any party. Third, the use of the pulse must occur under supervision and must not compromise the seals. Reasonable. Sakin nodded, thus, cooperation is established. He extended his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Sarah reached out her small hand to shake his. That hand was cool yet strong. So, starting tomorrow, Sakin released her hand and turned to face the night sky, allowing Lulan to welcome a long-awaited rain. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, shooting skyward into the clouds. Sarah looked up, witnessing the flickering lightning in the night sky as the clouds began to gather. Initially, there were just a few thin clouds, but soon, they thickened and darkened, ultimately enveloping the entirety of Lulan's sky. Within the clouds, golden lightning slithered like serpents, emitting a deep, thunderous roar. Then, the rain descended. It was not a mere drizzle, but a torrential downpour. Raindrops cascaded like beans upon the streets of Lulan, upon the rooftops, and across the desert. The long parched earth greedily absorbed the rainwater. As the desert began to grow moist and soft, the rain persisted throughout the night. The following morning, as the people of Lulan stepped outside, they beheld a miracle. In the desert, green grass had sprouted. Though only in scattered patches, it was real, vibrant green. Under the sunlight, droplets of water on the grass shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. A miracle, someone murmured, kneeling upon the ground. More individuals emerged, stepping into the rain, allowing the water to drench their bodies, their faces alight with long-forgotten smiles. The rain continued for 7 consecutive days. After 7 days, the rain ceased, yet the sky remained clouded, with sunlight filtering through, warm but not scorching. The desert surrounding Lulan had transformed in areas into moist sand, and some spots had even developed into lush grasslands. The oasis expanded outward 5 miles from Lulan's center. Within Lulan, a new structure was under construction. It was the Lulan branch of the House of Leisure Clouds, located to the east of the palace, spacious and styled similarly to the original House of Leisure Clouds, yet more opulent. Most notably, adjacent to the main building of the inn was an additional 3-story annex, with a sign at the entrance proclaiming Mission Hall. Sarah stood on the palace terrace, observing the bustling construction scene below, her eyes filled with both anticipation and concern. Your Majesty, Amit approached her side, speaking softly. The construction is progressing smoothly. It is expected to open in 1 month. However, News has reached us from Sunagakure. They have sent envoys requesting an explanation. An explanation? Sarah scoffed. Lulan is a sovereign nation. We owe no explanation to Sunagakure for our actions. Inform the envoy that Lulan welcomes friends from all nations for collaboration, provided they respect Lulan's sovereignty. If Sunagakure has objections, they need not come. Understood. Amit nodded, but hesitated. There is one more matter regarding that esteemed gentleman. He has been residing in the underground palace these past few days, engaging with the pulse. Although there are personnel supervising as per our agreement, he is still an outsider. Will prolonged contact with the pulse. Do not worry. Sarah shook her head. I trust him. And moreover, Lulan needs him. She gazed into the distance, towards the construction site of the House of Leisure Clouds, which also represented Lulan's future. Meanwhile, in the underground palace, Sakin sat cross-legged before the core of the pulse. The pulse's energy sphere had been resealed, yet it continued to radiate vast natural energy. This energy was confined by the seal, preventing any leakage. However, it could still be absorbed and utilized from within. Sakin closed his eyes, forming hand seals to guide the natural energy of the pulse into his body. The sage body absorbed this pure energy as eagerly as a parched sponge would absorb water. He could feel subtle changes occurring within his physique. Cellular activity was heightened, vitality enhanced, and both the quality and quantity of his chakra were steadily increasing. Most importantly, he finally had a stable and ample source of natural energy. Previously, when practicing sage techniques, he could only rely on the ambient natural energy, which was inefficient and limited by the environment. Now, with the pulse serving as a wellspring of natural energy, his training speed could increase tenfold or more. Ha! Sakin slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Opening his eyes, a faint golden glimmer flashing within them, a manifestation of the abundance of natural energy. System sign in. Ding. Monthly sign in successful. Reward. Natural energy affinity 10. Excellent. Sakin nodded in satisfaction. With the pulse's natural energy affinity, his training in sage techniques would enter the fast lane. At this rate, within a year at most, he could elevate his sage body to perfection. By then, combined with the thunder fruit and the Zanpakuto, his strength would reach an entirely new realm. He stood up, approached the core of the pulse and reached out to touch the seal. The seal was robust, a result of generations of enhancements by Lulan's personnel, ensuring that the pulse's energy would not leak or be misused. Yet inside the seal, the natural energy continued to circulate, akin to an inexhaustible spring. This is my sacred training ground, Sakin murmured. He turned and left the underground palace, returning to the surface. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, warm and comfortable. On the streets of Lulan, pedestrians passed by, their faces adorned with smiles. Children played on the newly established grassland, while people assisted at the construction site of the House of Leisure Clouds. Everything was brimming with vitality. Sarah stood at the palace gate and, upon seeing him, hurriedly approached. Mr. Sakin, the rules for the mission hall have been preliminarily drafted. Would you like to review them? No need, you may decide. Sakin waved his hand. I have one suggestion. The mission hall must maintain absolute neutrality. Regardless of who issues a task or who accepts it, as long as it does not violate Lulan's laws and does not endanger Lulan's safety, all must be treated equally. This is the foundation of Lulan's existence. I understand. Sarah nodded solemnly. Then I leave this to you. Sakin said, I must return to the leaf. But rest assured I will come by regularly. I will keep an eye on the pulse training, the operation of the mission hall, and Lulan's development. Thank you. Sarah bowed deeply. Lulan will never forget your kindness. Sakin smiled softly, saying nothing further, as his left eye's annual sign-in began to dissipate, and no one knew what he had done. Of the 3 uses of the Rinnegan, he had utilized one with Rin. Here in this ancient Lulan it had been reset to 0. Leaning close to Sarah's ear, Sakin whispered a few words, a flush of crimson rising to her cheeks, and then she nodded earnestly, sealing a promise that belonged only to the two of them. He transformed into a streak of lightning and soared skyward towards the east, toward the leaf. Behind him, Lulan shimmered in the sunlight, the desert transforming into an oasis, and an ancient kingdom was experiencing a rebirth. Sakin understood that this was merely the beginning. Lulan would become a stronghold for him, an ally, a retreat, and the pulse would serve as an essential cornerstone in his ascent to power. The road ahead was still long, but at the very least, he had taken a solid step forward. The leaf, the House of Leisure Clouds, Rin, his mother, his brother, and those hidden enemies, along with the yet-to-be-unveiled conspiracies, he would face them all. With thunder, with the banner of Sakin. At the end of June, 50 years in the leaf. A month had passed since the conclusion of the Lulon mission. The early summer breeze carried the moisture of the Nanha River, sweeping through the backyard of the House of Leisure Clouds, stirring the wind chimes beneath the eaves, producing a crisp, melodious sound. The sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the century-old cherry tree in the courtyard, casting mottled shadows on the wooden floor. Sakai sat beneath the eaves, cradling a cup of clear tea in his hands, watching his mother as she trimmed the flower branches in the garden. Misaki, dressed in a plain kimono, had her silver hair tied into a simple bun at the back of her head, her face adorned with a serene smile. With a pair of scissors, she meticulously tended to the bonsai, her movements graceful and focused. Mother's skills have improved remarkably, Sakai murmured after taking a sip of tea. It is the flowers and plants that are thriving, Misaki replied, turning back to smile, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes softened by the sunlight. This year, the rain has been plentiful, and the flowers are blooming exceptionally well. She paused, glancing toward the other side of the courtyard. There, Kakashi was crouched by the pond, sharpening a piece of wood with a kunai. He wore his casual clothes without his mask or the umbu face covering, his silver hair casually falling over his shoulders, revealing a handsome yet somewhat pale face. His right Sharingan was closed, while his left eye was intently focused on the wood in his hands, his fingers deftly turning it as shavings fell away. Furthermore, Misaki continued, her voice filled with contentment, Kakashi has been coming back frequently lately. For almost a month now, he has been here nearly every day. Although he still does not say much, at least he is willing to stay at home. Sakai watched his brother's silhouette, his eyes subtly shifting. Indeed, ever since returning from the Lulon mission, Kakashi seemed like a changed man. No longer did he spend all day in the umbu. No longer did he numb himself with missions. He began to return home, to dine at the Xianyun Pavilion, to help their mother prune the flower branches and repair tools, like an ordinary son and brother. The war had ended. Some laid down their swords, while others took up the mantle of life. For Kakashi, this might be a form of delayed self-redemption. What is he carving? Sakai inquired. He said it's for Rin to make a medicine box, Misaki explained. A few days ago, Rin mentioned that it was difficult to organize all the medicine bottles, and Kakashi took note of it. This child is actually quite thoughtful. Just then, Kakashi stood up and walked over, holding the finished box. It was a small square box, about the size of a palm, made of fine cedar, its surface polished smooth, with simple cloud patterns engraved along the edges, both rustic and exquisite. It's done, Kakashi said softly as he handed the box to Misaki. It's beautiful, she commented, taking the box and examining it closely, her eyes filled with tenderness. Rin will surely love it. She has gone out to buy something and will be back shortly. You can give it to her personally then. Kakashi nodded and sat down beside Sakai. Sakai poured him a cup of tea, which Kakashi accepted but did not drink, merely holding the cup while gazing at the courtyard. The two brothers sat side by side in silence for a long time. The wind rustled through the cherry tree leaves, and ripples danced across the surface of the pond. What are your plans for the future? Sakai spoke first. There are far fewer umbu missions now, Kakashi replied, his voice calm. The war is over. Assassination, reconnaissance, and sabotage missions have diminished, replaced by more protective duties, patrolling, and maintaining order. The third Hokage mentioned that I could be transferred to the regular forces or even teach at the ninja academy. Where do you wish to go? I do not know. Kakashi shook his head, looking at the teacup in his hands. Teaching? I am not suited for it. As for the regular forces, it would be similar. Perhaps I will remain in the umbu. I have grown accustomed to it. Habits can change, Sakai said. Do you not enjoy reading? How about going to the library? Or perhaps learn to manage the inn from mother? Kakashi turned to look at him, his expression peculiar. Managing an inn? Me? Is that not feasible? Sakai chuckled. The business at Xianyun Pavilion is thriving, and mother is overwhelmed by herself. Although Rin helps, she is not an operator after all. If you are willing, you can learn gradually and take over in the future. And you? Me? Sakai shrugged. I have no interest in management. My passion lies in training, growing stronger, and discovering just how vast this world is. Kakashi fell silent, observing his younger brother, noting the face that resembled his own yet bore a completely different aura. In just 4 years, from the start of the Third Shinobi War until now, Sakai had transformed from an ordinary person who had given up on becoming a ninja into someone even the high-ranking officials dared not provoke. Such a pace of growth, such power was hardly human. Are you still training? Kakashi asked. I have been training continuously, Sakai replied. Power has no limits. To stop is to regress. He paused, glancing at the zanpakuto at his waist. The black sheath was plain and unadorned, but in his eyes, the sword was undergoing subtle changes. He could sense the faint pulse of a spirit within the blade, growing stronger and clearer day by day. Moreover, I have a new goal, Sakai said softly. At lunchtime, Rin returned, carrying a food box filled with medicinal dishes for Misaki. Upon seeing Kakashi, she paused for a moment, then broke into a gentle smile. Kakashi, you are here too. Yes, Kakashi nodded, pulling the box from his robes and handing it to her. For you. Rin took the box, opened it, and found it divided into small compartments, perfectly sized for different medicine bottles. Inside the box, a line of small characters was engraved. Medicine arrives, health remains. Thank you. Rin's eyes glistened with a hint of moisture, yet her smile was radiant. This is very practical. I really like it. As long as you like it. Kakashi turned his head away, his ears slightly reddened. Misaki smiled and called them to the dining table. The meal consisted of simple everyday dishes. Grilled fish, miso soup, pickled radishes, and rice. The four of them sat around the table, chatting casually, the atmosphere warm like that of an ordinary family gathering. By the way, I heard from Teacher Minato that the third Hokage plans to officially transfer power in 3 months. Rin suddenly said. The ceremony for Minato-sensei to take over as the fourth Hokage is already in preparation. As expected, Sakai replied, picking up a piece of grilled fish. The Lulan mission was completed splendidly, and Minato's reputation has risen yet again. Even Danzo, despite his desire to oppose, cannot find a reason to do so. Danzo. Rin hesitated. He has been very quiet lately. Intelligence from the Umbu indicates he has spent a significant amount of time at the root base, hardly venturing out. But the quieter he is, the more suspicious he becomes. Prepare for battle when the enemy comes, and cover the earth when the water comes, Sakai said calmly. As long as he does not make a move, we will not act. If he does, let him know that there are some people he cannot provoke. His words were delivered with a calm demeanor, but the coldness within them caused a momentary stillness at the dining table. Misaki cast a worried glance at her younger son but ultimately said nothing. After the meal, Rin helped clear the dishes while Misaki went to greet the guests in the front hall. Kakashi stood beneath the eaves, gazing at the sky. Sakai approached him, handing him a scroll. What is this? The basic theory and hand seal techniques of Flying Thunder God, Sakai replied. I asked Minato for it. As long as it does not touch upon certain bottom lines, the higher-ups dare not casually refuse my requests, especially when it's an equal exchange. Your Sharingan can copy ninjutsu, but Flying Thunder God is not an ordinary ninjutsu. It involves understanding of time and space. This scroll is an introduction. You can take a look first and ask Minato if you have questions. Kakashi took the scroll, his expression complex. Why give this to me? Because you need it, Sakai said. Umbu missions often require quick movement and rapid withdrawal. Flying Thunder God is the most suitable ninjutsu for this. Moreover, he paused, looking at Kakashi. You want to grow stronger, right? Not for the sake of killing, but to protect. To protect Mother, to protect Rin, to protect Konoha, to protect those who are important to you. Therefore, mastering one more technique for life-saving and protection can only be beneficial. Kakashi tightened his grip on the scroll, nodding slowly after a long moment. Thank you. Between brothers, there is no need for thanks, Sakai said, patting him on the shoulder before turning to walk toward the back courtyard. Deep within the back courtyard stood a quiet training room. This was a place Sakai had constructed using lightning metallurgy and earth release techniques. The walls, floor, and ceiling were reinforced with alloy, and the interior was filled with arrays for chakra absorption and soundproofing. In the center of the quiet room was a circular platform 3 meters in diameter, its surface engraved with intricate lightning release formulas. Sakaya sat cross-legged on the platform, resting his zanpakuto across his knees. He closed his eyes, formed hand seals, and began his daily practice to nurture the zanpakuto. The zanpakuto was in its shallow form, a weapon from the world of death, yet to be fully released. The system explained that it required a long-term nurturing of the host's soul and chakra to ultimately awaken as the host's zanpakuto. For the past month, Sakaya had dedicated at least 2 hours each day to refining the blade with his own chakra and lightning power, simultaneously using his mind's eye to sense the faint pulse of the soul within the blade. Today, he decided to attempt a deeper communication. Placing his hand on the blade, Sakaya slowly infused chakra into it, gently, like a stream seeping through. The chakra flowed along the blade's veins, touching every minute structure, sensing the soul within. At the same time, he summoned the lightning power within him. Electricity leaped across the surface of the blade, emitting a faint crackling sound, as if caressing and awakening it. I know you are inside, Sakanaya silently chanted in his heart. Respond to me. Tell me your name. The blade trembled slightly. It was faint, but Sakanaya felt it. The tremor carried a hint of confusion and a touch of longing, akin to a newborn seeking its mother. You are a part of me, and I am a part of you. Sakanaya continued to silently chant. My soul has shaped you, and your existence has fulfilled me. We are one. Tell me your name. The tremor intensified, and faint golden lightning patterns appeared on the surface of the blade, a sign of resonance between Sakanaya's chakra and the blade's soul. The lightning patterns danced across the blade as if alive, eventually converging at the hilt, forming a vague pattern resembling clouds or flames. Clouds? Flames? Sakanaya murmured. He increased the output of chakra, focusing his mind's eye on the pattern at the hilt. The pattern became clearer, eventually solidifying into a flowing cloud entwined with lightning, burning with golden flames. Flowing cloud like fire. This phrase naturally surfaced in Sakanaya's mind. It was not something he conjured. It was the blade's soul telling him. Flowing cloud like fire. This is the name of this Zanpakuto. Flowing cloud like fire. Sakanaya opened his eyes, gazing at the blade resting on his knees, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A good name. He grasped the hilt and slowly drew the blade from its sheath. The blade remained silver white, but upon closer inspection, one could discern faint golden flowing cloud patterns floating across its surface, with flames flickering within the patterns. The entire blade's aura had transformed. It was no longer a dead object but a living entity, a soul companion. The conditions for its initial release had yet to be met. Sakanaya sensed that although the blade's soul had awakened, it still remained immature, requiring more time and soul nurturing to fully awaken and to unleash that roar, flowing cloud like fire. But at least the first step had been accomplished. He sheathed the blade and secured it back to his waist. As he exited the quiet room, the sky had nearly turned to dusk. The sunset painted the sky in shades of orange and red, the lights of the idle cloud pavilion gradually illuminating, warm rays filtering through the paper windows, casting dappled shadows in the courtyard. Laughter and chatter of guests drifted from the front hall, mingled with Misaki's gentle greetings. Kakashi and Rin sat behind the counter, one organizing the accounts while the other checked the medicinal herbs, occasionally engaging in quiet conversation, the atmosphere harmonious. Sakanaya stood in the corridor, observing the scene, a wave of calm satisfaction swelling within him. This was what he wished to protect. The peace of the people, the tranquility of life, this brief respite from war earned by countless lives. But peace would not last forever. He raised his gaze toward the north, the direction of the land of earth. Within his mind's eye, he could faintly sense unrest brewing there, a friction between the cloud and rock villages escalating, small-scale conflicts occurring frequently. Although it had not yet reached the level of full-scale war, the scent of gunpowder was already thick in the air. And there was the land of rain. The Akatsuki led by Nagato had already begun to act, although they were merely recruiting members and amassing power for now. That ideology of peace through pain was destined to bring greater turmoil to the shinobi world. And then there was Obito, the one whose fate he had altered, yet still walked the path of darkness alongside his companions. By now, he should be completely under Madara's control, operating in the shadows as Uchiha Obito. When would he make his move? What were his objectives? How long could he conceal the fact that Rin was still alive? Sakanaya, dinner is ready. Misaki's voice called from inside. Coming, Sakanaya replied, tucking away his thoughts as he walked toward the warm light. After dinner, Kakashi and Rin left in succession. Misaki was behind the counter, sorting through the day's accounts, while Sakanaya assisted her in verifying them. Outside the window, the streets of Leaf gradually quieted down, with only the occasional sound of patrolling ninja footsteps. Mother, Sakanaya suddenly spoke, if I might have to leave the Leaf for a while in the future, would you be able to take care of yourself? Misaki paused momentarily, looking up at him, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes, but it quickly settled into calmness. Where are you going? Not certain. It might be to the land of Lulan or elsewhere. Sakanaya replied, there are matters that need attending to and people that need meeting. But rest assured, I won't be gone long, nor will I undertake anything dangerous. You are already an adult, capable of your own judgment, Misaki said softly. I won't stop you, but you must promise me, no matter where you go or what you do, you will return safely. Kakashi has already lost too much. I cannot bear to lose you as well. I promise you, Sakanaya said earnestly. Misaki looked at him, her eyes reflecting a complex swirl of emotions. Concern, pride, reluctance, but ultimately transformed into a gentle smile. Go, do what you wish to do. This will always be your haven. As night deepened, Sakanaya returned to his room. He did not sleep. Instead, he sat by the window, gazing at the moon outside. The Zanpakuto at his waist pulsed faintly, the soul of flowing cloud like fire sleeping, growing. He caressed the sheath, silently chanting flowing cloud like fire. Let us grow stronger together. Strong enough to protect all those who matter, strong enough to change the fate of this world. The moonlight poured like water, spilling over the eaves of the leaf, bathing the sleeping village. Peaceful night, brief yet precious. Meanwhile, on the other side of the horizon, a new storm was brewing. But at least for tonight, let those in dreams enjoy a little more tranquility. 50 years in the Leaf, mid-July. Summer Festival. This was the first grand celebration following the end of the war, and the Leaf Village was immersed in a festive atmosphere from top to bottom. Colorful lanterns adorned the streets, vendor stalls lined from the Southie River to the foot of Hokage Rock, selling various festival treats such as yakitori, candied apples, gold scoops, masks, and more. Children in yukatas weaved through the crowd, their laughter ringing clear as bells. Even the ninjas, rarely free from their duties, donned casual attire to enjoy this rare peaceful moment with friends. The Idle Cloud Pavilion was closed for the night. Misaki, Sakaya, Kakashi, and Rin changed into yukatas, flowing with the crowd toward the center of the festival. Misaki wore a light purple yukata, her silver hair gathered with a single hairpin, exuding grace and poise. Kakashi, unusually without his mask, wore a dark blue yukata, his silver hair casually flowing, his handsome face bearing little expression, though his eyes appeared much gentler than usual. Rin donned a pale yellow yukata, her brown short hair tied with a headband, her smile radiant. Sakaya, on the other hand, wore the simplest dark gray yukata, the Zanpakuto secured at his waist, his silver hair tied into a short ponytail, exuding a lazy demeanor. How lively! Rin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the surrounding crowd. It had been a long time since she had seen the Leaf so bustling. The war has ended. It is time to celebrate, Misaki smiled, and we need a little time to forget the pain and remember the beauty of life. The four of them moved with the crowd, stopping at various stalls along the way. Misaki bought each person a candy apple. Kakashi was pulled by Rin to go fishing for gold, while Sakaya stood in front of the mask stall, gazing at the fox, tengu, and demon masks, recalling his own few thunder masks. System, sign in. He silently recited in his mind. Today is the summer festival, a special holiday, and there should be special sign-in rewards. Ding! Special holiday summer festival detected, triggering special sign-in. Rewards being generated. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. Pokeball, empty, X3. Note, item from the world of Pokemon, can be used to capture strong beings. The success rate of capture depends on the target status, the host's strength, compatibility, and other factors. Currently in empty state, no built-in Pokemon. 3 red and white spherical balls appeared in the system space. Sakaya focused his thoughts, and 1 Pokeball appeared in his hand, small enough to fit in his palm, lightweight, with a smooth surface and a button in the middle. Pokeball, interesting. But I wonder if I can capture strong beings from this world as spirit beasts or companions. However, what is the standard for strong beings? Tailed beasts? Spirit beasts? Or certain special ninja beasts? Similar to ninja crows or giant serpents, those spirit beasts would be good choices. Sakaya, look at this. Rin's voice came. Sakaya put away the Pokeball and turned to see Rin holding a fox mask, placing it on her face, revealing only her eyes. Is it pretty? Pretty, Sakaya smiled. You should pick one too. Rin picked up a Tengu mask from the stall and handed it to Sakaya, saying, this suits you well. Sakaya took the mask and put it on his face. The mask was red with a long nose, looking somewhat comical. Rin chuckled. Kakashi's lips curled up slightly, and Misaki's eyes were filled with tenderness. Let's go, the fireworks are about to start, Misaki said. The 4 of them walked with the crowd toward the banks of the Nagakawa River. Many people had already gathered there, all facing the river, waiting for the fireworks to rise. Sakaya stood among the crowd, gazing at the night sky, feeling calm within. At that moment he sensed a gaze upon him. He turned his head and spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Minato Namikaze, along with a red-haired woman beside him, Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina nestled in Minato's embrace. Minato held Kushina tightly, both smiling at each other, their eyes filled with happiness. He instinctively looked at Kushina's abdomen, which showed no signs yet. Indeed, based on the timeline, Naruto's birth is expected in October next year. It would be strange if there were any signs now. Sakaya calculated in his heart. The future has already changed. Minato is alive, and Naruto will have a complete family. But what about the chaos caused by the Ninetales? Will it still happen? In what way will Obito attack the leaf? Sakaya, look! Rin tugged at his sleeve. Bang! The first firework exploded in the night sky, golden light blooming like chrysanthemums, illuminating the entire riverbank. Following that, more fireworks ascended into the sky, red, blue, green, purple, various colors interweaving in the night sky, creating a dreamlike splendor. The crowd gasped in awe. Children excitedly pointed at the sky, couples nestled together, and the elderly looked up, their eyes reflecting a cherished peace. Misaki watched the fireworks, her eyes glistening with tears. Kakashi quietly stared, lost in thought. Rin clasped her hands together, seemingly making a wish. Sakaya observed the people, witnessing this peaceful scene. A surge of determination rose within him. He vowed to protect all of this. No matter how many storms the future may bring, no matter how strong the enemies are, he must safeguard this peace and these smiles. The fireworks display lasted for half an hour. After it concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Misaki felt a bit tired, and Kakashi accompanied her back to the Quiet Cloud Pavilion first. Rin mentioned wanting to stroll a bit longer, so Sakaya stayed with her to continue wandering through the festival. Sakaya, Rin suddenly spoke, her voice soft. Thank you. Thank me for what? For many things. Rin looked at the candy apple in her hand. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for letting me stay at the Quiet Cloud Pavilion. Thank you for allowing me to see such fireworks. Sakaya paused for a moment before replying. That was your own choice. What I did was merely provide you with an opportunity to choose. But many people don't even have that chance. Rin said softly, Obito, if he were still alive, he would probably enjoy this festival too. Mentioning Obito cast a shadow over the atmosphere. Sakaya looked at Rin, hesitated for a moment, and said, Rin, I'm just saying if Obito was still alive but had taken a different path, a dark one, what would you do? Rin froze, turning to look at him. What do you mean? It's just a hypothesis. Sakaya averted his gaze. The ninja world is vast. Anything can happen. Some people become stronger after suffering, while others become extreme. If Obito were alive but had harmed others in the name of justice, would you forgive him? Rin remained silent for a long time before finally shaking her head. I don't know, but if it were Obito, his essence is kind. Even if he strayed onto the wrong path, there must be a reason for it. I would try to understand him, help him, and bring him back to the right path. Even if he has harmed many people. Even if he has harmed many people. Rin said firmly, because he is my companion. Kakashi's companion, our friend. When a friend goes astray, what we should do is pull him back, not abandon him. Sakaya looked at Rin, seeing the determination and gentleness in her eyes, sighed inwardly. This is Rin, who despite everything she has been through, still believes in humanity and in redemption. It is precisely because of this that both Obito and Kakashi are willing to protect her with their lives. I hope your thoughts don't change, Sakaya said softly. They wandered for a while longer, and Rin bought some small gifts, saying she wanted to give them to Misaki and Kakashi. Sakaya bought a few skewers of dango, planning to have them as a late-night snack. As the festival gradually came to a close, the crowd began to disperse. Sakaya escorted Rin back to the Quiet Cloud Pavilion and then mentioned that he wanted to take another walk. The night was deep, and the streets became quiet. Sakaya strolled along the streets of the Leaf, listening to the sound of his footsteps while contemplating his upcoming plans. The Zanpakudo Lu Yunruahua had already begun to awaken, but it was still far from its initial release and needed further nurturing. He needed to regularly practice chakra refinement, as the accumulation of natural energy must not cease. The Quiet Cloud Pavilion's business was managed by his mother and Rin, so he did not have to worry for the time being. Kakashi's condition was improving, and he had the Flying Thunder God technique to research, which should help divert some of his attention. Therefore, the next step is to enhance his strength to face future threats. Obito, Nagato, Kagaya, Uchiha Madara. These enemies lurking in the shadows each possess world-altering power. He needed to become stronger, strong enough to confront them, strong enough to protect those important to him. System monthly sign-in. Sakaya mentally recited. Today is July 15th. Just in time for the monthly sign-in day. Ding. Monthly sign-in successful. Reward. Chakra Control Precision 10. Not bad. Chakra control is the foundation of ninjutsu. The higher the precision, the greater the power of ninjutsu and the lesser the consumption. Sakaya's chakra level was already at the super shadow level. Combined with high precision control, he could unleash even more terrifying combat power. He walked outside the village to the upstream forest of the Nagakawa River. This place was rarely visited, suitable for cultivation. He found an empty spot, sat cross-legged, placing the Zanpakudo horizontally on his knees, and began his daily nurturing. Chakra gradually flowed into the blade, lightning coursing along the surface of the blade, resonating with the sword's spirit. The pulse of Lu Yunruo became clearer, like a heartbeat, steady and strong. Sakaya could feel the sword's spirit growing, absorbing his chakra, his soul fragments, his will, gradually taking shape. Soon he murmured, "I will be able to hear your voice very soon." At that moment, a strange chakra fluctuation appeared at the edge of the forest in my perception. It was a child, approximately 6 or 7 years old, possessing a small amount of chakra, yet it was remarkably pure, accompanied by a unique aura, an Uchiha aura. Sakaya opened his eyes and gazed in that direction. A little boy with black hair and black eyes was practicing in the woods, wearing the Uchiha clan uniform. His movements, though tender, were sincere. He formed hand seals, and with a flicker, he appeared 3 meters away, then vanished again to another spot. It was the body flicker technique, and a high-speed version typical of the Uchiha clan. Although still unskilled, with short distances and long intervals, for a 6 or 7-year-old, it was already quite impressive. Uchiha Shursui. Sakaya recognized this child. In the original story, he was referred to as Shunshin Shursui, a genius of the Uchiha clan, possessing the strongest genjutsu, Kodo Amitsukami, and had awakened his Sharingan at a young age. However, he ultimately lost one eye to Danzo and committed suicide by jumping off a cliff. A tragic fate. But now, he was just a child, one secretly practicing the body flicker technique in the forest. Shursui seemed unaware of Sakaya and continued his practice. He formed seals and executed the technique, but this time he stumbled upon landing, nearly falling over. His steps were too hasty, and his chakra was unevenly distributed. A voice came from nearby. Shursui was startled, turning abruptly to see Sakaya, who had appeared beside him, leaning against a tree trunk with half a dango in hand. "Who are you?" Shursui asked cautiously, already gripping his kunai. "Just a passerby," Sakaya replied, taking a bite of the dango. "I see you're practicing hard. Allow me to offer you some advice. The key to the body flicker technique is not speed, but stability. The stability upon landing determines the speed and accuracy of your next move. When you concentrate your chakra during movement, it should be focused at the soles of your feet. But at the moment of landing, it should disperse throughout your body to cushion the impact, while simultaneously preparing for your next move." Shursui was taken aback, contemplating Sakaya's words and realizing their validity. Previously, he had only pursued distance and speed, neglecting landing stability, which was why he needed time to readjust after each landing. "So, how should I practice?" Shursui couldn't help but ask. "Start with the body flicker technique in place," Sakaya suggested. "Don't worry about distance. Just disappear and reappear in the same spot. Focus on controlling your chakra and maintaining body balance upon landing. Once you can achieve 100% stability, then practice short-distance movements, gradually increasing the distance." Shursui's eyes lit up. "That makes sense. Thank you, senior? Just call me Sakaya," he said, stuffing the remaining dango into his mouth. "Are you an Uchiha child?" "Yes. My name is Uchiha Shursui." Shursui nodded, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Are you a leaf ninja? I don't think I've seen you around." "I suppose so, but I rarely engage in village activities," Sakaya observed Shursui closely. The child had clear eyes and a cheerful disposition, quite unlike the common aloofness and pride associated with the Uchiha clan. "How old are you?" 6 years old. "I'm going to ninja school this year," Shursui replied. "I want to learn as much as I can before enrolling, so I can become stronger quickly to protect the village and my clan." Protect the village, protect the clan. Such words from a 6-year-old sounded somewhat naive, yet they were also deeply moving. Sakaya recalled Shursui's fate in the original story. Indeed, he had lived his life embodying that sentiment until betrayed by his own. "Strength is for protection. That is a commendable thought," Sakaya said. "But you must remember that protection requires understanding. Understand the people you wish to protect, comprehend their needs, their suffering, and their dreams. Otherwise, your protection may turn into harm." Shursui nodded, somewhat understanding yet earnest. "I will remember." Furthermore, Sakaya added, "Strength itself is neither good nor evil. It depends on how you use it. The body flicker technique can be used to save lives or to take them. The Sharingan can be used to perceive truth or to manipulate hearts. Your heart determines the direction of your strength." This may have been too profound for a 6-year-old, but Shursui listened intently, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. Sakaya felt a sense of admiration. Shursui truly was one of the rare inheritors of the Uchiha's fiery will, showing such insight at a tender age. "All right, continue practicing." Sakaya patted his shoulder. "Follow the method I mentioned. Practice the body flicker technique in place. Once you can complete 3 consecutive body flicker techniques in 1 second with 100% stability, I will teach you the next step. Really? Shirsue's eyes sparkled. Are you willing to teach me, senior? Depends on my mood. Sakaya shrugged and turned to leave. Practice well. I'll check on your progress in a few days. He exited the forest and glanced back. Shirsue had resumed his practice, this time no longer pursuing distance but focusing on disappearing and reappearing in place, diligently adjusting his chakra and body balance. Promising child, Sakaya murmured. What a pity he was born into the Uchiha. He walked towards the Leaf Village, deep in thought. Shirsue was still young, but his talent was already evident. If guided correctly, perhaps he could change his fate. At the very least, he must not fall victim to Danzo. Moreover, Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami was an exceptionally powerful genjutsu. If he could become an ally, it would greatly aid in the future conflicts against Obito and Madara. But those were matters for another time. For now, the most important thing was to continue strengthening himself in preparation for the storms to come. Upon returning to the Idle Cloud Pavilion, he found that everyone had already gone to sleep. He quietly made his way back to his room, sitting by the window and gazing at the moon outside. The pulse of his Zanpakuto resonated, while the spirit of Luyun Ruo fire lay in slumber. In the system space, 3 pokeballs lay quietly, waiting to be used. The summer festival had ended, and the peace of daily life continued. Yet Sakaya knew that this peace would not endure for long. Before that, he needed to become stronger, strong enough to protect everything. Under the moonlight, he closed his eyes and continued to nurture his Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, in the forest, Uchiha Shirsue practiced the body flicker technique in place again and again, his eyes reflecting a determination beyond his years. The night was still long. In the 52nd year of the Leaf, January. It had been 3 months since Namikaze Minato officially took over as the 4th Hokage. 3 months was sufficient to breathe new life into a village. Following the outbreak of the Orochimaru incident, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, first felt the pressure of public opinion. Although the village actively promoted that Orochimaru's actions were personal and unrelated to the Leaf, Sarutobi Hiruzen was both Orochimaru's teacher and the 3rd Hokage of the Leaf. The occurrence of warfare affecting children and conducting human experiments right under his nose, including the discovery of the Uchiha clan children among them, as well as the severe incidents involving the establishment of the Senju clan, were significant tragedies. As the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not absolve himself of responsibility. Therefore, he resigned in disgrace, retaining only a nominal role among the Elder Council, no longer holding real power, and recommended the spirited Namikaze Minato to assume the position of 4th Hokage during the 3rd Shinobi World War, minimizing the fallout. Walking along the streets of the Leaf, one could distinctly feel the changes. The scars of war were gradually being smoothed over, new buildings sprouting up like bamboo shoots after a rain. The streets were wider, shops more numerous, and the faces of pedestrians bore less of the gloom from the wartime, replaced by the ease of the peacetime. The most conspicuous sight was Hokage Rock, where alongside the statues of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Hokage, a 4th statue of a young, handsome man with a gentle smile had been added, glimmering in gold. It was Namikaze Minato, the youngest Hokage in Leaf history, leading the village into a new era. The Idle Cloud Pavilion continued to prosper as usual. After the war, the hot spring inn became the first choice for ninjas to relax. Misaki's health was improving under Rin's care, her complexion rosy and spirit vibrant. Kakashi had officially transitioned from the Umbu 3 months ago to join the regular forces, now a member of the Jonin class, with less dangerous missions and more time to return home. Lin has fully adapted to life in the Idle Cloud Pavilion, not only serving as a capable assistant to Misaki but also working part-time as a medical consultant at the Leaf Hospital, utilizing her medical ninjutsu to assist more individuals. Of course, when out and about, she employs the shape-shifting and chakra tools provided by Sakaya to guard against sudden attacks. As for Sakaya, he has spent much of the past 6 months in training. The Lulan vein has become his optimal training ground, visiting it once every half-month, staying for 3 to 5 days each time to absorb the natural energy of the vein, nurture his Zanpakuto, and hone his Thunder Fruit abilities. The remaining time is spent in the Leaf, guiding Shizun's training and occasionally taking on some high-difficulty tasks, not under his identity as Sakaya, but as Thunder Justice, accepting missions from the Lulan Task Hall and receiving generous rewards upon completion. Notably, in the past 3 months, the tourism industry in Lulan has developed rapidly, and Lady Sarah suddenly announced that she is pregnant with a daughter, thereby confirming her future daughter's status as heir. Moreover, after the reforms in the ancient kingdom of Lulan, the position of National Master has been filled once again, with Lady Sarah expressing her trust in this individual. However, the new National Master is extremely secretive, rarely making appearances and always cloaked. Only those familiar with him have seen him take action a few times during disturbances at the newly established task center, catching a glimpse of a tuft of silver hair peeking from beneath his cloak. Today is a special day, as the last of the legendary 3 ninjas, Princess Tsunade of the Fire Country, officially announced her departure from the Leaf to travel the world. Have you heard? Tsunade left with Shizune. Is it true? Why? I don't know, it seems to be about medical reforms. She had a falling out with the advisors. In a fit of anger, she declared she would no longer care for this wretched village and left with Shizune. What? My cousin is on duty at the Hokage Tower and heard that Tsunade couldn't stand the upper-level corruption any longer and chose to leave. Sigh, one by one. The 3 ninjas are gone. Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya has been traveling for a long time, and now Tsunade is gone too. Don't worry, we have the 4th Hokage. Plus, there's Kakashi and that one, the son of Kizashi. In a corner tea house, several Chunin whispered among themselves. Sakaya sat by the window, sipping tea and listening to their discussions with a calm expression. Tsunade's departure was to be expected. After Orochimaru's defection, she grew increasingly disillusioned with the internal corruption and bureaucratic practices of the Leaf. The proposals for reforming the medical system were repeatedly rejected by the Advisory Council, citing insufficient budget and the need to uphold traditions. Coupled with the deaths of her lover, Dan Kato, and her brother, Shotri, she had long since lost her sense of belonging to the Leaf. Her departure was merely a matter of time. System, sign in, Sakaya silently recited in his mind. With the new month, he had yet to collect his monthly sign-in reward. Ding! Monthly sign-in successful. Reward, armament haki. A surge of scorching power erupted from the depths of his being, originating from the world of One Piece, capable of enhancing both defense and attack, even allowing him to capture the physical forms of elemental users. Sakaya clenched his fist, feeling the power surging beneath his skin. He combined his chakra with the armament haki, instantly transforming his right hand into a jet-black color, as if covered by a layer of metallic armor. He lightly tapped the table, producing a dull sound, leaving a shallow dent where he struck. Not bad. Sakaya nodded in satisfaction. The combination of armament haki with his sage body and iron block would elevate his defense to a terrifying level. Coupled with his taijutsu techniques such as the pointer gun and storm foot, his offensive capabilities would also see significant enhancement. More importantly, armament haki could strike elemental enemies. Although in this world, he was the only one capable of elemental transformation, having an additional means of restraint was always beneficial. Furthermore, there were numerous skills associated with haki to develop, making it quite a practical ability. He settled the bill and left the tea house, heading towards the Hokage Tower. Today was the day of the summons from Minato, as he had important matters to discuss. In the Hokage office, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sat behind his desk. Dressed in formal robes, his golden hair shining brilliantly in the sunlight. He was swiftly reviewing documents, though with great attention to detail. Upon seeing Sakaya enter, he set his pen down and smiled. Sakaya, you've arrived. Please take a seat. Sakaya sat down across from him, adopting a casual tone. What do you need me for? 2 matters, Minato replied directly. First, regarding Tsunade's departure. You are aware, right? I've heard. Her leaving is a blow to the Leaf's medical system, Minato stated seriously. Although Tsunade left behind a comprehensive medical ninjutsu textbook and training system, the absence of top medical ninjas cannot be compensated for in the short term. I would like to ask for your assistance, not in an official capacity, but personally. If the Leaf encounters difficult medical issues, we may need you to step in, utilizing your unique abilities.
Sakaya understood Minato's intention.
His electrotherapy capabilities, combined with his sage body, had remarkable effects on healing. While it couldn't match Tsunade's regenerative abilities, it was more than adequate for treating severe injuries and terminal illnesses. I can help, but I have conditions, Sakaya stated. First, I will only save those I deem worthy of saving. Second, the treatment process must remain confidential. Third, for each treatment, the Leaf must provide appropriate compensation, whether it be money, ninjutsu scrolls, or other equivalent items. Fair enough, Minato nodded. The second matter concerns Lulan. You mentioned last time that the task hall is officially operational and performing excellently. Ninjas, merchants, and mercenaries from various countries converge in Lulan, facilitating the flow of information and task exchanges. Lulan's tax revenue has quintupled in 3 months. Suna is quite dissatisfied and has sent envoys to apply pressure several times, but Lady Sarah has rebuffed them each time. Lady Sarah is doing well, Sakaya chuckled inwardly. That child indeed had the potential to become a wise ruler. However, Risks are also increasing, Minato continued. With Lulan becoming a neutral task center, it means that forces from various countries will infiltrate. Intelligence from the Umbu indicates that spies from the Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages are already active in Lulan. Although they are currently behaving, trouble is bound to arise sooner or later. I suggest you strengthen your control over Lulan, ensuring at least Lady Sarah's safety. Rest assured, I have arrangements, Sakaya replied. Before leaving Lulan, he had already laid out contingencies utilizing his Rinnegan abilities. Moreover, he had set up lightning release barriers at the Idle Cloud Pavilion's branch in Lulan. Once triggered, he could arrive within 10 minutes. That's reassuring, Minato sighed in relief, leaning back in his chair, his expression easing a bit. Let's discuss something joyful. Kushina is pregnant. Lin has checked, and it's a boy. We have already decided on a name. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki? Sakaya recalled the future Naruto from months ago, realizing that they still intended to use the name Naruto Uzumaki, though Minato's memory of this had been erased by him. The name Naruto came from Jiraiya's protagonist in Tale of the Gallant Ninja, reflecting hopes for Naruto's bright future. However, the surname Uzumaki, according to the customs of the Naruto universe, was quite consistent with the life he would lead. Initially, the stronger party's surname would typically be adopted as the primary one. But the Uzumaki clan had long since faded into history with the fall of the Whirlpool country, and Minato had already assumed the mantle of the fourth Hokage. Observing the sunny Minato, Sakaya couldn't help but smile knowingly. Look at you, the strong-willed Minato Namikaze, turned out to be a henpecked husband. Congratulations, Sakaya sincerely said. Naruto, this destined child, will finally be born this year. Moreover, this time, he will have a complete family, with his parents and a peaceful environment to grow up in. His future will be entirely different. Also, a glint of mischief flashed through Minato's eyes. What do you think about Kakashi and Lin? Sakaya was taken aback. What about them? Don't play dumb, Minato laughed. Kakashi has been visiting the Idle Cloud Pavilion quite frequently lately. Lin, too. She blushes every time Kakashi is mentioned. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that there's something going on between them. Sakaya shook his head helplessly. Let nature take its course. They have endured too much and require time. Moreover, Rin currently does not hold a ninja identity, while Kakashi is a jonin, so should they truly wish to be together, there may be resistance. I shall resolve that resistance. Minato stated that the war has concluded, and the rules should be amended. Marriages between ninjas and non-ninjas, as long as both parties consent, should not face opposition from the village. Furthermore, although Rin has withdrawn from the ranks of ninjas, her contributions to Konoha are remembered by all. After conversing a little longer, Sakaya stood up to take his leave. As he reached the door, Minato suddenly called out to him. Sakaya, yes? Thank you, Minato said earnestly. Thank you for everything you have done for Konoha. Although you may not feel as though you have done much, without you, Konoha and I might be entirely different now. Sakaya paused for a moment in silence, then smiled. I merely did what was necessary. And, Minato, you are Konoha's future. Do well to make this village truly belong to everyone. I will. Leaving the Hokage building, Sakaya did not return to the Leisure Cloud Pavilion but instead headed towards the outskirts of the village. He needed to test his newly acquired abilities, the Haki of Armament, as well as the initial release of his Zanpakuto. Over the past 6 months, he had been nurturing his Zanpakuto daily, and his communication with the spirit of the sword, Luyun Ruohuo, had deepened significantly. He could now hear the voice of the sword spirit, albeit faintly, like a sound transmitted through water, yet he could understand it. The sword spirit longed for complete awakening, yearning to reveal its true form. It was time. He arrived at the upstream forest of the Nanga River, a place rarely trodden by humans, ideal for cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, he laid the Zanpakuto across his lap, pressing his hand against the blade, and closed his eyes in concentration. Luyun Ruohuo, he called in his heart, are you ready? The blade trembled in response. I am ready, master. Sakaya took a deep breath, channeling his chakra, natural energy, thunder power, and the Haki of Armament into the blade all at once. This was all the power he could muster, and he aimed to break through the final barrier and complete the initial release in one go. The blade began to glow, not with the golden light of thunder, but with a fiery crimson, intermingled with silvery clouds. The radiance intensified, enveloping the entire sword. The blade was changing, extending, and reshaping. He rose to his feet, gripping the sword, raising it high above his head. Power gathered, compressed, and transformed at the blade's tip. Then, he shouted the incantation for the true spirit. Roar, Luyun Ruohuo. Boom! The intertwining brilliance of crimson and silver erupted, sending all surrounding trees flying. Within the radiance, Sakanaya's Zanpakuto transformed. The blade extended from 1.2 meters to 1.5 meters, the edge turning a deep crimson, with flowing silver patterns resembling clouds appearing on its surface, burning with golden flames. The hilt morphed into a pair of blazing wings, and the grip was entwined with silvery cloud-like ribbons. The entire sword emanated an intense heat, yet Sakanaya found it not burning to the touch, but rather, it felt warmly connected to his bloodline. He could sense the power contained within the sword. The speed of the clouds, the ferocity of the flames, the majesty of thunder, and the sharpness to sever all bindings. This was the initial release, Sakanaya murmured, swinging the sword in a slash. Without using any chakra, it was merely a standard strike. The blade sliced through the air, leaving behind a crimson trajectory. Where it passed, the space slightly warped, the temperature soared, and a tree several meters away spontaneously ignited, instantly turning to charcoal. With the speed of the clouds, Sakanaya's thoughts shifted, and his form became a streak of crimson light, darting through the forest. His speed was faster than lightning, and he moved with greater agility, making turns without any delay, truly as unrestrained as flowing clouds. The flames raged. He paused mid-air, pointing the blade downward. Crimson flames surged from the blade's tip, transforming into a torrent of fire that roared toward the ground below. With a thunderous roar, the earth was blasted into a 10-meter-wide pit, charred and with the rocks melted away. Additionally, there was the unique ability of the Zanpakuto. Sakanaya landed, gazing at the sword in his hand. After the initial release, Luyun Ruohuo not only received fundamental enhancements but also acquired two special abilities. Cloud Dance, which allowed him to transform into clouds, rendering him immune to all physical attacks and increasing his movement speed tenfold. Heavenly Fire Fall, which summoned meteor-like fiery strikes for area attacks, rivaling the power of high-level ninjutsu. These two abilities, combined with his Thunder Fruit, Sage Body, and the Haki of Armament, would elevate his combat prowess to a new level. Now, he had the confidence to confront any shadow-level strong adversary, and even face opponents like Nagato or Obito on equal footing. Yet it was still not enough. Sakanaya sheathed his sword, returning Luyun Ruohuo to its ordinary Zanpakuto form, though the flowing flame patterns remained on the blade, indicating its awakening. Against Uchiha Obito, he would need to be even stronger. He gazed into the distance, towards the land of rain. Through his perception, he could vaguely sense a massive chakra emanating from that direction. Nagato had already set his plans in motion, and the Akatsuki organization was gathering strength. The peaceful times would not last long, but at least for now, Konoha was in its finest era, the golden age filled with hope. What he needed to do was to accumulate strength, cultivate allies, and prepare. When the storm arrived, he would possess sufficient power to protect everything he wished to safeguard. As the sun set, Sakanaya departed the forest, heading towards Konoha. The streets were gradually illuminated, with smoke rising from cooking fires, and the laughter of children echoed from afar. Everything felt so tranquil, so beautiful. He quickened his pace towards the Leisure Cloud Pavilion. His mother should have dinner ready by now, and Kakashi and Rin might also be there. They would gather around the table, chatting about daily matters and sharing stories from the day. This was the life he wished to protect. The golden age was also when he, Sakanaya, would truly begin to change the world. And all of this was just the beginning. In the 52nd year of Konoha, at the end of January, 2 weeks had passed since Tsunade's departure from the village. Life in the village continued to progress steadily, with the gaps in the medical system being filled by a new generation of medical ninjas. Among them, Rin Noera, who had undergone transformation under Sakanaya's suggestion, made particularly outstanding contributions to the reform of Konoha's medical system. Although she had withdrawn from the ranks of ninjas, with Minato's permission, she participated in the reforms of Konoha's hospitals as a medical advisor, utilizing her experience and the electrical therapy techniques taught by Sakanaya to resolve numerous difficult medical issues. That evening, in the backyard of the Leisure Cloud Pavilion, Sakanaya was instructing Shizune in her training. More than half a year had passed, and Shizune was now 7 years old and had officially entered ninja school. However, during his spare time, he still sought out Sakanaya to learn advanced techniques of the body flicker technique. At that moment, he stood in the center of the courtyard, eyes tightly closed, as chakra flowed through his body. Flicker. Before the word had fully left his lips, Shizune's figure vanished from the spot and almost instantly reappeared at the four corners of the courtyard, finally returning to the original point. Throughout the entire process, he made no sound with his footsteps, landing smoothly, and the flow of chakra was seamless. 1 second, for positions not bad. Sakaya, seated beneath the eaves, nodded, but your turn at the third position could be more natural. Your shoulders are too stiff when you turn, which affects your speed. Yes, Sakaya-senpai, Shizun replied respectfully. After half a year of guidance, he had come to greatly admire Sakaya. This seemingly laid-back senior possessed profound insights into physical techniques, ninjutsu, and even strategic tactics, never holding back during teachings, and always able to pinpoint issues with remarkable clarity. That will be all for today, Sakaya said. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the application of the body flicker technique in conjunction with shuriken throwing. The Uchiha clan excels in shuriken techniques, and combined with the body flicker technique, can yield unexpected results. Thank you, senpai. Shizun's eyes brightened, and after bowing, he departed. Sakaya felt quite satisfied with this disciple. Intelligent, gifted, and most importantly diligent, Sakaya responded to the goodwill of the Uchiha clan in his own way. He was well aware of Fugaku's previous remarks and understood that his approach was a means to continue the bond between the Kiji clan and the Uchiha clan. Just as he left, Kakashi entered the courtyard. Dressed in a jounin vest and without his mask, he held a bag in his hand. My mother asked me to buy some ingredients, Kakashi said, placing the bag under the eaves. Lord Minato is treating us to dinner tonight, and he wants you to come too. Minato, what is the occasion? Sakaya raised an eyebrow. He didn't say, just mentioned a gathering. Kakashi sat beside Sakaya, gazing into the courtyard. That kid Shursui is improving rapidly. He has great talent and is willing to work hard. Sakaya remarked. The future of the Uchiha might very well rely on him. Kakashi touched his right eye, the Sharingan, and fell silent for a moment. Fugaku has been pushing for reform within the clan lately, trying to ease relations with the village. However, the radical faction is quite vocal in their opposition, especially those who lost loved ones in the war. The burden of history is not so easily cast aside. Sakaya replied calmly, at least there are those making an effort. Shusui's character and ideals differ from other Uchihas. Perhaps he can serve as a bridge. After chatting for a while, they noticed it was getting late and headed to Minato's place together. Minato and Kushina lived in a modest two-story building in the Leaf residential area, which was well-kept and warm. The yard was adorned with flowers, clothes hung on the line, and green plants adorned the windowsill. Stepping inside, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air. You're here. Kushina peeked out from the kitchen, her hair casually tied back and an apron around her waist. Her belly had a slight bump, and her face radiated maternal warmth. Minato is cooking. You two can sit down, it'll be ready soon. Sakaya and Kakashi settled in the living room. It was not large, but it was cozy, with pictures of Minato and Kushina on the walls and shelves filled with ninjutsu scrolls and parenting books. Sakaya discreetly glanced around, silently contemplating whether he should prepare a set to send over, but quickly dismissed the thought. The sounds of cooking and Minato humming filled the air, creating a warm atmosphere. Soon, Minato emerged with several dishes in hand, wearing an apron and moving with the skill of a professional chef. Last dish, braised pork, Minato announced, placing the dishes on the table and removing his apron. Let us eat. The four of them gathered around the table. The dishes were simple but plentiful: braised pork, miso soup, vegetable salad, roasted chicken, and rice. Minato's cooking was commendable, with each dish presenting a delightful array of colors and flavors. When did you learn to cook, Lord Minato? Kakashi asked, somewhat surprised. In Kakashi's memory, Minato was the dazzling golden flash on the battlefield, the strategic fourth Hokage in the office, but he never imagined he had this domestic side. After getting married, Minato replied, serving a piece to Kushina with a smile. Kushina had a poor appetite during her pregnancy, so I thought I'd make some dishes that suit her taste. As I kept at it, I got better. Kushina beamed with happiness, gently touching her belly. This child is picky. Only Minato's cooking will do. Looks like the blame is going to Naruto even before he's born. Sakaya inwardly gave a thumbs up to the future Naruto. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. The four of them chatted, discussing the village's current situation, parenting experiences, ninjutsu training, and future plans. Minato asked Kakashi about his adaptation in the regular forces and inquired about Sakaya's recent training progress. He also mentioned his feelings since becoming Hokage. To be honest, the pressure is immense, Minato said, taking a sip of soup with a serious tone. The legacy left by the third Hokage presents a facade of prosperity while concealing internal and external troubles. I have to deal with the advisory council, various clans, and external forces, managing countless matters every day. But it is fulfilling because I can truly do something for the village. You are doing exceptionally well, Sakaya noted. At least, In these past 3 months, the changes in the leaf are evident. Not enough, Minato shook his head. With the war settling down, all the nations are watching. The leaf needs friends, needs allies. Therefore, I want to hear your thoughts. Sakaya, what are your views on peace for the village? The question was phrased delicately, but Sakaya detected the underlying inquiry. Minato wanted to know what this powerful individual, who was outside the system and not to be provoked, truly thought about the leaf. Peace cannot be maintained by one person alone. Sakaya set down his chopsticks and spoke slowly. But one person can become the cornerstone of peace or, conversely, the blade that shatters it. Brother Minato, I promised my mother that I would not be an enemy of the leaf. As long as the leaf does not harm my people, I will always be a friend to the leaf. His words were straightforward. Minato nodded. I understand. As a friend, I would like to ask for your help. What kind of help? The land of snow. Minato took out a scroll from his robe, unfurling it on the table. Located at the northernmost tip of the continent, it is an island nation that is perpetually snow-covered, with a small population but rich resources, particularly in rare minerals. The ruler, Kazahana Yukijetsu, is a gentle and enlightened monarch who has maintained a friendly relationship with the leaf. He paused, pointing at the information on the scroll. However, recently, Kazahana Yukijetsu has fallen gravely ill and senses that his time is limited. His brother, Kazahana Nutu, is eyeing the position with ill intent and is secretly gathering forces to stage a coup. In order to protect his daughter, Kazahana Koyuki, who is only 5 years old, he has sent a request for aid to the leaf. Kakashi leaned in to examine the scroll, which displayed a map of the land of snow and details about the Kazahana clan. Sakaya's heart stirred. The land of snow, Kazahana Koyuki, and Kazahana Nutu. These were the plot elements from the movie Snow Princess, the ninja scroll. In the original story, this task was undertaken by Kakashi, but Kakashi could not quell the internal strife and could only take the young Kazahana Koyuki away to let her live in hiding in the leaf, transforming her into a shadow of the Fuji snow. But now history had changed. There are 2 choices for the mission, Minato continued. First, to help Kazahana Koyuki ascend to her position and stabilize the internal strife. Second, to take Kazahana Koyuki away to ensure her safety in the land of fire. Regardless of which option, it will be classified as a national-level mission. Originally, this task was meant for Kakashi, but he could not handle it alone. Sakaya interjected. To quell the internal strife requires sufficient strength and tact, while taking the princess away involves diplomatic disputes. So you need someone powerful enough who can also represent the leaf. Yes, Minato admitted candidly. I discussed it with Kakashi. If we can stabilize the internal strife and ensure Kazahana Koyuki ascends to her rightful place, the land of snow will become a steadfast ally of the leaf in the north. Moreover, according to the information, Kazahana Yukijetsu holds a secret that could change the climate of the land of snow, transforming this eternally snow-covered nation into a land of eternal spring. Though the specifics are still unclear, if true, it would hold immense strategic value for the leaf. Heat source, Sakaya suddenly interjected. What? Kazahana Yukijetsu holds a secret. It must be some kind of thermal energy device. As Sakaya recalled the plot of the original story, he remembered that the land of snow had abundant geothermal resources underground. Kazahana Yukijetsu's father had developed a technique utilizing geothermal energy that could melt snow and make the land suitable for cultivation. However, this technology was coveted by Kazahana Nutu, who sought to exploit it to manufacture weapons of war. Minato's eyes lit up. You know about this? I have heard some whispers. Sakaya brushed it off. So, you want me to carry out this mission, ideally stabilizing the internal strife and ensuring Kazahana Koyuki ascends, while also ensuring that the thermal energy technology is not misused? Yes, Minato said solemnly. Currently, there are few people in the village capable of executing a mission of this level. Jiraiya-sensei is traveling abroad. Tsunade has just left, and Orochimaru let us not even mention him. The other jounin are either stationed at the borders or cannot leave their important posts. After considering it, you are the most suitable. Kakashi looked at Sakaya with a complex expression. He understood the difficulty of the task. The land of snow was remote with harsh conditions, and since Kazahana Nutu dared to plot a coup, he must possess considerable power. Moreover, the change of positions, if mishandled, could provoke disputes between nations, and one must not overlook the formidable presence of House Yi. Yet, Sakaya merely smiled. I will take it, I replied. Are you certain? Minato inquired. This mission is perilous, and it may require an extended stay in the land of snow. Fuka's entourage will undoubtedly include elite ninja, and their strength will not be trifling. It is a perfect opportunity to test my new abilities, Sakaya stated as he rose and approached the window, gazing at the night sky to the north. Furthermore, I wish to witness the snow of the land of snow. I have heard tales that its snow never melts. Though these words were spoken casually, both Minato and Kakashi detected the confidence underlying them. For Sakaya, those below the rank of Kage no longer posed a threat. And the ninja surrounding Fuka, no matter how strong, could not surpass Kage level. Then the mission is entrusted to you, Minato affirmed, rising and extending his hand. The fate of the land of snow is now in your hands. Sakaya shook his hand. Rest assured, I will manage it well. However, I have one condition. Speak, Minato replied. During the mission, I require absolute authority over the affairs of the land of snow, Sakaya declared, including how to deal with Fuka, planning for the future of the land of snow, and even arrangements concerning that thermal energy technology. He cannot interfere with my decisions. Minato fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Agreed. I grant you discretionary power. As long as the outcome is beneficial to Yi, you may decide the process as you see fit. A deal, Sakaya affirmed. After dinner, Sakaya and Kakashi departed from Minato. As they walked back to the Idle Cloud Pavilion, Kakashi suddenly spoke. I wish to join the mission to the land of snow. I am a jonin and qualified for execution-level missions, Kakashi explained. Moreover, I have conducted research on the situation in the land of snow and can be of assistance. Most importantly, I no longer wish to evade my responsibilities. Sakaya turned to look at him. In the moonlight, Kakashi's profile was sharply defined, and the Sharingan in his eye gleamed with determination. Have you thought this through? Sakaya asked. This mission could be quite dangerous, and once involved, it signifies Ye's official intervention in the internal affairs of the land of snow. If we fail or mismanage the situation, you may bear the blame. I have thought it through, Kakashi nodded. In the past, I always evaded responsibility, using missions to numb myself. But now I understand that protecting what is important does not only occur on the battlefield. In politics, in diplomacy, at every moment of choice, one must have the courage to bear the consequences. I want to accomplish this mission with you. Sakaya regarded him for a few seconds before suddenly smiling. All right, then let us go together. Just in time, my foolish elder brother, to let you witness my newly acquired powers. The two brothers walked side by side, their shadows elongated by the moonlight. Upon returning to the Idle Cloud Pavilion, Misaki and Rin were still awake, tallying accounts behind the counter. Seeing the two return, Misaki asked with concern, what did Minato want with you? A mission, Sakaya replied succinctly, to the land of snow. I may be gone for a while. The land of snow? Rin expressed some worry. It must be very cold there. Make sure to bring plenty of warm clothing. Do not worry, I will not freeze. Sakaya chuckled, but you two must take care of the inn while I am away. With me and Rin here, it will be just fine, Misaki said gently. You both must be careful and return safely. Understood, mother. That night, Sakaya prepared his gear in his room. The unique environment of the land of snow, perpetually covered in snow and with extremely low temperatures, posed a significant challenge for ninjas. However, he possessed the ability of the thunder fruit, allowing him to generate heat through electrical stimulation of his body, rendering cold resistance a non-issue. The Zanpakuto Luyun Ruohuo could also provide warmth. He checked his ninja tool pouch, replenishing his supply of soldier pills, medical supplies, and warm clothing. He decided to bring 3 pokeballs as well. Though they might not be necessary, it was better to be prepared in case he encountered some excellent summoning beasts. Lastly, he secured Luyun Ruohuo at his waist, feeling the pulsation of the blade. The land of snow, he murmured to himself, Fuka's little snow, Fuka's angry waves, the thermal energy device. This time, I will not allow you to be lost in a foreign land. In the original story, Fuka's little snow had lived in hiding in Yi, becoming the actress Fuji Fuyuki, yet she always harbored shadows in her heart. It was not until many years later that Kakashi brought her back to the land of snow, unveiling the truth and reclaiming her position. Yet by that time, the land of snow had fallen into dire straits under Fuka's rule. Now, he intended to change all of this. He would prevent tragedy from occurring before it could manifest. He wished for Fuka's little snow to grow up alongside her biological father, for the land of snow to prosper under an enlightened ruler, and for the thermal energy technology that could usher in spring to truly benefit the people. And he, too, must continue to elevate the Idle Cloud Pavilion within the ninja world. Simultaneously, he sought to secure a steadfast ally for Lulan. Outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water. Sakaya closed his eyes, beginning his final adjustments. Chakra flowed within him, natural energy fused with his body. Armed haki surged beneath his skin, and the flame power of his Zanpakuto lay dormant within its sheath. The mission to the land of snow would mark his first step onto the world stage as Sakaya. And this step must be taken with steadiness and precision. for the storm of the future was brewing in the distance. Before that, he needed to amass sufficient strength and establish ample alliances, preparing meticulously for the inevitable confrontation to come. As night deepened, he fell into slumber. Meanwhile, in the distant north, within the palace of the land of snow, a coup that would alter the fate of the nation was about to unfold. The cold wind, sharp as a blade, whipped through the air, carrying fine snowflakes that howled through the heavens and the earth. This was the northernmost end of the continent, the land of snow, a realm perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. As far as the eye could see, there was only a vast expanse of white, with snow-capped mountains stretching endlessly and boundless ice fields, while the sky was leaden gray, the low-hanging clouds seemingly ready to descend at any moment. At the port of the land of snow, a merchant ship from the land of fire slowly docked. Thick layers of snow had accumulated on its sails, and the sailors, clad in bulky fur garments, exhaled white breaths as they laboriously dropped anchor and set up the gangplank. On the deck, two figures stood side by side, starkly out of place against the surrounding environment. Sakaya wore a deep gray winter cloak, the hood concealing half of his face, leaving only his sharply defined chin exposed. Beneath the cloak was a simple ninja outfit, with his Zanpakuto Luyun Rohuo, contained within a specially crafted sheath that prevented the leakage of its flame power. Kakashi stood beside him, similarly draped in a cloak but without a mask, his silver hair fluttering in the cold wind, and his right eye, the Sharingan, glinted dark red in the snow's light. I underestimated the cold, Kakashi remarked, exhaling a breath that instantly crystallized into ice. Use chakra to maintain body temperature, Sakaya calmly replied, a subtle current of electricity coursing through him, forming an invisible layer of insulation at the surface of his skin, entirely shielding him from the biting cold. Here, the average temperature was -20 degrees, and at night it could drop to -40. Without cold-resistant measures, an ordinary person would lose body heat in half an hour. The two descended the ship along with the sparse passengers. The port was small, its facilities rudimentary, the docks covered in ice and snow, creaking underfoot. A few locals clad in fur gazed at them with curiosity, their eyes wary yet alert. In the distance, the capital of the land of snow, Yuki, was faintly visible. It was a fortress built halfway up a mountain, its gray-white walls blending seamlessly with the snowy peaks, resembling a slumbering giant amidst the storm. Let us first find a place to settle and gather intelligence, Kakashi whispered. Minato-sensei provided contact points at the Edelweiss Tavern. It is a secret liaison point for Fuka's early snow. No rush, Sakaya replied, raising his gaze toward the capital, his mind's eye silently expanding its perception. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, everything was within his grasp. Port workers, local residents, patrolling soldiers, and hidden in the shadows, several chakra signatures. They were not ordinary soldiers. They were ninjas. The chakra levels were moderate, yet they carried an intent to kill, and their movement patterns were orderly, converging toward the port from 3 directions. Guests have arrived, Sakaya remarked with a slight smile. 8, no 10. 3 Jonin level and 7 Chunin level shinobi, though their chakra appears highly unstable. It seems they have harnessed scientific ninja tools as described in the intelligence reports to enhance their strength. Lurking on the inevitable path. It seems we have already been targeted the moment we landed. Kakashi's eye sharpened, and in an instant, his Sharingan activated, the 3 tomo slowly spinning. He sensed it too. The fluctuations in chakra were laden with unmistakable hostility, and they were well-trained, not a disorganized mob. Are they from the wind, flower, anger, and waves? Kakashi inquired. It is likely, Saka said, nodding. The number of ninja from the snow country is limited, and only the elite could mobilize such a formation all at once. We need to be more vigilant, or rather, it seems their grasp on the situation is stronger than what the intelligence suggests. The two moved discreetly away from the dock. Heading inward, there was a main road from the port, but due to the accumulation of snow, the conditions were poor and foot traffic was sparse. On either side of the road stood sparse coniferous forests, branches laden with icicles, clashing in the wind, producing a crisp sound. After walking for about 1 mile, they entered a densely wooded area. Visibility was limited here, and the sound of the wind masked most noises, making it an excellent ambush spot. They're coming, Saka whispered softly. Almost simultaneously, 10 figures leaped from the trees, instantly surrounding the two. They were clad in uniform white snow combat gear, with light armor over it, and their faces concealed by cold-resistant masks, leaving only their eyes visible. Their weapons varied. Shuriken, kunai, long swords, and chains, glinting coldly in the snow's reflection. At the forefront was a tall man, bearing 2 crossed short axes on his back, his eyes fierce. Leaf ninja? This path is blocked. Turn back. Are Are you from the wind, flower, anger, and waves? Kakashi asked calmly, his hand already resting on the short blade at his back. Yet you still ask? The man scoffed coldly. The Lord has ordered that any foreign ninja must be killed without exception. Blame yourselves for standing on the wrong side. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 9 behind him moved simultaneously. With well-trained coordination, 3 hurled shuriken to block the retreat, 4 formed hand seals to perform ninjutsu, and 2 charged forward with swords drawn, while the lead man leaped into the air, his axe slicing down with a sound that split the air. Ice release, ice pillar technique, wind release, breakthrough, earth release, earth flow wall. The jutsu illuminated the snowy ground. Ice pillars erupted from the ground, attempting to restrict movement. A fierce wind whipped up the snow, obscuring vision, and earth walls rose to block the escape route. Their cooperation was seamless. They were clearly a team accustomed to working together. However, their opponents were the Kage brothers. Kakashi moved. The Sharingan spun wildly, and the enemy's actions appeared to him as though in slow motion. He sidestepped the descending axe, his right hand drawing the short blade, the flash of the blade slicing through the throats of 2 sword-wielding ninja in an instant. Before blood could even spray, his figure reappeared behind the 4 who were forming hand seals. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. The shrill cry of birds echoed through the forest. Blue lightning erupted in Kakashi's palm, transforming into 4 lightning serpents that precisely pierced the hearts of the 4 ninja. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. 6 fell to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, Sokka had not even moved. He watched the axe descending toward him, the shuriken flying his way, and the incoming ninjutsu, his expression as calm as if he were admiring the snowfall. Only when the attacks were about to reach him did he raise his right hand, fingers splayed. Iron block armament. A hum resonated as black armament color enveloped his right hand, his skin instantly turning as tough as black iron. He effortlessly caught the descending axe, his fingers tightening, the finely crafted blade of the axe crumbling like a cookie. With a casual sweep of his left hand, all the shuriken that had been thrown were deflected and lodged into the nearby tree trunks. As for the ninjutsu dissipate, just one word, spoken lightly. The incoming ice pillars, fierce winds and earth walls, upon reaching 3 feet from him, crashed against an invisible wall and instantly disintegrated, transforming into the most basic chakra particles, dissipating into the air. The lead man's pupils constricted sharply. He had never witnessed such a method of combat. Shattering axes with bare hands, the laws of nature at his command. This was not conventional ninjutsu at all. He attempted to say something, but Sokka did not grant him the opportunity. In a flash, Sokka was already before him, less than half a foot away. The man could hardly see how he moved, only catching a glimpse of the calm eyes beneath the hood and the hand covered in black armament slowly pressing against his chest. Finger gun burst.
Puhelin numero.
The sound was so faint it was nearly inaudible. There were no external wounds on the man's chest, but his back erupted violently, his heart along with his spine completely shattered by an invisible shockwave. He stared wide-eyed, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately only spewed a mouthful of blood mixed with chunks of internal organs, falling back lifelessly. The remaining 3 chunin were paralyzed with fear. They watched their comrade fall instantly, gazing at the phantom-like figure, terror gripping their hearts. It was unclear who shouted run first, but the 3 turned and fled in 3 different directions. Let them send a message, Sokka thought, allowing them to disappear into the woods. He looked down at the blood on his arm. It was not from the enemy but a small wound from a shard of iron when the axe shattered. The armament color had covered his palm but not other areas. TSK. A careless mistake. Sokka cursed silently, relieved that the small injury was visibly healing at an accelerated pace. With the sage body combined with the armament color's defense, that kind of attack had not even qualified to harm him. Kakashi sheathed his blade and approached Sokka. The battle had concluded too swiftly. He had not even broken a sweat. The Sharingan swept over the corpses on the ground, quickly analyzing. Well-trained ninja, but not from the snow country. Their gear was standardized with a unified command structure, resembling more of mercenaries or a secret military unit from some nation. If the wind, flower, anger, and waves could mobilize such strength, there might be someone supporting them behind the scenes. Sokka crouched down, inspecting one of the bodies. He tore open the opponent's clothing and found a tattoo on the left shoulder. 3 wavy lines with a lightning bolt interspersed in the middle. This is Kakashi frowned. The cloud-hidden mark. Sokka stood up, brushing the snow from his hands. It seems the wind, flower, anger, and waves have colluded with the cloud hidden. It makes sense. The minerals of the snow country are very appealing to the Cloud Hidden, especially those rare metals, which are excellent materials for crafting ninja tools. The Cloud Hidden's interference in the snow country's internal affairs means this is no longer just a civil conflict. Kakashi's expression grew serious. If the Cloud Hidden publicly supports the wind, flower, anger, and waves, our mission will become significantly more complicated. Then we must settle things before they make their move public. Sokka gazed toward the capital, his eyes deep. The wind, flower, anger, and waves believed they could secure victory with the Cloud Hidden's backing, but they did not realize that some forces could not be matched by a single ninja village. Furthermore, cooperating with a ninja village is akin to seeking shelter under a tiger's paw. Kakashi instinctively turned his head, and a fleeting glimmer shone in Sokka's eyes, leaving him uncertain whether the term ninja village referred to the Cloud Hidden collaborating with the wind, flower, anger, and waves or something else. Kakashi subconsciously overlooked this issue. The two dealt with the bodies using fire release to incinerate the traces. The snow would soon cover everything, and by the time anyone discovered it, they would have long since entered. Continuing forward, they passed through the woods, and the snow gate appeared before them. It consisted of two heavy ironclad doors, standing about 10 meters tall, with a layer of ice coating the surface. On the walls, soldiers clad in fur clothing held long spears, vigilantly watching the pedestrians passing by. There was a simple inspection at the entrance, but it was not stringent. Sokka and Kakashi entered smoothly. Inside, it was a bit more bustling than he had imagined. The streets were lined with low stone-structured houses, their roofs covered in thick snow, and chimneys emitting curling smoke. The pedestrians were bundled up tightly, hurrying along, their expressions mostly blank, with no hope visible in their eyes. The poverty of the snow country was evident. The streets were uneven, the houses dilapidated, and shops scarce, with the goods being rudimentary at best. Occasionally, a few children clad in patched cotton clothing could be seen playing in the snow, their cheeks flushed from the cold. This country needs change, Kakashi murmured. He recalled the bustling streets, the radiant smiles of children, and the myriad of goods displayed in the shops. In the aftermath of war, Yi was rapidly recovering, while the snow country seemed as if it had been forgotten by time, trapped in ice and poverty. Thus, Fenghua Zhao Shui aspired to develop a heat source, transforming the snow country into a spring country. Sokka said, regrettably, his brother only saw the martial value brought by technology, failing to perceive its true significance. The two wandered the streets for a while before locating the Edelweiss Tavern. It was a rather unremarkable little establishment, its facade dilapidated, the sign barely legible. Pushing the door open, they entered to find dim lighting and only a few patrons, all silently nursing their drinks, the atmosphere heavy with gloom. Behind the counter was an elderly man, polishing glasses with a tattered cloth. Upon seeing the newcomers, he lifted his gaze slightly. Unfamiliar faces? What will you drink? 2 cups of hot malt wine, Kakashi replied, stepping up to the counter, his fingers softly tapping 3 times on the tabletop, pausing, then tapping twice more. This was the signal from Minato. The old man's eyes flickered, but his expression remained unchanged. We have hot malt wine, but you'll have to wait. There are rooms in the back, you may sit first. He lifted the curtain, gesturing for the two to enter the back room. The back room was a small storage area, cluttered with barrels and miscellaneous items, featuring a rickety table and a few chairs. The old man closed the door, his demeanor turning serious. Are you from Yi? Yes. Kakashi presented the token given by Minato, a specially crafted plate engraved with the Yi insignia. After a careful inspection, the old man sighed in relief. You have finally arrived. His Majesty has been waiting for you for quite some time. However, the situation is dire. Prince Rugeo has completely taken control of the palace guard, and half of the internal army has also turned to his side. His Majesty is currently under house arrest in his chambers, with only a few loyal attendants remaining by his side. Princess Shui is under close surveillance and cannot leave her room at all. How many ninjas are around Fenghua Rugeo?
Sokka inquired.
At least 20, all skilled. Moreover, the old man lowered his voice. 3 days ago, a team of Hidden Cloud ninjas infiltrated secretly and have taken residence in the Prince's estate. Their leader is named Troy, a Jonin from Hidden Cloud, proficient in magnet release. They have brought a batch of equipment including chakra armor. Chakra armor? Kakashi frowned. That is a secret technique of Hidden Cloud, capable of significantly enhancing defensive power and ninjutsu efficacy, with a production cost extremely high, usually only supplied to elite Jonin. Yes, Prince Rugeo's personal guard is already equipped with a simplified version. Although it is inferior to the genuine article from Hidden Cloud, it still poses considerable trouble. The old man looked troubled, His Majesty hopes that you can swiftly take Princess Shui away. The snow country may not endure for much longer. Leaving is the worst option. Sokka shook his head. As long as Emperor Fenghua Zhaoxue is still here, the legitimacy remains, and the people's hearts are still with us. As long as we eliminate Fenghua Rugeo and restore order, there is still hope for the snow country. But Rugeo's influence is too great, and he has the support of Hidden Cloud. The support of Hidden Cloud is grounded in self-interest, Sokka calmly stated. If Fenghua Rugeo were to die, and if the new ruler of the snow country clearly expressed allegiance to Yi, would Hidden Cloud continue to invest? They are not foolish. They know whom to choose between the snow country and Yi. The old man was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man could be so composed, so self-assured. It seemed to him that Fenghua Rugeo and the coalition of Hidden Cloud ninjas were nothing more than mere trifles. We need to see His Majesty, Kakashi said. Is there a way? Yes, but it is dangerous. The old man hesitated for a moment. Tomorrow evening, there will be a banquet in the palace, ostensibly to welcome the envoy from Hidden Cloud, but in reality, it is Rugeo displaying his might, pressuring the nobles to take a stand. His Majesty must attend. That is the only opportunity. I can arrange for you to blend in with the attendants, but once you are inside, you will have to rely on yourselves. That is sufficient, Sokka nodded. Tomorrow evening, we will return here to find you. As they left the tavern, the sky had darkened. The snow had stopped, but the wind picked up, cutting against their faces like a knife. The two found a secluded inn to stay at. The room was rudimentary, containing only a bed and a stove. Kakashi lit a fire, bringing some warmth to the room. Tomorrow will be troublesome, Kakashi remarked while sitting by the stove, polishing his short blade. The palace guards are strict and the banquet is a public affair. Once we take action, it will be a direct confrontation. We are only 2, while the other side has at least 30 ninjas along with chakra armor. Numbers have never been a problem. Sokka lay on the bed, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. The question is, how do we create a stir? Should we quietly eliminate Fenghua Rugeo, or should we display our power dramatically, instilling fear in everyone? You mean, the snow country needs a new narrative, Sokka whispered. A tale of how the ninjas of Yi saved the nation from the brink of despair, restoring rightful rule. This tale must be sufficiently shocking, sufficiently legendary, so that all will remember. To befriend Yi is to enjoy peace. To oppose Yi is to face eternal damnation. Kakashi looked at him, suddenly understanding his brother's intention. He was not here to carry out a mission. He was here to establish authority. For Yi and for himself. Will you kill Fenghua Rugeo? It depends on the situation. Sokka closed his eyes. If he is sensible and willing to abandon everything to leave, I may spare his life. If he remains obstinate, then let his blood serve as the flag for the rebirth of the snow country. Outside, the wind howled. The night in the snow country was cold and long. Yet, in a dimly lit room, a plot to alter the fate of this nation was quietly unfolding. Tomorrow, the snow country palace would welcome unexpected guests. The next day, in the evening, Snow Country Palace Banquet Hall. This hall was one of the most magnificent buildings in the snow country, with a towering dome adorned with murals depicting the history of the snow country. A giant crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, refracting the light of hundreds of candles, illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. The long table was covered with a snow-white linen tablecloth, and the silver cutlery sparkled under the light, while waiters weaved between the guests with trays laden with rare delicacies of the snow country. Roasted venison, pan-fried cod, creamy mushroom soup, and even fruits transported from the south. However, the lavish facade could not conceal the tense atmosphere. The hall was filled with nearly all the nobility of the snow country, dressed in luxurious garments, ministers draped in fur cloaks, generals adorned with emblems of nobility. Each person bore a serious expression, whispering to one another, their eyes reflecting unease and wariness. They were seated on either side, leaving a passageway in the center, at the end of which sat the throne. Occupying the throne was the ruler of the snow country, Fenghua Zhaoxue. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, clad in a deep blue royal robe, wearing a crown. His countenance was gentle yet weary, with deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and a somewhat pale complexion, occasionally coughing lightly. Beside him sat his 5-year-old daughter, Fenghua Zhaoxue, dressed in a white princess gown, her brown hair styled into 2 small braids, her eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of anxiety, tightly gripping her father's hand. At the lower end of the seating, on the right side, sat the true protagonist of the evening, Fenghua Rugeo. In his 30s, he wore a black military uniform, draped with a deep red cloak, his short hair meticulously styled, his eyes sharp as an eagle, and a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His posture was relaxed, almost lazy, yet that aura of control made the air in the hall feel stagnant. Behind him stood 3 individuals. On the left was a tall man dressed in hidden cloud ninja attire, with dark skin, very short hair, and a scar on his right cheek, carrying 2 specially crafted kunai at his waist. He was Troy, a jonin from Hidden Cloud, a master of magnet release. On the right was an elderly man in traditional snow country attire, with all white hair and beard, his eyes cloudy but occasionally flashing with a glimmer of intelligence. He was a priest of the snow country, a confidant of Fenghua Rugeo. In the center stood a young man in a white bodysuit, with a delicate face, hollow eyes, and a slender sword at his waist. He was Rugeo's personal bodyguard, Wolf Fang Avalanche. Ladies and gentlemen, Fenghua Rugeo raised his wine glass, his voice not loud but clear enough to resonate throughout the hall. Today's banquet, ostensibly to welcome the esteemed guests from Hidden Cloud, is in reality an opportunity for me to convey some words to all of you. The hall fell silent. Everyone turned their attention to him, awaiting his next words. The snow country, established for 300 years, has weathered storms and stands resilient to this day. Fenghua Nuteo slowly rose, holding a wine cup as he walked to the center of the hall. What is it that supports us? Is it the wisdom of our illustrious predecessors? Is it the loyalty of our subjects? Or perhaps, some unknown treasure? The last 2 words he spoke softly, yet they struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of everyone present. Many ministers changed their expressions, instinctively glancing toward Fenghua Zhaoxue, who sat above. Fenghua Zhaoxue tightened his grip on the armrest, yet his expression remained calm. Nuteo, what do you wish to say? I wish to say. Fenghua Nuteo turned to face the throne, his smile turning icy. Brother, you are too weak. What has the snow country become under your rule? Border skirmishes go unchallenged. Union pressures you into retreat, and the people's livelihoods are in decline while the nobility indulges in extravagance. You only know how to endure and compromise, clinging to that so-called treasure and dreaming of a prosperous future. He suddenly raised his voice. This nation does not need a mere merchant who knows only how to endure. It needs a young, strong, and determined ruler. A stir spread through the hall. His words had nearly amounted to an open coup. A few loyal old ministers stood up, intending to rebuke him, but were met with Fenghua Nuteo's cold gaze, causing them to hesitate and sit back down. Nuteo speaks with reason. Yunin Troy suddenly interjected, his voice hoarse. Your Majesty, Fenghua Zhaoxue, you have indeed grown old and softened. The snow country needs a leader who can guide it to strength, not a frail elder. This statement was more direct and even more humiliating. Fenghua Zhaoxue's expression finally changed. He clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. Beside him, Fenghua Zhaoxue shrank back in fear, her eyes glistening with tears. Lord Troy, Fenghua Zhaoxue forcefully suppressed his anger. Is the internal affairs of the snow country any concern of yours? Internal affairs? Troy laughed. When the snow country is unable to protect itself, this is no longer merely internal affairs. I, Yunin, out of friendship, wish to support a capable and determined new ruler. What is wrong with that? A blatant threat. The expressions of the ministers in the hall became even more vivid. Some were angry, some terrified, while others gleamed with calculating intent. Well, now that we've reached this point, there's no need to beat around the bush. Fenghua Nuteo set down his wine cup and clapped his hands. Suddenly, the doors of the banquet hall burst open, and 2 squads of fully armed soldiers rushed in, surrounding the entire hall. They wore specially designed white armor, with a faint blue chakra aura flowing over the surface. Although it was a simplified version, the chakra armor was sufficient for ordinary soldiers to possess the strength of a chunin. This is just a portion of my power. Outside the palace, I have 3,000 soldiers equipped with chakra armor. 3,000. Each possesses the combat capability of a chunin. Fenghua Nuteo greedily inhaled the air thick with fear. Everyone. Fenghua Nuteo spread his arms as if embracing the entire nation. It is time to make a choice. Support me, Fenghua Nuteo, as the new ruler of the snow country, and I will lead this nation to strength, transforming the snow country from a desolate backwater into a formidable power that the 5 nations will respect. He paused, his voice turning icy. Of course, if you still cling to the old ruler, I will not force you. However, he did not complete his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Not choosing a side means becoming an enemy. The hall fell into a deathly silence. The ministers exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. A few elderly ministers looked toward Fenghua Zhaoxue, their eyes filled with sorrow and helplessness. More nobles began to calculate the pros and cons. In this changing era, I remain unchanged. Through dynastic changes I do not shift, only eternal interests exist, and there is no such thing as eternal loyalty. This is the nature of power brokers. This is the nature of the nobility. Finally, a middle-aged noble stood up, walked to the center of the hall, and knelt on one knee before Fenghua Nuteo. I, from the Kame clan, pledge my loyalty to you, Nuteo. With the first, there would soon be a second. One by one, nobles and ministers left their seats to stand behind Fenghua Nuteo. In less than 5 minutes, more than half the hall had declared their allegiance. The remaining ones were either truly loyal old ministers or still sitting on the fence. Fenghua Zhaoxue watched this scene, his eyes filled with sorrow. He had anticipated this day, but when it truly came to pass, he still felt his heart was being cut like a knife. He looked at the elderly ministers still seated, slightly shaking his head to signal them not to act impulsively. Yet someone could not contain themselves. Traitors and scoundrels. An old general with white hair suddenly slammed his hand on the table, a veteran of the former shogunate, a 3-dynasty elder, known for his fiery temperament. He pointed at Fenghua Nuteo, his beard trembling with rage. You were treated well, His Majesty regarded you as kin, and you dared to conspire against him, and you, wall-sitters, have you not shamed the backbone of the snow country? Fenghua Nuteo quietly regarded him, his eyes as cold as if he were looking at a corpse. Old general, I respect you, he said slowly, but respect does not equate to tolerance of foolishness. You are old. It is time for you to retire. Before he finished his words, the Wolf Fang avalanche behind him moved. A white shadow flashed by, so fast it left only an afterimage. The old general did not even have time to react before a slender sword had pierced through his heart, the tip of the blade protruding from his back, dripping blood. Ah, the old general's eyes widened as he looked down at the sword in his chest, then raised his gaze to Fenghua Nuteo. His lips moved as if to say something, but ultimately he could only spit out a mouthful of blood before collapsing backward. Father, a young noble rushed out, cradling the old general's corpse, tears of blood in his eyes. He was the old general's son and also the captain of the palace guards. Is there still no awareness? Fenghua Nuteo did not even glance at the corpse, his gaze sweeping over the remaining ministers. I will ask one last time, support me or die. The remaining nobles completely broke down. Witnessing Da and you will merely cling to that laughable ideal, allowing this nation to slowly decay in the ice and snow. The two brothers exchanged glances, and sparks seemed to fly in the air. The atmosphere in the hall reached a tense climax, with everyone holding their breath. Your Highness, as per our agreement, we shall assist you in seizing the position of the ruler. We have the right to command everyone present, do we not? Troy's eyes flickered, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, although Fenghua Nuteo felt dissatisfaction at Troy's interruption, at this moment, Yunin was his capable right-hand man. Just wait. Once I ascend to the throne of the snow country, I shall possess the right to engage in equal dialogue with all nations. A mere Yunin Jonin dares to converse with me in such a manner. Soon, you shall experience the oppressive weight of a ruler. Then, Your Highness, I want her. Just as Fenghua Nuteo was still fantasizing about sitting on the throne and enjoying the dividends of power, Troy had already extended his hand, directly pointing towards Fenghua Zhaoxue on the high seat, his face brimming with greed. The target was none other than the princess of the snow country, Fenghua Zhaoxue. The color drained from Fenghua Zhaoxue's face in an instant, leaving only fear etched upon it. Preposterous, you rascal! An earnest minister could no longer sit still and was about to rise to fight for her life. However, before his body could fully support him to stand, a line of blood appeared on his neck, mixed with spurting blood, emitting a hissing sound. After struggling a couple of times, he finally succumbed to the burden and collapsed, producing a heavy thud. Blood spread out, further thickening the atmosphere in the hall, leaving only 2 shurikens spinning in front of Troy, emitting a whistling sound. Under the influence of magnetic release, Troy did not even need to act himself. Logically speaking, it seems no one dares to oppose anymore. Troy squinted slightly, sweeping his gaze around the assembled crowd. Wherever his eyes fell, that person immediately straightened up and lowered their head. This group does not adhere to the ninja code at all. No one would joke with their own life, especially when their life was handed over by their own kin. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of cowards. Your little princess, I shall take her without hesitation. Troy lunged forward, his eyes filled with increasingly blatant greed. In the future, he could paint the art of Fuji snow, and in the ninja world, act as Fenghua Zhaoxue, who at such a tender age was already showing the qualities of a beauty. Troy's heart burned with passion. Just as Troy's broad palm was almost about to touch Fenghua Zhaoxue's terrified little face. Bang! Bang! A dull crashing sound echoed, like a heavy sandbag striking the ground with cannon-like speed. Before anyone could react, Troy, who had nearly touched Fenghua Xiaoshua's cheek, was suddenly sent flying backward at an even faster speed, transforming into a shadow that crashed heavily into the banquet hall floor. Troy's body carved a trench 10 meters long into the hard stone slab, debris scattering everywhere, until he was finally embedded into the thick wall of the palace, leaving only a human-shaped indentation. Dust filled the air, and debris fell in a shower. Meanwhile, at the foot of the steps, an unfamiliar figure had appeared. One leg was crossed, the other casually dangling over the edge of the steps, and seated upon the crossed leg was Fenghua Xiaoxue, who had just been in a state of extreme fear. The little girl seemed not to comprehend what had just transpired, sitting in his lap with tears still glistening on her small face. It was Sokka. He had appeared in the palace at some point, positioned between the seat and the steps, securely cradling Fenghua Xiaoxue in his arms. His movements were so swift that not a single pair of eyes present could discern how he had arrived or how he had moved. Thunder can cleanse evil. Sokka's voice was calm, as if stating a simple fact, but I never expected that under the leadership of that strong man, the third Raikage, the village of Yunin would raise such a scoundrel like you. He glanced down at Fenghua Xiaoxue, who seemed to feel a sense of security and instinctively shrank closer to him. Sokka gently patted her back, his gaze shifting back towards the direction engulfed in dust. Well then, he tilted his head, his tone reminiscent of discussing dinner plans. Let us use the lightning release you take pride in to atone for your sins. Cough, cough, cough. A fit of violent coughing emerged from the dust. Troy struggled to crawl out of the wall's indentation, his Yunin ninja garb half torn, revealing the light blue chakra-covered skin beneath. He had managed to form a layer of metallic protection on his body with magnetic release at the last moment, barely holding onto his life, yet he had sustained serious internal injuries. You bastard! Troy spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock and fury. He was a Yunin Jonin, the heir to the magnetic release bloodline limit, and even among the many skilled ninjas in Yunin village, his strength ranked within the top 20. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he hadn't even seen the opponent's movement. He had only felt an irresistible force slam into his chest, sending him flying uncontrollably. Magnetic release. Magnetic storm. Troy formed hand seals, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. No longer underestimating the opponent, he decided to unleash his killing move, vowing to eliminate the one who had severely injured him. All metal objects in the hall, soldiers dropping their weapons, noble swords, silver utensils on the tables, and even the metallic decorations on the walls, trembled and flew up, converging into a torrent of metal before him. The metal clashed against each other, producing a piercing shriek, with blue arcs of electricity dancing across their surfaces. This was an advanced application of magnetic release, capable of not only controlling metal but also imbuing it with violent magnetic energy. Once struck, not only would the victim suffer physical harm, but their chakra flow would be disrupted by the strong magnetic field, rendering them combat ineffective for a time. Troy roared, thrusting his arm forward. The torrent of metal transformed into a massive metal whirlpool, over 3 meters in diameter, roaring towards Sokka and Fenghua Xiaoxue on the steps. As it passed, the ground was plowed open, and the air was ionized, producing a crackling explosion. The nobles in the hall screamed in terror, hastily retreating. Fenghua Xiaoxue instinctively wanted to rush forward to protect her daughter but was stopped by Kakashi, who emerged from the shadows. Do not worry. Kakashi spoke only 2 words, his Sharingan calmly observing the approaching metal whirlpool. On the steps, Sokka did not even rise. He remained seated in a cross-legged position, one arm gently encircling Fenghua Xiaoxue while the other hand was raised, fingers spread, palm facing the incoming metal whirlpool. Buzz. A layer of light golden, semi-transparent membrane appeared out of thin air, enveloping a radius of 3 meters centered around Sokka. The surface of the membrane flickered with fine arcs of electricity, resembling a flowing lightning barrier. The metal whirlpool crashed violently against the light membrane. Boom!
A deafening explosion échoued.
The collision of metal and lightning erupted in a dazzling display of light, sending shockwaves that overturned tables and chairs in the vicinity. The nobles were knocked off balance, with some close enough to bleed from their ears and noses. Yet the light membrane remained unyielding. The metal whirlpool struck against it like waves crashing against rocks, producing a tremendous sound without managing to budge an inch. Metal fragments melted, vaporized, and ultimately dissipated under the thunderous onslaught. What? Troy's eyes widened in disbelief. His magnetic storm whirlpool, capable of piercing a small mountain, had been effortlessly repelled by the opponent's casually erected barrier? Magnetic release. Sokka's voice emerged from the dissipating light, carrying a hint of nostalgia. The last time you used magnetic release in front of me, you were still just a mere wind shadow. However, He paused. It seems you were not present during the battle at Thunderfall Canyon. He paused for a moment, his tone taking on a playful lilt. If my memory serves me right, the next candidate for the Raikage in Cloud Village is A and those two brothers. Isn't it? Troy, having spent so many years in Cloud, you should be well aware that with those two oddities around, you will never ascend to the position of Raikage. Troy's expression instantly darkened. Although he was unsure which village Sokka was referring to, one must possess the capabilities befitting a Kage to shoulder such responsibilities. Regardless of the type, none of it was something he, merely a Jonin with a bloodline limit, could challenge. Moreover, the mention of the Thunder Valley, the place where the third Raikage met his demise, was a painful subject for all Cloud ninjas. To this day, the higher-ups in Cloud maintain the narrative that the third Raikage single-handedly fought against nearly 10,000 rock ninjas and perished from exhaustion. Yet, from Sokka's tone, it seemed that the third's death was intimately connected to him. But how could that be? The boy before him appeared to be no older than a teenager. How could he possibly be involved in a battle of Kage-level power, let alone the death of the third Raikage? One must remember that the third Raikage was the man with the strongest spear and strongest shield, capable of suppressing him, with only the legendary Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama being able to match him. In an instant, the hairs on Troy's arms stood on end, a chill of fear swiftly enveloping him. Rather than struggling for a lifetime in the position of Kage, Sokka sighed softly, as if filled with pity, suggesting that it might be more suitable for him to follow in the footsteps of the third Raikage and seek the Pure Land. You are courting death. Troy roared in fury, once again forming hand seals, this time summoning his chakra to its utmost limit. All the remaining metal in the hall lifted into the air. Even the steel reinforcements in the walls and the underground veins were forcibly extracted by his magnetic power, coalescing into a 10-meter-long metallic giant sword. The surface of the giant sword crackled with deep blue arcs of electricity, emanating a destructive aura. Magnet release. Skyfall sword. This was his strongest technique, compressing magnetism to its extreme, endowing the metal with terrifying kinetic energy and penetrating power. With a single strike, it was capable of flattening a small mountain. In such a confined space, employing this technique would also affect him. However, he could not concern himself with that now. All he wished was to kill the man before him who so casually reopened his wounds and dismissed his very existence. The metallic giant sword hung high above his head, and then, with a piercing shriek, it came crashing down. The target remained Sokka, along with the girl in his arms, Windflower Xiaoxue. This time, Sokka finally moved. He merely raised his empty hand, forming a gun gesture with his index finger and thumb, the tip of his index finger aimed directly at Troy in midair. Be good. He whispered to Windflower Xiaoxue, his voice gentle, like coaxing a child to sleep. The next part is not suitable for children. With that, he gently covered Windflower Xiaoxue's eyes with his other hand. Then, the tip of his index finger shimmered with a faint blue light, almost imperceptible. Finger gun thunder. Poof! A soft sound, akin to a needle piercing a balloon. A thread-thin blue electric arc shot from Sokka's fingertip, tracing an almost invisible trajectory through the air, instantly crossing a distance of 20 meters and precisely embedding itself in Troy's chest. Troy's expression froze. He raised his hand, suspended in midair, as the metallic giant sword above him began to disintegrate and dissipate. He looked down at his chest, where a tiny red dot the size of a pinprick appeared, devoid of blood, devoid of any wound, only a faint singe. Yet he could feel something exploding within him, pure and tyrannical lightning force, emanating from that point and rapidly coursing through his entire body. Wherever it passed, cells were ionized, burned, and chakra pathways were utterly destroyed. There was no pain, for the sensation of pain had vanished in that very instant. He did not even have time to think. His consciousness faded like pencil marks erased by an eraser. So this is what death feels like. The thought flickered through his mind before his pupils completely dilated. He fell backwards, crashing into the pit he had just created, and fell silent. The metallic giant sword completely shattered, transforming into a rain of iron shavings that softly settled, covering the white ground in a layer of gray dust. Inside the hall, an eerie silence prevailed. Everyone stared in a daze at the scene unfolding before them. From Troy's sudden counterattack to the metallic vortex being thwarted, to the Skyfall sword forming, and finally to Troy's unexpected collapse, the entire sequence transpired in less than 10 seconds. The silver-haired youth seated on the steps had not moved an inch. He merely raised his hand, made a gesture, and then the Cloud Jonin magnet release user Troy was dead. What kind of power is this? Windflower Nuda's face had turned as pale as paper. Beside him, Wolf Fang Avalanche trembled slightly as he gripped his sword, and the priest's murky eyes revealed a glimmer of fear for the first time. The newly loyal subjects, who had just pledged allegiance, looked ashen, with several even collapsing to the ground, their legs giving way. On the steps, Sokka lowered his hand that had covered Windflower Xiaoshua's eyes. The little girl blinked, seemingly oblivious to what had just occurred. She turned to Sokka and softly asked, "Brother, did the bad guy die?" "Yes, he did." Sokka ruffled her hair, his voice gentle. He would not harm anyone further. He lifted his gaze, sweeping across everyone in the hall, finally settling on Windflower Nuda. "Now it is your turn, Prince Windflower Nuda." He took a step down the stairs, his footsteps light, yet in the deathly silence of the hall, each step felt as though it was treading upon everyone's heart. "Will you make a dignified exit yourself, or shall I assist you in achieving dignity?" Windflower Nuda's lips trembled. He glanced at Troy's corpse, then at the visibly demoralized Wolf Fang Avalanche and the priest, before finally looking outside the hall, where 3,000 soldiers clad in chakra armor awaited. His last bastion of hope. "Do you think you have one?" Windflower Nuda ground his teeth, his voice hoarse. "I still have 3,000 elite soldiers outside. Each one possesses the strength of a Chunin. Can you take on 3,000 alone?" 3,000, you say?" Sokka nodded, as if genuinely pondering the question. "Indeed, that is quite a number, but—" He paused, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. "Who told you that I am alone?" Before his words could fully register, a sudden cacophony of explosions erupted from outside the banquet hall. Hundreds, if not thousands, of sounds rang out like firecrackers on New Year's Eve, dense enough to make one's heart race. Following that came the screams, the sounds of metal shattering, and the thunderous roar of collapsing buildings. "What is happening?" Windflower Nuda spun around, rushing toward the window, with Wolf Fang Avalanche and the priest following closely behind. Then they beheld a scene that would haunt them for a lifetime. In the palace square outside, the 3,000 soldiers clad in chakra armor were ensnared in a tempest of lightning. Countless bolts of golden lightning descended from the sky, each one striking a soldier with pinpoint accuracy. The chakra armor crumbled before the lightning, as fragile as paper, instantly pierced and melted. The soldiers barely had time to scream before becoming charred corpses. At the center of the storm, a figure hovered. Golden scales glimmered in the lightning's light, and a massive tail lashed through the air behind him, creating thunderous sounds. Opening his mouth, he brought his hands together in front of his chest, 2 white orbs of lightning energy forming, ready to rain destruction upon the crowd. The ancient art of spirit communication was in full display. Sokka's voice came from behind. Unbeknownst to me, he had already approached the window, standing side by side with Windflower Fury, calmly observing the massacre outside. "Allow me to introduce my spirit beast. Although it may appear somewhat lazy and not very agile at times, when it comes to work, it is quite reliable. Indeed, it is formidable." The thunderstorm outside gradually subsided. 3,000 soldiers all annihilated. The square lay charred, the air thick with the scent of ozone and burnt flesh. At that moment, a golden, winged giant was slowly descending to the center of the square, tilting its head to let out a thunderous roar. Roar! In the midst of that roar, Windflower Fury's last psychological defenses completely shattered. The morning light pierced through the heavy clouds, casting its glow upon the palace square, washed by blood and lightning. The charred bodies had been cleared, yet the faint smell of burnt flesh and blood lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of the harrowing events of the previous night. In the banquet hall, the atmosphere remained heavy, yet it bore a solemnity that came after the dust had settled. Windflower Fury knelt in the center of the hall, his hands bound behind him with specially designed shackles, his black attire, a symbol of his noble identity, now covered in dust, his hair disheveled, and his eyes hollow, devoid of the arrogance and ambition he had exhibited the night before. Beside him, Wolf Fang Avalanche and the priest were similarly bound, their heads drooping in despair. On the dais, Windflower Early Snow straightened her posture. Although her complexion was still pale, her eyes sparkled with light. Next to her, Windflower Little Snow clutched her hand tightly, her small face still bearing a hint of unease. At the foot of the steps, Kakashi stood silently, his Sharingan scanning every individual in the hall, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Sokka stood before Windflower Fury, looking down upon the once proud noble. "Windflower Fury," Windflower Early Snow began, her voice soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. "You are charged with colluding with external enemies, plotting treason, murdering loyal subjects, and coercing ministers. Do you acknowledge your crimes?" Windflower Fury slowly raised his head, a flicker of madness crossing his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by despair. He glanced at the faintly discernible scorch marks in the square outside, then at the colossal golden beast that had now shrunk to approximately 3 meters, lazily coiled at the entrance, occasionally opening its eyes to reveal flashes of lightning, reminding everyone of its terror. Victory and defeat are fleeting, what is there to discuss? Windflower Fury rasped, a painful smile twisting his lips. I simply had bad luck. It is not bad luck, Sokka calmly corrected. It is a narrow vision. You believe that with the support of Yun-in, the chakra armor, and 3,000 soldiers, you can secure victory. But what you do not understand is that true power has never resided in such superficialities. He paused, turning to Windflower Early Snow. Your Majesty, how shall we proceed? Windflower Early Snow remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Windflower Fury, my brother, you are stripped of your noble title, all ranks are revoked, and you are relegated to commoner status. You shall be permanently confined to the northern border as shogunate, not to leave until death. This judgment is not particularly harsh. One might even say it is somewhat lenient. There is no execution, only house arrest. Many ministers in the hall secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Windflower Fury had once been a ruler, and a public execution would tarnish the reputation of the court. Yet Windflower Fury laughed, his laughter chilling. House arrest? Brother, you are still so indecisive. Do you think that imprisoning me will make the Snow Country better? No, this nation is rotten to the core. It is rotten to the very roots. Without an iron-fisted approach and formidable military strength, the Snow Country will forever remain a tempting morsel in the eyes of the 5 nations. So you need to collude with Yun-in? Sokka interjected suddenly, his tone laced with sarcasm. So you need to sacrifice 3,000 lives to prove your resolve? Windflower Fury, you are mistaken. True strength does not rely on slaughter and fear, but on hope and the future. He no longer looked at Windflower Fury, but turned to Windflower Early Snow. Your Majesty, the traitor has been identified, but the nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day. You are of advanced age and have long suffered from illness. It is time to consider the matter of succession. This statement was blunt, and all the ministers in the hall perked up their ears. The matter of succession has always been a sensitive topic. Windflower Early Snow had several offspring. Her eldest and second sons were already adults serving in various local positions. Logically, the title should pass to the eldest son. However, Sokka's next words left everyone in shock. I suggest, Sokka's gaze swept over everyone present, finally resting upon Windflower Little Snow, that the title be passed to Princess Windflower Little Snow. A gasp filled the room. Passing the title to a 5-year-old girl. This was simply unheard of. A few elderly ministers wanted to object, but upon seeing Sokka's calm demeanor and the giant at the entrance, they swallowed their words. Your Excellency, an elderly minister with white hair mustered the courage to speak. This is not in accordance with the rules. Although Princess Little Snow is intelligent, she is too young to govern. Moreover, your Majesty still has several adult sons. Adult sons? Sokka interrupted him, his tone still calm. Where were they last night when Windflower Fury staged his coup? The Snow Country needs reform, needs renewal, not a ruler content with maintaining the status quo. Although Princess Little Snow is young, she possesses the most precious qualities. A pure heart and the most genuine love for this nation. He looked at Windflower Little Snow, who seemed to grasp something, her eyes blinking in confusion, yet filled with reliance. She instinctively leaned closer to Sokka. Furthermore, Sokka added, a hint of undeniable pressure in his tone. With your Majesty Windflower Early Snow assisting in governance, with loyal ministers diligently aiding, and with Princess Little Snow's benevolence, the future of the Snow Country will only improve. Gentlemen, do you have any objections? The last 5 words he spoke lightly, but accompanied by the deep rumbling from the giant outside, sent a chill through everyone's hearts. No one dared to voice any objections. Windflower Early Snow looked at her daughter, then at Sokka, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Finally, she slowly nodded. I grant approval. From this day forth, the title will be passed to Windflower Little Snow. I shall retire to the background and assist in the new governance. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers chorused. This time no one dared to hesitate. The decision was made. Next came the handling of the remnants of Yun-in's forces. Last night, in addition to Troy, 2 Yunin Chunin had infiltrated outside the palace, responsible for providing support. This morning, they were captured by Kakashi and were currently being brought into the hall. Leaf Ninja. One of the Chunin gritted his teeth. We are official Yun-in ninjas, we have diplomatic immunity. You have no right to deal with us. Oh? Sokka raised an eyebrow. Walking up to the 2 men, official Yun-in ninjas? Do you have any documents? Any proof? Any orders from the Reikage? The two Chunin fell silent. They had infiltrated secretly. How could they possess official documents? Without documents, without proof, infiltrating a foreign palace, interfering in internal affairs, assisting in rebellion, Sokka counted their crimes, concluding, this does not classify you as Yun-in ninjas, but as Yun-in traitor ninjas. Gentlemen, am I correct? The faces of the two Chunin changed. They wanted to argue, but Sokka did not give them the chance. He raised his hand. Two faint flashes of lightning struck precisely between their brows. Their bodies stiffened, pupils dilating, and they slowly collapsed to the ground. Kakashi frowned slightly. They are Yun-in people. If we kill them like this, it kill them. Sokka shrugged his shoulders, as if shaking off dust. What does it have to do with me? They are clearly Yun-in traitor ninjas attempting to interfere in the internal affairs of the Snow Country, killed on the spot while colluding with Windflower Fury in a coup. Rest assured, they are merely a few corpses, attempting to use ninja power to intervene in domestic affairs. The one who should be worried is the newly appointed fourth Reikage. How will he explain to the Land of Lightning why Yun-in ninjas appeared at the site of the rebellion in the Snow Country? Kakashi fell silent. The dead do not speak, while the living must weave stories. Yun-in has suffered this silent loss, and to avoid escalating the conflict, they can only frame it as traitors. As for the newly appointed fourth Reikage, he certainly has reason to be troubled. Having dealt with these trifles, Fenghua Zhaoxue, under Sakanaya's suggestion, decided to immediately activate the Rainbow Wall. Below the palace, in a vast cavern, the temperature was noticeably higher than on the surface, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur. At the center of the cavern stood an incredibly complex mechanical apparatus, a myriad of gears, pipes, and dials intricately assembled, with a massive circular core at its center, through which flowed a searing red liquid, high-temperature geothermal fluid drawn from the depths of the earth. This was the legacy left by his father. Fenghua Zhaoxue caressed the cool metallic exterior, his eyes filled with nostalgia. He had devoted his life to designing and constructing this device. To prevent the raging waves from misusing power after seizing control, I have secretly established another switch outside the palace, which can extract geothermal energy and transport it through pipes across the nation, melting the snow, improving the soil, transforming the Snow Country into the Spring Country. Let us begin, Your Majesty, Sakanaya said. Fenghua Zhaoxue nodded and approached the control panel, pressing a series of buttons. The gears began to turn, and the sound of liquid rushing through the pipes echoed. The red liquid in the core growing ever brighter, the temperature rising sharply. Boom! A deep rumble emanated from the depths of the earth, reverberating throughout the palace, spreading across the entire land of snow. People emerged from their homes, astonished to find that the snow in the sky had ceased falling, melting in mid-air into delicate strands of rain. The rain was warm. The accumulated snow began to thaw, revealing the black earth beneath, where withered grass roots struggled as tender green shoots peeked out. The frozen rivers began to flow, producing a cheerful sound of rushing water. Spring had arrived. Oh my, the snow has melted. A rainbow. Look, a rainbow. The people cheered, cried, and knelt in the rain. For them, this was not a natural phenomenon, but a miracle. Standing atop the palace tower, Sakanaya observed it all with a calm demeanor. It was science, it was human effort. But sometimes, when human effort reaches its pinnacle, it is indistinguishable from a miracle. 3 days later, the Snow Country, now it should be called the Spring Country, formally signed a friendly diplomatic agreement with the Leaf. Fenghua Zhaoxue signed in the capacity of the Supreme Elder, while the 5-year-old Fenghua Xiaoxue, as the newly appointed national representative, stamped her seal on the agreement. The agreement included the establishment of a permanent friendly relationship between the Spring Country and the Leaf, mutual trade, the exchange of envoys, the Spring Country's mineral resources with priority purchase rights for the Leaf's commitment to provide military assistance in the event of foreign invasions of the Spring Country, and the establishment of a branch of the Idle Cloud Pavilion in the Spring Country, enjoying tax exemptions and autonomy. On the eve of their departure, in the palace garden, the snow had melted, and tender green shoots sprouted on the grass. Fenghua Xiaoxue, dressed in a new princess dress, ran around the garden, her little face beaming with innocent joy. After all they had experienced, she seemed to quickly regain her childhood nature. Sakanaya sat under the corridor, watching the playing little girl with a hint of warmth in his eyes. Brother Sakanaya, Fenghua Xiaoxue dashed over, holding a freshly bloomed flower. This is for you. Thank you. Sakanaya accepted the flower and gently patted her head. Xiaoxue, there is something I need to consult you about, as the representative of the Spring Country. What is it? Fenghua Xiaoxue tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. I want to open a branch of the Idle Cloud Pavilion in the Spring Country, Sakaya said, just like in Lulan. It will not only be a hot spring inn but also have a mission hall, information exchange, and resource trading. This will bring tax revenue and job opportunities to the Spring Country, and it will become a neutral platform for exchanges among various nations. Do you agree? Fenghua Xiaoxue, though only partially understanding, grasped that it would benefit the Spring Country. She nodded vigorously. I agree. Xiaoxue agrees. But then she thought of something and her little face lit up with expectation. Then, will Brother Sakaya come to see Xiaoxue often? Of course, Sakaya smiled. My business is here, and as the owner I must come to check on it regularly. This answer evidently did not satisfy the little girl. Fenghua Xiaoxue's face fell, puffing up like a steamed bun. Is it just to check on the business? Not to see Xiaoxue specifically? Seeing her pouty expression, Sakaya chuckled, as did Kakashi, and even Fenghua Xiaoxue, who was tidying up nearby. Couldn't he help but smile? All right, Sakaya raised his hands in surrender. I will specifically come to see Xiaoxue. And by the way, check on the business, is that all right? Now that's more like it. Fenghua Xiaoxue beamed, leaping into Sakanaya's embrace. It's a promise. You have to come often. It's a promise. The next morning, Sakanaya and Kakashi bid farewell to the Spring Country and set off on their return journey. Fenghua Xiaoxue stood on the wall, waving vigorously until their figures vanished into the distance. On the road back to the Leaf, Kakashi suddenly spoke up. Did you go to the northern frontier last night? Sakanaya did not deny it. Fenghua Nuda was discovered this morning. Sakanaya said calmly, old wounds have recurred, internal bleeding. He could not be saved. It's a pity. He could have lived a few more years. Kakashi fell silent. He certainly knew it wasn't that simple. Although Fenghua Nuda had been rendered powerless, as long as he was alive, he would always be a threat. Those loyal to him, those unwilling to submit to the nobility, could rally under his banner and incite rebellion once more. Only the dead would not become pawns. You did the right thing, Kakashi finally said. Sakanaya glanced at his brother, smiled and said nothing more. Behind them, in the land of the Spring Country, the ice and snow melted, and all things revived. A new era was beginning on this land. Seeing the struggle in Kakashi's eyes, Sakanaya understood what his brother was thinking. Although Fenghua Nuda's death was a consequence of his own actions, the internal decay of the Snow Country was equally apparent. Their involvement, seemingly to correct the internal affairs of the Snow Country and establish a connection with the Leaf, was essentially a form of indirect oppression that led to the demise of a once great figure, Fenghua Nuda. The last experience of such a nature, albeit through different means, was the painful beginning for Kakashi. Well, brother, a glint of determination flashed in Sakanaya's eyes. It's time to help Kakashi shed some of that pain. Some things could only be understood through first-hand experience. Come with me. On the 7th day after leaving the Spring Country, Sakanaya and Kakashi did not return directly to the Leaf but took a detour to the west, crossing the borders of the Ghost Country and the Bear Country. They changed out of their ninja attire, disguising themselves as wandering samurai, cloaked in dark capes, with swords at their waists, looking travel-worn. Though Kakashi was puzzled as to why his brother chose this route, he trusted him and did not ask further, silently following. Entering the Wind Country, the scenery gradually turned desolate. Yellow sand filled the air, the heat was oppressive, and occasionally a few resilient cacti could be seen stubbornly growing on the sand dunes. Kakashi estimated the distance. At this rate, they would soon reach Lulan? Kakashi finally spoke, his voice somewhat muffled by the wind. Sakanaya responded, his pace unbroken. Just taking a look along the way. Just taking a look? The most direct route from the Spring Country back to the Leaf would be to cross the borders of the Earth Country, passing through the Grass Country and the Waterfall Country into the Fire Country. Lulan was located in the northwest of the Wind Country, entirely in the opposite direction. This was hardly a detour. It was clearly a deliberate diversion. But Kakashi did not press further. He understood his brother's character. Sakanaya always had profound intentions in his actions, and since he chose to visit Lulan, there must be a reason behind it. After another day's journey, a patch of green appeared on the horizon, emerging from the yellow sand. It was not a mirage. It was a real, vibrant oasis. Tall palm trees, dense thickets, and clear streams, with that city enveloped in greenery in the distance, Lulan. This left Kakashi stunned. The last time he visited Lulan was 5 months ago during the execution of the 100 Feet mission. At that time, Lulan was still a solitary existence in the desert, with sparse greenery and difficult living conditions. But now before his eyes, Lulan had completely transformed into a different landscape. The city has expanded at least threefold. The newly constructed walls are tall and sturdy, and the entrance is bustling with traffic, with caravans coming and going incessantly. The buildings within are arranged in neat rows. The streets are wide and tidy, and pedestrians are dressed respectably, their faces adorned with smiles. Most striking of all is the expansive oasis surrounding the city, centered around Lulon and extending at least 20 miles outward, with fields of crops neatly lined up and flourishing, utterly unrecognizable from what was once the edge of a desert. Sarah possesses remarkable skill. Kakashi sincerely marvels, in just 5 short months, she has developed Lulon to such an extent. Even without the lineage, she has managed to create such a prosperous era. He turns to look at Sakaya, only to find his younger brother wearing a somewhat meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. What is it? Nothing. Sakaya shakes his head, merely feeling that you are right. Sarah indeed has great means. The two of them merge into the crowd, where it becomes even more lively, with shops lining the streets, a dazzling array of goods on display, including local specialties and merchandise from various countries. On the streets, besides the locals of Lulon, one can also see foreigners dressed in various attires. Merchants, mercenaries, and even ninjas. Kakashi's Sharingan keenly detects several figures with significant chakra fluctuations. They are dressed casually, but their movements inadvertently reveal their ninja identities. There are Sand Village ninjas, Rock Village ninjas, and even a few from the Mist Village. These individuals mingle among the crowd, either trading or conversing, creating an atmosphere that is surprisingly harmonious. Has this place become a neutral zone? Kakashi quietly asks. It seems so. Sakaya responds non-committally. Turning a corner, a familiar building comes into view. The 3-story main building, with its ancient and elegant style, bears the sign of the Idle Cloud Pavilion, which is indeed Sakaya's hot spring inn in the Leaf. However, the Idle Cloud Pavilion here is far larger, occupying at least 3 times the area of the Leaf's original establishment. Beside the main building stands a 3-story annex, bustling with people coming and going. As Kakashi approaches, he can see the sign at the entrance of the annex, Mission Hall. He is taken aback. Inside, all sorts of individuals are entering and exiting. There are officially recognized ninjas wearing their village headbands, wandering warriors dressed as mercenaries, merchants disguised as informants, and even a few patrons in noble attire. On the walls hang massive mission boards, densely covered with various mission requests, guarding, reconnaissance, searches, subjugations, intelligence gathering, with mission ranks ranging from D to A, and the rewards clearly marked. Several staff members are busily registering at the counter, distributing rewards, and updating mission information. Everything is orderly and highly efficient. Kakashi turns to Sakaya, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. What is going on? How have you also opened an Idle Cloud Pavilion in Lulon? And this mission hall, its scale, its management is already comparable to the mission release systems of the 5 great nations. Sakaya chuckles without directly answering, but instead pats him on the shoulder. Come, let me take you to meet someone. In a flash, he leaps onto the roof, moving rapidly towards the city center. Kakashi follows closely behind, his curiosity intensifying. A few minutes later, the two land atop the outer wall of the palace. Compared to 2 years ago, the palace has also undergone considerable expansion, becoming more magnificent, with even more stringent guards. However, what is strange is that when Sakaya leads Kakashi down from the wall and directly approaches the main hall, the guards and servants along the way not only do not obstruct them but instead greet them with respect and warmth. Oh Lord Sakaya, you have returned. Lord Sakaya, Her Majesty is in the main hall. Do you need to announce your arrival, Lord Sakaya? Fool. Does Lord Sakaya need to announce himself? Kakashi's eyelids twitch as he glances at Sakaya. When did his brother become such an esteemed guest in Lulon? How come he is completely unaware of this? Sakaya nods to the guards, his steps unyielding as he strides towards the main hall entrance. Kakashi hesitates for a moment but ultimately follows, unable to resist whispering a reminder. Sakaya, Lulon is a sovereign nation. According to ninja protocol, meetings with foreign monarchs during non-mission periods require prior notification and permission. Notification? Sakaya glances back at him, a somewhat peculiar smile on his face. Do I need to notify myself? Myself? Kakashi has yet to grasp the meaning of this statement, and the two have already stepped into the main hall. The main hall is spacious, elegantly decorated without losing its dignity. Sunlight filters through the stained glass windows, casting colorful shadows on the floor. Inside, only a few people are present. Several ministers are reporting their work to a figure seated above, while several maidservants quietly stand by. Atop the dais sits the Lady of Lulon, Sarah. 2 years have allowed this once youthful girl to mature considerably. She is dressed in a deep blue gown, her simple headpiece framing her brown hair, elegantly styled into a bun at the back of her head. her features now more mature and beautiful, her eyes radiating wisdom and determination. But what draws the most attention is her slightly protruding abdomen, clearly indicating that she has been pregnant for several months. Hearing the footsteps, Sarah lifts her head. Upon seeing Sakaya enter the hall, her eyes instantly light up, and a radiant smile breaks across her face, overflowing with unmasked joy, dependence, and affection. Sakaya. She nearly leaps to her feet, disregarding propriety and the astonished gazes of the ministers beside her, and hastens down from her seat, running towards Sakaya. Her pregnant state makes her movements somewhat awkward, yet she pays no mind, her gaze fixed solely on that silver-haired figure. Slow down. Sakaya takes a few steps forward, catching Sarah as she leaps into his arms, his tone gentle yet reproachful. You are about to become a mother, and you are still so reckless. I missed you so much. Sarah tilts her face up, her eyes sparkling, wrapping her arms around Sakaya's waist, burying her face against his chest like a little cat that has found its home. Kakashi stands at the doorway, frozen in place. He glances at Sarah's clearly rounded abdomen, observes the unmistakable affection in her gaze directed at Sakaya, and then looks at the rare, genuine tenderness on his brother's face, a shocking conjecture forming in his mind. Could it be that the child Sarah is carrying is Sakaya's? But how is that possible? Although Sakaya has been frequently away these past few months, he always claimed to be training or on missions. When did he and Sarah develop to this extent? And have a child? Moreover, Sarah is the Lady of Lulan, a monarch of a nation. The news of her pregnancy had spread throughout the ninja world months ago, yet the identity of the child's father remained a closely guarded secret. There had been discussions in the Leaf about this suddenly emerging man who captured Sarah's heart, questioning who he was to have won her affection. Now, the answer has been revealed. That mysterious man is none other than Sakaya. The child in Sarah's womb is Sakaya's. Kakashi-kun, long time no see. Sarah finally lifts her head from Sakaya's embrace, looking at the stunned Kakashi at the doorway, smiling as she greets him. Her demeanor is warm and natural, lacking any sense of detachment one would expect from a monarch addressing a foreign ninja, more akin to a host welcoming a familiar guest. Sarah. Kakashi struggles to speak, his mind still processing the information he just received. You and Sakaya. As you can see. Sarah touches her abdomen, her smile radiant and resolute. This is my child with Sakaya. Although we have not yet formally married, given my unique status, publicly announcing our engagement would cause many troubles. But in my heart, Sakaya is my husband, the father of this child. She looks at Sakaya, her eyes filled with tenderness. Moreover, Sakaya has left me a precious legacy. Sakaya gently wraps his arm around Sarah's shoulders, nodding towards Kakashi. Brother, I apologize for not telling you sooner. Some matters are best kept known to fewer people. Sarah's pregnancy must remain confidential for the time being, including from Minato. Kakashi falls silent. He gazed at his younger brother and Sarah before him, observing the natural intimacy that flowed between the two, and the happy smile gracing Sarah's face. The shock within him gradually settled, replaced by a complex array of emotions. His brother had found someone and was soon to have his own child. In a world where the average lifespan barely exceeded 40 years, this was hardly a rare occurrence. Kakashi could only extend his blessings. Yet, simultaneously, his heart was beset by an increasing sense of bewilderment. What exactly was Sakaya planning? Establishing the Idle Clouds Pavilion, creating a task hall, even leading Sarah to pregnancy, was it all merely for the sake of love? Was the task hall at the Idle Clouds Pavilion established by you? Kakashi inquired. Yes, Sakaya replied candidly. Luran is strategically situated between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, making it an ideal neutral center for task transactions. Moreover, Sarah requires a new economic pillar. The taxes and commission from the task hall could significantly improve Luran's finances. Those ninjas from various nations adhere to the rules of the task hall quite well, Sarah interjected, her tone imbued with pride. The regulations set forth by Sakaya are simple. Within Luran's territory, private duels are prohibited, and the use of ninjutsu to harm civilians is forbidden. Task transfers must be conducted through official channels. Those who violate the rules will face permanent expulsion and be placed on the blacklist, which leads to a bounty on their heads at all Idle Clouds branches. She paused for a moment before adding, so far, there have been 17 rule violators. 13 were killed on the spot, and 4 who escaped were hunted down and ultimately perished. Now, everyone understands that Luran's rules cannot be broken. Kakashi inhaled deeply. Sakaya was not merely assisting Sarah in governing the nation. He was establishing a system, a network centered around Luran and interconnected through the Idle Clouds Pavilion, covering multiple nations in a neutral task framework. This network could yield immense economic benefits and political influence, as well as facilitate intelligence gathering and the cultivation of power. You are strategizing, Kakashi remarked, gazing at his brother. Indeed, Sakaya affirmed. The leaf is good, and Minato is also doing well. However, the internal complexities of the leaf, including the advisory council, various clans, and the hidden forces of Danzo, make certain matters inconvenient to address through the leaf. Yet through Luran and the Idle Clouds Pavilion, many things can be accomplished. He moved to the window, surveying the bustling city below. Brother, you ask why I brought you here. It is because I want you to see that true guardianship is not solely defined by killing and destruction. Construction, development, and providing people with hope and a future are equally forms of protection. You are still troubled by the situation in the Land of Snow, are you not? Sakaya turned to look at Kakashi. You believe we interfered in domestic affairs, that we used force to coerce Kazahana Nuto, trading death for peace. But look here. He spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire city. 2 years ago, this was a desolate desert, where the people suffered, and the nation was weak. Now, there is an oasis, farmland, thriving commerce, and people from various nations trading peacefully here. Children can be well-fed and clothed, and receive an education. The elderly can enjoy their twilight years. None of this was achieved through slaughter. It was built through cooperation and by offering people a better choice. Kakashi fell silent. He observed the vibrant city outside the window, the smiles on the faces of passers-by, and the laborers in the fields. Indeed, compared to the dilapidated Luran of his memories, this place was akin to paradise. Kazahana Nuto must die, for he embodies the decay of the old era, a greedy figure who prioritizes personal gain over the welfare of the people. Sakaya's voice remained calm, yet each word resonated deeply within Kakashi. And Sarah, along with the little girl from the Land of Spring, represented the hope of a new era, true leaders who genuinely cared for the people. I choose to support them, not because they are women, nor because they are weak, but because they possess a light within their hearts, a pure love for this nation and its people. Sarah moved to Sakaya's side, taking his hand and smiling at Kakashi. Kakashi, you may think Sakaya's methods are too harsh, too devoid of humanity. But do you know? Without him, Luran would have long been divided among the neighboring nations. It is he who has used strength to deter those who covet us, who has devised a developmental roadmap with wisdom, and who has given me the courage and confidence to secure my position and lead Luran towards prosperity. She caressed her abdomen, her eyes filled with tenderness. This child is not only the crystallization of our love, but also the hope for Luran's future. I will nurture her to become a qualified heir, enabling her to continue safeguarding this nation and every individual on this land. Kakashi observed the two, feeling a flicker of understanding begin to unfurl within him. Bound by the ninja system, his own heart would never find resolution. From the moment the first Hokage established the leaf, those rules had shackled everyone. Only by breaking free from these chains could he truly liberate himself from the suffering that had held him captive. Sakaya was not manipulating power for its own sake. He was protecting those he deemed important in his own way. In the leaf, he safeguarded people and the village. In Luran, he protected the nation and its people. In the Land of Spring, he safeguarded that innocent little girl and the future of the land. All of this required strength, wisdom, and sometimes, the necessity to make difficult choices. I understand now, Kakashi nodded slowly, a relieved smile gracing his face. Sakaya, you are doing the right thing. Sarah, congratulations to both of you. Sarah beamed, her smile bright as sunshine. Thank you. By the way, why not stay in the palace tonight? I will have the kitchen prepare a feast. Kakashi, it has been a while since you last visited. It is a perfect opportunity to witness Luran's transformation. The banquet was lavish and the atmosphere was warm. Although Sarah was a queen, she completely shed her regal demeanor in front of Sakaya and Kakashi, behaving like an ordinary wife and friend. She enthusiastically recounted the developments of Luran over the past 2 years, shared amusing anecdotes from the Idle Clouds Pavilion's task hall, and expressed her dreams for their future child. Kakashi listened quietly, and the last remnants of his doubts dissipated. He watched the interaction between his brother and Sarah, observing the affection reflected in their eyes, and the radiant happiness on Sarah's face when she mentioned their child. In that moment, he genuinely felt the beauty of life and the significance of legacy. After dinner, Sarah grew somewhat weary and, accompanied by her maid, returned to the palace to rest. Sakaya and Kakashi stood on the palace terrace, gazing out at Luran under the night sky. The myriad of lights twinkled like stars, serene and beautiful. Brother, Sakaya suddenly spoke. There is something I would like to ask of you. Go on. Regarding Sarah's pregnancy, please do not inform our mother or Rin for the time being, Sakaya said. It is not that I do not trust them, It is simply not the right moment. Once the child is born and everything stabilizes, I will bring Sarah and the child back to the leaf to formally introduce them. Kakashi nodded. I understand. Rest assured I will keep it confidential. He gazed at his brother's profile. In the moonlight, that face, resembling his own by 70%, bore a maturity and resolve that transcended his years. This younger brother, with whom he had grown up, had now reached a height that necessitated his admiration. Yet he felt no jealousy, only pride. Sakaya, yes? Thank you for bringing me here, Kakashi said softly, for allowing me to see another possibility of life, another way of guardianship. Sakaya smiled and patted his brother's shoulder. We are all protecting what is important to us in our own ways. Brother, so are you. Do not always live in the shadows of the past. The matters concerning Obito and Rin are not your fault. Look forward. A future filled with beauty awaits you. Moreover, tomorrow, there is someone waiting for you. Kakashi fell silent for a moment before nodding slowly. As night deepened, the two brothers returned to their guest room. Kakashi lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's events, his heart clear and unburdened. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Sakaya gently pushed open the door to Sarah's chamber. Sarah had not yet fallen asleep. She was leaning against the headboard, a parenting book in hand. Upon seeing Sokka, she set down her book and opened her arms. Sokka walked over, sat at the edge of the bed, and gently embraced her. Kakashi, is he all right? Sarah inquired. He is fine now, Sokka replied, stroking her silky long hair. He just needs time to understand. Also, let us have the National Master come by tomorrow. His heart needs to be unraveled step by step. Now the time has come. All right, I will arrange that. Sarah leaned against his shoulder, her voice soft. Sokka, what name will you give our child? If it's a girl, let us name her Asuka, Sokka said, his eyes shining with tenderness, symbolizing hope and the future. If it's a boy, let us name him Tsubasa, hoping he can soar freely, unbound by anything. Asuka, Tsubasa, Sarah murmured, a blissful smile gracing her face. They both sound wonderful. However, I hope for a girl more. Strong like you, resilient like me, to inherit Lulan and protect this nation in the future. Indeed, Sokka said, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl, they will become remarkable individuals. For they will have the best mother and the most devoted father. The following morning, Sarah dismissed all attendants and officials under the pretense of discussing important matters with the Leaf Envoy. In the grand hall, only she, Sokka, and Kakashi remained. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting dappled shadows on the smooth floor tiles, and the hall was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Sarah sat in her seat, her hands gently folded over her slightly rounded belly, her expression calm yet tinged with anticipation. Sokka squatted in front of her, tilting his face, his ear gently pressed against her slightly protruding abdomen, focused as if listening to some extraordinary secret. Kakashi stood a few steps away, observing this scene, unable to suppress a smile. It was the first time he had seen his younger brother, known for his decisiveness and ruthlessness, display such tenderness, which struck him as somewhat amusing yet poignant. The man who was like thunder on the battlefield and as cold as ice in negotiations now appeared as the most ordinary man, soon to be a father, his face filled with expectations for the unborn child. Did you hear that? Sarah asked softly, her hand caressing Sokka's silver hair. Yes, it's very lively, Sokka replied, lifting his head with a smile. It's kicking you. It's only 4 months along. It can't kick that quickly, Sarah playfully scolded him, yet her eyes brimmed with happiness, nearly overflowing. Sokka stood up and turned to Kakashi. His expression returned to its usual calm, but the warmth in his eyes remained. Brother, yesterday I mentioned I have something for you today, Sokka said. Now it's time. Kakashi was slightly taken aback. Yesterday Sokka did indeed mention something, but he thought it was just casual talk. What could it be at this moment in Lulan? What is it? Kakashi asked. Instead of answering directly, Sokka glanced toward the screen behind Sarah. There stood a large folding screen adorned with murals depicting Lulan's history. Behind the screen, there seemed to be an entrance to a room, typically concealed by a curtain, which served as Sarah's private resting space. Sarah, Sokka called. Sarah nodded, raising her voice. National Master, please come out. The National Master? Kakashi's heart stirred. Previously, in the Leaf, he had heard someone mention that since the completion of the last mission in Lulan, a National Master had appeared, rarely making public appearances but possessing a high status, even assisting her in managing the Idle Cloud Pavilion's task hall. However, given the relationship between Sokka and Sarah, This so-called national master could only be Sokka himself, right? No one answered Kakashi's confusion. The curtain behind the screen was lifted by a long hand. A figure stepped out from the shadows and entered the hall. He wore a wide, deep gray cloak, the hood obscuring half of his face, only revealing a sharply defined chin. His posture was upright and his step steady, exuding a sense of calmness from long-standing authority. He approached Sarah's side, pausing and slightly bowing, his demeanor respectful yet not servile. "Your Majesty," the man's voice resonated through the hood, deep and gentle. Yet for some reason, it made Kakashi's heart race. This voice seemed familiar. "There is no need for formalities, National Master," Sarah responded with a bow, smiling, then turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi, let me introduce you. This is our current National Master of Lulon, the Protector of Lulon, and the true mastermind behind the establishment of the Idle Cloud Pavilion by Sokka." The true mastermind? Kakashi furrowed his brows. He remembered that yesterday Sarah had clearly stated that the Idle Cloud Pavilion's task hall was established by Sokka, and the rules were also set by him. Why had a mastermind suddenly emerged? Moreover, he scrutinized the National Master closely. The cloak was wide enough to obscure his figure, but he could vaguely sense a powerful chakra fluctuation concealed beneath. Not ostentatious, not violent, but profound as the sea, steady as a mountain. This chakra sensation. Kakashi's Sharingan involuntarily activated. The three tomo slowly rotated, attempting to see through the cloak. However, it seemed that the cloak had a special chakra barrier that obstructed his probing. "National Master," Kakashi nodded, yet his doubts grew heavier. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kakashi Hatake, a leaf shinobi." "The pleasure is mine," the National Master replied calmly. "Kakashi Hatake, I have heard of you, copy ninja, Sharingan Kakashi, the leaf-s genius." This statement was delivered plainly, yet Kakashi sensed an almost imperceptible note of appreciation in the National Master's tone. "It's an honor for me to be known by you," Kakashi said, his gaze fixed on the hood, wondering if the National Master could reveal his true face. "After all, Sarah had mentioned that you are my brother. If so, shouldn't he allow people to see who he truly is?" The National Master remained silent. He did not answer immediately but slowly lifted his head. Though the hood still concealed his face, Kakashi could feel the other's gaze piercing through the shadows, landing upon him. "Kakashi," Sokka suddenly spoke, his voice soft. "Do you remember the promise I made?" "The promise?" Kakashi was taken aback. "On the night you first stayed at the Idle Cloud Pavilion, I spoke to you," Sokka said, his eyes sincere. "I said that one day, I would help you understand that the weight of life is not about its length, but about how you live it. I said that one day, I would show you what true protection looks like." Kakashi recalled. At that time, he thought his brother was merely comforting him. Beyond the essence of protection there was. Now, it was the moment to fulfill that promise. Sokka stated, then turned toward the National Master. "Father, it's time." "Father?" Kakashi was once again shocked, his pupils involuntarily trembling, and his breath began to slow. The National Master slowly raised his hand, grasping the edge of his hood. His movements were slow and steady, yet Kakashi's heart raced uncontrollably. An absurd, impossible conjecture began to grow wildly within him. "No, it's impossible. That cannot be. That person was already dead. Died in front of him, died before everyone. He had personally collected the corpse and erected the gravestone. That person had long since turned into a stone in the leaf cemetery. A memory, a wound that would never heal." But the hood was slowly pulled down. Silver short hair glimmered in the sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows, radiating a familiar light. The sharp features of his face, the deep-set eyes, the tightly pressed lips. This face had long been etched into Kakashi's bodily memory. Kakashi's pupils instantly constricted to the size of pinpoints. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt as if blocked by something, unable to produce any sound. He wished to step forward, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. He wished to rub his eyes, to confirm that this was not an illusion, yet his arms felt too heavy to lift. At that moment, the entire world came to a standstill. Time, space, sound, color, everything froze. In his eyes, there remained only that face, the one he had thought he would see only in dreams, in memories, in the photographs on a tombstone. Chishire Shumo, Yabaya, his father. No, it was impossible. Kakashi finally found his voice again, hoarse and unrecognizable. You have already died. Haven to you?" Shumo opened his mouth, his voice still gentle, but the emotions in his eyes surged like the sea. "Yes, Kakashi. Chishire Shumo is indeed dead. Dead amidst the whispers of the leaf. Dead before his own son. dead in that decaying era that valued only missions and rules. He took a step forward, emerging from the shadows into the sunlight. That face became clearer, devoid of the pallor of the dead, devoid of the rigidity of the deceased. It was alive, warm, breathing. But Sakaya gave me a second life, Shumo said, looking at Sakaya, his eyes filled with deep gratitude and pride. With the power of that eye, and the natural forces contained within the Lulan pulse. At the cost of completely dissipating that I returned from the pure land, reappearing in the mortal realm. The Kakashi mechanically repeated, his mind still in a state of malfunction. The Rinnegan, Sakaya interjected, his voice calm. Yet each word struck Kakashi's heart like a hammer. The ultimate form of the Sharingan, the legendary Eye of the Sage of Six Paths. It holds the power to control life and death, to reverse the cycle of reincarnation. At the end of the Third Shinobi World War, I obtained one through special means, but it could only be used 3 times. The first time was to save Rin in the Land of Waves, extracting the 3 tails from within her. The second time was in Lulan, for certain arrangements. The third time, he paused, looking at Shumo, was used on my father. With the last power of that in conjunction with the natural energy of the pulse, I forcibly reversed the rules of life and death, pulling my father's soul back from the pure land and reshaping his body. Kakashi listened in a daze. The Rinnegan reversing life and death, pulling souls back from the pure land. Each of these terms exceeded his comprehension. Yet standing before him was indeed his father, his living father. The familiar eyes, the familiar chakra fluctuations, everything was so familiar. The remnants of the old world of the leaf, as long as they survived for even one more day, the old ninja system would persist. Sakaya continued, his voice tinged with a hint of coldness. Rather than letting him live in pain and guilt, slowly decaying in the grave of the leaf, it is better to exchange death for rebirth. What stands before you now is the core figure in my plan, heralding the dawn of a new era. He looked at Shumo, who also gazed back at him, and the father and son exchanged a smile, speaking in unison. The White Fang of the Shinobi world. The White Fang of the Shinobi world. Not the White Fang of the leaf, but the White Fang of the Shinobi world. This phrase struck Kakashi like a lightning bolt, cleaving through the fog in his mind. He suddenly understood why Sakaya wanted to establish the Idle Cloud Pavilion in Lulan, to set up a mission hall, why he had hidden Shumo here, why he said Shumo was the core of the plan. Sakaya's intention was not to change the leaf, but to transform the entire Shinobi world. And Shumo, who had once been forced to death by the leaf due to his belief that comrades were more important than missions, this person who truly understood the meaning of protection, was indeed the most suitable leader for this transformation. Father, Kakashi finally regained his voice, but tears surged uncontrollably, blurring his vision. You truly are still alive. Shumo walked before him and stopped. He was slightly taller than Kakashi and had to lower his head to meet his son's eyes. That hand, once feared by enemies on the battlefield, now gently rose and rested on Kakashi's head, just as it had done countless times in his childhood, ruffling his silver hair. You've worked hard, Kakashi, Shumo said, his voice so tender it made one want to cry. All these years, you've shouldered the flag, borne my sins, endured the deaths of comrades, and carried the hopes of the village. You've worked hard. It was a simple statement. Yet it was this very sentence that shattered the lock that had bound Kakashi for so many years. He knelt to the ground, hands covering his face, his shoulders shaking violently. He did not wail, but tears flowed silently, releasing emotions that had been suppressed for far too long. The pain of losing his father, the guilt of not saving Obito, the nightmares of almost having to kill Rin, and the solitude of walking in darkness all these years, all surged forth with the tears. Shumo knelt down, gently embracing his son. The hug was light and restrained, yet Kakashi could feel his father's arms trembling slightly.
I am sorry, Kakashi.
Shumo whispered in his ear. I'm sorry for leaving you and Sakaya behind, for abandoning Misaki, for choosing the path of the coward. I'm sorry for making you bear so much alone. But this time his father had returned. He would not leave again. Kakashi shook his head vigorously, wishing to say it was not his father's fault, wishing to say how much he missed him, wishing to say welcome back, but his throat was choked with tears, and he could not utter a single word. He could only hold his father tightly, desperately, like a drowning man seizing a float, like a lost child grasping a guiding light. Sarah watched this scene, tears welling in her eyes as well. She leaned against Sakaya's shoulder and softly said, You two have finally reunited. Yes, Sakaya replied, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, watching the embracing father and son, his eyes filled with both comfort and profound fatigue. The price of resurrecting Shumo was far more than he had anticipated. The 3 uses of the Rinnegan were completely exhausted, and that I had entirely dissipated. Nearly 1/3 of the natural energy of the pulse had been drawn out, requiring at least 10 years to recover. Moreover, reversing life and death was a taboo that defied the rules of the world, mocking death and declaring war on the Pure Land. But so what? In the original manga, Uncle Snake had toyed with death more than once. Even if there was a price to pay, he would bear it all alone. Yet seeing Kakashi's expression at this moment, witnessing the rekindled light in his father's eyes, and looking at Sarah's pregnant belly, carrying a child destined for a brand new future, he felt that all of this was worth it. Time passed slowly, and Kakashi finally calmed down. He released Shumo and wiped his tears. Although his eyes were still red, they were no longer the same. They were no longer that stagnant, lifeless gaze. They now held light, warmth, and hope. Father, you. He scrutinized Shumo and finally asked the question that concerned him the most. How is your body? Is there any side effect from the resurrection? Very good. Shumo smiled, even better than before I died. Sakaya used the natural energy of the pulse to reshape my body. Now, my chakra amount, physical condition, and even my understanding of swordsmanship have all reached the peak of my life. Moreover, he paused, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes, because I have died once, I have gained a deeper understanding of life, of protection, of this world. Now, I am no longer that Yabaya who could be crushed by rumors. I am the White Fang of the shinobi world, the blade that will shatter the shackles of the old era in Sakaya's plan. The plan? Kakashi looked at Sakaya. What exactly is your plan? In simple terms, Sakaya moved to the window, gazing at the prosperous Lulan below, to establish a brand new order. An order that no longer centers around the ninja villages, that no longer prioritizes missions above all else, that no longer sacrifices the lives of comrades. An order where individuals like your father can live honorably, practicing their own beliefs. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over Shumo, Sarah, and finally resting on Kakashi. This order will be based on neutral countries like Lulan and the Land of Spring, connected by the mission network of the Idle Cloud Pavilion, and gradually infiltrating, influencing, and ultimately changing the entire shinobi world with idealists like your father at its core. We will establish new rules, new values, and a new power system. When this system becomes sufficiently powerful, the 5 nations and the 5 hidden villages will either join us or be eliminated by the tides of time. Kakashi inhaled sharply. This plan was too insane, too grand, and far too dangerous. It was tantamount to challenging everything that existed, a challenge to the ninja system that had endured for decades, a challenge to the authority of the 5 nations. Do you think it is impossible? Sakaya saw through his thoughts and smiled. Brother, have you forgotten what we possess now? He pointed at Shumo. We have the White Fang of the ninja world, once the strongest shadow-level combat power, now even more formidable. He gestured towards Sarah. We have the leader of Lulan, a rising national figure, and her future heir in her womb. He pointed at himself. We have me, possessing the thunder fruit, the sage body, and the soul-cutting blade, with power reaching the super shadow level of lightning. Finally, he pointed out the window, toward the prosperous land. And here, Lulan, which is becoming a neutral trading center in the ninja world, an information hub, a point of power aggregation, and is about to join the Spring Country, with more to come in the future. We do not seek to instigate war, nor do we aim for military conquest. Sakaya said, what we seek is to provide a better choice. When people realize that under our system, they can live with greater dignity, safety, and freedom, they will naturally vote with their feet. And when the 5 nations discover that their ninjas, their merchants, and their resources are flowing toward us, they will either change or perish. Kakashi fell silent. He digested this information, contemplating the possibilities within it. Indeed, if it were merely a matter of armed confrontation, no matter how strong they were, they could not contend against the entire ninja world. But if they could attract people through development, through benefits, through ideology, subtly transforming the landscape. What do you need me to do? He ultimately asked, his eyes resolute. For now, there is nothing special you need to do. Shomo said, patting his son's shoulder, you continue to be a jonin in Konoha. Continue executing your missions, continue observing, learning, and growing. When necessary, Sakaya will contact you. And now, he looked at Sarah's abdomen, a gentle smile gracing his face. Let us first have a good reunion. Some matters are not urgent at this moment. One person. That word stirred a warm current in Kakashi's heart. Yes, his father had returned. His brother was by his side, and there was Sarah and the unborn child. They were one. No matter what they would face in the future, at least at this moment they were together. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, bathing the 4 of them in warmth and brightness. Kakashi looked at his father's face, at the determination in his brother's eyes, at the happiness on Sarah's face, and the shackles that had bound him for years shattered completely, dissipating. In their place were hope and the future, taking root, sprouting and thriving. The White Fang of the ninja world had returned. In the 52nd year of Konoha, early April. 10 days after leaving Lulon, Sakaya and Kakashi returned to Konoha. Compared to when they left, Kakashi exhibited a subtle transformation in demeanor. The gloom and sense of detachment that had enveloped him for years had dissipated by half. His eyes were clearer, and his steps lighter. Although he still did not speak much, a hint of gentle smile would occasionally surface in his brow, no longer suppressed as before. The first matter upon returning to Konoha was to report to the Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze sat behind his desk, which was piled high with documents and files. He appeared somewhat fatigued, his golden hair slightly dulled in the morning light, but upon seeing the two enter, he immediately revealed a warm smile. "You're back? The Snow Country mission must have been tough." Minato stood up and personally poured tea for the two, saying, "Sit down and tell me what happened." Kakashi succinctly reported on the mission, explaining the rebellion of the Kazahana clan, the intervention of the Cloud Village, how they quelled the rebellion, reinstated Kazahana Yuki, activated the Rainbow Wall, and established diplomatic relations between the Spring Country and Konoha. Minato listened quietly, nodding occasionally. When he heard about the Cloud Village's intervention, his brow furrowed slightly, and when he learned about the activation of the Rainbow Wall and the transformation of the Snow Country into the Spring Country, surprise flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing that the Spring Country and Konoha had officially established diplomatic relations, and that the Idle Cloud Pavilion would set up a branch in the Spring Country, he smiled approvingly. "Well done." After listening to the report, Minato said seriously, "Not only have you completed the mission, but you have also secured a reliable ally for Konoha. The geothermal and mineral resources of the Spring Country will be very beneficial for Konoha's development. Moreover," he paused, looking at Sakaya, and said with a wry smile, "Sakaya, have you really considered taking on a part-time role as a ninja? Even just a nominal one would be good. Having you by my side as Hokage would greatly relieve my pressure." This statement was half a joke and half genuine. Minato had only taken over as the fourth Hokage for a few months and had already deeply felt the pressure of this position. Externally, various nations eyed them covetously. Internally, there were constraints from the advisory council, power struggles among clan factions, and undercurrents of the root organization. He needed allies, someone he could truly trust, and who had the capability to be a pillar. Sakaya was undoubtedly the best candidate, possessing Super Shadow-level strength, wisdom, and strategy, and he held goodwill toward Konoha and Minato himself. However, Sakaya merely smiled and took a sip from his teacup. "Minato, even without me, Konoha is growing rapidly. Senti it?" He looked out the window toward the direction of the training grounds, faintly hearing the shouts of children practicing, observing that Konoha, less than 2 years after the war, had almost fully recovered, and the new generation of ninjas was rapidly maturing. The mature echelon had already formed, and Kakashi and I, along with our peers from this generation, were all capable of being pillars. He counted on his fingers. Might Guy, a master of taijutsu, though single-minded, had already reached Jonin level, and his taijutsu skills might even surpass those of the late Guy-sensei. Yuhi Kurenai, with outstanding genjutsu talent, had recently been rumored to be developing a new genjutsu system. Sarutobi Asuma. Upon mentioning Asuma, Minato's expression darkened slightly, revealing a trace of complex fatigue. What happened to Asuma? Kakashi keenly detected the change in Minato's mood. He left. Minato sighed, leaning back against the chair. A month ago, he submitted a request to leave the village, citing the need to find his own ninja way. I approved it. After all, he is the son of the third Hokage and has the freedom to choose. Left? Kakashi was taken aback. In his memory, Asuma was somewhat rebellious but fundamentally a good-hearted youth, both admiring and resisting his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, always wanting to carve out his own path. Yes, he went to the capital. Minato rubbed his forehead. The latest news is that he has joined the newly formed 12 Guardian Ninja and has become one of its members. In theory, this is an elite protection force, but in reality. He did not finish his sentence, but both Sakaya and Kakashi understood. The 12 Guardian Ninja is a ninja unit directly under the Fire Country, existing outside of Konoha's system. Joining it means that Asuma has officially severed ties with Konoha, at least temporarily. Once a shadow of Konoha, he now assumes the role of a Guardian Ninja. Although it seems there is not much difference from regular missions, in essence, it is worlds apart. The ninja village is subject to the governance of the various countries, but it is much more akin to an official mercenary organization, existing outside of the national machinery. Asuma's actions may seem innocuous, but in essence, they are a tacit acknowledgement of the government's supremacy over the ninja village, fundamentally denying the original intent behind the establishment and operation of the ninja village. It is worth noting that Konoha was the first of the 5 hidden villages to be established, carrying significant influence. No wonder Minato looked so fatigued. It turns out he was played by the son of the old leader. After the 3rd Hokage stepped back from the front lines, he indeed had not focused on Asuma as much as before. Sakaya said calmly, pinpointing the crux, Asuma has always sought his father's approval. But the 3rd Hokage places more emphasis on his eldest son and has limited attention for the younger one. Now that the 3rd Hokage has withdrawn from the center of power, Asuma's chances of gaining approval have become even slimmer. His departure is both a form of rebellion and a means of escape. He paused and added, however, going out to experience the world may not necessarily be a bad thing for him. In the land of the leaves, he forever lives under the shadows of 3 generations and the Hokage's legacy. It is only by stepping outside that one can truly see the world and find their own path. I have heard that this young prince of the leaf, through his trials, has revealed a different kind of charisma, learning to think for his comrades and even willing to sacrifice for them. Such words carry profound significance. Kakashi glanced at his brother and vaguely sensed that Sakaya seemed to know something about the future. Yet, he did not press further. After all, their father, Kazuki Masaru, was right there in front of him. What could he possibly doubt? Let us hope so. Minato smiled wryly, but Asuma's departure had made things somewhat awkward for the 3rd Hokage. Members of the advisory council had already begun to murmur, suggesting that since the 4th took office, even the 3rd son could not be retained. Although he did not care much for such idle gossip, it was still a nuisance. Moreover, several other ninja villages were quite dissatisfied with this situation. Let them talk, Sakaya said nonchalantly. The future of the leaf will not be determined by the idle chatter of a few old-timers. Minato, you simply need to focus on your responsibilities. Develop the economy, nurture new talents, strengthen diplomacy, and bolster our power. Once the leaf truly grows strong under your leadership, those whispers will naturally fade away. Minato looked at Sakaya, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Although Sakaya was not part of the system, he had always supported him in his own way. The allies of the Spring Country, relations with Lulan, and those precious bits of intelligence that occasionally came through the Xianyun Pavilion, these were all Sakaya's contributions for him and for the leaf. Thank you, Minato said sincerely. You are Kakashi-sensei and also our good brother. There is no need for thanks. Sakaya stood up saying, if there's nothing else, we should head back. Mother and Rin are still waiting for us. All right, please send my regards to Aunt Misaki and Rin. As they left the Hokage building, the two walked side by side on the path back to the Xianyun Pavilion. In April, the essence of spring was in full bloom. Cherry blossoms lined the road, their petals cascading like snowflakes in the breeze. The streets were bustling with people, shops thriving, and children playing in the parks. A scene of peace and prosperity. Despite the ongoing frictions between the nations, and even a tendency towards resurgence, these matters did not seem to significantly affect the common folk of the leaf. Asuma, Kakashi suddenly spoke. Is he really okay? Rest assured, Sakaya replied. That kid is quite resilient. Moreover, some paths must be walked alone, and some falls must be experienced firsthand. Once he truly understands the meaning of protection and finds his own ninja way, he will return. By then, he will become a true strong warrior, a trustworthy comrade. Kakashi nodded, no longer saying anything further. After their journey to Lulan, he had come to fully trust his brother's insight and judgment. Turning the corner, the sign of the Xianyun Pavilion came into view. As usual, the inn was bustling with activity. Steam from the hot springs wafted from the backyard, mingling with the fragrance of cherry blossoms, bringing a sense of tranquility. At the entrance, a figure was standing on tiptoe, peering in their direction. It was a girl dressed in a light green kimono, with short brown hair and a delicate face, adorned with a gentle smile. Upon seeing the two, her eyes lit up, and she waved vigorously. It was Tosaka Rin, or rather Noera Rin, to guard against assassination attempts. She had been using the disguise tool that Sakaya provided, masquerading as Tosaka Rin to assist at the Xianyun Pavilion and occasionally serving as a medical consultant at the Leaf Hospital. Kakashi, Sakaya. Rin jogged over to them, naturally linking her arm through Kakashi's, tilting her face up with a smile. You're back. Was the mission successful? Did you get hurt? Are you hungry? I made red bean soup, and it's still warming on the stove. A barrage of questions revealed her unreserved concern. Kakashi's body stiffened slightly, but this time, he did not instinctively pull his arm away. nor did he mask his embarrassment with indifference. He simply felt his ears grow warm, turned his face away, and quietly said, I'm back. The mission went well and I didn't get hurt. I'm not hungry, but I could have a little of the red bean soup. His voice was soft, but Rin heard him clearly. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she tightened her grip on Kakashi's arm, nearly leaning against him. Come on in. Aunt Misaki is waiting for you too. Watching the two walk into the Xianyun pavilion side by side, Sakaya stood at the door, unable to suppress a smile. He looked up at the sky. The April sunlight was warm yet not glaring, and the cherry blossoms swayed gently in the breeze. How lovely! His brother, who once closed himself off, numbing himself with missions, living in guilt and solitude, Kakashi, had finally stepped out. He was beginning to accept Rin's concern, starting to respond to the kindness of others, beginning to truly live. Moreover, judging by the current circumstances, the future would likely not unfold as it did in the original story, where he would endlessly share youth and camaraderie with that passionate fool, Might Guy. Although Guy was a good companion, a normal romantic relationship would suit Kakashi far better. At the very least, since the incident of their father's suicide, the members of the Kazuki clan had all gone their separate ways, and now, with just the two brothers branching out, the Kazuki clan had once again begun to show signs of vitality. Upon entering the Xianyun pavilion, Misaki was behind the counter, calculating accounts. Upon seeing her two sons return, she set down her ledger, a warm smile lighting up her face. You're back. Was the mission successful? Successful, Sakaya replied as he walked over and embraced his mother. Sorry to have worried you. I'm just glad you returned safely, Misaki said, patting her son's back, then turned to Kakashi. When she noticed Kakashi being linked by Rin, though awkwardly, not pulling away, a glimmer of relief flashed in her eyes. Kakashi, come here, let me take a look. Misaki beckoned. Kakashi walked over, and Misaki scrutinized him closely, reaching out to touch his face. You've lost weight, you haven't been eating well out there, have you? Tonight, I'll make your favorite grilled dishes. Eat more. Kakashi nodded, his voice somewhat muffled. Rin had already dashed to the kitchen, bringing out 2 bowls of steaming red bean soup, one for Kakashi and one for Sakaya. Then she poured herself a small bowl, sitting beside Kakashi, sipping it slowly while stealing glances at him. Kakashi felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze but ultimately said nothing, quietly enjoying the soup. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping the three of them in warmth and tranquility. At dinner, Misaki prepared a lavish spread, grilled dishes, miso soup, tempura, pickled vegetables, and rice. All familiar fare but exceptionally delicious. The 4 of them sat around the table chatting amiably. Misaki asked about the mission, and Kakashi provided brief answers, steering clear of the bloody and conspiratorial details. Rin, on the other hand, chattered away about amusing incidents at the Xianyun pavilion, recounting how a guest had fallen asleep in the hot spring, or how a child had been too nervous to enter the water on their first visit, or how a new medical ninja at the hospital was clumsy yet hardworking. Sakaya listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a comment or two. He observed the smile on his mother's face, the gradual melting of the ice in his brother's eyes, and the joyful glow on Rin's face, feeling a profound sense of peace within. This was the life he wanted to protect, ordinary, warm, and full of the essence of everyday existence. After dinner, Rin helped clear the dishes while Misaki went to the front hall to attend to the guests. Kakashi stood under the eaves in the backyard, gazing at the centuries-old cherry tree in the courtyard. The cherry blossoms were in full bloom, and with a gentle breeze, petals drifted down like a shower of blossoms. Brother, Sakaya walked up beside him, offering a cup of tea. How does it feel? Kakashi remained silent for a moment, accepted the tea and took a sip. The tea was fragrant and slightly bitter, with a sweet aftertaste. It's good, he said, looking up at the stars in the night sky, better than ever before. About our father's matter, I know what I need to do. Kakashi interrupted him, his voice calm yet resolute. He has his mission in Lulan. I have my responsibilities in the Leaf. We are both using our own ways to protect what is important to us. That is enough. Sakaya looked at him and smiled. You have grown, brother. We have long since matured, have we not? Kakashi chuckled as well, his smile faint yet genuine. But it is only now that we truly feel alive. The night breeze gently wafted by, carrying the fragrance of cherry blossoms. In the distance, the sound of the night watchman echoed, long and tranquil. By the way, Kakashi suddenly recalled something. Aren't you worried about Asuma? He has joined the 12 Guardians. What if he is used, becoming a pawn against Konoha? No, Sakanaya shook his head. Though Asuma may be rebellious, his essence is not malevolent. Moreover, not all members of the 12 Guardians are villains. Some genuinely wish to protect this country and its people. In that position, Asuma might encounter true comrades and discover the real path of a ninja. He paused before adding, as for over there, rest assured he is not foolish. He understands the significance of Konoha to the Fire Country and would not act recklessly against it. Besides, with me around, the house cannot turn the tides. Such bold words were spoken with confidence, and Kakashi harbored no doubts. He knew his brother had the conviction to back them up. That is good, he nodded, draining his cup of tea in one go. As the night deepened, the two returned to their respective rooms. Kakashi lay on his bed, yet sleep eluded him. He reflected on the experiences of this mission, recalling the moment he encountered his father in Lulon, the warmth he felt when Rin linked her arm with his, and the gentle smile of his mother. The barren land within his heart, desolate for years, finally began to sprout new life, radiating a vibrant green vitality. He turned over, gazing out the window. The moonlight flowed like water, while the cherry blossoms resembled snow. A week had passed since their return from Lulon. Life in Konoha was calm and orderly. The business at the Idle Cloud Pavilion remained prosperous, and Misaki and Rin bustled about each day. Kakashi had resumed the regular rhythm of his jonin duties, occasionally visiting the training grounds to guide young ninjas. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, yet Sakaya understood that beneath this tranquility, undercurrents had never ceased to surge. That afternoon Sakaya, as usual, prepared to go to the southern Hegawa upstream forest to guide Shursui in his training. Ever since their chance encounter during last summer's festival, he had been deeply impressed by the diligence and aptitude of this Uchiha youth. Over the past 6 months, he had intermittently instructed Shursui in body flicker technique and taijutsu. The speed of Shursui's progress was astonishing, as he had already begun to apply the body flicker technique flexibly in combat and even started to combine it with shuriken techniques to develop his own battle strategies. However, today Shursui was absent. Sakaya waited in the forest for half an hour but still did not see that black-haired, black-eyed boy with clear eyes. He closed his eyes, silently extending his perception, comprehending everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Konoha streets, training grounds, commercial districts, and residential areas. In the direction of the Uchiha clan, Shursui's chakra clearly appeared within his perceptive range, yet it exhibited signs of weakness. Was he ill? Or had something delayed him? After a moment's thought, Sakaya decided to personally check on the Uchiha clan. Shursui was not the type to miss a meeting without reason, unless he had encountered an unavoidable circumstance. The Uchiha clan was located in the southeastern corner of Konoha, separated from other areas of the village by an invisible boundary, a result of psychological barriers. Walking along the road to the Uchiha clan, he could distinctly sense the change in atmosphere. The number of passers-by diminished significantly, and the surrounding architecture adopted a more uniform style, predominantly traditional Japanese courtyards, with fans bearing their clan emblem hanging at the entrances. Occasionally, Uchiha clan members would pass by, mostly dressed in dark clan attire, their expressions serious, eyes reflecting the unique pride and aloofness of the Uchiha. The Sharingan, a bloodline limit, had produced generations of powerful heirs, instilling fear in enemies on the battlefield. However, this also deepened the rift with the village. Ever since the second Hokage Hashirama Senju established the Konoha police force and placed it under the Uchiha's full authority, the Uchiha had gradually been isolated from the core of power. The police force's duty was to maintain internal security, which sounded like a significant responsibility but was, in reality, a veiled form of segregation. Uchiha clan members rarely participated in external missions or collaborated with other ninjas. Over time, this naturally led to a growing estrangement from the village. Sakaya walked along the streets of the Uchiha clan, acutely aware of this contradictory atmosphere. A few Uchiha children were playing by the roadside. Upon seeing him, the silver-haired outsider, they halted their activities and curiously scrutinized him. Several adult Uchiha clan members passed by, their gazes lingering on him for a moment before diverting their attention. Yet none approached to inquire. Being the second son of the Kiki clan, he had some connections with the Uchiha, and although they did not understand why Sakaya had suddenly appeared in their territory, it was not entirely unusual. This was the Uchiha clan, Sakaya thought to himself with a sigh. Despite clan leader Fugaku Uchiha's efforts to reconcile relations with the village, attempting to integrate the clan members more into Konoha, the Uchiha had never been a monolith. The clan was distinctly divided into two factions. The Dove faction, represented by Fugaku, advocating for a softening of relations with the village and resolving issues through cooperation and dialogue, and the Hawk faction, represented by the radical elders, advocating for a hardline stance, insisting that the Uchiha should fight for more power even at the cost of conflict with the village. The Sage of the Six Paths had endowed the Uchiha bloodline with capital, granting them innate potential to awaken the Sharingan and surpass ordinary bloodline limits in chakra. Madara Uchiha had instilled a sense of pride in the Uchiha. He was a man who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the first Hokage, embodying both the pride and curse of the Uchiha. Consequently, most Uchiha clan members were born with an inherent arrogance, viewing outsiders as mediocre and the village as a constraint. In times of peace, such pride might merely be a character trait, but as tensions escalated, it could ignite the spark that ignited a powder keg. Sakaya was acutely aware of the Uchiha's future. In the original narrative, it was precisely this internal and external predicament, the intertwining of pride and isolation, that ultimately led to the tragic downfall of the Uchiha clan. The catalyst for that tragedy was Obito manipulating the Ninetales, Danzo schemes, the radical faction within the Uchiha, and, most significantly, the hidden hand behind the scenes. The future bore the unmistakable mark of tragedy. As Sakaya traversed the Uchiha streets, observing the varying expressions on their faces, he felt a deep sense of melancholy, quietly awaiting the hand that would set events in motion. That hand could belong to Obito or Danzo, or the radical faction within the Uchiha, or perhaps fate itself. Sakaya shook his head, temporarily suppressing these thoughts. He had come today solely to check on Shursui. As for the Uchiha's future, he had not yet fully considered how to intervene. Altering the fate of a clan, changing the destiny of an individual, was far more complex, affecting everything with the slightest movement. Moreover, some tragedies might need to be endured to achieve true rebirth. He arrived at a training ground in the center of the Uchiha clan. This public training ground in Konoha was somewhat smaller, yet fully equipped. At that moment, several Uchiha youths were practicing shuriken techniques and fire-style jutsu. Among them was Shursui, who was currently honing his body flicker technique in conjunction with shuriken tactics. His movements were clean and decisive, yet his brow furrowed, as if burdened with heavy thoughts. Shursui, Sakaya called out. Shursui halted momentarily, turning to see Sakaya, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, before quickly walking over. Sakaya-senpai, what brings you to the clan today? I was a bit worried when you didn't come for training, so I came to check on you, Sakaya replied, assessing him. Are you feeling unwell? No. Shursui shook his head, hesitating for a moment. He glanced around at the other Uchiha youths before lowering his voice. Senpai, let us talk somewhere else. The two left the training ground, making their way to a small grove at the edge of the clan territory. The place was quiet and sparsely populated, suitable for conversation. What happened? Sakaya inquired. Shursui remained silent for a moment before quietly stating, there was a clan meeting held last night to discuss the reform of the police force and our relationship with the village. Clan leader Fugaku proposed allowing some of the younger clan members to join the regular task force, collaborating with other ninjas to gain experience and improve the Uchiha's reputation. However, many elders opposed this, claiming it was an insult to the Uchiha, that we should not seek to appease the village, but rather fight for more power and even consider. His voice grew increasingly low, and his eyes reflected a worry that was not typical for one of his age. Senior, I do not understand. Why must our clan stand in opposition to the village? The leaf is us. To protect the village, to safeguard our companions, is that not the duty of a ninja? Yet, at the clan meeting, such sentiments were seldom expressed. Some believed that the village had wronged the Uchiha, that the village did not trust the Uchiha. Therefore, the Uchiha had no need to trust the village in return. Sakaya gazed at Shursui, this 8-year-old child, who had already discerned the essence of the problem. But it was precisely this clarity that brought him greater pain. In the proud clan of Uchiha, possessing the will of fire, Shursui was an anomaly and also a beacon of hope. Because of fear, Sakaya spoke softly, fear breeds suspicion. Suspicion fosters estrangement, and estrangement leads to conflict. The Uchiha fear being marginalized by the village, fear losing their power, and fear being abandoned. Meanwhile, the village fears the strength of the Uchiha, fears the power of the Sharingan, fears the Uchiha becoming the next Madara Uchiha. But this is wrong. Shursui clenched his fists. If everyone is afraid and suspicious, how can we ever reconcile? He looked at Sakaya. Senior, you once said that true strength does not come from isolation, but from understanding and cooperation. I want to change all of this, but how should I go about it? His eyes were filled with confusion, yet also determination. If guided properly, Shursui might become a bridge between the Uchiha and the village, avoiding that tragic future, though this future would ultimately be misdirected by Danzo in time. You are still young. Sakaya patted his shoulder, but remember what you said today, remember your convictions. Strength, status, and reputation are all important, but they are not the most important. The most important is your heart, your will, and what you believe in. When you become strong enough, when your will is firm enough, you will be able to change what you can change. He paused, adding, as for now, focus on what you can do. Train, learn, observe, and think. Once you truly understand this clan, this village, and this world, you will naturally find your path. Shui listened intently, nodding earnestly. I understand, senior. Thank you. All right, shall we make up for today's training? Yes. The two began their training in a small grove. Shui practiced the advanced applications of the body flicker technique, while Sakaya offered guidance at his side. After an hour of training, Shui's expression had relaxed considerably, the worry in his eyes replaced by focus and determination. Senior, I have a question. As training concluded, Shui suddenly spoke. You are not an Uchiha. How do you have such a deep understanding of the body flicker technique? And what about taijutsu and shuriken jutsu? You seem to know everything. Sakaya chuckled softly, because I have seen much, learned much, and thought much. The essence of ninjutsu is interconnected. Whether it's Uchiha techniques or those of other clans, they all follow certain principles. Once you understand these principles, you can extrapolate from them. His words were half-truths. He indeed possessed strong comprehension, but more so due to memories from his past life and the assistance of the system. However, there was no need to share this with Shui. I want to become someone like you in the future, Shui earnestly declared, strong, wise, capable of seeing the essence of things, and able to protect those important to me. You will, Sakaya smiled, and you will do even better than I. After bidding farewell to Shui, Sakaya left the Uchiha compound. As he walked back, thoughts swirled in his mind. The Uchiha's predicament, Shui's worries, the impending tragedy, these weighed heavily upon his heart. He needed strength, more means, and more trump cards to face the potential storms of the future. System, he silently intoned. Annual sign-in. Ding. Detected that the host has traversed for 4 years, triggering the annual sign-in. Reward generation in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the annual reward. Uchiha Bloodline Limit, Sharingan. Description. From the world of Naruto, a top-tier bloodline limit can evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Current state 3 Tomo. Accompanied by special bonuses. Gift from the first Uchiha, chakra capacity enhancement, stamina enhancement, and the range of perceptive abilities expanded to a radius of 50 kilometers. A surge of blazing power erupted from deep within his eyes, like a warm current awakening within Sakaya's body. He could feel his eyes changing. His vision became clearer, colors more vibrant, and his ability to capture movement significantly enhanced. He approached a well by the roadside, using the water's surface to gaze at his own eyes. In his clear pupils, 3 black tomo spun slowly, crimson as blood. The 3 Tomo Sharingan, symbol of the Uchiha clan, the ultimate eye for insight, replication, and illusion. Moreover, because this was a system sign-in reward, it was a perfect version of the Uchiha bloodline limit, free from the hereditary risks of the Uchiha, and also endowed with the gifts exclusive to the first Uchiha. Vast chakra, enhanced stamina, and a terrifying expansion of perceptive range, from a radius of 10 kilometers to 50 kilometers. As long as he wished, the entire leaf, even the surrounding forests, mountains, and rivers, lay within his perception. He could see Minato in the Hokage office, could see his mother and Rin in the Leisure Cloud Pavilion, could see Kakashi in the training grounds, could see Shui's and Fugaku in the Uchiha compound, and could see Danzo's conspiracies deep within the root base. This overwhelming sense of control was both intoxicating and cautionary. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. And now he possessed strength sufficient to overturn a small nation, influence a country, and even alter the entire landscape of the ninja world. Sharingan. Sakaya mused as he observed the reflection in the water. The 3 Tomo gradually ceased their rotation, intertwining into an exceedingly fine pattern surrounding his pupils, difficult to detect. Yet the enhancement of the Sharingan remained unaffected. Soon, at the mere thought of Sakaya, they dissipated, returning to ordinary black pupils. What a surprise! Due to the influence of the system, he could adjust the external manifestation of the Sharingan to such a difficult-to-detect state. This would undoubtedly avert many troubles. In this state, even when using the Sharingan in front of Uchiha clansmen, they would never suspect he possessed the powers of his original bloodline limit. He lifted his head towards the direction of the Uchiha compound. Fugaku, Shui, and that 4-year-old Itachi. Sakaya murmured to himself, "Will the future of the Uchiha change because of my presence?" He did not know the answer. The Sharingan was a double-edged sword. Wielded well, it could save lives. Wielded poorly, it could harm. Furthermore, The tragedy of the Uchiha was a result of the interplay of multiple forces. To change it required long-term planning, the right timing, and a perfect plan. Let it unfold slowly. Sakaya turned and walked towards the Leisure Cloud Pavilion. The sun shone brightly, and cherry blossoms fell gently. The leaf in the afternoon was tranquil and beautiful. Yet within the Uchiha compound, within the newly gained perspective of the Sharingan, dark currents were surging, and a storm was brewing. On the 9th of October in the 52nd year of the leaf, it had been nearly 6 months since Sakaya acquired the Sharingan. 6 months was sufficient for many things to change and also enough for certain destined events to step-by-step approach that critical juncture. During these 6 months, the situation in the ninja world remained turbulent. Conflicts between the cloud and rock villages at the borders had not only failed to subside but had gradually escalated. From initial skirmishes involving small teams, it evolved into mid-level offensive and defensive engagements, and in the past month, full-fledged battles at the squad level had emerged. Both sides suffered casualties, and hatred continued to accumulate. However, through the intelligence network of the Leisure Cloud Pavilion in Lulan and the Land of Spring, Sakaya keenly sensed that the situation was not so simple. While the cloud and rock appeared to be waging fierce battles, their main forces had never truly engaged, and secret contacts at high levels had never ceased. This limited warfare felt more like a performance for certain spectators. Who were the spectators? The answer was obvious. The Leaf. The shadows of the Third Great Ninja War had yet to fully dissipate, and various nations were still nursing their wounds and gathering strength. Under the leadership of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the hidden Leaf Village swiftly recovered, experiencing economic prosperity, and the new generation of ninjas blossomed rapidly, solidifying their overall strength at the pinnacle among the 5 great nations. In this context, the Leaf Village naturally became a thorn in the eyes of other ninja villages. While on the surface there were frictions and conflicts between the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone, Sokka stood atop the quiet cloud pavilion, gazing toward the northern sky, his expression grave. In truth, their attention had quietly shifted toward the leaf. They were waiting for the opportune moment, waiting for the leaf to reveal a flaw. If memory served correctly, in the original timeline, that flaw would emerge tonight with the birth of Naruto Uzumaki, the death of his parents, and the leaf losing its strongest pillar of combat power, all while facing the devastation wrought by the Ninetales. At that moment, the leaf, possessing the strongest tailed beast and the most abundant geographical resources, would instantly become the common target of the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone. However, history had quietly altered. Minato must survive. He had prepared himself thoroughly for this. But would Obito, that former comrade completely brainwashed by Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu, truly abandon his Eye of the Moon plan? Would he really let go of this prime opportunity to create a world with Rin? Sokka was uncertain. As Obito descended deeper into darkness, even if the spirited Rin no era appeared before him, it would be difficult to gauge his development. From the innocent white moonlight of his childhood to now, Rin had increasingly become a symbol of Obito's fixation. The allure of that white moonlight, even Rin herself could not shatter. Caught in a web of self-contradiction, Obito, when faced with Rin who was still alive, or with Rin who walked alongside Kakashi, would likely find himself sinking deeper. He had to prepare for the worst. In the past 6 months, not only had the ninja world been changing, but the leaf itself had also been growing rapidly. Kakashi's progress was particularly notable. With the revival of his father and the guidance of his younger brother, he had finally begun to emerge from the shadows of his past, taking on more responsibilities and actively enhancing his abilities. Utilizing the dynamic vision of his Sharingan and the foundational theory of the Flying Thunder God technique, he successfully combined Chidori with the Flying Thunder God, developing his own technique known as the Flying Thunder God Chidori, which momentarily released Chidori at the instant of teleportation, merging speed and penetrating power to their utmost limits. Although he was still not fully proficient and the technique was demanding, its power had already astounded Minato. Now, Kakashi possessed the true strength of an elite jonin and began frequently undertaking missions at the borders, honing his skills in actual combat, steadily progressing toward becoming a pillar of the leaf. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan had also undergone some changes over the past 6 months. On July 23rd, the clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, welcomed the birth of his second son, who was named Sasuke Uchiha. The arrival of new life brought a rare moment of joy to this increasingly oppressed clan. A simple celebration was held within the clan grounds, and a rare smile appeared on Fugaku's face. However, this joy did not last long, as tensions escalated between the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone, casting the shadow of war once again over the leaf. The Uchiha clan meeting was once more dominated by heavy topics such as their relationship with the village, police force reforms, and the question of whether to engage in battle. The conflict between the Dove faction and the Hawk faction grew even more acute. Fugaku advocated for sending a portion of elite clan members to support the borders, showcasing the Uchiha's loyalty to the village while simultaneously accumulating military achievements to improve their image. However, the Hawk faction elders strongly opposed this, arguing that it would be a waste of Uchiha blood for the village and insisted that the village should come to them first. This internal division left Fugaku mentally and physically exhausted. Meanwhile, his 4-year-old eldest son, Itachi Uchiha, had already exhibited a maturity and concern beyond his years, often quietly sitting in a corner, listening to the disputes, his eyes reflecting a depth not typical of a child. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan stemmed from this internal rift. Sokka observed the Uchiha clan meeting through his mind's eye, sighing inwardly. If this issue could not be resolved, the fate of annihilation would be hard to escape. Yet at present, he had more pressing matters to address. Today was October 9th. According to the original timeline, tomorrow, October 10th, marked the day of Naruto Uzumaki's birth. It was also the day when the Nine-Tails would go on a rampage. Although Minato had long since prepared, selecting a delivery location far from the village within a secret barrier, and strictly controlling the personnel involved, the sealing technique's power would inevitably weaken during childbirth, an unalterable fact. If Obito truly chose to act at this time, it would indeed be the optimal moment.
Sokka.
A gentle voice sounded from behind. Sokka turned to see Minato Namikaze, appearing on the rooftop at some point, his golden hair glowing warmly in the sunset, though fatigue and worry were evident in his brow. Brother Minato, Sokka nodded. Regarding Sister Kushina. Tomorrow, Minato stepped closer, also gazing northward. The medical team and the sealing team have been confirmed. Tomorrow is the due date. The location is 30 kilometers northeast of the village within the secret barrier, with only myself, the third Hokage's wife, Bawako, and 2 of my most trusted medical ninjas participating. The barrier is an ancient technique left by the Uzumaki clan, capable of shielding against most forms of perception. He paused, looking at Sokka with earnest eyes. But you know that the sealing will weaken during childbirth. Although I have made many preparations, if someone with ulterior motives takes advantage of this opportunity, I may be stretched too thin. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help in keeping watch. Sokka remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. I understand. I will remain vigilant nearby to ensure no outsiders approach. But Brother Minato, do you really think someone will come? Minato's expression darkened slightly. I am uncertain. However, there have been recent movements at the borders, and the Umbu have reported some suspicious signs, which compel me to prepare for the worst. Moreover, he took a deep breath, lowering his voice. 3 months ago, I received a confidential letter, and signed, containing only a single line. When the child of the sun is born, the shadow of night will descend. I do not know who sent this letter, nor whether it is a warning or a threat, but the timing is too coincidental. The child of the sun clearly referred to Naruto as the Jinchuriki, while the shadow of night could be Obito or another force. Sokka felt a shiver run down his spine. This letter seemed to have never appeared in the original work. Was it a change brought about by the butterfly effect? Or was it a reminder from someone privy to the inner workings? I understand, Sokka said solemnly. Leave it to me. As long as I am alive, I will not let anyone disturb Sister Kushina's childbirth. Thank you, Minato said, patting him firmly on the shoulder, his eyes filled with trust. With you here, I feel much more at ease. I will return now. Kushina needs someone by her side. Minato transformed into a flash of gold and vanished. Sokka stood in place, watching the direction in which he had disappeared, and after a long while, slowly closed his eyes. Expanding his mind's eye to its fullest extent, he took control of a radius of 50 kilometers. In the Leaf Village, people were finishing their day's work and enjoying the tranquility of the night. A few ninjas were still training in the practice field, while the tavern was filled with boisterous sounds, illuminated by warm lights. In the Uchiha clan grounds, Fugaku was processing documents in his study, while Itachi quietly read beside him, and Sasuke slept soundly in his crib. At the root base, Danzo was listening to reports from his subordinates, his eyes sharp and calculating. In the Hokage's office, Minato had returned to Kushina's side, holding her hand and whispering words of comfort. Outside the village, in the forests, mountains and rivers, everything seemed normal. However, Sokka's brow slowly furrowed. To the northeast, approximately 25 kilometers from the village, he sensed the secret barrier Minato had mentioned. The barrier was well concealed, with extremely weak energy fluctuations. If he had not known its location in advance, it would have been nearly imperceptible. Within the barrier, for chakra signatures were present. Minato's warm and radiant golden light, Kushina's fiery and vibrant red aura, and 2 gentle medical chakras. Everything appeared normal. Yet, Further to the north, approximately 40 kilometers away, Sokka detected a hint of abnormality. It was a form of chakra, exceedingly concealed yet oddly familiar to him. Dark, twisted, imbued with deep-seated hatred and despair, as if it were the filth seeping from the very depths of hell. This chakra was moving at an astonishing speed towards the barrier. Navigating through the forest, utilizing the terrain and the cover of trees, its trajectory was erratic, clearly intent on concealing its whereabouts. Moving at a rapid pace, if this trend continued, it would reach the location of the barrier within a maximum of 15 minutes. It has arrived. Sakanaka opened his eyes, and within the depths of his black pupils, a faint red ring pattern, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, slowly emerged. Enhanced by the power of his 3-tomo Sharingan, his perception sharpened significantly, and every detail of that dark chakra was vividly etched in his mind. At the core of that chakra he sensed a familiar essence. It was the power of the Uchiha, yet entirely different. More violent, more insane, as if the Sharingan had been tainted by something deeper, something darker. And on the surface of this chakra, there lay a bizarre shell. It resembled a spore-like life reaction, imbued with the unique coldness and stickiness of white Zetsu. It was Obito. No, more accurately, it was Obito's body being manipulated by White Zetsu, that self-proclaimed masked man of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, you have chosen this path. Sakanaka murmured to himself, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. Despite having altered Rin's fate, despite Kakashi emerging from the shadows, despite Minato still being alive, Obito, the once kind-hearted, passionate boy who always spoke of his comrades, had completely fallen into darkness. Brainwashed by Madara Uchiha and Kagaya, tormented by the illusion of Rin's death, consumed by utter despair towards this world, he had ultimately embarked on this frenzied path to create a new world. And now he was coming, with hatred for Konoha, with an obsession to create a world with Rin, with the intention to control the Nine Tails and overturn all plans. He was on his way. System, sign in. Sakanaka silently chanted in his mind. Daily sign-ins had become a habit. Although the rewards were rather ordinary, they accumulated over time. Moreover, at such a critical moment, having an extra bit of power was always beneficial. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Reward: Chakra Recovery Speed 5. Not bad. Sakanaka took a deep breath, feeling his chakra begin to flow with increased speed. Sage Body, Rumble Fruit, Armament Haki, Slashing Blade Flow Cloud like Fire, 3-tomo Sharingan, all powers were adjusted to their optimal state at that moment. He cast one last glance towards the direction of the Idle Cloud Pavilion. His mother was still in the front hall entertaining guests. Rin was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and Kakashi had not yet returned from his mission. They were all unaware that a storm capable of altering Konoha's fate was quietly approaching. Wait for my return. Sakanaka softly spoke, then with a flash of movement, transformed into a streak of golden lightning, soaring into the sky, racing towards the barrier in the northeast direction. In the night sky, the crescent moon hung like a hook. Meanwhile, in the north, a figure clad in a vortex mask, with only one crimson Sharingan visible, was moving through the shadows of the forest, like a phantom. His target was that barrier within which Kushina was about to give birth, where the seal on the Nine Tails was about to weaken, and where, in his plan, the first step towards a new world awaited. The Night of the Nine Tails, the omen had already manifested.